Introduction. The firstborn of Robert and Cersei, Rhaenys Baratheon, a descendant of the stag and the lion, would later be known as Good Rhaenys. What should be done about Jon Arryn's untimely demise? The benevolent Rhaenys vowed to uncover the true culprit, ultimately executing both Lysa Arryn and Petyr Baelish. How to address the scarcity of food in the north. Rhaenys resorted to seizing Baelish's wealth to transport provisions from the Reach to the north. But wait, something fell amiss. Why did the subjects rally in loyalty to proclaim him emperor? Chapter 1. A close call. You have successfully crossed over into a song of ice and fire. Random identity assignment in progress. Congratulations, you have drawn the doomed fetus, Rhaenys Baratheon. Countdown to demise. 1 hour. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Rhaenys, still entranced by the recent game, abruptly attempted to open his eyes. Yet he failed. In his hazy state, he faintly discerned a woman's exceedingly displeased voice. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or reality, Rhaenys' heart sank. As a university student on the brink of graduation amidst an unforgiving job market, he had often fantasized about traversing into the world of ice and fire. He would have accepted even the fate of becoming Varys. Yet why was he cast as a minor character destined for an absurdly tragic end? Well, perhaps not the most absurd compared to Tywin. You have one opportunity to alter your fate. Will you use it? Yes. Though given Cersei's nature, it was likely he would survive only to be further tormented until his inevitable end. Yet, Rhaenys feared the prospect of being violently extracted and buried, with no one to remember his name. Soon, Rhaenys exhaled in relief. He heard the woman respond, "I am sorry, but if you were to miscarry this time, you would no longer be able to bear a prince for the king, your grace." In the first trial within Cersei's womb, he had somehow prevailed. However, Rhaenys rejoiced too soon, for he soon realized that although Cersei restrained her fury and did not terminate his existence, he was subjected to an unending cycle of intense auditory experiences for months on end. After what felt like an eternity, a resounding cry heralded his successful escape from that dismal existence. With widened eyes, he surveyed this new world, the first sight being a stunning blonde woman, who, despite just giving birth and appearing utterly fatigued, radiated an enchanting and approachable aura, completely at odds with her reputation as a cruel and fiery woman. "What do you intend to name him?" Cersei inquired coolly of her husband, a handsome yet somewhat portly king, Robert Baratheon. Cradled by the wet nurse, Rhaenys listened as Robert pondered for a moment before declaring, "Rhaenys, to honor your true love, Lyanna, rather than me." Following a fierce argument, Rhaenys was silently fed by Cersei, who maintained a fierce glare directed at him throughout. In the ensuing years, Cersei unexpectedly refrained from taking any further actions against Lyanna, who, in consideration of maternal affection, felt compelled to maintain an appearance of filial piety. As time passed, it seemed that Cersei had truly set aside her grievances. When Lyanna was 2, Joffrey was born. Approximately 3 years later, Myrcella came into the world. After that, Cersei's womb remained silent. System, what is happening? The butterfly effect. Lyanna sighed in resignation. There was little he could do. Having already traversed into this world, the disappearance of Tommen seemed almost inevitable. Calculating the passage of time, he realized he was now 14, the same age as Robb Stark. If predictions held true, Jon Arryn was nearing his demise. At that very moment, the soon-to-be victim, Arryn, cheerfully poured him a glass of wine. "What troubles you, Lyanna? You appear to be burdened with thoughts." The elderly Arryn, despite his gray hair, exuded vitality and was not lacking in curiosity. "Have you perhaps developed feelings for a certain maiden?" Not exactly. In truth, Lady Lysa seems to be in a rather poor state of mind. I am concerned for her." Lyanna deftly shifted the conversation. "Perhaps you might consider sending her to Winterfell to be with her sister, Lady Catelyn." Upon hearing this, Arryn fell silent, his expression subtly shifting. "How do you know this?" "Never mind. It is best left unsaid. More importantly, your relationship with your brother, Joffrey, warrants attention. Although Joffrey is mischievous and obstinate, that does not justify your continued suppression of him as his elder brother." "Is that so?" Lyanna retorted. "Then tell me, what does it signify when he flayed alive a female cat I once cared for? Another Ares?" Jon sighed heavily once more. "Very well, Robert was just as headstrong as you in his youth. This is different." As a time traveler, Lyanna found it utterly impossible to adapt to the twisted nature of medieval aristocracy. Following a furious confrontation where he had struck Joffrey, Cersei's subsequent reaction left him feeling utterly disheartened. Jon Arryn said nothing further, simply offering a gentle pat on his shoulder. Regardless, Lyanna, I hope you will become a remarkably capable king. And a successful king must possess a spirit of inclusiveness. As Lyanna descended the steps from the Hand's Tower, Sandor accompanied him. Approaching him was a young man adorned with a mockingbird badge on his chest. "Ah, your highness," Peter Baelish exclaimed, a broad smile stretching across his face. "I wonder if you have any inclination to visit my establishment? I assure you, the queen will remain none the wiser." "Thank you, but I shall pass." Lyanna had no desire to follow in Robert's footsteps, leaving behind a trail of bastards. For the past few years, he had been raised under the guidance of Jon Arryn. Consequently, he was aware that Robert's illegitimate daughter had been placed in the Vale by Jon, while another of Robert's bastards still lingered on Dragonstone. Such an irresponsible father was, in comparison to Cersei, truly a pair of dragons and phoenixes. How unfortunate! Littlefinger lamented with a shake of his head, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "However, I possess more than just a brothel. If you're willing to accompany me, I could divulge the reasons why Cersei harbors disdain for you. Might this be considered a bargaining chip?" Lionel burst in a hearty laughter. "How could that be, my lord Peter? You are not the all-seeing spider lurking in the castle, and I, Lionel Baratheon, doubt you understand my mother better than I do. Nevertheless, should you be inclined to earn some coin, I could finance a brief excursion for the Hound." The Hound interjected, "You would be better off handing me the money directly, sparing the brothel altogether. You're truly unlike that wretched Robert." Littlefinger chuckled resignedly. "Though I frequented brothels in my youth, I rarely indulged after I took Catelyn and Lisa's maidenhood." A blatant lie, an egregious falsehood. Lionel recognized this with clarity, yet continued to smile. "You are indeed fortunate in your conquests. Thankfully, I remain unwed, or I might find myself consumed with jealousy." At that moment, a young boy dashed down from the Prime Minister's tower, panic-stricken. "Your Highness, Lord Peter," he gasped, his words tumbling over one another. "Lord Alan has passed away." Chapter 2. Jon Snow. Within the confines of the Prime Minister's tower, Lysa Arryn wept inconsolably. Though her cries were insincere, her appearance was equally unremarkable. Littlefinger offered her gentle solace. "My dear Lysa, how could this possibly be your fault? Lord Alan was advanced in years, may he rest in peace." Lionel observed the expression of the deceased elder, who appeared remarkably serene, a trace of wine lingering on his lips. Jon Arryn had always preferred his wine with ice, and the goblet now lay empty, drained by the elder. Even if he had been poisoned, no evidence would remain. It was no wonder Littlefinger left not a trace behind. "Madam, please accept my condolences." The elder had raised him as his own son, and in this moment, Lionel's lack of sorrow felt disingenuous. Yet, to claim he was deeply affected would be a farce, especially when uttered in the presence of the murderer, a bitter irony indeed. Maester Pycelle trembled as he came and went, tending to the body and subsequently informing the Silent Sisters. During this time, Lionel had to command the Hound to restrain the hysterical Lysa, preventing her from desecrating Lord Alan's corpse. Though Lionel suspected her fears stemmed from the possibility of someone dissecting Alan. In this era, advanced methods for testing poisons were non-existent. It was a matter of dead men telling no tales. Simultaneously, Lionel called upon the young squire, who was intent on fleeing. "What can I do for you, your highness?" The squire stammered, visibly anxious. "Are you willing to stay by my side and secure a position?" The boy, named Alfie, cast a fearful glance at Lionel before nodding vigorously at last. The curtain began to draw, and Lyon conveyed the somber news to his biological father, Robert Baratheon. Upon hearing the tidings, Robert was ensconced within the court, lost in the depths of his cups, and utterly disbelieving of his servant's words. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "How could that old fool Jon possibly be dead?" Reluctantly, Lyon returned to the court to deliver the grave announcement. "He has passed away. Poisoned by his own wife," he added. In an instant, the joviality evaporated from Robert Baratheon's visage. The flush of his inebriated face turned ashen. No wonder he sent his son to Winterfell. Lyon was momentarily taken aback. This marked the second instance he had witnessed the collapse of a timeline. Half a month prior, in Winterfell, as the illegitimate daughter of Eddard Stark, Jon Snow had always found herself at odds with Lady Catelyn, and once again, she entered slumber in a fit of pique. In her dreams, the golden-haired prince upon the Iron Throne announced the news of her father's demise. Her father, with a broken leg, was assisted by guards as he trudged toward death. The scene rewound, retreating into the past. A diminutive man pressed a dagger against her father's throat. A rotund woman with red hair added a colorless, tasteless substance to the cup of an elderly man with a mane of white hair. She witnessed the Greyjoy rebellion from 8 years prior, glimpsing the youthful Theon Greyjoy alongside the robust Robert Baratheon. A newborn wailed beside a woman who perished during childbirth, while a man bowed his head, and petals of ice and snow roses fell to the earth. She saw a woman adorned with cerulean roses in her hair, engaged in intimate conversation with a silver-haired man, her face beaming with innocent joy. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and Jon Snow jolted awake from her dream. She donned her fur cloak and lit a candle. The flickering flame illuminated Jon Snow's porcelain visage. At long last, dawn broke. "Jonah?" Arya Stark inquired with a frown. "Shall we play together?" Why the sudden interest in history? Jonah had just returned a book borrowed from Maester Luwin, and her mind was awash with overwhelming information. "I just felt like reading it, no reason required." Arya pouted. Suddenly, Jonah spotted Eddard Stark walking alongside Catelyn. She hastened toward them. Lady Catelyn scrutinized her with a wary gaze, her tone frigid. "What do you want?" Jonah took a deep breath. "My Lord Stark, my lady, I had a dream last night. Do you happen to know a young man of short stature with a slight mustache?" Eddard Stark offered no reply, yet his jaw tightened noticeably. Catelyn hesitated briefly. "Peter Baelish." Then she sharply probed, "How do you know this?" "From my dream," Jonah replied, seeing the confusion etched on the faces of the two individuals. Jon Snow continued, "I have glimpsed the future, where Lord Stark is commanded to lose his head." Catelyn anxiously grasped Ed's hand. Despite her disdain for the illegitimate daughter, at that moment, she inexplicably felt that what Jon Snow had said was indeed true. Eddard Stark, though skeptical, offered a gentle smile. "Jon, you must be exhausted of late." "No, we must go to the Godswood. There are matters I can only disclose in your presence," Jon declared with resolute conviction. Ed and Catelyn exchanged a glance. "Very well." Beneath the ancient heart tree, the Godswood was suffused with a delicate aroma of verdant foliage. Jon Snow perched upon a stone by the brook, recounting his visions. Due to their surreal and bizarre nature, Eddard Stark found himself interrupting her several times. "Lysa murdered Jon Arryn?" Ed gazed at his daughter in shock. For him, this revelation was the most explosive of news. As for Jon's awareness of her lineage, that was hardly surprising. "Shouldn't you be more concerned about the golden-haired boy upon the Iron Throne, who ordered your execution in the Sept?" Jon articulated each word with precision, and this time, Ed comprehended. "You mean Robert is dead, and Lysa's child has also perished?" Peter had a hand in this as well. Ed was not particularly surprised by this last statement. After all, he had taken away the woman beloved by Peter, and jealousy would surely embolden him to act against Ed. On the other hand, even if Jon's foreseen future were a mere fabrication, Robert Arryn's frail constitution was ill-suited to be solely nurtured by Lady Lysa. "I shall write to Jon, escorting Robert to Winterfell." Jon nodded. "That would be ideal. Furthermore, I wish for you to at least disclose my lineage to Lady Catelyn, but preferably in the Godswood, without the presence of others to eavesdrop." Ed smiled sadly indeed. Should he neglect this, Catelyn would undoubtedly seek to wed Jon to a distant southern noble, deliberately choosing one of disreputable lineage, driven by her love for Eddard Stark and jealousy towards the woman she had never met. "Jon, it seems you are not fond of the situation. Is it not more scandalous for a married man and a betrothed maiden to elope than for Rhaegar Targaryen to abduct and violate Lyanna? Were it not for those two being her parents, Jon Snow would have felt a surge of nausea. Regardless, at the very least, I remain a Stark." Thus declared Jon Snow. In the Godswood, she prayed not for herself, but for her unfaithful father and her infatuated mother. The leaves rustled softly, as if the divine were responding in kind. Upon her return to Winterfell after concluding her prayers, Lady Catelyn altered her previous demeanor, exhibiting a newfound courtesy and a genuine affection in her gaze. After Robert was brought to Winterfell, this previously frail child formed an extraordinary bond with Bran, the two boys becoming inseparable companions, constantly in each other's company. Had the news of Jon Arryn's demise not reached Winterfell, Lysa would have felt as though her dreams had deviated from their intended course. Chapter 3. Lannister and King's Landing. Lannister concluded that Eddard Stark had indeed received an extraordinary fortune. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. After all, it was far better for someone of Eddard's integrity to possess such fortune than for someone as cunning as Peter Baelish. Yet, in the presence of Robert, Lannister could not voice this sentiment aloud. Instead, he sincerely agreed that perhaps Eddard had foreseen the brevity of his days. Robert sighed. It appears we must appoint Eddard as Hand of the King. What do you think? If Eddard Stark were to foresee the future, he would surely decline. Lannister understood this deeply, but outwardly he acquiesced to his father. That seems appropriate. You are of an age where it is time to consider a betrothal, Robert continued. Lancel has suggested a match with Lady Margaery, sister to Ser Loras, who is said to be as radiant as dawn. However, I would prefer to see you betrothed to Eddard's daughter. Robert clasped his son's hand tightly, his expression heavy with melancholy. Eddard is my dearest friend. Apart from Casterly Rock, the North is surely your most loyal ally, though I am uncertain if this is a wise choice. I have heard that Margaery of Highgarden possesses a remarkable ability to win hearts. Should she become queen, she might prove a better choice. Father, I understand. You need not worry. I shall make a decision when I have met the Lady of Winterfell and Lady Margaery herself. And what if they find me wanting? Lannister jested, though the humor fell flat. Then make haste, for the journey to Winterfell is not a trivial one. Lannister acquiesced and turned to return to his quarters, but encountered a smiling Lancel along the way. What brings you here, Uncle Lancel? Lannister felt a shiver of apprehension, yet mustered the courage to greet him. Oh, nothing of consequence, Lancel chuckled, perhaps a bit overheated, as he handed his cloak to a servant while draping an arm over Lannister's shoulder. Ser Loras has invited me to Highgarden. I wondered if you might accompany me. Lannister was taken aback for a moment, then his expression faltered. My father is preparing to lead the royal party to Winterfell to visit Lord Stark. Perhaps I must wait until our journey concludes? Lancel maintained his smile. What a pity. However, I believe you will still have the opportunity to meet his sister, Margaery. If all goes well, she may become a member of House Baratheon. Lancel showed Lannister a portrait of Margaery styled in the fashion of the Reach. As described in the original text, the maiden was sweet and innocent, akin to a fawn. It seemed Lancel harbored intentions towards both siblings, which suited his temperament. Lannister pondered, questioning whether the Margaery in his memory was indeed the future queen, the Rose of Highgarden. Did she aspire to be the Duchess of Storm's End? That would be splendid. Lancel wore a curious expression. Storm's End? No, what she desires is King's Landing. Lannister smiled, but offered no response. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the portrait be sent to me? As the king and his entourage traversed the King's Road towards the north, snowflakes began to swirl around them, even miles away from Winterfell. Damn it, muttered Robb. Thankfully we brought enough clothing. Lysa, entirely enveloped in heavy garments, found herself compelled to concur with her father. Indeed, it is late summer now, but once winter descends, the north shall become even more frigid. Robb observed that the boy beside his son appeared somewhat familiar, prompting him to frown. Is that Jon Squire? Lysa replied with a smile. Yes. Before my departure, he poured a glass of wine for Lord Arryn, and soon after, Lord Arryn passed away. What an unfortunate coincidence. Wouldn't you agree, Alfie? The boy named Alfie nodded tremulously. Yes, indeed, very unfortunate. The group sought lodging at the nearest inn, where the proprietress, a sturdy woman, brightened at the sight of gold dragons, showering praises upon Cersei's beauty and the extraordinary prowess of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister. Joffrey maintained a sullen demeanor, while Myrcella appeared quite intrigued. A rather beautiful young girl seated beside them possessed a visage that melded the wildness of the north with the refinement of the south. When she lifted her violet-blue eyes, they shimmered like lakes under the sun. At her feet lay a white wolf, to which she tossed a sizable piece of meat, and the creature quickly devoured it ravenously. Joffrey cast a disdainful glance, but couldn't help but shiver. Northerners actually keep wolves as pets? Such dreadful beasts should not exist. Rustic backwaters breed nothing but ruffians. That was a dire wolf, the sigil of House Stark. The girl wiped her hands and regarded Joffrey with an impassive expression before curling her lips into a standard smile. If I may be so bold, but if you fear dire wolves, it would be wise not to mock the north. I was raised here and truly do not believe the gold of Casterly Rock can illuminate your cowardice. Joffrey's expression darkened. She is mocking me. Hound, cut off her tongue and slay that dire wolf. Let us see if she dares to act so insolently again. The hound remained still, calmly observing the spoiled young prince. What say you, my prince? Utter foolishness. She speaks the truth. Lysa regarded her nominal brother, his face a tapestry of greed and cowardice. As the flaws of Cersei and Jaime Lannister seemed to coalesce within him, Robb looked at his eldest son with concern, fully aware that one day, Lysa would inevitably become his heir. Thus, he gestured expansively. Lysa, what do you propose we do? In both sentiment and reason, Robb understood that Joffrey could no longer remain in the north. The notion of cutting off tongues should never find its voice in a child's words. Within a short span, Lysa contemplated Highgarden, Dorne, Whispering Isle, Dragonstone, and even the Vale of Arryn. Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. Return Joffrey to Casterly Rock, Cersei exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon her son. Casterly Rock. She had long harbored disdain for her eldest, yet as he matured, a complex tapestry of affection and loathing began to intertwine within her heart, leaving her perplexed as to whether she truly despised him or held a fondness for him. Indeed, had their uncle Tyrion not chosen to marry and father children, and had their uncle Jaime donned the white cloak, Joffrey would have been the rightful heir to Casterly Rock. Lysa offered an innocuous smile, remarking, he ought to learn how to earn the genuine affection of his subjects. Subsequently, Lysa confided a few words privately to Jaime. Uncle Jaime, escort young Joffrey back. Should he refuse to heed your counsel, regale him with the tale of Aerys, omitting the more fatal details, of course. Jaime, with a perplexed yet peculiar smile, acquiesced. Very well, Lysa. Finally, Lysa hesitated before speaking candidly. Though my words may sound harsh, Joffrey's nature is inherently cruel. One cannot hope to alter him. At the very least, I wish for you to assume the future title of Duke of Casterly Rock. When Lysa and Jaime exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise crossed Jaime's eyes, perhaps astonished by Lysa's evident animosity towards Joffrey. In truth, it was not merely the cat that had vanished. A servant from the Vale, who had been a close companion of Lysa in her youth, also mysteriously disappeared after an outing with Joffrey. Yet Lysa merely maintained her gentle smile. Chapter 4. Do you claim I am Eddard Stark? Eddard Stark stood at the castle gates alongside his wife and children to greet the king. Cersei Lannister, holding her doll-like daughter Myrcella, descended from a magnificent carriage. The tall boy standing beside Sandor was evidently the current heir, Lysa Baratheon. Eddard had been informed by Jon that this heir was rather affable, and since Joffrey held little affection for the North, he had been sent back to Casterly Rock. To ensure Joffrey's safety, Jaime Lannister had even been dispatched. Thus, Lysa noticed that the Duke, long frozen in the north, regarded her with a peculiar tenderness. The boy standing rigidly, like a steel beam, could only be Robb Stark. Greetings, Robb. Lysa extended her hand, feeling Robb's entire demeanor stiffen at the moment their palms met. As contemporaries, Lysa towered over Robb by a head, and even though Robb was the heir of Winterfell, he appeared rather destitute in contrast to Lysa's splendid attire. Fortunately, Catelyn Stark skillfully diverted the conversation. Although she had just been acknowledged as a bastard, she was well-liked among the children of Winterfell. Your Highness, do not misunderstand. Robb is merely eager to witness the presence of the heir apparent. Winterfell, being remote, rarely welcomes visitors from the south. Sansa gazed at Lysa with admiration, exclaiming, Indeed. 2 years ago at the martial arts tournament in Caen City, your gallant figure remains vividly etched in my memory. Lyanne, he chuckled, feeling somewhat bashful at Sansa's praise. He had been defeated by Sir Bollistan after only a few rounds, while the bards boasted that the young hero, despite his loss, still held honor. The truth was that Lyanne had spent the entirety of the match in a state of passive defense. Let us not dwell on that. We should proceed into the city. I also intend to engage in some sparring with Robb. As he spoke, he noticed that Jon Stark was regarding him with an expression reminiscent of mourning, pity, sympathy, and regret all mingling in his gaze. Why do you look at me so? Lyanne, your prowess is renowned throughout the realm, Jon replied. Lyanne, skeptical, scoffed lightly. There is no need for flattery. Jon continued to observe him, hesitating to speak. Eddard, let us visit your family's crypt, Robert said with a hearty laugh, breaking the silence, while discreetly exchanging a knowing glance with Lyanne. Unexpectedly, Eddard did not respond to the king's suggestion, but instead scrutinized the servant, Alfie, who stood behind Lyanne. And who might this be? He was Lord Aelin's servant in life, present at the time of his demise. I once suspected he had been a victim of foul play. Yet this unfortunate servant remains oblivious to the true origins of the events, Lyanne lamented. It was not until they were seated at the highest table in Winterfell that a slight boy, led by a servant, took a seat alongside Robb and Sansa. Winterfell, of course, paled in comparison to the bountiful southern lands. The variety of vegetables was limited, and with the cold climate, the food served consisted of hearty beef and onion soup, nourishing yet simple fare. Lyanne bit into a piece of bread, the taste slightly astringent on his palate. Myrcella seemed to share his sentiment, though she concealed it gracefully, praising the beauty of Winterfell. Cersei Lannister maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, refraining from touching her utensils, while Robert appeared quite jovial, engaging in conversation with Eddard Stark. Among the throng of guests, Lyanne could not discern his father's true thoughts. At some point, Alfie had stealthily departed the banquet with a chicken leg in hand. To preserve appearances, Lyanne chose not to address it publicly, but silently resolved to dock his wages next time. Myrcella, she whispered cheerfully, Don't you think Robb is quite handsome? Lyanne followed her gaze and replied candidly. He falls just short of my own stature. Though, dear sister, if you truly seek a husband, Robb would be a commendable choice. I sparred with him today. He wields a long sword with greater finesse than I, though his strength does not match mine. Among the heirs of the Seven Kingdoms, his martial prowess ranks within the top 3. Even without a true sword, Lyanne could sense that Robb Stark was the kind of man destined for the battlefield. Moreover, he was the son of Eddard Stark. Should he ascend the Iron Throne in the future, Robb would be his most steadfast ally. Myrcella, with a touch of exasperation, squeezed her brother's hand and remarked, Brother, you are overthinking this. No matter how formidable Robb might be, the current Lord of Winterfell remains Lord Stark. Indeed, he had allowed his thoughts to wander too far. As the weight on Lyon's heart gradually lifted, he realized that the first heir to the throne was not the infamous Joffrey, but rather the irascible Jaime, whom he had sent back to Casterly Rock. With Bran's fall and Eddard's execution averted, these two significant events would not transpire, even if Cat had her biases against him. The conflict between the wolves and lions seemed unlikely to erupt. He rose and stepped out of the raucous banquet hall, where the night air was cool and intoxicating. To put it more objectively, the frigid wind was biting, and with no stars in the sky, had he not been dressed warmly, he would have been reduced to a mere figure of jerky. He strolled leisurely by the steps at the entrance of the hall, contemplating how best to manage Myrcella. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air before him. My Lord Eddard, you are mistaken. Lady Lysa is truly unrelated to Lord Jon's demise. In the shadows, Alfie quivered as he took a step forward, engaging in a heated dispute with a towering figure. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Lyon observed. It was never meant to be so conspicuous, but the fact that Alfie cast a furtive glance at me before fainting clearly indicates a setup. Another figure emerged slowly from the darkness, illuminated by the lights of the banquet hall, her beautiful and delicate features marred by incredulity. She was wrapped in layers of clothing, the Stark family's signature gray and white hues adorning her tall frame, complemented by high leather boots that echoed Eddard Stark's stature. Jon Stark crossed her arms and asked in a businesslike manner, Shall we proceed with the formalities, or shall I simply berate you? Your parents have been summoned to King's Landing, and I have taken special care of your 8-year-old sister. Rest assured, I will, before Lyon could finish. Alfie swiftly opened his eyes and, in a remarkable display of medical prowess, declared, Your Highness, Lady Stark, I was mistaken earlier. I am willing to testify that Lysa Arryn is indeed the perpetrator behind Jon Arryn's murder. Chapter 5. Both imprisoned during the journey of the king and his entourage north to Winterfell, the affairs of King's Landing were predominantly managed by Lancel, Varys, and Petyr Baelish. My dear lords, the death of Jon Arryn is indeed a tragic misfortune. In these times, even eunuchs must bear such burdens, Varys lamented, wiping away non-existent tears, his round face etched with fatigue. He had chosen to don a modest black outfit today, the usual sweet scent absent, as if he genuinely mourned Jon Arryn's passing. Lancel offered a gentle smile, saying, If the three of us do not take charge, we cannot expect Robert, who is merely visiting Winterfell, to handle these trivial matters. Mentioning Lord Allen, it appears that his lady wife, Lysa, has returned to the Eyrie. Petyr casually set aside his quill. Indeed, poor Lysa. Her child has already departed for Winterfell, and it seems that only the Eyrie can provide her solace. The eunuch sighed, and judging by his expression, he likely harbored some thoughts of making suggestions. Petyr had also intended to voice something, perhaps that Lysa suspected the Queen of the Lannisters of orchestrating Jon Arryn's assassination. The rationale, of course, was her unwillingness for the scandal involving her twin brother to be exposed. Although lacking evidence, such matters, once suspicion arises, require no proof. Alternatively, the blame could be shifted onto Lysa's cousin, Lysa Baelish. Should the prince meet his demise, Joffrey would undoubtedly be summoned back to King's Landing from Casterly Rock, and Joffrey, as the heir, would be far more malleable than Lysa Baelish. A charming smile crept across Petyr's face. However, before he had resolved whom to implicate, a fully armed guard suddenly burst into the council chamber. Leading them was a young man of House Lannister, golden-haired and blue-eyed. Ah, what brings you here? Petyr greeted nonchalantly, only to find that the others displayed no signs of surprise, particularly that octagonal spider. In fact, His Highness Lysa had just dispatched a letter from Winterfell. Basil suddenly awoke from his reverie, stroking his long, white beard, appearing quite troubled. The prince asserts that Jon Arryn's death was the result of your instigation for Lady Lysa to poison him. What a dreadful accusation. Yet we must concede that you indeed possess the means to accomplish such a deed, do you not? That old rogue is nothing more than a sycophant of House Lannister. Two towering Lannister guards seized Petyr by the arm, his mocking bird emblem paling in comparison to the roaring lion insignia. As he was escorted away, no matter how he jested, the guards maintained their stoic expressions, resolutely silent. One guard even shot him a cold glare. Though no words were exchanged, the derision was unmistakable. Good heavens, had he known, he would not have boasted about his connection with Lysa to others. That foolish woman, Lysa, was likely to be confined in the Vale at this very moment. He shuddered to think how the enraged noblemen of the Vale would treat the woman who had murdered their lord. Meanwhile, in the Vale, Lysa Arryn was preparing herself as usual. Her red tresses were meticulously arranged by her handmaidens. She had deliberately donned black attire to signify her mourning for her husband's demise. If all went well, today, Jon Royce would ascend the mountain to visit his beautiful liege, and Lysa would entrust this reliable lord with the task of escorting Robert Arryn back home. Though Robert remained in Winterfell, Lysa Arryn would never allow her child to fall into the hands of another. The reason Lysa refrains from writing to Peter is that this uncle seems inclined to keep Robert in Winterfell. He even insinuates in his letter that Lysa is not as adept at raising children as Eddard Stark. Am I beautiful today? Lysa scrutinizes her reflection in the mirror. Exceedingly beautiful, my lady, comes the response, a lie uttered without even a glance upward. Yet Lysa particularly relishes the sensation of being praised. You speak the truth. Content. She descends the stairs and proceeds to the hall of the Eyrie, taking her seat upon the weirwood throne. However, the Eyrie feels desolate. Not only are the ever-obsequious Lord Lynn and Ser Hunt absent, but even the ever-loyal Ser Vardis Aegon seems to have vanished. This is highly unusual, Lysa acknowledges. Ser Vardis would never betray House Arryn. What is amiss? Her voice echoes through the empty hall. In the name of Robert Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, the guardian of the Vale, and the true protector of the East, Vardis Aegon appears alongside a silver-haired Nestor Royce, flanked by guards clad in sky-blue cloaks, exuding an aura of menace. At that moment, Lysa is horrified to realize that their gazes toward her resemble those reserved for a sworn enemy. Lysa Tully, you are charged with the murder of your husband, declares Ser Vardis coldly. Take her to King's Landing to await judgment from the council. No, this is a falsehood. I did not slay the unfortunate Arryn. This is slander, sheer, unabashed slander. Lysa cries out, yet no one heeds her. She is forcibly escorted away, accompanied by a band of menacing mercenaries along the King's Road. Meanwhile, Lion Baratheon reaches out to take the letter from the messenger pigeon. The winds of Winterfell are perpetually frigid. Yet having lingered for a few days, he has begun to acclimate. Indeed, as anticipated, an ambush awaits along the King's Road. Peter Baelish is already imprisoned in King's Landing, and Lysa Arryn will soon join him in confinement. Lion had long decided to recall Alfie to testify in King's Landing, but upon the counsel of Jon Stark, he abandoned the notion of having Alfie traverse the King's Road. Jon Stark watches him with calmness. It is fortunate that you chose to take the water route. Alfie is an exceedingly vital witness, yet I doubt Peter Baelish retains any freedom in his cell. And throughout Westeros, the only one who shares Peter's penchant for stirring the pot is Varys. Either he is in King's Landing with an inside man, or Peter has hidden himself quite deeply. Lion feels a slight headache. As a man of principled integrity, he possesses an instinctive aversion to such sordid tales. With Peter stirring the pot on that side, he can hardly expect to sit comfortably upon the Iron Throne in the future. However, should Robert Arryn inherit the title of Duke of the Eyrie, it would signify a resurgence of a political alliance reminiscent of the past. It appears he can no longer attempt to embody the persona of Li Jianqing. He must instead become Li Erfing, or he may find himself unaware of his own demise. Just then, Kiangna pointed out the window. Lion, would you like to practice martial arts? Chapter 6. Amicable exchange. Certainly, Lion replied with a smile, as if he had just glimpsed his benefactor. In the frigid north, it is indeed a rarity to find an ally who stands on the same ground as he. Kiangna shrugged, only to realize that her Arctic wolf had somehow dashed outside. She hastily donned her coat and ventured into the snow to search for it. Lion accompanied her, and eventually, they discovered Bai Ling in the training yard. The creature had a scroll of parchment clenched in its jaws, and upon seeing Lion approach, it dropped the item with a playful leap. Parchment? This was a letter sent in the name of Joffrey from Casterly Rock, addressed to Cersei Lannister. The content, translated into contemporary vernacular, conveyed a simple plea. Mother, I am out of funds, I need 50. Lion raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. He feigned ignorance towards the raven that had been reduced to mere bones by Bai Ling, nonchalantly kicking the remains into the nearby thicket. Sending money to Joffrey? He wouldn't even consider it. The hound observed Lion's every move with contemplative eyes. Was the disparity between the two brothers truly so vast? From what he understood, There were few kings like Robert who would delegate everything to their sons. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Ser Roderick, Lyon engaged in another sword duel with Robb, neither achieving a decisive victory, though Lyon held a slight advantage. "You fought admirably," Ser Roderick acknowledged with a nod. The Hound, however, bluntly remarked, "It was merely luck. Had the Stark boy not faltered with his sword that one time, he would have likely been carried back to King's Landing. Were Joffrey present, Sandor would not have spoken so candidly. Yet Lyon was known for his good-natured demeanor, a reputation well established across the Seven Kingdoms. Over time, the Hound became more forthright with his opinions. "What do you think should be done?" Lyon quickly altered his expression, for the Hound's prowess in the original narrative was formidable. The Hound snorted, delivering a scathing critique of Lyon, while equally chastising Robb, whom he spared no mercy, directly informing him that the quality of his sword was woefully inadequate. In true battle, it would prove to be a significant liability. Ser Roderick's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to retort, as he had consistently advocated that young boys should not wield real swords. Lyon promptly stepped in to mediate. Winterfell, situated in the northern part of the Seven Kingdoms, indeed faces certain material hardships. Should a war arise in the future, Robb cannot possibly take to the battlefield wielding a wooden sword, can he? Thus, I shall gift you one. There is a master blacksmith in King's Landing with whom I maintain a cordial relationship. At this, Robb recalled his father had long ago imparted the lesson that a king's foremost necessity is loyalty to oneself. Lyon's words were exceedingly clear. As long as Robb remained loyal to him, he could provide any material conditions desired. Over the past few days, the rapport between the two had grown quite amicable, prompting Robb to nod earnestly and express his gratitude. "I am profoundly thankful, Your Highness Lyon." Despite being a mere 14-year-old boy, still youthful and naive, this assurance was an intangible promise to Robb Stark. "That is splendid," Lyon replied with a smile, before continuing, "I shall soon return to King's Landing with my father. Once the sword is completed, I will dispatch a member of House Lannister to deliver it to Winterfell. Should Bran and Sansa wish to accompany me south, I would be delighted. Arya may also join Ser Barristan to hone her martial skills." At that moment, Arya and Bran had unknowingly approached, with Arya displaying no dissent and exclaiming with enthusiasm, "That is wonderful." Bran shared her joy. He aspired to become a knight, the most formidable knight in all the Seven Kingdoms. Observing the excitement radiating from Arya and Bran, Lyon found himself reluctant to voice his subsequent thoughts. In truth, his intention to bring Arya and Bran south was not solely to refine their skills. There was an underlying motive of holding them as hostages, undeniably so. The conclusions reached by Robert and Eddard differed significantly from those in the original narrative. Robert intended to marry Myrcella to the north, while Lyon himself was set to wed the Rose of Highgarden. As a counterbalance, Lyon needed to cultivate their growth while ensuring they would not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Cersei Lannister rested in a chamber high within Winterfell, her eyes closed. Despite the warmth and intensity of the fire crackling in the hearth, she sensed that something was amiss. "Women younger and more beautiful than I," Cersei muttered to herself. Such moments of agitation were rare for her, even in her youth. She was aware of House Tyrell's propensity for climbing the social ladder. Their lineage was not particularly noble. In fact, they were of lesser standing than House Tully of Riverrun among the Seven Kingdoms. Would that little Rose, Marjorie, truly fulfill the prophecy by seizing everything from her, ascending to the throne as queen, ultimately severing her ties with her own son? No, that was utterly impossible. "What are you mumbling about?" Robert slurred as he stumbled into the room, reeking of alcohol. Cersei swiftly concealed her unease and trepidation, casting a cold glare at Robert. "What do you think? You arranged Lyon's marriage without my consent, and to a girl from Highgarden, no less." Robert raised an eyebrow, bemused. "What is so objectionable?" "Lancel showed me her portrait. She is as radiant as dawn, and she is of a similar age to Lyon." "Ah, do you truly know her?" "I have no desire for my son to wed a promiscuous woman," Cersei replied, her lips pursed tightly. "Surely that is preferable to your own chaste disposition," Robert instinctively retorted. Cersei was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether Robert was insulting her or mocking her. She chose not to dwell on the topic, raising her striking green eyes with an air of arrogance and letting out a derisive huff. "Regardless, should I ever discover any indecorous behavior from this Marjorie, I shall resolutely prevent her from marrying Lyon." Cersei, with her selfish inclinations, preferred little Joya, yet inevitably, when she bore her first child, the maternal instincts took precedence. Although she struggled to suppress her disdain and reprimands towards the child, in truth, Cersei's indulgence towards little Joya was nearly boundless. It was only in the instruction of Lyon that she adhered to Tywin's demands. Through a series of unfortunate events, Lyon became what he is today. Undoubtedly Cersei's most exquisite creation. However, the blood coursing through his veins was not that of Jaime, but rather that of the loathsome Robert. Robert grunted once more. "Do as you please." With that, he extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only the sounds of breathing and murmurs. Chapter 7. The time of farewell has come, and so, it was time to bid adieu. Jonna leaned her face on her hand, seated within the smithy, idly watching the throng hastily departing from Winterfell, the once vibrant castle now draped in an air of desolation. She had already cautioned Lyon to be wary of poison, yet she had not anticipated that he would almost fall victim to it twice within Winterfell itself. Oh, indeed, it is quite lamentable. Tyrion Lannister held a goblet in his hand, gently swirling its contents. The wine in Winterfell is truly dreadful. Fortunately, I brought my own. His misshapen physique rendered Tyrion rather comical, yet Jonna did not mind and chuckled, a wise choice. Will you remain in Winterfell? Who would care about the whereabouts of a bastard's daughter? Tyrion sighed softly. Perhaps my nephew might care. If I were a man, he could elevate me to a servant and take me to King's Landing. But alas, I am but a bastard. Brienne, the daughter of Tarth, is still of legitimate birth. Jonna replied. Even if he desperately requires pawns to maintain his rule, a bastard holds the least value. Even as a scholar, I am not deemed worthy. Tyrion Lannister took a sip of his wine, remaining silent, for the truth was self-evident. You know, at times, you remind me of Cersei. Are you referring to the Queen? Is she also a bastard? Tyrion couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. No. She has always aspired to be a man. To battle on the field rather than be confined to the chambers and birthing rooms. Jonna listened earnestly, yet aside from amusement, she felt no other sentiment. Moreover, she was destined not to journey south to King's Landing. The wrongs of spring had already accumulated too many. Once her lineage was discovered by those with ulterior motives and subsequently magnified, it would ensnare Eddard Stark and even Catelyn. Thus, Tyrion Lannister. What purpose does it serve for you to discuss these matters with me? Tyrion lamented. Originally, my nephew wished to take you south. Although the status of a bastard is not particularly honorable, you are of assistance to him, and Lannisters pay their debts. Finding you a suitable match should not pose a problem. Indeed, regardless of the nature of any illegitimate daughter, as long as she possesses the golden dragons of House Lannister, she can be indistinguishable from the legitimate offspring. Joanna smiled wryly, but soon her expression shifted. I am truly grateful, yet I have no intentions of marrying at present. I wish to journey across the narrow sea to Braavos and Lys, embarking on an adventure across the oceans. Who knows, perhaps I might even find a dragon egg. This last jest, however, bore the weight of Joanna Stark's absurd dream. She mused that she, too, possessed the blood of House Targaryen. From the glimpses of the future she foresaw and the past she knew. Unless Joanna Stark could soar the skies on the back of a mighty dragon or wield extraordinary martial prowess, she would inevitably become a second Lysa Arryn. Perhaps even less than that. Well then, I wish you success, Tyrion remarked with a grin, before he ambled away with an amusing gait. Of course, he had no intention of traversing the seas like this Stark girl. However, he did possess a certain curiosity to witness the wall in the north. Benjen Stark had incessantly claimed that the Night's Watch was undermanned, prompting his nephew to enlist Tyrion to personally assess the situation. To be honest, Tyrion had encountered few princes like Lyon, who had squandered their father's legacy. A different king might have suspected his son of plotting to usurp his power, yet he happened to be burdened with the drunken Robert, who would relish any opportunity to evade the responsibilities of kingship. Yet today, Cersei wore a grim countenance, seething with fury as she hurried past. Oh, what troubles my dear sister? Tyrion called out to the irate woman, well aware of the dire consequences her wrath could invoke. What else could it be? My son nearly fell victim to poisoning. What are the Kingsguard doing? Tyrion gazed at his sister in astonishment. As if she were a stranger. I thought you did not care for him. I do not. But what of it? He is of Lannister blood, and ought not to be so ruthlessly harmed in Winterfell. Oh, my sister, Tyrion sighed. It seems Cersei has placed her spies close to her son. Naturally, she was deeply concerned for his every movement, yet this was hardly a good omen. Consider, with that lovely mind of yours, whether the folk of Winterfell would have any reason to harm my good nephew. He has been getting along splendidly with Robb Stark, akin to brothers, and Eddard Stark holds him in high regard. Moreover, in the future, Myrcella is to wed into the north, a most esteemed honor. How could the Starks engage in such treachery? Cersei furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that Peter Baelish orchestrated all of this while imprisoned? Surely, that is preposterous. Indeed, it seems rather unlikely, Tyrion had to concede. who would harbor animosity towards his good nephew. Even the most foolish of Littlefinger's associates would hardly resort to the murder of kin, unless it is for the Iron Throne, a voice murmured within his mind. Tyrion dismissed the thought. After all, Joffrey was still his nephew, and during his childhood, he had even wed a harlot. Alas, dear sister, temper your rage and return to King's Landing with the king. I shall assist you in uncovering the truth, shall I? Tyrion consoled his sister. Having never been so obsequious in his life, a lesson learned from his unfortunate nephew. When the 7-year-old Lancel confused the Hightower family with the Westerlings, Cersei punished him to write for an entire afternoon, subsequently instilling in Lancel a profound fear of erring before his mother, ensuring that his every action conformed meticulously to Tywin's expectations. The thought of being barred from visiting brothels by Cersei was indeed a most dire prospect. Is that true? Cersei squinted skeptically. Oh, it is indeed true. Our father has been appointed as the hand of the king, has he not? He is also aware of the near calamity that befell Lancel. He is Tywin Lannister, after all. Tyrion blinked. A Lannister always pays his debts. Those who provoke the Lannisters find themselves in dire straits. That much is true, Cersei huffed. However, sister, it would be prudent to arrange a steward for Myrcella as well. Poison is a most insidious threat. Such simple matters do not require your guidance, Cersei declared haughtily, lifting her chin. Tyrion merely smiled, understanding the unspoken truths. Chapter 8. The turmoil of Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister had not been this speechless in quite some time. When his grandson Lancel took it upon himself to send Joffrey back to Casterly Rock, the composed and prudent Tywin should have realized that Joffrey was no trivial matter. Yet, he remained naively optimistic. Tywin believed the boy was merely a child, and at worst, might only bring a peasant girl into the fold. Today marked the third report from a servant regarding Joffrey's cruel mistreatment of animals. Not only had he skinned a mother cat, but he had also mercilessly whipped a young maid within Casterly Rock, leaving her battered and bruised. When the servant discovered Joffrey, the prince wore a crown adorned with the golden lion and the stag, his face twisted with malevolence, seemingly driven by his fruitless demand for wealth from Cersei. Unable to unleash his ire upon the shadowy figure of Lancel, he resorted to venting his fury upon the unfortunate, submissive girl. He summoned his son into the study, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury. What manner of education is Cersei providing for the child? Jaime lowered his gaze, helmet in hand, seemingly reluctant to answer. She does indeed indulge young Joffrey, but what of it? Indulgence? Indulgence that teaches a child to inflict cruelty at such a tender age? If you are to defend Cersei, at least provide a more compelling rationale. Tywin struck the table forcefully, his expression darkening. If he were not already aware of his son's perpetual folly, he might have doubted the legitimacy of Joffrey as the offspring of Jaime and Cersei. However, the matter has reached this point, and it is futile to lament. Did that girl consume the moon tea? Jaime was taken aback by the inquiry and instinctively replied, no. Tywin did not display overt astonishment, yet had Tyrion been present, he would have recognized that Tywin was on the verge of losing his composure. Jaime Lannister, have you lost your senses? The servant reported that the girl was covered in bruises. What do you think the phrase covered in bruises implies? Do you require a detailed explanation? Administer the moon tea to her. Tywin stated coldly. As it stands, young Joe has likely developed a penchant for cruelty. This situation bore an unsettling resemblance to the past misdeeds of Aerys, poor Riella, who endured violation at the hands of her brother in her youth, only to later suffer unbearable torment. However, such a child, if destined to become the future Lord of Casterly Rock, must be dealt with harshly. No, father, you misunderstand. Tywin was momentarily taken aback. Jaime stood helplessly. In truth, although young Joe undressed the girl, he swears he did not engage in any further transgressions. Lies, Tywin asserted. Even if young Joe lacked such intentions, this impoverished girl would undoubtedly strive to entice him, much like that peasant girl from before. Attend to that girl. I do not wish for this matter to be made public, Duke Tywin instructed his current captain of the guards. The captain bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. He then withdrew, closing the door thoughtfully behind him. Jaime fell silent for a moment, gazing down at his father. Father, do you intend to treat young Joe in the same manner as Tyrion? What difference does it make? Tywin retorted. Would a sensible man, would a peasant girl? Siring numerous bastards would only lead to further complications. They are not half as clever as Lysa. Very well, I understand. Jaime stiffly saluted his father, preparing to take his leave, only to be halted by Tywin's voice. What is it, Lord Tywin? Jaime forced a sardonic smile. You are not suggesting that I should lie about young Joe as well? Tywin regarded him calmly. It is not yet that grave. But, unless you are a fool, you must recognize that such a child could never inherit Casterly Rock. Even the Fingers Peninsula would be a generous offer. Jaime was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Duke Tywin intertwined his fingers, resting his elbows on the table. At that moment, he fully embodied the title of Hand of the King. Despite his bald head, his commanding presence was unforgettable. You have already forsaken your vows. Why not simply resign from the Kingsguard? I am certain many young knights would eagerly join, but the Kingsguard is traditionally a lifetime appointment. Jaime exclaimed, taken aback. He always felt like a fool in his father's presence, for he could never gain the upper hand. Damn it, his true talents lay in swordplay and bloodshed. If he were to step onto the battlefield, no one could compel him to yield, unless the Dawn's sword, Arthur Dayne, were to walk the earth once more. At present, I serve as the Prime Minister, Tywin, with a calm demeanor. Lysa has sent you back to Casterly Rock, and regardless of her intentions, she has afforded me an opportunity. Provided you consent, I shall compose a letter to Robert. You may marry any noblewoman of your choosing. But I hope you refrain from bringing home a peasant girl like Tyrion did. That wretched Tyrion's literary pursuits continue to haunt me. In this moment, Jaime genuinely sympathizes with his brother, contemplating the allure of escaping the drunken king. Especially when that inebriated fool hurls insults at Cersei. Were it not for old Baelish's intervention, Jaime would have drawn his golden sword to end his life. Yet, Jaime Lannister would never betray his Cersei. They are bound as one from birth, destined to remain inseparable. I shall not withdraw from the Kingsguard. Jaime resolutely declares that he will fulfill his duty, no matter the circumstances. Since you took the life of Aerys, your honor has been forfeited. Jaime merely reiterates, I shall not wed. I will serve in the Kingsguard until death. Tywin's gaze turned frigid, then fulfill your duty. But do you know, Lysa once wrote to me. She revealed that your youthful escapades with Cersei persist to this day, wherein she shamelessly exploits you. Since the day he stumbled upon Cersei entwined with others in bed, he has felt profound guilt, for it was the act of his wanton mother. If your allegiance lies with Cersei, it would be wise for you to resign from the Kingsguard forthwith. Otherwise, you may discover that Ser Bronn and the Moonboy have both shared her bed. Enough. Jaime's complexion drained of color as he disregarded his dignity and stormed out. Yet, Tywin managed to complete his statement before Jaime's hasty retreat. You will find yourself akin to a Moonboy. Only Tywin remained behind. Had Tyrion been present, he would have marveled at how his seemingly invulnerable father appeared to have aged a decade in that moment. After a lengthy silence, Tywin finally relaxed. Staring blankly at the walls of his study, for the first time in decades, he found himself longing for Joanna. Chapter 9. To wear the crown. One must bear its weight. The tension of Casterly Rock did not extend to King's Landing. Instead, the fragrant roses of High Garden wafted through the streets, providing relief to Lysa, who was grappling with the city's sanitary woes. The trial concerning Lysa Arryn and Peter Baelish had concluded, with Lysa meeting her demise at the hands of Valerius Sand, while Peter, after his financial dealings were scrutinized, was dispatched to the wall. However, this merely alleviated Lysa's burden slightly, for as master of coin, Peter's wealth amounted to a mere few thousand golden dragons, hardly credible. As for Robert, he had once again succumbed to the bottle. With a sympathetic expression, Lannister gazed at his nephew, who was burdened with the weight of state affairs, and kindly suggested, it would be prudent to wait for the little devil's return from the wall. Legend spoke of his remarkable aptitude for managing drainage systems during his time in Casterly Rock. Did Lannister truly consider him a fool? Yet, Lyon merely smiled, replying, that might be somewhat disrespectful to Uncle Tyrion. Returning to the matter at hand, Lyon inquired, by the way, Uncle Lannister, I always assumed you would wish to wed Margaery. Why, then, have you been so attentive to Sansa Stark of Winterfell lately? Oh, my nephew is truly astute. Lannister chuckled warmly. Sansa, that naive and charming little girl, has captured my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I was utterly enchanted. Both men laughed heartily, yet their mirth did not quite reach their eyes. Lannister was concerned that Lyon, who had been preoccupied with the court's affairs, might not be fully aware of his own movements. Conversely, Lyon was wary of Lannister, a man who, in the original tale, was oblivious to Joffrey's true lineage yet still took up arms in rebellion. Such a character could very well rise against him in the future. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the council chamber, prompting Lyon to instinctively rise, while Lord Baelish's gaze darkened. The newcomers, however, were not foes but rather the inflated figure of Mace Tyrell, accompanied by the enchanting maiden, Margaery. My Lord Tyrell, as the new master of coin. Your presence here is most appropriate, Lyon noted. Margaery's captivating hazel eyes resembled those of a doe. Is it truly Prince Lyon? She exclaimed, her voice as melodious as a lark. You are every bit as handsome as the tales suggest, and it appears you are quite invested in matters of state. As she spoke, she casually linked her arm with Lyon's. Her smile was as sweet as honey, yet for reasons unknown, Lyon found it difficult to be swayed by her charms. Perhaps her doe-like eyes lacked the sincerity they seemed to convey. In that moment, his thoughts drifted to the Winter Rose. Fortunately, he was aware that Jonah would be embarking on an adventure, having entrusted his uncle with a gift for her before departing from Winterfell. Distracted by these thoughts, Mace Tyrell's displeasure became evident. "Young man, is my daughter not captivating enough for you?" His words were blunt, but Lyon quickly recognized his misstep and promptly replied, "That is entirely my fault. Since our esteemed guests have traveled from afar, why not join me for a hunt in the woods? I hear that Ser Loras possesses remarkable skills." Margaery laughed lightly. "There is no need to delay state affairs on my account. Although, technically, such matters should not fall to Lyon." Margaery gracefully overlooked this. "However, if the opportunity arises, might I invite Sansa and Arya Stark to accompany me on the hunt? As you mentioned, Your Highness, I too have a great fondness for hunting. When you find yourself free, I would be delighted to introduce you to my falcon." "That would be most welcome," Lyon responded. Margaery then humbly praised Lord Baelish before taking her leave, leaving Lyon deep in contemplation. Have I been residing in the council chamber during this period? Were it not for his constant presence in the chamber, the astute and graceful Lady Margaery would undoubtedly refrain from seeking him out there. Such conduct not only defies convention but also invites considerable misunderstanding. The Hound scoffed, "Unless you are oblivious to it yourself. This bodes ill indeed. Mere rhetoric cannot forge a wise ruler. I must survey the genuine plight of the populace." Upon uttering this, Lyon continued, "Sir Bronn, kindly inform the city guard that the household adjacent to the blacksmith shop likely belongs to Littlefinger. Investigate their assets and seize them for the treasury. Should any misappropriated goods be uncovered, once Varys's little birds ascertain the truth, let the head of that guard be severed and displayed upon the city walls." Varys chuckled. "The citizens of King's Landing shall surely rejoice at such news. Truth be told, Your Highness, your methods reveal a striking resemblance to Lord Tywin's style. Fool, this is merely the desperate measure of a prince lacking funds. Were it not for Robert's recent orders for Lyon to handle affairs in his stead, Lyon would remain oblivious to the extent of the treasury's depletion. Soon, Lyon's 15th birthday shall arrive, and he dreads to imagine how Robert will indulge in extravagance on that occasion. Yet, these matters are not of paramount importance. If the narrative's backdrop holds true, the Night's Watch is gravely undermanned, their weaponry outdated. This is a critical concern. Lyon produced a letter from Ned Stark, addressing the lords present. "What are your thoughts on this?" Varys, evidently already privy to the letter's contents, chuckled softly. "The White Walkers are a relic of years past. Preparedness is paramount," Lyon explained, "my lords. Can the grain from Highgarden sustain the wall's beleaguered forces? While the King's Road is indeed a viable route, substantial transport would likely necessitate maritime means." Everyone present instinctively recalled the Greyjoy family. "Ships are indeed a significant issue," Maester Tyrell remarked. "There are numerous merchant vessels near the island of Driftmark. They should suffice. The quality must be assured, for otherwise, one risks catastrophic failure despite their efforts." Lyon pondered, "We must select trustworthy individuals. After all, if the Duke of Stark speaks true, our transport must encompass not only grain but also weaponry, manpower, and weapons forged from dragonglass." "Dragonglass?" Sir Bollistan exclaimed, taken aback. "Such an item is exceedingly rare throughout Westeros." "Can you be certain?" Lyon gazed at the elderly instructor of swordsmanship, a genuine smile illuminating his face. "I have faith in Duke Stark. He would never deceive. As for dragonglass, acquiring such ancient relics is indeed arduous. Yet if the White Walkers truly exist, descending from the north to ravage the south, I ask you all, who among us could escape their wrath?" The atmosphere grew suddenly grave. Varys anxiously rubbed his hands together. Lyon rose, speaking to himself. "Come, Sandor. First, we must engage a blacksmith to forge suitable armaments." Chapter 10. The Rose of Highgarden. Once she quietly exited the court, Margaery, accompanied by her cousin, entered the carriage, effectively isolating themselves from the clamorous welcoming cheers outside. The serene and delicate expression on Margaery's face was one of surprise. He did not seem to bear the blood of the Lannisters, nor did he resemble the Baratheons in any way. Yalon playfully laughed. What could he possibly be? Surely not a Targaryen? Margaery playfully pinched Yalon's cheek, responding with a hint of exasperation. How could that be? From the moment Margaery laid eyes on Lyon Baratheon, an undeniable intuition struck her. He was undoubtedly a good man. Yet, Lyon would never trust her. In his eyes, she was merely a rose from Highgarden seeking proximity to him for the sake of the Queen's throne. "Margaery, do you think he has feelings for you?" One of the low-hanging roses inquired, her face bright with anticipation. Prince Lyon was indeed quite handsome. Future minstrels would surely sing of the union between Highgarden and King's Landing. Margaery smiled again, this time with a subtle undertone. Of course they will. Lady Catelyn of the North, wasn't she the same? She glanced down at her green gown, chosen meticulously to complement her complexion and tailored to perfection, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Lyon Baratheon. However, it appeared her efforts had not borne fruit. Upon returning to her residence, Margaery gracefully welcomed Sir Garland, who had come to escort her home. The siblings strolled hand in hand through the corridor of their manor, which bore a resemblance to Highgarden, seemingly meandering without purpose. "Sister, do you believe this prince is a suitable candidate for future king?" Garland asked. "Indeed, he may not mirror the king, but he certainly does not possess the queen's nature. He shows concern for the common folk, and at the very least, that will ensure his long reign upon the Iron Throne." Margaery replied as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, earnestly conveying her thoughts to her brother. "However, he currently lacks the qualities to be king. In my view, neither the king nor the queen have nurtured him into a worthy ruler." Garland nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. So, you mean to say that Lyon is exactly as rumored, handsome, charming, and empathetic. He embodies the persona of a perfect knight. At least he isn't dressed like a flamboyant peacock," Margaery teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The siblings shared a laugh and sequentially took their seats beside the Queen of Thorns. The so-called Queen of Thorns was, in truth, a diminutive elderly woman, whose advanced age belied her esteemed position within Highgarden, reportedly surpassing even that of Lady Mary's. Margaery and Garland had been raised under their grandmother's care. Thus they held her in high regard. "Margaery," the Queen of Thorns said leisurely as she retrieved a pastry, "would you recount how everyone behaved upon your arrival at the council chamber today?" Margaery recounted her experiences in great detail, during which the Queen of Thorns seldom interrupted her, except at one moment when an odd expression crossed her face. Could it be that he, like Robert, harbored a fondness for hunting? Margaery sighed. "Grandmother, after all, he is a Baratheon. No, I am inclined to believe he has not been entirely truthful with you." The Queen of Thorns tenderly grasped her granddaughter's hand, her aged and veined palm a stark reminder of the beauty it once possessed, a thought that crossed Margaery's mind. "Why?" Margaery inquired, feeling the need to draw strength from her grandmother to eventually become the queen who would reign over the Seven Kingdoms. How could someone who spent so much time in the council suddenly propose a hunting trip? No, that was not part of his character. It was likely a trait inherited from Winterfell, rather than from his father. The Queen of Thorns gazed deeply into her granddaughter's eyes and remarked, "What manner of people are the Baratheons?" Fortunately, as long as he retains some semblance of reason, it is not a grave concern. However, should you discover any illegitimate offspring of his in the north, do not be overly astonished. Simply eliminate them. Remember, never let it show in front of men. Especially since in his eyes, you are merely a woman who desires to be queen. He will not harbor any tender feelings for you. Margaery felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. "Indeed, that is the truth, grandmother. Our marriage is solely a political alliance. It was so in the past. It is so now, and it shall remain so in the future. I hope you will not allow emotions to cloud your judgment," the Queen of Thorns hinted. Ever since Lysa's disability, the world's perception of Highgarden had irrevocably shifted to that of a weak and ineffectual land, a sentiment further deepened by your father. Yet, should you become queen, it would be the key to restoring Highgarden's status. "Margaery," Garland added, "grandmother speaks wisely." He winked and earnestly advised his sister, "Love does not endure, but self-interest will always reign supreme." Margaery felt a wave of shame wash over her. "Thank you, grandmother," Garland. "So, shall I accompany him on the hunt?" The Queen of Thorns regarded her blossoming granddaughter, understanding that what she needed at that moment was not advice, but affirmation and support. "Follow your heart, Margaery." The gravity of her grandmother's words was almost unbelievable coming from such an elderly woman. "Do not forget, you are the sole rose of Highgarden, now and in the future." Laughter from other girls echoed through the estate, while distant sounds of merriment reached from King's Landing. This atmosphere enveloped the estate, granting Margaery immense strength. She spoke resolutely. "I will accompany him. If the king desires a lady, I shall become one. If the king wishes to ride, I will master horsemanship within a week. Nothing shall deter me, for I have my grandmother, my brother, and the entirety of Highgarden at my back." At this very moment, Margaery's eyes were devoid of any trace of disappointment. She was acutely aware that success was ultimately within her grasp. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, Jon Stark bid farewell to Robb with a smile. "Farewell, Robb. When I return, my swordsmanship shall surpass yours by countless degrees." Duke Stark had journeyed north to the Wall, accompanied by his brother Benjen and the Imp, due to the Night's Watch facing dire challenges, insufficient manpower, aging structures, and even the threat of White Walkers. Though the existence of White Walkers was largely dismissed as mere folly, Duke Stark was ever cautious. You might as well melt down your sword and learn some needlework from the girls, he suggested. Snowflakes melted amidst Rob's red hair as he shot a disgruntled glance at his sister. What nonsense are you spouting? This sword was crafted especially for me by Lyon. Furthermore, Rob reluctantly continued, he also gifted you a sword. Chapter 11. A possible improvement in Robert Arryn's condition. Has his mind truly gone awry? This was Jon Stark's immediate reaction. Throughout her life, no one had ever bestowed upon her such a precious gift, not even her uncle. Rob gazed deeply at her, his expression exceedingly complex. While awkwardly stroking his newly sprouted stubble, I am not deceiving you. He even left you some jewels. Surely they cannot belong to the queen? Jon felt a foreboding sensation. However, she soon found herself chuckling at her own thoughts. The gold of Casterly Rock was boundless, and Lyon was undoubtedly not a man lacking in wealth. Rob led Jon into the great hall of Winterfell, where, at that moment, only Rickon was present. Pale gray and white-clad attendants approached in succession, bearing gift boxes. I am not heading to the wall, Jon remarked, yet her excitement was palpable as she eagerly accepted the sword from Vaon Poole, her eyes wide with wonder. Father. This sword, relatively lightweight, though diminished in strength, was perfectly suited for Jon. Observing his sister's uncharacteristic demeanor, Rob could not help but twitch his lips in bemusement. The jewels were the focal point, yet Jon seemed to have misinterpreted their significance. Hadn't Lyon been betrothed to Marjorie of Highgarden? Even the most extravagant gestures must consider public opinion. However, Rob quickly retracted his thoughts. The trembling maidservants completed their introduction of the jewels, which, while not particularly ornamental, served a more significant purpose, self-defense and subterfuge. Such items were indispensable for a journey to distant lands. Jon gratefully accepted them, exclaiming, "It's as if I have been given a second father. Upon my return, I shall bring back a host of swordsmen from foreign lands, ensuring Lyon will never regret this act in his lifetime." Rob displayed a smile filled with resignation. Perhaps he was overthinking it, he mused. Well then, I shall take my leave, Rob. Jon efficiently gathered her belongings, waving goodbye to him with a bright smile, until Jon's silhouette completely vanished from view. Rob gently stroked the fluffy head of Rickon, realizing how desolate Winterfell had become. It was only after Jon Stark's departure that Catelyn Stark, her eyes red-rimmed with sorrow, entered through the main door. She had not bothered to adorn herself today. My Rob, in the blink of an eye, Winterfell is left with only you and Rickon. Catelyn struggled to conceal her grief but mustered her strength, stating that a letter from your father had arrived from the Wall. He insisted that all northern lords be informed to inventory the dragonglass and Valyrian steel, while also gathering all information regarding the White Walkers. As Lady Catelyn spoke, the melancholy in her blue eyes deepened. Peter attempted to flee from the Wall and was fortuitously encountered by Yora in Mole's Town. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, your father executed him that very night. Rob understood that Peter had once issued a dual challenge to Brandon on behalf of his mother, so he could somewhat empathize with her at this moment. However, to be candid, his understanding was limited. Peter had been spurned by her for so long. It was only natural for love to turn into resentment. How could he still harbor the same ardor for her as before? Life is unpredictable, mother. There is no need to mourn for him. Lady Catelyn managed a faint smile. Indeed, this has taught me a lesson. Never forget to be wary of suspicion and betrayal. Lysa, during her youth, had resided in Riverrun with Aunt Lysa, and the news of her passing must have been a heavy blow for her. Aunt Lysa was likely manipulated by Peter, as Lyanna had cautioned me. Peter Baelish would stop at nothing for power and gain. He is a true player. Rob recalled that at that time, Lyanna had not even leveled accusations against Littlefinger. Yet, he had gathered the children of Winterfell and earnestly informed them that in the south, intrigue and treachery would far exceed their expectations. Naive Sansa believed everything was as poetic as it seemed, but after Lyanna recounted one harsh reality after another, everyone came to grasp the cruelty of this world. Rob had several times attempted to interrupt Lyanna, but judging by her expression, she was equally reluctant to engage in such discourse. In any case, you must remain vigilant. To others, Winterfell is merely a treasure trove. Wind's Rest, the Arbor, Dragonstone, and certainly, the Eyrie as well. Such words served as a political awakening for Sansa and Arya. Yet Catelyn had no one to impart such wisdom to her in her youth. Very well, mother, you should rest. I shall handle the matters of contacting the other lords and vassals with Master Roose. Catelyn seemed to realize her indiscretion only then, sighing, Rob, you are becoming more like your father. For a fleeting moment, she appeared to desire to embrace her child, but suddenly aware of Rob's adulthood, she could only hug Rickon and softly guide him. Rob and Master Roose carefully deliberated each word as the ravens flew from Winterfell to distant lands. Until everything came to an end, Robb languidly slumped on the bench, realizing just how arduous the responsibilities of a lord truly were. Fortunately, the provisions sent from Highgarden by Lysa were already en route, and this year, the late summer in the north would not be as unbearable as it had been in the past. Although Robb understood that this was merely a means to curry favor, he would willingly submit himself to such a purchase if all kings resorted to the same tactic. Robb, Master Luwin's voice broke through his reverie, awakening him from his slumber. Lord Robert Arryn's condition has improved significantly. Robb furrowed his brow, momentarily failing to grasp the significance of what was being said. A sudden improvement? Master Lewin guided Robb out of the hall, patiently and methodically elaborating on the circumstances as they walked. Lord Robert had been nurtured by Lady Lysa, his health frail and his epilepsy worsening over time. However, upon arriving in Winterfell, Jon had discovered that one of Lord Robert's attendants was acting suspiciously. Poison. Robb was no stranger to the term. Lysa had nearly poisoned both Lysa and Jon Arryn. Such similar tactics must surely originate from a slight, weakly young man. Master Lewin regarded Robb with admiration. Indeed, my lord, you are quite astute. He gently knocked on the door to Robert's chamber, announcing, Lord Arryn. Robb has come to play with you. The scholar's tone was so gentle that it almost transported Robb back to his childhood, as if scholars were all well versed in the psychology of children. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Robert's small head, adorned with a shock of golden hair. Although his frame remained slight compared to other children of his age, he had improved significantly since his arrival in Winterfell. Chapter 12. The Bastard Brother, Gendry. In King's Landing, Lysa sneezed. Who was thinking of him? Lysa did not dwell on it, and continued his conversation with the blacksmith. Master, how do you think the quality of the equipment can be further enhanced? The blacksmith chuckled heartily, replying, Your Highness, you underestimate the situation. With my current abilities, crafting such exquisite armor is certainly within my reach. However, we are short-staffed, and the efficiency is not optimal. The apprentice wages were indeed a source of trouble, Lysa mused, realizing that the issue of profit and loss had persisted throughout history. Yet, he refrained from voicing such sentiments aloud. Very well, master. I shall find a group of young apprentices whose wages I will cover. You need only ensure they acquire genuine skills, for they will eventually need to battle the others at the wall. Your Highness, you are quite humorous. The others are a matter from many years past, are they not? From the age of heroes, I believe. The blacksmith rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. At that moment, an apprentice approached, prompting the blacksmith to admonish. What do you want? Get back to work. The boy, however, remained steadfast, staring intently at Lysa Arryn. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. Gendry, the eccentric blacksmith, accompanied by a forced smile, was drenched in beads of sweat, despite having done no labor. It's fine. He hasn't done anything wrong. Ryan unconsciously echoed Ed's words. He regarded his half-brother with a peculiar gaze, as sunlight cast them into two distinctly separate realms. Indeed, their lives seemed akin to two parallel lines. You are a prince? Gendry scrutinized him with furrowed brows. Now I understand. I am the king's illegitimate son. Yes, in a certain sense, we are still brothers. After uttering this statement, Ryan found himself at a loss for words, while Gendry, ever practical, inquired, If we are brothers, could you lend me 10 golden dragons? His tone was casual, yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, sharing the same father, we are worlds apart. To Ryan, 10 golden dragons might be a mere trifle, but to Gendry, it represented a small fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan pulled Gendry closer and pragmatically stated, If you assist in crafting armor, I will ensure you receive a bit more pay. If you are willing to venture to the wall in the north, well, you need not don the black attire. Simply working as a blacksmith will suffice, and I will provide you with additional compensation. However, it would be best to avoid appearing before my mother. Gendry nodded in understanding. I am not foolish. He then added softly, In light of your princely status, I shall impart a piece of intelligence. This blacksmith will certainly cheat you. You need only pay him half his wage. Do you think I am deaf? The blacksmith replied, his face flushed with anger. It is merely for a bit more money for me to buy wine. Is that too much to ask? Yet you buy 10 bottles and only share one with me. Ha ha ha. Ryan burst into laughter, realizing both master and apprentice were staring at him. He waved his hand dismissively. No worries, master. Rest assured, the prices remain unchanged. Just ensure the quality is a notch better. In truth, Ryan had just recalled his father, Robert. In his childhood, Robert had once sent him to buy wine. Ryan, in his navet, had ventured forth with a handful of golden dragons, recalling how the merchant fainted at the sight of the coins, leading to a lifetime of half-priced wine and utmost deference whenever Ryan made a purchase, lest he stumble. Ding. Your path to becoming a revered sovereign has been confirmed. After a prolonged silence, the system finally activated. Wonderful. Is it time for you to assign me a task? Ryan felt an unusual surge of excitement. Based on his previous life's experiences, he anticipated the system would indeed provide him with a quest. Well, for rewards, may I request a manual on navigating the sewers? That should be feasible, right? I can assign you a task, but it comes without rewards. Then forget it. Ryan, ever pragmatic, pondered the notion of destiny. Was there no reward? There is, as long as you do not perish along the way. Having spoken, the system exited, leaving Ryan to linger for a moment, observing the blacksmith at work. Sandor, do you know how steel is forged? Sandor, his face marred by burns, replied with an impassive demeanor, like I have. Ryan cleared his throat and, after offering words of encouragement to the blacksmith, returned to the court, inquiring whether Sir Ballystan had found suitable candidates among the youth. Although Sir Ballystan was advanced in years, the radiance upon his face at that moment made him appear rejuvenated. Your Highness, I have discovered numerous talented individuals. To exaggerate not, should you find others to join me in training them, you shall reap a valuable cavalry unit. That is truly splendid, Ryan praised earnestly. Have you informed them of their forthcoming tasks? How many are willing to venture to the Wall of Despair? This was the crux of Ryan's inquiry. Ballystan, evidently grasping his intent, smiled with satisfaction. Your Highness, you possess remarkable foresight. Most of them lead impoverished lives, and upon learning they could serve you, they harbor no grievances about journeying to the Wall of Despair. Of course, some would prefer to safeguard your safety here at home. He realized he had done little, Ryan thought, feeling somewhat flattered by such regard, especially coming from Sir Ballystan. Please take me to meet them. Ryan felt it imperative to inform them of the potential dangers they might face. Sending them to the Wall of Despair without understanding could potentially alter the outcome. Yet his conscience would not allow it. Sir Ballystan nodded appreciatively. Of course, Your Highness, it is no trouble at all. You are the most principled prince I have served. Reminiscent of Prince Rhaegar. The old lord spoke the latter part without hesitation, only realizing he stood before Robert Baratheon's son when he chuckled awkwardly. However, Ballystan was unperturbed by the prospect of reprimand. It had been mentioned several times that Ryan's temper was the most amiable within the royal family. To date, no one had witnessed him in anger, allowing even the women on the streets to jest with him, all in good spirit. Thus, he took no offense at all. It is quite all right. Prince Rhaegar was indeed a formidable warrior. Indeed, and he is one of the individuals I have wronged most in this life, Sir Ballystan murmured, quickly realizing he had digressed. My apologies, Your Highness. It is nothing, Ryan understood. After all, Rhaegar was also someone he served. They descended into the training grounds, where a group of young individuals was diligently practicing. Chapter 13. Daenerys Targaryen. King Robert convened an unprecedented council. When Ryan received the news, he was still at breakfast, relishing the succulent ham that was a personal delight. Today, Sir Ballystan had been invited by Ryan to join him at the table, though the elder had previously declined. Ryan's warm insistence led him to acquiesce. Yet the elderly gentleman stood by Lyan's side with unwavering resolve as he dined, only taking his seat after the meal was concluded, every movement exuding grace. Amidst his boredom, Lyan, filled with curiosity, inquired whether the elder had ever harbored a romantic interest. Sir Ballystan hesitated, responding, Your Highness, it is hardly worth mentioning. However, if your curiosity persists, I could share tales regarding King Illyrio. Before Lyan could express his intrigue about Illyrio, news of the royal council reached them. As the captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Ballystan was required to attend. He immediately rose, stating, Forgive my departure, Your Highness. Wait, Lyan called to the servant. May I accompany you? If his memory served him right. This royal council coincided with the time of Daenerys. Lyan had resolved all other matters, leaving this one lingering, for to him, the innocent mother of dragons and Sansa were indistinguishable at present. The servant returned swiftly with Robert's response. Yes, you may. Lyan hurried after Sir Ballystan, and upon arriving at the council chamber, he could hear Robert's furious voice even through the grand door. That voice could nearly shatter the ceiling, reminiscent of Robert on the Trident. Just a Targaryen girl. Lyan pushed the door open, only to find, to his astonishment, Tyrion seated at the king's right hand. He appeared anything but weary. On the contrary, he seemed excessively animated. It was uncertain in this timeline whether Tyrion had encountered that horror. You have arrived. We are deliberating on how to deal with the Targaryen girl, Tyrion greeted him. Daenerys, Lyan mused, observing his father, Robert Baratheon, who now seemed gripped by anxiety, overshadowed by fear. At that moment, across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen gazed longingly at her distant homeland. Lord Illyrio smiled as he introduced a beautiful maiden to her. Your Highness, We have recently captured a slave from your homeland, Westeros. A slave? Daenerys doubted the girl truly belonged to such a fate. Though worn by hardship, it was evident the girl had once lived in comfort, despite her disheveled black hair. Those violet blue eyes were unmistakable. Do you possess Targaryen blood? Daenerys instinctively asked, employing High Valyrian. The girl appeared perplexed, responding in the common tongue. I do not comprehend your words, your highness. However, he was mistaken. I am not a slave. I desire Lord Illyrio's dragon eggs, and he promised them to me in exchange for my service as your maid, your highness. The girl spoke the common tongue with considerable fluency, her accent bearing traces of Westeros. Yet for reasons unknown, Daenerys felt an uncanny familiarity in her gaze. Do you have a name? Daenerys gazed intently at her, attempting to discern the hidden peculiarities within. Yet, Jon Stark remained composed. My name is Jon, hailing from the Stark family of the North. Nonetheless, Jon was well aware that this ruse could not be sustained for long. This Illyrio and Varys were of the same ilk. The Spider of the Octagon was adept at speculation, and the merchants of Pintos were hardly any better. Initially, he proposed to gift her a sword, but upon rejection, he even suggested that Jon could spend a night of passion with him, and in return, she would receive a dragon egg free of charge. Is that so? Daenerys pondered, perplexed by his desire for a dragon egg. This time, Jon pursed her lips, and Daenerys could discern the complexity of her emotions, for in Westeros, a bastard without dragons is destined to be oppressed. A bastard, Daenerys comprehended. She turned to Governor Illyrio, who wore an expression of helplessness. I possess dragon eggs from the Shadowlands east of Ass High, but this young lady, who claims to be a Stark heir, even with Targaryen blood, holds it rather thin. Though her mother may have Targaryen lineage, it has fossilized over millennia. Nonetheless, I shall grant her one, as a tribute to her obsession. Daenerys understood that further words would be futile. At this moment, she had completed all the rituals they had demanded of her. The girls adorned her splendidly, with Jon lending a hand. Perhaps having learned from Illyrio of Daenerys' deep yearning for her homeland, Jon intentionally conveyed the current state of Westeros to her. I hail from the north, your grace. Presently, Westeros is basking in summer, yet the north still experiences summer snows. As for the southern regions of Westeros, the flowers bloom vibrantly, and all remains well. May summer never cease. Jon's hand gently brushed against Daenerys' hair, though her palms bore calluses, indicative of martial training. Do they long for the true dragons? Daenerys inquired. Your brother Rhaegar, though defeated at the Trident, remains honored. Even now, in Dorne and Highgarden, there are those who remain loyal to you. The people of the North, accompanied by the Wall, are not particularly concerned with politics, yet we support any just ruler. Jon carefully chose her words. Should you ride a great dragon back to Westeros, you would be welcomed as warmly as the conqueror Aegon. But what if there are no dragons? Daenerys was eager to know, yet her intuition suggested that the answer would not be favorable. Her gaze drifted down Jon's neck, where a necklace adorned her, and even with Daenerys' discerning eye, it was evident that the necklace was not of great value. However, it shimmered with an unusual luster. In her childhood, Daenerys had heard from Ser Willem that some peculiar necklaces were not merely for adornment, but served to protect their wearer. This implied that the girl who had traversed the narrow sea in pursuit of dragon eggs, despite being a bastard, had family support. Daenerys suddenly felt a surge of intense jealousy. Who bestowed that necklace upon you? Yora cast a glance downward, seemingly taken aback that Daenerys would notice it. It came from my half-brother, Robb. Our sibling bond has always been strong. Illyrio's eyes flickered. Daenerys felt a tinge of envy, yet before she could voice her thoughts, she was seized by the furious Viserys. This handmaiden belongs to House Stark. How could you allow her to approach? Although Viserys directed his ire towards Daenerys, it was evidently aimed at Illyrio. Chapter 14. Jaime's marriage proposal. You expect me to wed the Dornish Arryn? Jaime Lannister tightened his grip on the letter, incredulity lacing his words as he repeated the question. They stood in the courtyard of Casterly Rock, where the orange-red stone walls, steeped in history, glimmered under the sun's embrace. Beneath the scorching rays, Jaime Lannister stood tall, striving to assert himself before his father. It was said that Dorne's climate was sultry, and thus its women were as indulgent and passionate as fine wine, their tales echoing far and wide. I have sampled the wives of Dornishmen, and this Arryn princess. Jaime puffed out his chest, his tone heavy with disdain. You, a man who dallies with his own sister, aspire to marry a paragon of virtue? Tywin approached his son, hands clasped behind him, his bald head growing increasingly warm in the relentless sun. He donned the Lannister colors of crimson and gold, while Jaime remained clad in white. Jaime immediately fell silent. At that moment, the Lion of Lannister wore only a mask of discomfort. May I continue my service in the King's Guard? After all, I have sworn an oath. No, Tywin replied, his tone resolute. He recognized that his son's psychological defenses had begun to erode. You have evaded responsibility long enough through the Kingsguard. Do I need to remind you what Casterly Rock will become under Joffrey's rule a century hence? Since his son sought oaths and obligations, Tywin presented him with a duty even more difficult to decline. As the heir of Casterly Rock, you must consider a new betrothal. What of Sansa Stark of the North, the sweet 11-year-old girl? Would her parents ever marry their beloved eldest daughter to a man they scorn as an oath-breaker? Tywin rose, gazing intently at his son. In truth, Sansa Stark could be a commendable choice. Her mind was filled with tales and songs, innocent and pure as Cersei once was. Convincing the Starks might prove challenging. Yet Catelyn would surely desire her daughter to become the future lady of Casterly Rock. Jaime ran his fingers through his golden hair, strands slipping through his grasp. Even so, others might do not be foolish. Aside from 9-year-old Shireen, afflicted with grayscale, and 11-year-old Sansa Stark, is there truly a more suitable match for a man of your age than the Dornish Arryn? Jaime opened his mouth as if to protest, but the words caught in his throat once more. He stood awkwardly, ensnared in his own predicament. Marjorie has tacitly agreed to marry Lon. And surely you do not wish to engage in the same pursuits as that flower knight, Tywin pointed out with piercing clarity. He was satisfied to see his son's face flush crimson, yet it appeared he had acquiesced to the proposal. So, shall I journey to Dorne to make my formal proposal? Of course, came the reply. However, it is likely that Martell will not be particularly eager to receive you. Jaime, staring at his father's bald pate, incredulously inquired, are you certain it is not that he does not wish to see you? Elia and her children, Martell is not foolish. He is well aware of Dorne's strength. There was another significant reason for dispatching his son, to further diminish the matter concerning Cersei. Stannis and Renly, both, coveted the Iron Throne without exception, and if his grandson wished to secure that position, mere support from Casterly Rock would not suffice. He needed the North, Highgarden, and ideally, Dorne as well. Although Tywin could not discern what leverage Renly possessed to sway Highgarden to his cause, there was no denying that anyone would choose Casterly Rock over Storm's End. Yet, Tywin had an instinct that Renly would not quietly allow his grandson to ascend the Iron Throne. Having dealt with Jaime, Tywin knew he must next address another grandson, Joffrey. He inquired of his learned man, what has Joffrey been up to these past few days? The old scholar had departed early, replaced now by a young acolyte. With his head bowed, the young scholar timidly replied, Prince Joffrey has been in good spirits lately, engaging others in an apple-shooting game. As long as it is not living targets, Tywin remarked. Under the young scholar's guidance, Tywin visited his grandson for the first time. Though Jaime swore the boy was his own flesh and blood, as Tywin entered the spacious room by the window, the lad visibly shrank back. Grandfather, what have I done wrong? Joffrey desperately squeezed out a tear or two, his eyes reddening. His voice trembled, and he choked on his words. Yet, Tywin caught a whiff of onions, glancing toward the bedside where a tangled mass of onion peels lay on the floor. He could not be bothered to engage with such a cowardly grandson. Such hypocrisy, where did it originate? Jaime never lied in his youth, unlike Cersei. Perhaps the psychological trauma from an incident involving one of Cersei's playmates who fell into a well had left a lasting impact on her, Tywin mused. No need for pretense, Tywin coldly declared. Were you not my grandson, you would have already found yourself at the bottom of the harbor, a tragic accident. Casterly Rock will not be your refuge. Though your brother has brought you here, I must fulfill my obligations. Tywin's jaw was clenched tight. This scene made him profoundly uncomfortable. Theoretically, this child was born as a consequence of his own missteps. He had to tidy up after Jaime. I am here to inform you that you may remain at Casterly Rock, but now, you must voluntarily join the Night's Watch, forsaking marriage and progeny. The boy's eyes widened, followed by a sharp cry. This is unfair. I am the heir to the Iron Throne, before his father had even married and sired children. Tywin regarded this product with disdain, weak and despicable. All the flaws of his parents were mirrored in Joffrey. I want to return to King's Landing. Let my father deal with you. I am the legitimate Baratheon, while you are merely the hand of the king. What audacity do you have to defy the royal decree? Joffrey seemed to have found a semblance of conviction, glaring venomously at Tywin, and for a fleeting moment, it appeared he intended to reach for the sword by his bedside. Tywin steadily seized the sword from his grasp. In the flickering candlelight, Tywin scrutinized the blade, the fishbone-patterned hilt ancient yet resolute, and the blade itself forged from Valyrian steel. Robert had always been generous, especially towards his legitimate offspring, yet such a sword was truly a waste in the hands of Joffrey. Put it away, Tywin commanded his attendant, then turned his back on Joffrey and departed. As he left, Joffrey's cries erupted violently behind him, sounding far from those of a mere child, almost like a vengeful specter unable to find peace. Tywin tightened his cloak, feeling an inexplicable chill rise within him. Chapter 16. Daenerys must die in my opinion. Daenerys must perish. Tyrion lightly advanced a black piece on the chessboard. Lannister, I know you have many questions. But tell me, will Daenerys spare you for having pleaded on her behalf? Lannister casually pulled out a chair, the hard wooden surface chilling against him. He accepted the wine Tyrion offered and took a sip. No. Then that settles it, Tyrion remarked with a smile. Honestly, Lannister, I do not wish to pursue this course of action. However, Daenerys harbors a deep-seated enmity against us. Stannis furrowed his brow and said, I do not wish to speak ill, but murdering Daenerys is an utterly dishonorable act. Varys sighed tenderly. Indeed, no one desires it. Such a pure and lovely girl, alas. She is to be wed to the call of the Dothraki. Yet if it were up to me, I would still support King Robert. After all, should she return riding a dragon, it is the common folk who would bear the brunt. Sir Barristan, said he, I regret to inform you, your grace, that I believe killing Daenerys is akin to murdering a 6-year-old child. I cannot condone such an act. Mestrel cleared his throat. I do not endorse hiring an assassin to eliminate her. Renly concluded, his smile somewhat frivolous. It seems we must devise a means to rid ourselves of Daenerys. Robert slammed his palm against the table. Precisely, and I see no shame in it. It will merely cost a substantial sum. Renly smiled. Varys wore an expression of innocence and navet. My dearest Prince Lyon, have you not already sent Miss Joanna on her way? Is it not a matter of mere moments to extinguish Daenerys? I was unaware she was in the company of Daenerys. Lyon maintained an air of composure, for he spoke nothing but the truth. It appears that Varys indeed possesses the network of informants Joanna had speculated about, even across the narrow sea. Robert, indifferent to the intricacies at hand, immediately broke into a broad grin. Is this not fortuitous? Once she eliminates Daenerys, I shall promptly bestow upon her the title of Pantos, a city of free trade, with Illyrio ensuring her safety. Joanna is but one individual, devoid of dragons. Moreover, should Daenerys perish, there remains Viserys. Lyon reminded. Yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of the earlier conviction against Daenerys' demise. After all, he bore the name of Baratheon, and the blood of the usurper Robert coursed through his veins. Whoever desires to slay may do so. The bounty is of little concern. However, let it be noted that I hold no authority over Joanna. She may very well have struck a bargain with Illyrio. Then let us summon her back. Robert, evidently disinclined to exert himself further, muttered, It may not be as simple, considering the vast expanse of ocean between us. Tyrion offered a wry smile, gently patting his nephew in a gesture of consolation. Come now, Lyon, there shall be many tasks one might find distasteful. The sweet and charming Daenerys, Princess Elia, and Prince Aegon. Were you to discover that Joanna also bore Targaryen blood, she might well be among the deceased now, Lyon mused. On the far side of the narrow sea, the Stark family hailed from the north. Joanna calmly subdued the inept prince, with Viserys pinned helplessly to the ground. Daenerys' eyes widened, a blend of fear and inexplicable exhilaration coursing through her. Subsequently, Joanna swiftly released her grip. Clearly, Governor Illyrio had dispatched me to avert such complications. In any case, I am indifferent. Once Daenerys successfully marries the Horse King, I shall acquire a fossilized dragon egg. Whether that egg hatches is a matter of fate. Perhaps she will perish along the way, Joanna contemplated, or suffer a fiery demise akin to that of Summerhall. A dragon egg? Viserys' face suddenly ignited with fervor. Angrily glaring at Illyrio, why do you not grant me the dragon egg? It has been said it is merely a fossilized dragon egg. Are your ears deaf? Joanna rolled her eyes in exasperation. Viserys' countenance darkened, his finger jabbing erratically at Joanna. You dare defy the true dragon. Yet, recalling the humiliation of being vanquished by her, Viserys refrained from uttering the words that invoked the wrath of the sleeping dragon, his initial stance caught in limbo, neither advancing nor retreating. Daenerys, enough, reclaim your hand. If you truly have returned to Westeros, it is as such. Do not speak of Prince Lyon, for you cannot even measure up to Prince Joffrey. He at least had the sense to present himself elegantly and feign politeness in the presence of guests. As for Viserys, he was likely driven to the brink of madness by the weight of national hatred and familial grievances. You, Viserys, were left speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal for reasons unknown. Daenerys felt certain that Jon was indeed correct. Thus, she pressed further. Is Prince Lyon the heir of the usurper? Jon hesitated momentarily before responding. Yes. Joffrey possesses a cruel disposition and is malevolent by nature. Lyon, however, bears a resemblance to the former Rhaegar. Viserys erupted in fury. How dare you use him to insult my brother? I merely speak the truth, Jon replied calmly. His martial skills are lacking. He is lost in books and engages only in theoretical musings. Though betrothed to Highgarden, the alliance does not seem to please them. As for Prince Joffrey, he is indeed a grave threat. Jon's expression turned deeply worried and fearful, while Viserys held his breath in contemplation. The blood of the usurper coursed through him strongly. He was volatile and irritable, yet possessed remarkable combat prowess and an exceptional ability to provoke his enemies. Viserys inquired, "Is there not also a Princess Myrcella?" "Oh, dear Prince Viserys, Princess Myrcella is already betrothed to the north. She will soon become my sister-in-law, so spare her." Viserys scoffed, very well, very well. Do take good care of my sister. I shall take my leave." He departed with a peculiar gait, limping awkwardly. "My brother has suffered injuries in the past." Daenerys murmured softly, her eyes filled with sorrow. "He has been fleeing for years, which has not been easy for him. He even sold the crown to protect me." Jon wished to offer some comforting words to Daenerys, but they caught in his throat, unable to be voiced. After all, Lyon was her friend, while Daenerys shared a blood bond with him. If Daenerys truly returned to Westeros with the Dothraki, Lyon would undoubtedly suffer. Contemplating that kind-hearted prince, Jon lowered his gaze, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 17. She simply desired to be Queen Sansa, anxiously donned the attire she had brought from Winterfell. Yet she remained uncertain if her appearance was sufficiently proper. After all, Margaery had invited her to visit her grandmother, the Queen of Thorns. Ser Loras had also entered King's Landing alongside the people of Highgarden, and even from a distance, his presence filled Sansa with delight. Jane Poole had received an invitation as well, while Arya, wild as a boy, seemed indifferent to her invitation to the Queen of Thorns' residence. "Let her go. You'll just be waiting to marry that stable boy," Sansa scoffed, aware that her sister always mingled with those of lower status, whereas she herself had never taken a liking to such company. Ultimately, everything was prepared, and under the escort of the King's Guard, Ser Meryn Trant, the three young girls climbed into the carriage, swaying as they set forth on their journey. In an effort to quiet Arya, Sansa recounted the legendary tale of the Thorn Queen. However, upon hearing the story, Arya's face contorted in displeasure. Wasn't it merely a matter of climbing into bed? Their father had declared such behavior unbecoming of a lady. Why then did others still refer to her as one? Sansa found herself at a loss for words. Yet she recognized her error. One must never speak such truths in front of Arya. Sister Modin had once said that politeness was the armor of a noble woman, but it was certainly not hers. Arya made a face, but upon seeing Sansa on the verge of tears, her heart softened, and she wiped her sister's lovely face. "Very well, I shall strive to maintain decorum." When they arrived at the temporary residence of the Thorn Queen, introduced by Sir Garland, Sansa felt her heart race anew. Arya cast her a disdainful glance. "Could you not aspire to something greater?" Margaery, equally smitten, elicited Arya's complete disinterest in the two. She yearned solely to traverse the seas in search of Jonna. The prospect of adventurous escapades was utterly enticing. Yet Prince Lyon insisted on not allowing Arya to depart alone, claiming he needed to inform Arya's parents first. Upon meeting the Thorn Queen, Arya's disappointment reached its peak. The frail old woman bore no semblance of regal bearing. Arya and Sansa took their seats opposite the Thorn Queen, accompanied by Sir Garland and the young, beautiful Rose, Margaery. The Thorn Queen initiated the conversation. "Ladies of House Stark, might you have an interest in visiting the Arbor?" Arya furrowed her brow. "Are there gallant knights in the Arbor? Perhaps the water dancers from Braavos would suffice." Sansa gently admonished her sister, then donned a poised and graceful smile. "I believe our parents would not object, though it would be best to inform them." The Thorn Queen displayed a dry smile, her wrinkles shifting. Indeed, such a lady, such a wild child. There was no error in her words. Arya was attempting to make herself more uncomfortable. "What precisely is your purpose in inviting us? If we are to visit the Arbor, must you entertain us?" Such a thankless task, Arya mused, finding her sister's naivety frustrating. Margaery offered a sweet smile. "Not at all. I have longed for the companionship of girls my own age." Is Margaery the only girl in the Arbor? Though Arya refrained from voicing her skepticism, it was evident on her face. Sansa, however, was elated. "That is splendid. I have heard the Arbor is adorned with flowers, exceptionally beautiful." Sir Garland chuckled. "That is what others say. Yet, in my humble opinion, the Arbor is not without its imperfections. If you wish to go, then by all means, but I shall not accompany you," Arya quipped, spearing a piece of lemon cake with her fork and offering it to Sansa. "Here, just as you relish lemon cake, I too crave adventure. I wish to sail the seas in search of Jonna. If that fails, I shall return to the north to practice swordplay with Robb." It was then that Sansa remembered Robb. Strangely enough, she had only recently arrived in King's Landing, yet she had nearly forgotten her own brother. Sansa contemplated that it would not be impossible for Arya to return to the north. When she had the opportunity, she would mention this matter to Prince Lannister. What a pity, indeed, Margaery sighed softly, though her every gesture remained that of a true lady. She took Sansa's hand and confessed, "In truth, Sansa, I have long been envious of you." Marjorie rarely blushed, yet now, two rosy hues graced her cheeks. Nymeria let out a low growl at her, while the lady elegantly consumed the morsel Sansa offered her. "I have always admired Prince Lannister, and prior to this, I believed that King Robert would betroth you to him. You cannot imagine how delighted I was to learn of my impending marriage to the prince." Sansa was taken aback. No one had ever mentioned such a thing to her. It was only the news of Myrcella's betrothal to the north that her father had spoken of. Arya rolled her eyes discreetly, convinced that this Rose of Highgarden was spinning tales. "You do not truly love him. You merely desire to be the queen sung of by minstrels." The words slipped out before Arya realized their implications, and by the time she comprehended her utterance, it was too late. Moments later, the Thorn Queen smiled once more. "You are quite the amusing child." Sansa, frightened by her sister's words, hastened to defend her. "Marjorie, Arya did not mean it that way. She is simply blunt." Marjorie gently shook her head, understandingly smiling. "Oh, I am well aware. Do not worry, I shall not take offense. After all, Arya speaks the truth." The three of them understood this well, while the innocent and lovely Sansa believed she might have offended Highgarden. "I shall write to Lord and Lady Stark to inform them of this matter. Bring your dire wolves. Perhaps they can assist in hunting," Marjorie said with a smile, for some reason seeming quite fond of the dire wolves. The Thorn Queen kindly bid farewell to the two girls and politely greeted Jane, casting a lingering glance at Arya as they parted. What did that look mean? Once in the carriage, Arya began to chatter incessantly. She seemed to have learned peculiar phrases from her dance instructor, intertwining them in her speech. "Be cautious, Sansa," just as Lannister warned. "This old woman does not envision your fairy tale. She may well seek to deceive you into Highgarden and wed you to her crippled grandson." Sansa retorted angrily. "That cannot be true, Arya." The nature of Tyrion's affliction was widely known throughout Westeros. Even if the Thorn Queen truly wished it, their father and mother would never allow her to marry a cripple for the rest of her days. Arya fell silent, gazing quietly at the curtains, feeling that it was time for her to depart. If we do not depart soon, this insatiable place will completely engulf her. Chapter 18. The Imitation of Cersei. Princess Arianne, the petite yet strikingly beautiful Princess Arianne, with her dusky skin, beamed as she linked her arm with Jaime Lannister's. The heir of Casterly Rock's arrival in Dorne was indeed a delightful surprise. Jaime felt an uncomfortable stiffness as gentle waves of emotion washed over him, for some inexplicable reason. Arianne reminded him of Cersei. His father could never have anticipated that the Princess of Dorne would possess a character so akin to Cersei's. Upon his arrival, he had even suggested an alliance between Casterly Rock and Dorne to seize Highgarden and Sunspear. Contemplating Arianne's future inheritance of Sunspear, Jaime could only perceive a promising destiny for Dorne. "You are as beautiful as the rumors suggest," Jaime smiled, his tall and handsome visage at least sufficient to satisfy the Dornish princess. As the heir to Sunspear, he was, perhaps, too approachable. "I beg to differ," Arianne teased, playfully planting a light kiss on Jaime's cheek before declaring, "Father, I have brought Sir Jaime." Prince Doran, who was confined to a wheelchair due to his disability, regarded Jaime with calmness as he invited him to take a seat, then proceeded directly to the point. "You wish to marry Arianne?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Jaime readily acknowledged. For the long-standing tensions between Dorne and Casterly Rock had accumulated over time, and his father yearned to ameliorate the situation. "Is that so?" Prince Doran gazed distantly toward the garden, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your father is quite aware that Arianne shall not become the ruler of Dorne. However, for that very reason, I shall not allow her to wed you." The smile vanished abruptly from the prince's face. Jaime, too, rose in indignation, fury welling within him. "Then I shall return to Casterly Rock. May you live to see Arianne wed that beggar king, Viserys." This was merely a thoughtless remark from Lyanna, but in his current fury, Jaime seized upon it. He truly could not fathom Dorne. What benefit was there in supporting the Mad King? The Mad King had nearly incinerated all of King's Landing. Could his son possibly be any better? Prince Doran's complexion turned ashen, and under the light, this long-term invalid appeared more panicked than ever before. "Wait, Sir Jaime," he gasped, looking at Jaime with desperation. "Where did you acquire this information? This matter had been kept secret for so long. Why did Jaime Lannister know? If he informed Robert, it would merely be a matter of time before Robert's wrath obliterated Dorne." A dull ache throbbed in Doran's leg, yet he paid it no mind. Is it possible that Lyanna's careless words were true? Jaime stroked his chin, feigning a contemplative expression. "You need not concern yourself with that. Originally, my father wished for me to remain silent, but given your humiliation of Casterly Rock," he paused, and this time, Doran appeared less fearful. "What do you desire in exchange?" He regarded Jaime quietly. If the Iron Guard, having just shed his white cloak, desires to wed Arryn, he must reluctantly let go of his affections. Though the throne of the Dragon Queen appears exceedingly tempting, who cares for such a seat after Dorne has been subdued? Jaime shrugged. You need not relinquish your beloved Arryn to me. You may exchange her for a cousin, provided I find her acceptable. Although his father would be infuriated, Jaime believed that if he explained that Arryn was but a replica of Cersei, his father would come to understand. Very well, that poses no issue. Prince Doran sighed in relief. And you would do well to host a banquet to declare Dorne's eternal loyalty to King Robert and his rightful heir, Prince Joffrey. Prince Doran did not even furrow his brow this time. That is, of course, reasonable. It need not be explicitly stated that Stannis and Renly, those two watchful hawks, would compel Jaime to make such a declaration, especially in light of his nephew's ambition for the Iron Throne. Jaime chuckled, at that moment noticing the beautiful woman pushing Prince Doran's wheelchair, likely his wife or mistress, yet Jaime paid her little mind. Then, do explain things to Arryn. Surely, Arryn would not be fixated on a man in his 30s, for Dorne's women are akin to fine wine, constantly sampled by many. Soon, this news reached King's Landing. The Queen of Thorns leisurely savored cherries, her wrinkles shifting with each bite. Upon hearing the remark, she cast a cryptic glance at her grandson, the Knight of Flowers. Freshly returned from Renly's side, the Knight of Flowers bore a flushed visage and disheveled attire. What did I say? Jaime Lannister's journey to Dorne would surely aim to fortify his nephew's position. Though superficially it appeared he had lost by not marrying Arryn, she was no less than Cersei. It remained uncertain who truly suffered a loss. Westeros had seen two prodigious talents emerge in a century, an extraordinary occurrence. Cersei and Arryn both possessed remarkable lineage and unparalleled beauty, wielding their bodies as weapons. Arryn, being Dornish, was somewhat excusable, but Cersei's actions were somewhat questionable. Loras furrowed his brow. In that case, Renly's proposal becomes less viable. Casterly Rock, Dorne, and Highgarden would find themselves caught between two forces. Renly had recently suggested marrying the young Rose to Robert, and then leveraging the might of Storm's End in Highgarden to besiege Casterly Rock. Once the young Rose bore a child, Renly would naturally ascend to the role of regent. Initially a win-win plan, it now devolved into a 2-on-2 scenario with Dorne's involvement. The Queen of Thorns glared at her grandson, vexed by his lack of ambition. What is so dreadful about it? If Renly seeks rebellion, let him. I am curious to see whether the stones of Casterly Rock are harder than Renly's head. Have I lived half a life merely by being stubborn? The diminutive matron spat out a cherry pit, her gaze sharp. To be honest, I fail to comprehend what you see in him. Dressing elegantly and adorning oneself is indeed a skill, and even Loras Tyrell possesses this ability. However, among the three children, Varys, Garland, and Marjorie, only Loras seems to be plagued by fanciful notions of romance. Loras bit his lip, momentarily resembling a petulant bride. Yet he did not relent. Renly had confided in him. What did he say? Marjorie had carefully styled her hair to resemble Cersei's, and she wore a soft, buttery yellow silk gown, exuding an aura of gentleness and innocence. However, when pressed, Loras found himself incapable of deceit. He swallowed hard. Renly had mentioned he had a strategy to sow discord within the factions of Casterly Rock. The Queen of Thorns cast a penetrating glance at Loras, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 19. Unexpected Revelations. What? My uncle Jaime has become the heir to Casterly Rock. Joffrey exclaimed, startled and enraged, as he bit into a piece of bread, glaring at his grandfather. Tywin calmly speared a piece of beef, chewing meticulously. I had assumed he would refuse. Yet Jaime had already shed his white cloak, and now Sir Loras had taken his place among the Kingsguard, tasked with safeguarding the future Queen Marjorie. The future queen? Lysa sent me a portrait of her. Would you care to see it? Joffrey nodded, and shortly after, a servant presented the painting. To his dismay, he discovered that the girl from Highgarden was not only unscathed but rather lovely. Why should it be so? How could it be that Lysa, merely 2 years his senior, held the first claim to the Iron Throne and was betrothed to such a beautiful maiden? Joffrey had previously beseeched his father to wed Sansa to him, but Robert merely laughed and refused. When would he marry this Marjorie from Highgarden? Joffrey forced a smile, and Tywin, taken aback, nevertheless replied, soon. Your mother envisions the wedding coinciding with Lysa's 15th naming day. That left less than 2 weeks. Joffrey was acutely aware that his brother had never cared for him. Thus, he would ensure that Lysa's wedding would not transpire. Regrettably, Littlefinger had already fallen victim to Lysa's machinations, leaving him without counsel, trapped within Casterly Rock. Grandfather, I am satiated. May I take my leave? He inquired. You may, Tywin granted. Joffrey then performed a courteous bow before taking his leave. Your Highness. A guard clad in crimson and gold rapped on Joffrey's chamber door. A man seeks you, claiming you have previously purchased from him, and he has come to deliver something. Purchased? I do not recall acquiring anything, Joffrey retorted, seizing a dagger from his pillow. Let him enter. The door swung open. A tall figure cloaked in black slowly entered the room, exuding a pungent odor of sweat, with his features obscured in shadow, rendering them indistinct. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "Who are you?" The man removed his hood, revealing himself to be Varys, the spymaster who often graced the court meetings with a honeyed smile. "My dear prince, how unfortunate you are," Varys sighed, casting his gaze downward as he dabbed at the tears that had just fallen with a handkerchief. Unlike Joffrey, this eunuch did not require onions to weep. His tear ducts appeared to be naturally prodigious. "Do you need to state the obvious?" Joffrey retorted bitterly. "My brother, Renly, does not regard me as a true sibling. Even that little girl, Marjorie, has her marriage arranged, yet I remain without a match." Varys, with a sympathetic demeanor, seated himself across from Joffrey. Who could dispute that? Alas, Lady Marjorie has long held affection for you. While Prince Renly may be handsome, he lacks the commanding presence of a Lannister lion. She possesses discerning taste. Joffrey nodded in agreement. "Indeed, look here, this is a letter from Lady Marjorie, complete with her current address. Should you wish to," Varys licked his lips, revealing a foolish grin. "Ah, but what would a eunuch know of such matters? Of course you would not understand. Has she received her monthly visitor?" Joffrey's expression transformed into one of sheer excitement as he paced the room, exhilarated by the prospect of what was to come. This was to be the future princess. He was determined to ensure her pregnancy. It was inevitable. Unbeknownst to Joffrey, a shadow of profound amusement flickered in Varys's eyes. Naturally, he did not perceive that Varys's subsequent remarks were laced with suppressed laughter. That would be most advantageous. Although, for the time being, you lack a suitable justification to return to King's Landing. I firmly believe that if you write to the Queen, she will permit your return. After all, the heir to Casterly Rock is your uncle, Ser Jaime. Varys covered his face, bursting into a fit of giggles, his shoulders shaking with mirth. In merely 3 days, the entire King's Landing would be abuzz with the tale of the unfortunate Varys, beseeched by the charming Marjorie to deliver a letter. While the legendary romance of Joffrey and Marjorie would undoubtedly be sung by bards far and wide. As for Prince Renly, how unfortunate for him. This poor lad would surely be devastated. Next, Varys meticulously instructed Joffrey on the details of the entire scheme, noting that Marjorie might be a tad bashful. Yet he urged him not to relent, for she truly idolized the valiant Joffrey. "Lady Marjorie, Prince Renly has sent me to escort you." A servant clad in Lannister attire stated flatly, adopting a formal tone as he invited Marjorie to board the carriage emblazoned with the Lannister sigil. Marjorie was taken aback, as this was certainly not Renly's style, to make such an approach without even a greeting. Yet, it was undeniably a matter concerning the Lannister family. She pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "What does Prince Lionel wish for my presence?" "Hunting," the attendant replied. On the training grounds, Lionel was diligently practicing with a lance, his garments and hair drenched in sweat, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, planning to continue after washing his face. The Hound, with a stern expression, called out to him, "Your Highness, did you invite Miss Marjorie to join the hunt?" "I have been practicing with the lance all day," Lionel replied, gazing in confusion at the Hound, unable to comprehend his words. Loras stood nearby, equally bewildered. Tyrion Lannister's complexion turned as pale as plaster. "Damn it, it's Joffrey." With less than 2 weeks until Lionel's marriage to Marjorie, what could Joffrey possibly want at such a critical juncture? Lionel cast aside the lance and coldly commanded, "Sandor, fetch Mary's Tyler, regardless of what he is currently engaged in. Make haste." He had refrained from taking lethal action against his half-brother, considering the lineage of the realm. But Joffrey, that insufferable wretch, had single-handedly shattered the peace between Casterly Rock and Highgarden. Truly a remarkable figure. "You, go inform my parents," Lionel instructed an attendant. Varys appeared from nowhere, his expression fraught with anxiety. "You must go see quickly. Prince Joffrey and Miss Marjorie are in that chamber." The one originally prepared for Lord and Lady Stark. The Knight of Flowers turned as pale as a sheet. This cannot be. Marjorie would never act in such a manner. "Ser Balistan, please imprison the spider in the dungeons," Lionel said, regarding Varys with disappointment. Varys looked at Lionel in astonishment. "Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with me." Lionel clapped his hands, signaling for an attendant to escort the unharmed Marjorie into view. She appeared unperturbed, albeit slightly pale. "Joffrey has already confessed, Varys. You have deliberately sought to incite discord between Highgarden and Casterly Rock," Lionel commanded. "Take Lord Varys below and confine him with Joffrey." "Confined together?" Ser Balistan exclaimed in shock. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Absolutely certain, Lyon of Baratheon replied, his countenance as stern as stone. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister finally grasped the situation, staring blankly at his nephew. You have long had him under surveillance. Lyanna halted Tyrion's words. Uncle, given the circumstances, let us not dwell on the minutiae. And, Lord Varys, it was indeed you who covertly attempted to poison me, was it not? I mean no offense. Merely to state that your estate is far more opulent than I had imagined. After speaking, Lyanna turned to comfort the startled Margaery, while the spider stumbled as he was led to the dungeons. Chapter 20. Gendry becomes the Night's Watch heir. I sincerely apologize, Margaery, for causing you distress. Lyanna grasped Margaery's hand, his tone imbued with unmistakable concern. Such actions are not wise, Margaery informed him. Within a mere few weeks, both the Chancellor of Finance and the Chief of Intelligence were dismissed by Lyon. Even though he is a king, such a move is imprudent, especially considering he is still merely the crown prince. Lyon sighed. I find myself powerless. Joffrey is truly beyond redemption. Dear Margaery, should you truly wish to be with him? Margaery quickly clarified. That is not the case. All right, I was merely jesting. My sincerest apologies, Sandor. Please escort Miss Margaery home. In the future, even if I send for you, it will only be Sandor or Sir Bollistan who will come. Lyon smiled, yet Margaery sensed an increasing weariness in him. She softly said, Take care, Lyon. Lyon chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. He then proceeded alone to the council chamber, confronting his biological father, Robert, alongside the equally anxious Mace Tyrell. He had expected Robert to harbor suspicion toward him and the Lannister family. However, Robert did not reproach him. Instead, he expressed immense satisfaction, stating, Son, you truly possess foresight. You have my former essence. Stannis also offered his commendation, an exceedingly rare occurrence for him. Lyon, you have averted a schism between the Highgarden and Casterly Rock. I feared you would blame me for monitoring Joffrey. Lyon was somewhat taken aback, yet he felt a sense of relief, reclining in his chair. Father, perhaps this task is better suited for you. I nearly found myself in a compromising position. Robert bellowed with laughter, not I. Cersei nearly lost her composure today. She never anticipated that little Joffrey returned to King's Landing not out of filial piety. Tyrion also offered an encouraging smile. Indeed, dear sister was quite incensed. In my opinion, the wedding should be conducted sooner rather than later. After all, the night is long and fraught with dreams. Lord Tyrell, do you not agree? Mace Tyrell huffed briefly. My Margaery was nearly sullied by that Joffrey. Thankfully, nothing transpired, but I demand an explanation. Robert gruffly responded, You need not worry. That lad will remain in the dungeons until he reflects upon his actions. That is more like it, Mace Tyrell stated, clearly satisfied. He scrutinized Lyon, convinced that the young man possessed a prophetic gift and would surely secure the Iron Throne in due time. Interrupting the lords, Maester Baelish tremulously produced a letter and began to read. It was a missive from Lord Stark of Winterfell. Several ranging men from the Wall had been afflicted and transformed into whites, their eyes turned blue, skin neither decaying nor rotten. He had summoned his vassals, yet urgently required the king's provision of food, equipment, and most importantly, Valyrian steel. Whites. A letter from Ned? Robert shifted uneasily. Had it been anyone else, he might not have believed it, but Ned's words were undeniably true. It appears my nephew truly possesses the gift of foresight. Lancel smiled. Whites? That is a reality from many years ago. It is to be feared that the lords shall not willingly relinquish their Valyrian steel. Tyrion remarked. There are numerous methods to confront the White Walkers. Valyrian steel, fire, and of course, dragons. The dragons of House Targaryen have long since perished, Lane declared calmly. A sentiment that none present could contest. In my view, we should endeavor to provide assistance to Winterfell. After all, the long night is drawing to a close, and once the White Walkers descend, no one will be able to act in isolation. Maester Luwin averted his gaze awkwardly. It was evident that Lord Tyrion had little concern for the northern threats posed by the White Walkers. Moreover, my father, Lord Mormont of the Night's Watch, has expressed high regard for Gendry, wishing for him to become his successor. Robert furrowed his brow once more. And who, pray tell, is Gendry? One of your bastards, came the reply, leading to an unsettling silence. Tyrion broke the tension. Do ensure my sister does not catch wind of this. It matters not. The Night's Watch does not engage in the wars of the realm. Personally, I perceive potential in Gendry, despite his lack of education, especially after the disappearance of Benjen Stark. The legacy of the Night's Watch has been severely compromised. Lane cast another glance at the letters on the table, unexpectedly discovering one from Dorne. It is indeed peculiar that Dorne expresses loyalty to my father and me, Lane mused. Across the narrow sea, in Pentos, my dear princess, behold, It is Couth himself. Illyrio said gently, smiling at Dany, who averted her gaze, while Jonna curiously scrutinized Couth. He appears quite skilled and robust, Jonna commented softly, then reassured Dany, fear not. You are a princess, sweet and lovely. He shall harbor no ill will toward you. Observing the tender demeanor of this peer, Dany bit her lip. Will you depart once I wed him? Upon first seeing Jonna, she felt an immediate kinship, rivaling that of Viserys. Jonna offered a conflicted smile, truth be told. I do not know. Should you desire my company, I would gladly accompany you to the Dothraki Sea, yet I have a premonition that we shall part ways eventually. Jorah Mormont interjected gruffly, spare us your words. You are clearly a spy sent by the usurper, surveilling Daenerys. A spy? Have I ever secretly relayed messages to the king? Let us not forget that during the last assassination attempt, I lent my assistance, Jonna retorted, fully aware of Jorah's character. I advise you, Jorah Mormont. If you truly wish to pledge your loyalty to King Robert, do so decisively and refrain from fixating on the charming Daenerys. Mormont did not respond, but instead countered. You crossed the sea to Westeros. Did the Honorable Ned Stark ever show you a modicum of concern? The two stood at an impasse, neither willing to yield to the other. Until Dany anxiously concluded her meeting with Ko, she fidgeted with her skirt, quite apprehensive. Jonna reassured her with a smile. Fear not. Princess Daenerys, you shall succeed in marrying Ko. Jorah Mormont added, you appear resplendent, Daenerys. A lark gently approached Jonna, carrying a letter in its beak. What is this? Dany bent down to examine it carefully. Chapter 21. The wedding in progress, what dreadful news. Jorah Mormont had revealed his identity to Princess Daenerys, and now the only companion by her side was Lord Stark's illegitimate daughter, Jonah Stark. Varys, freshly released from the dungeons, shed genuine tears. The situation remains unchanged, said Lyon. Unmoved. Oh, but my dear prince, Miss Margaery inquired about your relationship with Miss Jonah just the other day. Pray tell, how could I, a eunuch, respond to such a question? Varys rubbed his hands together, seemingly engulfed in profound sorrow. My relationship with her? It has been merely a month since our journey to Winterfell. What relationship could possibly exist? Lyon disingenuously fibbed. It was nothing more than a calculated endeavor, racing through the snow and engaging in a few snowball fights. Indeed, you speak the truth. However, it seems you promised Miss Margaery something? If Varys had not reminded him, Lyon would have completely forgotten. I had indeed forgotten. Then, Sandor. Go and inform Miss Margaery that I shall accompany Sir Ballystan on a hunt tomorrow morning. The hound silently nodded. His mood was unexpectedly buoyant today, his countenance less somber than usual. Lyon squatted by the training ground, aimlessly lost in thought. The wedding at Highgarden was imminent, yet as the soon-to-be groom, he felt no joy. Indeed, he wished to flee at the last moment. Truly, Lyon could not deceive himself. He held no affection for Margaery, nor for the encroaching Highgarden, but yearned instead to gallop freely across the northern plains and warm himself by a fire amidst the snow. Unfortunately, Sir Loras was nearby, compelling Lyon to ask Sir Ballystan to accompany him for a stroll. Sir, do any of the other princes marry for love? He wandered through the court, a dogtail in his mouth. Sir Ballystan was well aware of the prince's thoughts. There are some, but they are rare. Most marriages born of love have led to rivers of blood in Westeros, such as the former crown prince, Rhaegar Targaryen. Did he actually impulsively wed Lyanna? To emulate Aegon the Conqueror? Lyon could hardly mask his astonishment. He had initially assumed Rhaegar intended to engage in an extramarital affair. Who could have anticipated that he sought to establish a harem? Sir Ballystan realized he had misspoken. I apologize, Your Highness, that was a slip of the tongue. He was acutely aware of the thoughts occupying the mind of the young prince. During his visit to Winterfell, he had encountered the Stark bastard's daughter, and upon parting, he gifted her a sword forged from Valyrian steel along with a multitude of jewels. Whispers circulated throughout King's Landing, proclaiming that the eyes of this illegitimate child resembled exquisite violet blue gemstones, her beauty rivaling that of Lady Sansa Stark from the north. Yet, it was universally accepted that a bastardy would never ascend to the role of queen. It was a cruel twist of fate. Possessing violet blue eyes akin to those of Aeshera Dane, and being the progeny of Eddard Stark, Sir Barristan Selmy dared not dwell upon the possibility that she might indeed be Aeshera's daughter, for such thoughts would only deepen his sorrow. As they turned a corner into a secluded alcove, they overheard the conversation between Renly and Sansa. The tone was all too familiar, unmistakably so. Lord Renly, you cannot be serious? Rest assured, my dear Sansa, my heart belongs to you. Leaning in, Barristan interrupted Renly's romantic overture with a gentle cough. Uncle Renly, he remarked, prompting Renly to awkwardly conclude his heartfelt confession, while Sansa's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Ah, I apologize for my thoughtlessness, Barristan said, glancing at Sansa. Do not heed his fanciful words, Sansa. His intentions are solely to garner support from the North and the Riverlands, much like my own marriage to Marjorie, which serves to solidify our ties with Highgarden. Sansa gazed at Barristan in confusion. But you are a prince. Everyone should pledge their loyalty to you. Why must it be this way? With a resigned smile, Barristan ruffled her hair. Sansa, those are mere fairy tales. Do you know why Joffrey was imprisoned? Because he wanted to cuckold you. Arya interjected. Essentially, yes, Barristan replied, suppressing his irritation as he shot Arya a stern glance. Sansa, astonished and frightened, countered. But Joffrey seems so handsome and considerate. That is precisely the point. One may know a face, but not the heart. Sansa, I do not wish to coerce you. I only wish to enlighten you. Uncle Renly harbors affections for Ser Loras and will not bestow his heart upon you. Ser Loras? Both Arya and Sansa exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. If you seek love, return to the north and find an heir whom you adore and cherish a lifetime of affection. Should you desire a life of luxury, you must learn to endure and shoulder responsibilities, just as I have. Sansa bit her lip and graciously curtsied. Thank you ever so much, Your Highness. But why are you so kind to me? Observing her naive innocence, Barristan found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it is simply because I am a good man. As silence enveloped them, Arya quickly interjected, Barristan, can you take me to join Janna? Pentosh. The free city of trade is hardly a suitable place for a girl. But Janna is going, and I wish to go too, Arya implored. And Lysa was acutely aware that she was the most headstrong girl of House Stark. She feared that if she did not acquiesce, Arya might slip away on her own accord. Very well, I shall compose a letter to Lord Eddard, she conceded. But before that, you must learn the art of swordsmanship. What do you think of the water dancers of Braavos? Arya nodded enthusiastically. That would be splendid. Is there anything you wish to convey to Jon? Oh dear. I almost forgot. Robb and Bran surely have much to say as well. I must carry many letters. With that, Arya joyfully dashed away. While Sansa gazed after her with concern, Arya will never become a lady. Is that truly a misfortune? Lysa inquired with a smile, though a part of her heart felt a pang of absence. Meanwhile, Joffrey, in a threatening manner, struck Lysa. You are ruining my marriage. Oh, uncle, I merely speak the truth. After all, you favor sweet wine. It would be unwise to allow Sansa to marry you in ignorance. Or else Lord Stark would not spare me, Lysa replied, and both she and Joffrey burst into laughter. Yet, underlying the merriment, a sense of tension lingered. They both understood that the uncle-nephew bond would not endure for long. The day after tomorrow marked Lysa's wedding. Chapter 22. The wedding. Joffrey Baratheon sought to wed Sansa Stark. Upon hearing this news, Sir Kevan, Tywin's younger brother, expressed his deep concern. Joffrey is not of a temperate nature. Joffrey is no Robert. He is utterly worthless. Pay him no mind, Tywin coldly retorted. I believe Eddard Stark will see to it that Sansa marries a bannerman of the North. Nothing else shall transpire. With Lysa's wedding imminent, Kevan astutely shifted the topic, steering clear of his brother's wrath. Tywin scoffed. At least he possesses some sense. He has not truly brought that bastard home. Jaime is to wed one of the bastard daughters of the Red Viper, Nymeria. Kevan could not contain his laughter. Honestly, is there any difference? Cersei had even complained to him, insisting that a Lannister should not marry a bastard. Tywin reflected on how little his brother understood the entanglements between Cersei and Jaime. Dorne is unlike the other 6 kingdoms, Tywin declared. I am relieved my grandson did not deflower that bastard. Otherwise, it would have been another affront to Highgarden. As the two raced towards King's Landing, the entire city buzzed with a lively atmosphere. The hall designated for the wedding was the grandest within the Red Keep. The opulence of House Tyrell intertwined with the golden dragon of House Lannister, rendering the event a magnificent spectacle. Duke Mace Tyrell beamed with delight, while Ser Loras stood beside the king, slender and handsome. Meanwhile, the groom, Joffrey Baratheon, regardless of his true sentiments, wore a radiant smile, exuding the beauty of youth. Grandfather. Ser Kevan, he greeted as he approached Tywin Lannister, his dark hair and green eyes strikingly reminiscent of the once great Robert. Cersei, clad in formal attire, appeared particularly elated. It is truly wonderful that you have come, father, she exclaimed, embracing her father and planting a kiss on Ser Kevan. She then took Marjorie's hand, introducing her with pride. This is my son's future bride, Marjorie. Dressed in the colors of House Tyrell, Marjorie looked enchanting and graceful, effortlessly charming those around her with her eloquence. Even Tywin acknowledged her as a most suitable candidate for queen. Tyrion Lannister, swaying slightly as he approached, declared, "It is splendid to see you, father." He presented his nephew with a wedding gift, an ancient tome chronicling the history of House Targaryen. One of only 4 copies in all of Westeros. Thank you ever so much, Uncle Tyrion, Lyon responded gratefully. Tyrion had been provided with a cushioned chair, with the stipulation that no dwarves were to perform in his presence, a request that Tyrion appreciated deeply. Jaime arrived with his future Dorne bride, bearing a fine steed. Procured from the Dothraki in Pentos, Tywin Lannister gifted a magnificent sword, while the king himself generously bestowed a replica of the war hammer he had wielded in his youth. The Tyrells, of course, presented an array of lavish gifts. To Lyon's surprise, Robb had also journeyed south to King's Landing, bringing with him unique supplies from the north. Lyon embraced Robb warmly, as if he were a brother, while Robb protested, "You are deliberately trying to crush me." Clad in a gray and white ensemble, he maintained the demeanor of the Stark heir. Meera shyly watched Robb from beside Lyon, her eyes brimming with affection. Noticing this, Lyon playfully thrust Meera towards Robb, saying, "You two should become better acquainted." Marjorie's laughter rang out like silver bells. "It seems you and Robb share a close bond, Lyon." "Indeed. If it were not for this lad's lack of political acumen, I would have appointed him as Prime Minister," Lyon jested with a shrug. Edmure Tully arrived as expected, and even little Robb from the Vale awkwardly presented a gift, a finely crafted cloak adorned in the colors of House Baratheon. From Dorne, the bastard daughter of the Red Viper wore a sweet smile reminiscent of fine wine. "My uncle sent me to extend his congratulations. Dorne has sent a selection of our finest wine. I hope you will indulge." "Is that so? Such exquisite wine. How could I refuse?" Tyrion exclaimed with excitement. Making a light-hearted joke, Lyon chuckled, "Uncle, you are certainly welcome to partake. Just be sure to share your impressions with me after." As Tyrion poured himself a glass and prepared to sip, a white dire wolf suddenly sprang forth from nowhere, knocking Tyrion to the ground. "Heavenly Lord." Tyrion wiped the wine from his face, while Marjorie kindly offered him a handkerchief. "What is the matter with this wolf?" Arya emerged from the side. "This is Jon's wolf. Its name is Ghost, and it is quite intelligent." "Is she a Stark too? Has she come to King's Landing?" Marjorie interjected before Lyon could speak, her appearance impeccable, though her fingers trembled slightly. The expression of Gary Tyrell also turned colder. The Queen of Thorns was preoccupied with her dessert, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The bastard daughter of the Red Viper, Nymeria, chuckled, "No. She merely asked us to return the wolf before heading to another city-state. She is not a simple person. She currently possesses a dragon egg and is likely searching for ways to hatch it. I wonder which lady of House Valerion Lord Stark fathered his bastard with." Robb stood awkwardly in place. Lyon quickly intervened. "This is Lord Eddard's private matter. Let's not pry further. I quite like her. She is a formidable warrior, reminiscent of Obara, but with a far better temperament. It is truly unfortunate she was born in Westeros." Nymeria continued, undeterred, and mischievously inquired, "I have heard, Your Highness, that you once had a romantic connection with Jon. Why, then, do we see Lady Marjorie of Highgarden by your side now, the bastard daughter of the Red Viper?" Mary's Tyrell angrily pointed at Nymeria, her face flushed with indignation. It was no wonder. Comparing Eddard Stark's bastard daughter to Marjorie was akin to an affront to Highgarden. Tywin calmly remarked, "The youth acted impulsively. One cannot trivialize a lifelong commitment. Lord Tyrell, please remain composed. Lyon will surely cherish your Marjorie." Jaime had no choice but to escort Nymeria out of the banquet hall, while Lyon hesitated, gazing at the dozens of barrels of fine wine sent from Dorne. "Ghost." He beckoned, and the white dire wolf trotted over, nuzzling against his hem, as if reluctant to part. Marjorie observed the scene closely, her gaze dimming slightly. The wolf extended its paw and marked 3 of the barrels before prancing back, its red eyes gleaming. What did it signify? Simply, it invited a taste. Sir Bronn, who had grown quite rotund, had just taken a drink when he began to foam at the mouth, collapsing in a daze. Chapter 23. A raucous wedding night. Lyon was already accustomed to poison, stating, "Take Sir Bronn away. He has sacrificed for the realm." Future minstrels would surely extol this unfortunate knight, praising his noble qualities of self-sacrifice and loyalty to the crown. Robb scoffed indignantly, "Poison? Such a vile tactic must have originated from across the narrow sea, either from Viserys or Daenerys." However, since the incident did not involve Lyon, the wedding proceeded as planned. "Uncle," as Lyon danced with another lady, he caught a glimpse of Tyrion still indulging in his drink, which piqued his curiosity. "Have you been spurned?" Sir Kevin chuckled. "It is not as exaggerated as Prince Lyon suggests. The wine Tyrion consumes is not particularly potent." Tyrion, in a daze, replied, "Fear not, Lyon, I am not intoxicated, just hic, at my advanced age and still unmarried. My spirits are not particularly high." Tywin calmly pressed his son's head down, stating, "Your Highness, you need not concern yourself with him. He shall regain his clarity by the morrow." Next came the ancient ceremony. Lady Margaery was led by Ser Garland, presented to the young prince. Lyon draped the bride's cloak over Margaery, and before the archbishop, they exchanged vows, their lips brushing against one another. The jesters endeavored to summon ample laughter, for such merriment would reward them with a bounty of golden dragons. Even Stannis, usually stern, offered Margaery commendation, for she was gracious not only to Shireen but even to the guests from Dorne, who found no fault in her. Amidst the laughter, someone shouted, "Let the betting commence! Let the betting commence!" And soon everyone joined in. Margaery blushed, while the white wolf darted away to frolic with the other ice wolves. She was undressed by her maidens and kin, while Lyon was subjected to Robb's deliberate mockery, nearly provoking him to curse at his own wedding. Fortunately, Robb maintained decorum and, after a wink, gently consoled Princess Marcella. At last, the cacophony outside was hushed, and within the bridal chamber, the petite and beautiful Margaery gazed at him with an expression Lyon had never anticipated. It bore no shyness, no fear. What this expression truly was, he found difficult to articulate. He simply felt an uncanny resemblance between this moment's Margaery and Cersei. "Shall we begin, Lyon?" she whispered, taking his hand and placing it against her breast. "The son of a usurper weds in a Highgarden?" Viserys stared incredulously at Illyrio. Illyrio sighed melancholically. "Is there truly anyone in this world capable of unwavering loyalty?" "It is a sorrowful truth, Prince Viserys." Dany anxiously observed Jonna clutching 2 dragon eggs. "Jonna? Are you truly leaving?" For reasons unknown, Jonna appeared quite fatigued. After a yawn, she replied, "I'm sorry, Dany. I must go to Braavos. Anywhere but Westeros shall be my refuge." Dany looked at her with concern. "Are you truly all right?" Since awakening the previous night, Jonna had seemed rather despondent. Had she not been by Dany's side, Dany might have feared she had experienced a heartbreak. Do not fret. I am fine." Jonna shook her head. "As for the union between Prince Lyon and Highgarden, you 2 siblings need not worry excessively, for parts of the 7 kingdoms support the usurper. Unless the Dothraki cross the narrow sea, bringing their proud steeds aboard the ships of the free cities, they shall sweep through Westeros." Before this moment, as an illegitimate daughter bearing the tenuous bloodline of the Valyrians, I found myself at a disadvantage. After this, I shall receive no preferential treatment. How unfortunate, Miss Stark. Illyrio sighed. "Daenerys, we both see that she is unwilling to remain by your side." Viserys let out a furious roar. "This is intolerable. Khal Drogo should have already returned my army." Jonna shook her head, her gaze towards Viserys now filled solely with disappointment. "You are not Aegon the Conqueror reborn. Even if you rode the mightiest dragon across the world, you would still be consumed by its flames." She turned to Illyrio. "My lord, may I borrow paper and ink to send word of safety to my family?" "That is certainly not a problem," Illyrio replied with a smile. Jonna took the paper and ink and departed, yet Viserys remained unable to quell his rage, exclaiming furiously, "She ought to have pledged her loyalty to me. Yet she presents herself in such a manner." Daenerys simply gazed at her brother, well aware of his lack of martial prowess. "Brother," she said, "she speaks the truth. You possess neither military acumen nor combat experience. All you have are blood and title. Yet in Westeros, that is worth naught." Daenerys anticipated that Viserys might strike her, but she stubbornly continued, "Brother, I do not wish to marry Khal Drogo. We cannot return to Westeros. I long to return to Braavos. To the courtyard of the House of the Undying, beneath that lemon tree. That is where we truly belong." A resounding slap struck Daenerys' face, leaving an immediate crimson mark upon her beautiful visage. Daenerys had thought she would weep, but instead, she merely regarded her brother with pity, realizing she had nowhere to go. Should she sever her engagement to Khal Drogo, she would be utterly alone. Her brother had often spoken of how the Stark, Arryn, and Baratheon families had rallied together, while Dorne and Highgarden remained steadfastly at their side. But now, Tywin Lannister's son was betrothed to Dorne's Nymeria, and the Tyrell's Margaery wed the usurper's son. "Illyrio, let him remain in Pentos," she said, her voice imbued with a conviction she hadn't anticipated. "Why should he?" Viserys asked in astonishment, his gaunt cheeks flushed. "I shall be called Drogo's wife, the Khaleesi of the great grass sea. The mark upon my face shall remain. And to strike a Khaleesi is tantamount to insulting Khal Drogo." Daenerys could not be certain if Khal Drogo truly loved her, but Jonna had asserted that he must hold some affection for Daenerys. Otherwise, he would not have made promises to this seemingly mad young woman. "For you? For a little girl with no kin, how dare a savage defy the true dragon?" Viserys shouted, yet Daenerys discerned Illyrio's resolute expression. "She speaks the truth, your majesty." The savages do not regard bloodlines, but rather honor in combat. Perhaps, remaining in Pentos is indeed the wisest decision. Chapter 24. The Public Toilet Plan. Father, Mother. Newlywed Lannister quietly closed the door behind him, leaving King Robert and Queen Cersei puzzled as they regarded their son. Robert grumbled, "What is it? Did you quarrel with Margaery?" "Of course not," Lannister clarified. "Please dismiss the servants. I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you." Cersei scrutinized her son for a moment before conceding. "Very well. Everyone else, leave." Once the servants had departed, Lannister continued, "Father, I fear that Uncle Renly does not wish for me to ascend the Iron Throne." Robert, reaching for his goblet, nearly drank before angrily setting it down. "Humph. Grant him the title of Duke of Storm's End, but if he wishes to usurp the throne, he must first endure the torment of that damned iron chair." Cersei cast a cold glance at Robert. "I beg to differ. The people of Highgarden are evidently hedging their bets. They marry Margaery to Lannister while the Knight of Flowers maintains a close relationship with Renly. If I were you, Robert, between your son and your brother, I would undoubtedly choose my son." Robert, incensed, cursed under his breath, "Those damned others." "Lannister, do you possess any evidence?" To this, Lannister regrettably admitted, "No evidence. However, I previously observed Joffrey's servants mention that Renly and Joffrey advanced side by side on their way to King's Landing. The fine wine sent from Dorne was also delivered by Renly's companion, the Knight of Flowers. Moreover, Renly once proposed marrying Sansa Stark in my presence, presumably believing that his claim to Storm's End would earn the favor of Lord Eddard Stark." With each word, Robert's expression darkened further. "That accursed Renly, to conspire beneath my very nose. As for Joffrey, enough. Cersei, speak with Lord Tywin and confine him to the deepest dungeon of Casterly Rock. Let this wretched little brat never see the light of day again." Cersei's complexion paled slightly. Is it truly wise to treat him thus? Yet, she refrained from further protest, as she noticed Lannister's expression was even more somber than Robert's. Cersei lifted her skirts and departed, wisely granting the father and son a moment of solitude. It was only then that Robert finally revealed his weariness. Being a king is truly a grueling endeavor. "Lannister, you need not elaborate. Your words ring true. Renly and Joffrey are both members of House Baratheon. Why must we turn against one another? Even before the gods, a kinslayer faces a dire fate." Lannister uttered these words. Yet as he recalled the demise of Stannis, the fallen Renly, and Joffrey, he felt the weight of his statement evaporate into hollow insignificance. Oh, perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. It is high time for a tournament in King's Landing. Whether to celebrate Lord Tywin's official arrival or to honor your marriage. Robert winked at Lannister, understanding well. That girl from Highgarden certainly cannot be as frigid as Cersei. I eagerly anticipate the day I hold my grandchild. Ryan could only smile bitterly. At the tender age of 15, even though Margaery had reached childbearing age, it would be prudent to wait a couple more years before considering motherhood. After all, in a world fraught with ice and fire, many nobles had perished during childbirth. The little rose of Highgarden should not wither too soon, even if what he truly desired was not Margaery. On this note, Ryan suddenly had a thought. "Father, should we perhaps establish a large hospital?" Robert furrowed his brow, perplexed by the shift in topic. "A hospital? What do you mean?" "Well, it's a grand structure where people can seek treatment from learned physicians when they fall ill, and they pay a fee once they are cured. If they do not survive, the Silent Sisters can be compensated." "I see. So it is meant for the common folk. Let us table this discussion for now. We cannot afford any defaults, lest the Iron Bank incurs another hefty expense." Ryan felt helpless. He knew his father had a penchant for extravagance, yet when other issues arose, Robert would feign ignorance. "Then I shall find a way to scrounge up more resources from Littlefinger. That sly fox has hoarded a fortune in gold. Perhaps even the prize money from the tournament could be at our disposal." Robert readily agreed. "That sounds splendid. As for that hospital, build it with confidence. But I must warn you, there will surely be many who attempt to swindle us. I've seen it too many times. Those who fail to heal will seek to extort." This reminded Ryan that he had nearly forgotten the critical issue of King's Landing's sewage system. With unclean drinking water, countless maladies would arise, and such issues must be addressed through public health reforms. And speaking of public health, even in later times, it was managed through awareness campaigns and fines. The most pressing concern, however, was the absence of public restrooms. Gratefully, he expressed to his father, "Thank you. I shall consult with Uncle Tywin and Uncle Tyrion at once." With that, Ryan dashed away, leaving Robert in a state of perplexity. Upon hearing Ryan's suggestions, Tyrion was the first to be taken aback. "Well, father, it seems I indeed possess a knack for plumbing. But Ryan, in your opinion, isn't the most critical issue the redesign of the city's layout?" Indeed, Ryan candidly replied. Given the current congestion in King's Landing, there is simply no space for public facilities. My previous support for the Night's Watch has alleviated some of these issues, but the general populace lacks sufficient education, making it a daunting task. To be frank, King's Landing is merely a small dock. The north, the west, and the riverlands offer ample opportunities. In times of famine, the people will surely blame us for our ineptitude. Tywin calmly interjected. Simple. Evict them, renovate the buildings. Otherwise, we shall display their heads on the city walls. Anyone caught relieving themselves in the streets shall face dire consequences. Cut off their manhood, and the women can be sent to the Night's Watch as whores. Tyrion added. Accustomed to his father's brutal methods, there is no need for such drastic measures. A fine would suffice, suggested Lyon. If the designated areas are adhered to regularly, there would be no issues. Should one exceed the time limit, they could pay an additional fine for each day overdue. The same could apply to public indecency, though this would necessitate routine patrols. What a clever idea, Tyrion remarked. Lyon, I propose we post a notice beside the public restrooms, promoting the Night's Watch. Though most may be illiterate, the innate curiosity of humanity often prevails. Thus, the uncle and nephew eagerly finalized the preliminary plan, leaving the final review to Duke Tywin. This should suffice, Tywin stated with evident satisfaction as he regarded his grandson, having addressed this matter. Next, we ought to contemplate the situation concerning Renly Baratheon. Chapter 25. The poisoner attempting to harm Lyon is undoubtedly not a Dornishman. It would be sheer folly for a Dornishman, however fond of poison, to taint the very wine they deliver. Was it Viserys' doing? Tyrion found this notion perplexing. Even if both Lyon and Robert were to perish, the throne would still pass to Joffrey. At this point, Tyrion fell silent. Indeed, Tywin's tone remained even, indicating that all attendees of the feast were potential victims. Foremost among them would undoubtedly be Robert, Cersei, Lyon, and Margaery. Given Robert's notorious fondness for drink, I lean towards the belief that the poisoning was aimed primarily at him. As for Joffrey, locked away in the dungeons of King's Landing, he would remain unscathed. Should Joffrey ascend to the throne, the fate of the Seven Kingdoms would be uncertain. Tywin had initially dismissed House Tyrell, as marrying his daughter to Joffrey was completely contrary to the interests of House Marys. The earlier poisoning incident in Winterfell concerning Lyon did not bode well. I fear Joffrey may have been thoroughly corrupted by certain individuals, and until you and Margaery bear children, Joffrey remains your heir. Tywin's cautionary words to Lyon were clear. So you wish for a mere 15-year-old child to procreate? Lyon sighed, feeling that the world had twisted into an absurd state. Grandfather, even if Margaery can endure it, I cannot. You might as well urge Mother to hasten her union with Father. Tywin disregarded Lyon's jest. With the tournament approaching, it would be prudent for you to hone your skills. Lyon nodded reluctantly and departed. Tyrion also intended to leave, but Tywin called him back. Tyrion smiled resignedly. Is it my turn to make an appearance? Father, let me guess. Have you finally remembered that I ought to have a wife? Tywin regarded Tyrion with disdain, as one might look upon a bothersome fly. Indeed, I once approached Hoster Tully about marrying Lysa Arryn, but he would sooner wed her to Jon Arryn than to you. In hindsight, this may be a blessing. Tyrion shrugged. If you continue your dalliance with courtesans, do not speak of matrimony. Tywin cast a cold glance at Tyrion, picked up a letter, and signaled for Tyrion to read it himself. At the wall, Janos Slynt stood uneasily atop the frozen structure, gazing into the depths of the haunted forest. Samwell Tarly shivered beside him. Janos, Lord Eddard, and Ser Benjen have been gone for so long. Everyone in the Night's Watch must be thinking the same. Yet it was only Sam who dared voice such fearful speculation. The Honorable Ser Roderick of Winterfell had already led troops to provide support, Janos remarked. Though he was unafraid of anything, he could not help but tremble at this juncture. The heirs of Lord Eddard and his siblings were absent from Winterfell, attending the wedding of his brother, Renly, in King's Landing. Your brother? Samwell Tarly's wide, clear blue eyes made him appear all the more foolish. Yet Janos did not mind. Responding straightforwardly, my father is the king. I am one of his more than 20 bastards. Sam covered his mouth in shock. Good heavens. Looking at your arms, I would have thought you were a blacksmith. You're right, Janos replied, still peering down, hoping to catch sight of Eddard Stark or Benjen Stark. However, apart from the ever-present haunted forest, he saw nothing. As his watch concluded, Janos descended from the wall with great difficulty, feeling as if he were on the brink of freezing solid, encased in frost. Goodness, Janos began to doubt the wisdom of his choice to become a ranger. After all, his original profession was that of a blacksmith, and the wall was certainly no place for a man. Meanwhile, within the bustling hall of the Night's Watch, the voice of Ser Alliser Thorne rang particularly loud, Those little brats. They are unworthy of serving in the Night's Watch. In my opinion, Prince Renly is simply playing the fool. Janos sipped his onion soup, anger gradually swelling within his chest. Ser Aliser's words ignited the ire of many. Yet none dared act due to the established rules. Just then, a voice cut through the hall, ringing clear to all ears. Have you heard? A young boy laughed heartily while cautiously making his way across the hall. That Joffrey prince from King's Landing has been thrown into the dungeons. The dungeons? Janos frowned. After all, he was a prince. What crime could he have committed to warrant such punishment? God knows. After both Lord Eddard and Benjen went missing, this is one of the few pieces of good news I've heard. The boy pushed his straw-colored hair aside, speaking with a thick Westerlands accent, clearly hailing from Casterly Rock's domain. To be frank, that Joffrey prince was never much good during his time in Casterly Rock. Before his 9th name day, my brother got into a scuffle with him and was pushed into a well. The Lannisters claimed it was an accident. Only a fool would believe that. If you seek revenge, why would you join the Night's Watch? Graham gazed at the young man with a sense of bewilderment. His appearance was unremarkable, his complexion pallid, hardly indicative of a privileged upbringing. Revenge? I have long since avenged myself. I once attempted to assassinate Prince Joffrey, only to be thwarted by the meddlesome guards surrounding him. And thus I was compelled to don the garb of darkness. The boy shrugged, clearly having recounted this tale numerous times before. What a horrific story, murmured Samwell Tarly. Could anyone truly be so cruel? Perhaps it is an inheritance from my mother, replied Gendry gloomily. The murder of King Robert's illegitimate son by Cersei Lannister bordered on madness. The realm was enveloped in an eerie silence, unable to mask the grim reality. Her father, Tywin, was equally culpable, and frankly, Gendry could scarcely believe that Lyon was his mother's child. Enough of such thoughts, Sam. Tomorrow we shall officially join them in patrolling beyond the wall. As for the peculiarities that had led to the simultaneous disappearance of Eddard and Banyon, Gendry had no desire to delve deeper, nor did he feel any trepidation. What could be more dreadful than succumbing to Cersei's malevolence? He finished the last sip of his now lukewarm onion soup, swallowing the final morsel of stale bread. Ignoring Sir Alicia's provocative gaze, he navigated through the raucous hall until he finally returned to his chamber, disrobed, and succumbed to slumber. The flickering candlelight mirrored his uncertain future, shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 26. The assassination of Robert King's Landing found itself ensnared in an unusual state of chaos. Robert Baratheon awoke early, clamoring for a hunting expedition. However, his attendants, including Lord Baelish and Lord Renly, were nowhere to be found. Consequently, the tournament had to be temporarily halted, prompting Ser Loras Tyrell and the Crown Prince to venture across the river in search of the king. At the very least, he should have donned his helmet, Sir Baelish mused with an unwarranted sense of hope. Their party followed the tracks deep into the forest. Yet it was here that the signs became chaotic and elusive. Broken branches and overturned sod testified to a recent violent encounter. The creature must have been an extraordinary beast, remarked Lord Lando Tully with his characteristic composure. Let us pray that his majesty has triumphed over it. Loras, anxious, inhaled the air laden with an overwhelming scent of blood. Lyon remained silent, which rendered him the most troubled among them. What troubles you, your highness? I have just discovered a tattered banner bearing the Targaryen sigil of a dragon. Lyon revealed, displaying the flag to the others. Despite their varied expressions, there was no doubt that it belonged to House Targaryen. How peculiar, Loras chuckled. Could it be that Rhaegar Targaryen has risen from the grave? Certainly, the dead cannot be resurrected. As Lyon pondered whether Viserys might extend his reach to King's Landing, he harbored suspicions that the scheming of the spider might be subtly influencing events. Regardless of the underlying truth, the throne seized by House Baratheon was ultimately met with retribution. Uncle Stannis, please convey to the bannermen the necessity of fortifying Dragonstone's defenses. We must also remain vigilant regarding Highgarden. The latter part of his statement was directed at Loras Tyrell, who nodded in acknowledgement. This banner was akin to the roar of a dragon once more. The group, burdened with heavy thoughts, pressed onward, yet the king seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only the carcass of a wild boar behind. The warhammer lay discarded at the boar's feet. My father would never lay down his arms unless his life were in peril, Lyon murmured, carefully scanning the ground for any other traces. Fortunately, there were no scorch marks left by flames. Grey wind howled mournfully at Rob's feet. Silence, Grey wind. Rob's expression darkened, a sentiment shared by nearly everyone present, though none dared to voice it aloud. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the moment, Lyon searched once more, his countenance now gravely serious. My lords, I beseech your assistance. At the moat, Robert Baratheon collapsed alongside a dozen corpses. blood stained half of the river, and Robert's smile was tinged with crimson. Ha! That little Aegon dares not come kill me himself. I can still bring them all to their knees. Cease your laughter. Agitating your wounds will only hasten your demise. Lyon admonished his father, though Robert only laughed more heartily in response. Your Majesty, it would be wise to consume some poppy milk, suggested Maester Baelor, trembling as he approached. The gravely wounded king was dragged onto the bed. Baelor, I believed my father's condition would not deteriorate so swiftly, Lyon remarked, furrowing his brow. With his rudimentary knowledge from a past life, he even reminded Baelor to administer disinfection and had concocted alcohol himself. Yet Robert's numerous injuries showed no signs of improvement. Only worsening. What? Do you think I cannot smell it? The stench of death is already quite potent upon me. Robert Baratheon bellowed, insisting that the tournament must proceed with due solemnity. Do not surround me, as if in mourning. Let me speak privately with my son. The others left the room, and Lyon found himself at a loss for words with his father. That banner. It must belong to a descendant of House Targaryen. Most likely that little Aegon who barely escaped. Robert seethed, yet he could no longer lift his warhammer, his spirit willing but his strength failing. Son, I could not bequeath to you a safe and prosperous kingdom. Ned's bastard has a dragon egg, does she not? You must summon her back to Westeros. We cannot allow Viserys or Daenerys to possess the dragon egg. After catching his breath, Robert continued, the Tyrell's hold over Highgarden is not sufficiently secure. Moreover, Prince Doran of Dorne remains deeply concerned for the Targaryens. Caution must be exercised regarding the Dornish and the Tyrells. As for Daenerys, that girl is now the Khaleesi of the vast grasslands and is on the verge of bearing a son of dragon blood. Viserys will undoubtedly lead a force across the narrow sea, advancing with determination. Lyon gazed at his father, completing the unspoken words he wished to convey. Robert felt both a sense of comfort and sorrow. If only Ned were not missing. If he were by your side, you might still receive aid and counsel. I suspect that man is most likely dead by now. Damn it. How dare he die before me? His breath gradually slowed, yet Robert gripped Lyon's hand tighter. Son. You are my son. I once defeated Rhaegar at the Trident with my warhammer. Now, you too shall surely slay that Aegon. Fear not. I have a sense that I can still endure for a while longer. During this time, you may pursue your endeavors. Remember, you will always be my son. Lyon nodded somberly, stepping outside to instruct Sandor to remain by King Robert's side, while calling upon Ser Balistan. Fearless Ser Balistan, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of the youth you previously trained? Ser Balistan understood. Rest assured, Your Highness, since King Robert's disappearance, I have had them assist the city watch in guarding King's Landing, ensuring that no one escapes the city. Excellent, Lyon replied, but I fear this may not suffice. I must meet with them and candidly discuss our current predicament. If a ruler wishes to earn the affection of his subjects, he must perpetually make them feel his presence among them. Ser Balistan wholeheartedly agreed. Upon reaching the walls of King's Landing, Lyon Baratheon, adorned in a regal cloak emblazoned with the crowned stag, diverged from his usual demeanor and spoke sincerely to the previously unfamiliar youth. My father, due to an assassination plot orchestrated by the Targaryens, now lies gravely ill. A great battle approaches. Not only did the youths hold their breath in rapt attention, but even the guards of the city watch inadvertently perked up their ears. Ultimately, this news could not be concealed, so it was better to let it be known swiftly. Regardless, I shall not abandon King's Landing. When the time for battle arrives, I will fight alongside you. Perhaps you may wish to follow the true dragon, which is understandable. Lyon paused momentarily. But even if that Aegon possesses the resurrected dragon, when the flames are unleashed, whether one follows the true dragon or not, I believe death will be inevitable, yes? The guards of the city watch averted their gazes. Meanwhile, those youths with whom he shared a close bond erupted into laughter, particularly the most skilled among them. Sol, fear not, my prince. Should anyone dare to defect in battle, I shall be the first to slay him. The earnest smiles of the youths momentarily lifted Lyon's spirits, yet he knew his speech must continue. For all the citizens of King's Landing, this was a crucial juncture. Chapter 27. The deathbed assurance. The rumors within King's Landing regarding the lineage of Joffrey and Myrcella had reached a fever pitch. Prince Aegon, after declaring war on King's Landing, also accused Cersei of moral impropriety. Lannister found it impossible to fabricate evidence. Thus he cited examples of Myrcella and Joffrey, with Littlefinger deceased. The source of this intelligence reaching Aegon remained shrouded in mystery. This time, Lon did not confine Varys to the dungeons. Instead, he entrusted Sir Ilyn Payne with certain tasks, leaving the eunuch momentarily bewildered. As Varys was led away, he vociferously protested, Your Highness, you are mistaken, truly mistaken. Tywin offered no commentary, merely suggesting that Tyrion be appointed as the new Master of Whispers. This proposal nearly left Tyrion breathless. Nevertheless, as Lyon stood in the sept addressing the assembly, malicious glances were incessantly cast in his direction, with some even bursting into laughter. This lad may very well be the offspring of Cersei and Stannis. To be fair, this individual clearly lacked any understanding of Stannis. Lyon feigned ignorance and commenced his address. It is common knowledge that Prince Aegon perished within the confines of King's Landing long ago. Yet, it is equally known that Aegon possesses the blood of Dorne, does he not? The populace began to murmur among themselves, and Lyon fervently hoped they would conclude their deliberations swiftly. After all, Robert had claimed he could endure for half a day, and Lyon feared he might not witness his father's final moments. Eventually, they reached a consensus, identifying her as Lady Nymeria of Dorne. Lyon gestured towards the enchanting young woman with her rich chocolate skin and calmly inquired, "Does the individual claiming to be Prince Aegon bear any resemblance to her?" This time, the crowd's confidence wavered. They glanced left and right, weighing rumors and even invoking principles of genetics. Ultimately, a hesitant voice ventured, "It appears there is little resemblance." Lyon swiftly affirmed, "Indeed, the legitimacy of this so-called Prince Aegon as a Targaryen is uncertain. What claim does he have to reside in King's Landing? As for Myrcella and Joffrey, I pose a question. Robb Stark of the North, being of the Stark lineage, does he bear any likeness to Ser Edmure Tully?" Robb stood uncomfortably beside Lyon, visibly discomfited by being dragged into this discourse. Indeed, the crowd resumed their animated discussions. Not long prior, Edmure had fortuitously attended a wedding. Thus the townsfolk were familiar with him. Hence, it was perfectly natural for a nephew to resemble his uncle. Furthermore, let us not forget that Aerys once fancied Joanna of Casterly Rock. Who can say that Rhaegar did not father a few bastards? The remaining assembly turned their gazes towards Lady Nymeria of Dorne. Her expression was inscrutable, though her countenance had evidently darkened. After such a lengthy discourse, Lyon found himself somewhat parched, ultimately concluding, "In my view, this so-called Aegon prince resembles more a bastard of the Targaryen lineage, perhaps even a scion of the Velaryon family." Applause erupted. The public, visibly exhilarated, dispersed, evidently preparing to shift their mockery in King's Landing from Robert to Prince Aegon. Lyon exhaled. At least he had addressed certain issues on a public level, albeit with rather abstract solutions. Meanwhile, Robert appeared ready to throttle him, gripping Lyon's shoulder tightly, exclaiming, "Why didn't you clarify this earlier? You even used me as an example. Good brother, was there truly no more suitable choice? Besides, your parents' affection is well known throughout King's Landing." Lyon defended himself, a rare smile gracing his face, before stating earnestly, "I apologize, brother, but I cannot allow you to return to Winterfell just yet." Robert nodded, evidently not surprised. "I shall remain in the city to fight alongside you. Ser Roderick can serve as the acting Lord of Winterfell. Mother and Ser Ruin will undoubtedly manage affairs well." Yet Lyon remained uneasy about Robert's current state. Indeed, he was also apprehensive about himself. Both of their grandfathers had passed away at an early age, and their father had also met an untimely demise. Lacking reliable elders to guide them made the cultivation of political acumen and military strategy exceedingly challenging. In truth, Lyon recognized that he need not fret excessively, for Tywin and Stannis were both present in King's Landing. As for the so-called Aegon prince, with his purportedly vast fleet, Lyon estimated he was either in debt or exaggerating his capabilities. Robert nudged Lyon. "What are you pondering?" He smiled, warm and loyal. "Rest assured, should the day of the city's downfall arrive, I shall die alongside you. Surely not alongside Lysa." That topic was best left untouched. Robert playfully pursued Lyon, who called for help, drawing forth a cascade of laughter. Ultimately, Lyon fled back to the Red Keep, still calling for aid, while Robert, sensing the gravity of the situation, adopted a more serious demeanor. Cersei, with reddened eyes, opened the door for them, her queenly allure intensifying at that moment. Robert looked upon this unfortunate wife with genuine sympathy. "You are truly strong," he remarked sincerely. Initially, he had expected Cersei to be rendered haggard by grief, but to his surprise, she had managed to reassure the anxious women of King's Landing with her royal composure, thereby winning the favor of the High Septon through her pious demeanor. The public sentiment had been thoroughly turned on its head by the mother-son duo. Cersei even contemplated spreading rumors that Aerys' death had driven Ashera to suicide. But Lyon promptly intervened to halt such plans. His offhand comment had already caused enough discomfort for Lord Baelish. If such rumors were to circulate, the poor old Baelish would find himself in an untenable position. What of it? Who decrees that a woman must weep incessantly? Cersei forced a smile while casting a fierce glare at Robert, cautioning him not to move carelessly and risk aggravating his wounds. Lyon, observing the scene, found himself momentarily lost in thought, while Robb gazed at Cersei with admiration, as if she were a paragon of female valor. Although Lyon understood that Cersei might be fearful of losing such a formidable ally as Robert without explanation, he felt a chill when recalling the Cersei from the original narrative, who had coldly dispatched Robert without a flicker of hesitation. Robb, managing to open his eyes, recognized his father's old friend and future father-in-law, and grimaced a bloody smile. Clearly startled, Robb nonetheless summoned some courage and assured the king, "I will certainly aid Lyon in defending King's Landing." This was indeed fortuitous. After all, you are Ned's son, the old rogue who valued honor above all else. Who would have thought he would lead me, into this predicament? Robert called Lyon over again, this time with an air of resolve. "Son, in front of your mother and Robb, you must give me your word." Lyon looked at his father in confusion, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What assurance? Robert clenched his teeth and articulated each word carefully. "You must kill anyone who claims the identity of House Targaryen." Chapter 28. The onset of war. How could this be? Viserys hastily scanned the letters. Prince Aegon announced his imminent march on King's Landing. He abruptly rose, causing the girl beside him to hurriedly wrap herself and shield her modesty. Ignoring the woman with whom he had shared a night of passion, Viserys demanded of Illyrio, "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" He had always believed Aegon perished within the walls of King's Landing, as he and Dany had been sent to Dragonstone, unaware that Jon Clinton had taken Aegon away. Now, Aegon had been thrust into the limelight by Jon Clinton, while his authenticity could not be guaranteed. His silver hair and purple eyes were compelling evidence. With the usurper having been slain by Aegon, and his heir's foundation shaky, it was indeed a fortuitous moment for Aegon. Yet, the Horse Lord stubbornly refused his request for military support. Illyrio stroked his beard and sighed softly. "Alas, your majesty, why become entangled in such trifles? The dragon has 3 heads, you, Aegon, and Daenerys. All 3 of you could easily sweep across the continent of Westeros." Viserys, incensed, reached for the sword at his waist. "I am ever prepared to reclaim the throne for Aegon, yet he has left me as a mere shield for so long." Without even a word of apology, Illyrio sighed deeply. After all, he has the support of the mercenary company. "To speak fairly, your majesty, previously, no one among the Stark lineage matched your potential to command the Kingsguard. You should not have quarreled with her over the dragon eggs. Now, she has taken 2 eggs and fled, leaving only 1 for your sister. Although the Golden Company might still possess ancient dragon eggs, how can a Targaryen simply watch the dragon eggs soar away?" A thin veil of anger spread across Viserys' face, yet he restrained his temper. What course should one take now? Shouldn't the Dothraki Horse Lord raise his army to conquer King's Landing before the Pretender? Illyrio sighed once more, across the narrow sea. "My old friend Varys has met his demise. Moreover, the princess is already with child. The Horse Lord would never mobilize his forces at this critical juncture. The Tullys, Tyrells, Baratheons, and Lannisters are all gathering in King's Landing. And what of the Starks?" Viserys inquired with hope. He recalled that Eddard Stark had vanished beyond the wall. Without this loyal supporter of the usurper, it was likely that House Stark would yield to the true dragon. Illyrio shook his head. Winterfell must prepare for the threat of the White Walkers advancing south. But presently, the Duke of Winterfell, Robb Stark, commands his retainers and is likewise stationed within King's Landing. Damn it! Viserys paced the room, his earlier joy dissipating. Just yesterday, upon hearing the news of the usurper's death, he had been so elated that he rewarded the bed-warmer with a necklace. How could that timid current king, Renly Baratheon, as described by Jon Stark, persuade the lords to willingly stand by his side? Or was it truly the butcher, Tywin Lannister, who possessed the requisite prowess? I cannot remain trapped in Pentos. Once Aegon takes King's Landing, I shall return. What will I become then? Illyrio cleared his throat. In fact, this is the most suitable arrangement. Aegon also has the support of the Golden Company. With the usurper deceased, and the Lord of Griffin's Roost, Renly, currently held captive by Lannister in King's Landing. As long as we secure Griffin's Roost or Dragonstone, we can use it as a base to scheme for King's Landing. Following the declaration of martial law in the city, King Renly released Stannis back to Griffin's Roost, without offering any explanation to others. Stannis took with him a portion of the royal fleet, while Ser Loras Tyrell was dispatched to temporarily oversee Dragonstone. After King Robert's death, the council convened as scheduled. Renly sat upon the Iron Throne, as if on pins and needles. As time passed, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, just as Robert had warned. Yet he had to endure. My lords, I must inform you of a fact. As per the intelligence gathered by Master of Whisperers Tyrion, Prince Aegon is not of true Targaryen lineage, but rather a descendant of Blackfyre. The noble women gasped in unison, while Renly Baratheon inquired with keen interest, "Is there evidence?" "The Golden Company has always supported Blackfyre," Renly remarked. Tywin Lannister, however, was less placid. "Evidence?" He provided no proof when he slandered Myrcella's lineage. Lord Tywin rarely displayed anger, but it was evident he had truly clashed with Aegon this time. Very well, very well." Renly, sensing the tide turning, promptly fell silent. Even if he is a descendant of Blackfyre, it does not preclude his potential to hatch a true dragon, remarked Stannis Lannister, with a solemn expression. Had it not been for the fact that this individual could at least be considered a relative, Lyon would have spoken more bluntly. "Lord Stuydaff, had Aegon possessed a dragon, our meeting today would have been rendered impossible." The majority of the lords would hastily rally to support Aegon Targaryen, regardless of whether he is a descendant of Blackfyre or a legitimate member of House Targaryen. A dragon is the true path to power in the realm of Westeros. My lords, our current task is to allocate responsibilities for the defense of King's Landing and to thwart any naval assaults. Sir Kevan, sensing the tension, promptly stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Amidst the squabbles and compromises of the minor and major nobility, the military deployment was ultimately finalized. Meanwhile, numerous lords, having chosen the wrong side in supporting Prince Aegon, were reported one by Bay Sir, yet Lyon remained unfazed. "Send them a message, informing them that Aegon is an impostor. If they do not declare their stance within 3 days, we shall note their territories and redistribute them after Aegon's demise." After all, Aegon had the backing of the Golden Company, comprising 120,000 mercenaries. Although news had reached him that Jon Stark had seized the Ravenous Company from Dario and had officially become its new commander, she remained merely a young girl, unlikely to emerge unscathed from the treacherous political strife. Even if she were to hatch those 2 dragon eggs, her dragons would still be but hatchlings, and it was highly probable that she would perish alongside them. Lyon could only take solace in having done the right thing by providing her with a formidable weapon. Subsequently, he endured yet another tedious court session, listening to the grievances of the common folk and dispensing fair judgments. "Your Majesty, someone has stolen my only horse and has taken my wife. Are those individuals still within King's Landing? Provide a description of their appearances and then seek out the city guard." Lyon felt a flicker of impatience, yet he endeavored to comfort the unfortunate middle-aged man gently. Chapter 29. Winter is coming. Winterfell. Catelyn Stark anxiously received a letter from Master Luwin. "By the gods, Aegon Targaryen is still alive?" This news was, without a doubt, unwelcome to Lyon. Scholar Luwin also expressed concern, though his words were merely soothing. The signs indicate a low probability of credibility. "Robb is safe, rest assured." A smile finally graced Catelyn's face. "My son Robb will be unharmed." During these days of Eddard's disappearance, Catelyn had developed an almost dependent affection for Robb, a sentiment she recognized as unwarranted. She ought to learn from Cersei. The news of Robert's death had spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, yet the queen remained steadfast, providing robust support for Lyon. "My lady," the pale-skinned Vaon Poole hurried forth. Since Eddard's disappearance, this steward had been diligently managing the affairs of Winterfell. "What is it?" Catelyn realized she was trembling uncontrollably. "Ever since Eddard's disappearance, it seems that all news has turned grim." "You need not worry, my lady," said Vaon Poole. "Young Lord Robb wishes for you to visit the lords of the north during this time. His lordship's absence will surely have repercussions. He is currently in King's Landing and cannot extricate himself." Catelyn momentarily lost her focus, then rallied her spirits. "Yes, I should have done this long ago. Dispatch messages to Last Hearth, Lord Bolton, Lord Manderley, and Lady Mormont of Bear Island. I intend to host a feast in Winterfell to invite all the Northern Bannermen." Vaon Poole bowed at once. "Wait," she interrupted. "Did Robb mention Sansa, Bran, and Arya's well-being in his letter?" Vaon Poole smiled. "They are all well. Bran aspires to be a knight. Sansa is comforting the frightened ladies of King's Landing alongside Queen Marjorie. As for Arya, you know her temperament. She is insisting on going to Bravos to become a water dancer." Catelyn found herself both exasperated and amused. "That does sound like Arya. Tell her she is not to go. She shows no semblance of a lady." All the Northern Bannermen attended, except for Lady Baelish, who was unable to come due to illness. When old Jon Arryn arrived, he warmly engaged Catelyn in conversation. Though this robust elder was advanced in years, his fervor remained undiminished. "Rest assured, my lady, Lord Eddard has the favor of the gods and will undoubtedly return safely from the wall," young Jon declared with a thump of his chest. Catelyn had long known him to be an irredeemable optimist, and at this moment. Such a spirit was precisely what she required. "I am in dire need of your assistance," Catelyn confessed, surveying the stoic Lord Roose Bolton and the portly Lord Manderley, her heart brimming with hope that these northern lords would remain loyal to her and her son. The Wall, the others. The end of the long night. Eddard's disappearance serves as a stark reminder that winter is indeed coming. "My lady, you are increasingly resembling a true Northwoman," young Jon remarked, his broad smile revealing his hearty disposition. "Fear not. My father has already prepared the records and arms at last hearth. Should the others truly descend upon us, we shall fight them to the bitter end." Lord Roose Bolton concurred. "You need not fret. The Bolton family will certainly aid House Stark in safeguarding the lands south of the Wall." Roose's heir had accompanied Robb to King's Landing for the wedding. The young man named Dominic left a favorable impression on Catelyn. He was gentle, skilled at the harp, and devoid of the cunning that characterized Roose Bolton. Although Ser Roderick was less than fond of him, the elder had always disapproved of boys learning instruments. Lady Mormont smiled reassuringly. "My lady, rest easy. If the others truly march south, none of us shall escape." Count Selwyn also nodded in agreement. These lords gathered around the long table for one of the most memorable dinners of Catelyn's life. During the meal, discussions inevitably turned to Eddard's disappearance. Jon Arryn asserted that they should immediately head north to the Wall to ascertain the whereabouts of Duke Eddard. Lords Bolton proposed that it would be prudent to first establish contact with the Night's Watch, confirming the weaknesses of the others before taking further action. Of course, some believed that Eddard Stark had likely perished alongside Benjen in the haunted forest. However, this notion was promptly dismissed by the pragmatic Lord Karstark, inciting immediate discontent from Jon Amber. "Why utter such discouraging words?" he protested. Catelyn quickly intervened, and fortunately, the two did not develop any significant discord, merely exchanging fierce glares. Given Jon Amber's temperament, it was likely that he would soon forget the incident. Just after concluding his verbal sparring with Jon, Lord Bolton suddenly spoke up, his pale eyes betraying no emotion. "Lady Catelyn, has your eldest daughter Sansa been betrothed?" Catelyn was taken aback. Initially, she had entertained the possibility of Sansa becoming a queen, but with the announcement of Margaery's and Loras's engagement, she realized that this dream was no longer feasible. "Certainly not," she replied, a sense of unease creeping in. For Lord Bolton never spoke without purpose. This man was cautious yet undeniably ambitious, having always been among Eddard's most wary vassals. Could it be that Lord Bolton intended for his heir, Dominic, to wed Sansa? While Catelyn held a favorable impression of the amiable young man, such a hasty decision, made without Eddard's knowledge, seemed unwise. Lord Bolton's next statement eased Catelyn's concerns. "There have been rumors suggesting that Sansa is to be married to someone from the south. To be frank, I would be loath to part with Sansa." A gentle yet sincere smile graced Catelyn's face, likely due to Sansa's presence alongside her siblings in King's Landing. "I must concede, the challenges faced by Lyanna are indeed formidable," remarked Lord Karstark. Lady Mormont concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, the dragons of House Targaryen have long since vanished. I assert there is nothing to fear. As long as your son Robb, Dominic, and my son, along with their peers, survive the impending conflict, it shall bring honor to us Northerners." This sentiment was met with enthusiastic agreement from the lords present. Nearly all had sent young boys from their kin to join Robb, naturally hoping for their descendants' success. As Catelyn knew, Lord Seaworth even wished to send his granddaughter to serve Robb as a maid, only for Robb to be startled into a hasty refusal. "I believe they shall emerge victorious," Catelyn concluded. Despite her usual aversion to alcohol, she poured herself a generous cup. Was it in honor of King Lyanna, newly appointed in King's Landing, or was she praying to the gods for her son's safety? Catelyn found herself without answers. As everything seemed to culminate, she was delighted to discover that the vassals of the North had devised a plan to search for Eddard. Each household was gathering their ancestral Valyrian steel, and Lord Bolton suggested that fire could be employed if necessary, a proposal that garnered the approval of others. "May the gods protect us," Catelyn murmured. She believes that she will soon reunite with her beloved Ed. Chapter 30. The new leader of the Ravens Brotherhood. Ever since Jon Stark seized the Ravens Brotherhood from the Grey-haired by force, she has regretted that decision incessantly. Now, as the leader of the Brotherhood, the former mercenary Daario pledged his allegiance to her immediately after she dispatched the Grey-haired, proclaiming himself utterly smitten by Jon Stark. Naturally, Daario had a myriad of reasons to assert his loyalty. He presented Jonna with a recently pilfered silk gown. The original owner of this dress was likely deceased. As Jonna bent down to ascertain whether the gray-haired was truly lifeless, she called out to White Spirit, "Do not wander off. I'll treat you to a feast later." Daario showed no signs of embarrassment, smiling as he replied, Perhaps so, my lady. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I could procure one specifically for you at the market to complement your violet eyes. Subsequently, Dario announced this matter to the others in the Brotherhood. Unlike in Westeros, Jonna was astonished to find that each mercenary looked at her without disdain. Good lady, you truly possess remarkable prowess. A robust yet unremarkable man beamed at her, blood still drying on his chin. Another red-haired woman calmly assessed. You hail from Westeros, that nation which venerates lineage. The ritual of leadership transfer was unprecedented and would likely remain so. Jonna merely exchanged pleasantries with the mercenaries, who accepted her new status without objection. Despite the lingering gazes of men upon her bosom, Jonna chose to remain oblivious. She traversed between trade city-states alongside the mercenary band. The North lacked a formidable fleet, and initially, she was seasick, struggling helplessly against the tempest, nearly losing her life. However, as time passed, Jonna Stark gradually acclimated to life aboard the ship. She even learned to navigate, as the young leader of the Cold Ravens bravely forged ahead through the storm. Rumors regarding Jonna Stark's lineage seemed to sprout overnight. Many speculated that she was a descendant of House Targaryen. Yet, in Westeros, the Stark family's identity could not be fabricated. Likewise, with Jonna bearing black hair and violet eyes, without conclusive evidence, the matter was left unresolved. Since her successful coup, executed with the aid of her direwolf, the mysterious shadow of Braavos had followed her relentlessly. In her dreams, Jonna could vividly see cloaked boys and girls, their eyes pitch dark and skin pale, perpetually gazing at her, which was driving her to the brink of madness. Thus, after completing the task commissioned in Pentos, Jonna eagerly disembarked to rest. Although the makeshift tent could not compare to the solidity and weight of Winterfell, Jonna desperately needed it to provide a sanctuary for her troubled spirit. Reclining in a chair, she appeared utterly listless. The sound of footsteps resonated through the air, prompting her to sit up immediately. Bai Ling's crimson eyes, calm and composed, fixed their gaze upon Dario as he ambled in, twirling his peculiar dagger with an air of nonchalance. The blade bore Valyrian runes, and Jonna had often found herself questioning his true identity, yet without any tangible clues. Miss Commander, shall we see if there are any new commissions? Dario remarked with a hint of sarcasm. This time in Pentos, we've certainly made a handsome profit, enough to procure you many new swords. Jonna was uncertain whether he had discerned the origin of her sword or if it was mere coincidence. She had named it Dawn and Dusk purely for its melodic sound, devoid of any deeper significance. Weary, she perused the letters, only to discover they were not missives seeking the services of the ravenous crows, but rather communications from someone claiming to be Prince Aegon. Naturally, there was also a letter from Viserys Targaryen, which Jonna dismissed without a second glance. Aegon, Viserys, she stated tersely. Oh, that resurrected Aegon. What did he have to say? Dario inquired, feigning interest. The letter contained nothing particularly remarkable. Aegon wished for her to lead the ravenous crows to unite with the Golden Company in support of his endeavor to reclaim the Iron Throne. Jonna succinctly replied, omitting the rest, as Dario was illiterate. Did Aegon truly believe she would align the ravenous crows with him merely due to shared bloodlines? Oh, how much is this Aegon willing to offer? Dario asked, his interest piqued. The red-haired Lavenna merely scoffed at this, offering no commentary. 150,000 gold dragons to secure the unwavering loyalty of the ravenous crows, Jonna quietly added, and he requests my personal attendance, leaving a direwolf as collateral. As she spoke the latter part, her expression darkened noticeably. Ah, I wonder if he also intends to court you? That would be unfortunate. Dario chuckled heartily, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. If I were you, I would firmly decline his proposition. This is not Westeros, Lavenna coldly interjected. 150,000 gold dragons to buy out. How audacious of this Aegon to even consider it. Of course, he has made other promises. Once he captures King's Landing, he will bestow upon each of us a title of lordship in Westeros. Jonna concluded, spreading her hands, for there was no loss to them in this. Within this tent, Jonna found temporary refuge from the blazing sun outside, while simultaneously growing more accustomed to the mercenary code of ethics. Work for pay, and if it fails, make a hasty retreat. That is difficult to ascertain, Tomad remarked, furrowing his brow as he stroked his iron chin. We are all aware of the Golden Company's military might, and there are numerous supporters of King Aegon within King's Landing. Moreover, Aegon is heavily reliant on supply lines over the sea. On the other hand, the lords of Westeros can muster a mere 200,000 troops at best, and they are notoriously adept at infighting. Lavenna spoke to Jonna, her eyes aflame with an inexplicable resentment. Although the Iron Throne is in a state of dire poverty, King Lyon is backed by other prominent families. Jonah shrugged. The foundation of the Baratheon dynasty is precarious, and Robert has nearly squandered the Iron Throne. The Iron Bank of Bravos has tightened its grip on Westeros. That said, Prince Aegon may even be a descendant of Blackfyre. Westeros places immense importance on legitimacy and bloodline, or else I would not be here. In conclusion, both sides are equally unappealing. Daario summarized, squinting with keen interest. Which side would you choose, my lady? His tone carried the sort of intonation that Jonah found most irksome. Clearly, creating an ambiguous atmosphere is Daario's forte. For a mercenary like him, betrayal is certainly not an uncommon occurrence. Jonah chose to disregard Daario's deliberately crafted expression and instead turned her gaze to the others. From their expressions, she gleaned her answer. Chapter 31. Aegon Targaryen, congratulations. The tremendous victory of Prince Aegon. On the day the usurper perished, these were the words Aegon heard most frequently. Thanks to the unwavering persistence of the Golden Company and Illyrio, as well as the impeccable coordination of the Spider, the eyes and ears lying in wait at the Red Keep swiftly received word while the usurper insisted on hunting alone. In retrospect, Aegon had to acknowledge that the plan was fraught with considerable risk. The informants successfully infiltrated the Red Keep as servants, with one even being knighted by Robert. However, Prince Lyon ordered regular searches of the Red Keep, which forced most of the supporters to conceal their weapons in exceedingly hidden locations, thereby hampering the efficiency of the assassination and introducing many unnecessary complications. Fortunately, Varys's intelligence proved accurate. King Robert was indeed an impulsive knight. Rather than a king suited for the Iron Throne, Aegon succeeded in avenging Rhaegar by killing Robert before others could reach him. However, the subsequent news of Varys's death struck like a heavy blow. This is inconceivable. Aegon furrowed his brow and then summoned Jon Clinton, who suffered from grayscale. How could Lyon have dispatched Varys so swiftly? Without the Master of Whisperers, this king is essentially devoid of intelligence. Jon Clinton was equally perplexed. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. We must hasten our actions. With Varys gone, the intelligence network within King's Landing has suffered significant fractures. If Lyon, cough, Jon Clinton paused for a moment before continuing. If he secures his position on the Iron Throne and begets an heir, our chances of failure will only increase. Aegon. Jon Clinton addressed him by this name, Aegon Targaryen, a name that does not rightfully belong to him. Jonah Stark, I suspect, is most likely Rhaegar's illegitimate daughter, Jon remarked, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes, perhaps due to the memory of the Silver Prince Rhaegar, who had once fought alongside him and met an untimely demise. Indeed, she possesses the Valyrian bloodline, agreed Aegon. Regardless, she bears violet blue eyes. Furthermore, she successfully absconded with a dragon egg. And rumors suggest that this Miss Jon Snow is highly likely to hatch a true dragon. While the latter assertion may seem dubious, the former is largely credible. She is the daughter of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. However, I cannot ascertain the veracity of this claim. It is equally plausible that she is the offspring of Stark and Ashera. In any case, you must establish contact with her promptly. Following Jon Clinton's advice, Aegon sent a letter to Jon Snow. Yet, in comparison to this uncertain Rhaegar's illegitimate daughter, Aegon had far weightier matters to contemplate. King Aegon had always exercised caution, arranging for Ser Boros to taste everything before him. The maester bowed his head, delivering intelligence sent by Illyrio. Aegon stared in astonishment at the messenger, exclaiming, "Has the last batch of wine sent to Dorne not been sufficiently spiced?" Contrary to what Tywin Lannister might imagine, the wine sent from Dorne had been poisoned. With the Dornish fully aware, the prudent Prince Doran would naturally oppose such elusive schemes, yet Princess Arryn might not. She exhibited an unexpected obsession with the unromantic knight, Jaime Lannister. Consequently, she nearly quarreled with Nymeria. Fortunately, matters did not escalate to an irretrievable state. Long before in Winterfell, Aegon had already attempted to poison Aegon. It remains unclear who leaked this information, but Aegon had taken to mimicking the Mad King's mannerisms, insisting that others taste his food first. Later, when those dispatched were recalled, Jon Clinton spared their lives, but their days were likely far from pleasant. Aegon pondered the peculiarities of this man. His father, Robert, had always scorned such tricks. Yet Aegon executed them with remarkable finesse. Aegon shook his head in uncertainty. Given that this man required Ser Boros to taste even his wedding wine, it seemed that assassination might be the only recourse for his demise. However, a man so fearful for his own life would hardly relinquish the Kingsguard. Moreover, he possessed an unexpected talent for winning hearts, making his elimination far more challenging than that of the erstwhile Ares. The attendant continued reporting. Queen Marjorie is similarly beloved in King's Landing. It appears that Highgarden has completely shifted allegiance to the usurper. Indeed, Lannister, Stark, Baratheon, Arryn, Tully, Aegon nearly chuckled. If calculated by this method, his defeat seemed inevitable. Yet he had the Golden Company behind him. The Ravens' rebellion would also rally to his cause. And the most crucial trump card was something they least anticipated. As a descendant of Blackfyre, he was destined to continue the Targaryen legacy with renewed brilliance. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the young Queen Marjorie awaited her husband's return, adorned in a black nightgown. During this time, she endeavored to fulfill the role of a commendable queen, generous and selfless. The citizens of King's Landing have reached an unprecedented pinnacle of affection for the couple. However, Marjorie cannot deny that she remains troubled by a single matter: her husband's previous romantic entanglements and the evident wariness he harbors towards her. Marjorie is uncertain how long she has waited. Finally, Lannister, who had accompanied Ser Jaime to inspect the city walls, returned to their chamber, clearly exhausted, and attempted to collapse onto the bed in one swift motion. Yet, he hesitated, awkwardly taking a seat beside Marjorie and sheepishly inquiring, "Have you been waiting for me this long? My apologies, perhaps you should sleep alone next time." This is yet another aspect in which Lannister diverges from others. At times, he seems excessively shy, while at other moments, he exhibits a whimsical exuberance. "Marjorie, I have something to discuss with you." Marjorie grasped his hand earnestly, feeling the thin calluses. Evidently new. The turmoil in King's Landing has escalated. Silk and glass prices have surged by 30%. While Lannister manages to stabilize the situation, he has also intensified training regimens. This is undoubtedly beneficial, yet Marjorie knows that a king cannot shoulder every burden alone. "You don't intend to advise me to rest, do you?" Lannister surmised some of her concerns, yet he had compelling reasons to remain tirelessly engaged. "To be frank, Marjorie, the situation in King's Landing has deteriorated to the utmost extreme. Braavos' Iron Bank is pressing for repayment. I can only oversee the clearance of the octagonal spider's lair and treasures one by one. Otherwise, I shall be a king in debt." Marjorie could not help but smile. "There is no need to resort to such measures. While we cannot replicate Lord Peter's previous usurious exploits, I believe there are more astute methods to handle this." Lannister immediately straightened up, his previous fatigue vanishing. Chapter 32, Returning Home. After the paralysis of his legs, Prince Doran's temperament did not become capricious. In fact, due to his frailty, Arianne has long suspected that her father would be unable to serve as the true ruler of Dorne. "Father, why not allow me to marry Jaime Lannister and send Myrcella to Sunspear?" Arianne's tone was tinged with resentment, lacking any semblance of friendliness. She deliberately donned a light, sheer gown, hoping it would prompt her father to recognize that she had matured into a woman, not merely a maiden awaiting suitors. Prince Doran appeared oblivious to her intentions. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Jaime Lannister is a knight who has broken his oath, and his father commanded the mountain to slay Elia. "You have better options, Arianne." "Better options?" Arianne echoed mockingly. "Perhaps you fail to realize, father, that I am nearing adulthood? At 18, you offer me nothing but toothless old men to choose from. It is not yet time, Arianne. I swear, I will present you with a more suitable husband." Pain flickered across Prince Doran's face. In any case, it is yet another old man. Lyanne pursed her lips and turned away from her father. As she departed, she overheard the captain of the guard addressing her father in a peculiar tone. "You have a letter, your highness." Lyanne paused, casting a glance back at her father, and noticed his hands trembling as he read the missive. This was quite unusual. What significant event had transpired recently? Surely, it was merely Prince Aegon's insurrection. As the heir of the Stag and the Lion, King Rain was poised for war against him. As for other pressing matters, Lyanne could hardly fathom. While whispers of the disappearance of Duke Eddard Stark beyond the walls circulated, how long had it been since the so-called White Walkers had last appeared? King Rain had dispatched a messenger, urging her father to muster the armies of Dorne to prevent falling into Aegon's grasp. Yet, it was evident to all that this was merely a veneer of politeness. What King Rain truly meant was that Dorne must never align with Aegon. Her father promptly replied, and it was likely that Aegon was now sending a response. Not unexpectedly, Daario smiled. "You have indeed chosen to side with King Rain. But, my lady, is this decision born from your own desires, or is it a calculated response to the circumstances? If it were me." Daario leaned closer to Jonah, winking suggestively, only to be met with her impassive dismissal, betrayal, backstabbing, and then profiting from it. "Perhaps this is feasible for mercenaries, but in Westeros, the sanctity of guest rights supersedes all. Once I have dined on Aegon's bread, I cannot bring harm upon him, lest I invite retribution." Throughout the history Jonah had meticulously studied, few dared to violate this tenet. The gods do not permit love between kin. Yet the ancient Valyrian dragon lords adhered to their own rules, marrying siblings. Civil wars among families often became fodder for conversation, yet such occurrences were commonplace in Westeros. Only the sanctity of guest rights remains unbroken. However, my dear lady, this is not Westeros. It is a free trading city-state. Here, where the slave trade flourishes, the unsullied march, and merchants exude fragrances, who would impose guest rights upon you? Daario feigned a look of sympathy, seemingly genuinely regretting Jonah's plight. Very well, you may leave. I shall ponder further. Daario shrugged helplessly, blowing Jonah a kiss. Until we meet again. Once Jonah was left alone with her dire wolf ghost, she sank despondently to the ground, her heart heavy with confusion and uncertainty. Ghost, she murmured, stroking its pristine fur, feeling a faint warmth beneath her fingertips. Ghost, of course, could not speak. But it was astute. Jonah wished it could impart some wisdom to her. Ghost, should I truly return to Westeros? This life in a free trading city-state, rife with bloodshed and trepidation, is not the existence I desire. Ghost remained silent, lying obediently at her side. Since Jonah set sail with the White Spirit, its physique has noticeably expanded, and its appetite has significantly improved, often tugging at Jonah to linger before the meat vendors, impervious to any attempts to shoo it away. Jonah mechanically stroked the creature, yet another voice stirred within her. To return to Westeros and live as an inconsequential bastard? Here, she is the formidable leader of a mercenary band. Should she return to Westeros, no one would regard her with any importance, even Lyon. What could he do beyond marrying her off to a minor noble? Don't be foolish. Hey, Ravenna leaned in, her face brimming with impatience. What is it? Jonah instinctively raised her head, having always perceived Ravenna's attitude towards her as profoundly contradictory. At this moment, the expression on Ravenna's face was particularly nuanced. Are you yearning to return to Westeros? The red-haired Ravenna fixed her gaze upon Jonah, as if she had discovered a rare creature. Indeed, Jonah admitted candidly. Yet her guard instinctively heightened, causing her to rise, her muscles taut. Humph, don't overthink it. My mother was a singer from Lys. Yet she never ceased to speak of that old man from Westeros. As Ravenna reminisced, her expression was difficult to classify as either disdain or nostalgia. Is he of noble birth? Indeed, otherwise she would not dwell upon him. Perhaps my father was rather handsome? But look at me. Ravenna gestured to her weathered and flat face. Even if I returned to Westeros, would anyone recognize me? I might as well spend my life here. Jonah discerned that Ravenna seemed to be offering her counsel, yet due to her typically brusque demeanor, Jonah initially mistook it for reproach. Thank you, Ravenna. Jonah expressed her gratitude earnestly, recalling how Duke Eddard had once told her to always remember the kindness shown by others. Ravenna scoffed. Don't think I'm doing this for your sake. Whether you heed my words or not is entirely your choice. Just don't be foolish enough to seek out your father, who was devoured by the others. With that, she tossed aside a piece of jerky and turned to leave. The White Spirit hesitated before taking a bite of the jerky, then began to feast heartily. Jonah, however, was momentarily taken aback. Eddard Stark had disappeared beyond the wall. A lord vanishing in Westeros would hardly cause a stir in the free trade cities. Perhaps others were deliberately concealing this information from her, yet why would Ravenna, who seemed to possess knowledge unknown to Jonah, be privy to such news? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Ravenna's lineage was likely far more intricate than she had imagined. Chapter 33. The Foolish Aegon? Marjorie smiled sweetly. I shall tell you tomorrow. She leaned against Lyon's right side, seemingly delighted by the success of her little jest. Damn it, Lyon exclaimed. Do not be so hasty, Lyon. You are still quite young. The young dragon lord was older than you when he conquered Dorne. Marjorie gently offered her comfort, though her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Something felt amiss. Where had the tender and charming Marjorie gone? Lyon lamented internally. Yet, he resigned himself and reluctantly removed his heavy outer garment, preparing for slumber. Do not go back on your word, he cautioned. He had not seen Myrcella much in recent days. Was she in good spirits? Although slightly anxious, she held a firm confidence, especially when Lord Tywin and the others made their appearances. At this thought, Marjorie could not help but smile. Of course, she was acutely aware of a more pressing matter, one her grandmother had reminded her of, the necessity of timely producing an heir to ensure the kingdom's stability. Numerous precedents loomed before her. Should Lyon's affections waver, the position of House Tyrell could very well be jeopardized. However, amidst the days spent together, Marjorie found herself entertaining a curious delusion. Perhaps she need not always present herself as exceptionally magnanimous or dignified. nor must she incessantly bear children like a mare to fortify her family's and brother's status. Following their encounter, she surprisingly slept exceedingly well. Upon awakening the next day, Margaery discovered the space beside her was empty. She summoned a maid to assist her with her grooming, but the maid's eyes betrayed an unmistakable panic. What had transpired? Once her grooming was complete, Margaery softly inquired, taking the maid's hand in hers, her smile sweet, yet a cold glimmer flickered in her gaze. Under the pressure of her gaze, the maid was compelled to divulge the truth. Prince Aegon had set forth towards Dragonstone with a fleet of over a dozen ships. Relief washed over Margaery as she released the maid's hand, only to realize she had left red marks from her grip. She opened the door, and outside, Ser Sandor Clegane awaited, immediately addressing her. Queen Margaery, do you have any instructions? Ser Sandor Clegane was Lyon's personal guard, though not a member of the King's Guard. The king placed greater trust in him than in others. Margaery was aware of this, yet with Loras still in King's Landing, she struggled to respond. Dragonstone. Ser Sandor Clegane offered a faint smile. There is no need to rush, Queen Margaery. His Majesty Lyon has been prepared. Lord Stannis and his royal fleet are ready to confront the challenge. Tywin Lannister, during the council meeting, maintained a similarly composed demeanor. Aegon is still too young. Stannis' fleet is more than sufficient to send him back to his origins. Frankly, Tywin felt a tinge of disappointment. This young boy was nowhere near the caliber of the former Rhaegar. He might share similar boldness, yet his intelligence was severely lacking. Dragonstone was heavily fortified with Stannis' troops, making it an ill-suited target for an assault. However, Jon Connington would not act rashly. Lord Tywin, Loras Tyrell interjected. I suggest dispatching additional ships for support to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Tywin pondered and agreed, but solely as a precaution. Lyon, too, remained unfazed, although he subconsciously believed Aegon to be rather foolish. In recent days, whispers have begun to circulate throughout the city, suggesting that his confinement of Joffrey is inhumane and a violation of ethical principles. Some even claim that Lyon's actions stem from Joffrey's fortification of Queen Margaery. Such notions are utterly absurd. Therefore, after the conclusion of the council meeting, Lyon took Margaery to the forest for a hunting expedition, accompanied by Ser Bollistan and the Kingsguard for protection. Lyon himself was indifferent, unwilling to replicate his father's misfortunes. After taking a few aimless shots, he returned with a bountiful haul of game. Thanks to his genes, his physical prowess had significantly improved compared to his previous life, making the hunt a trivial endeavor. Yet, as he gazed upon the struggling prey, he felt little sense of accomplishment. Let us head back, he casually instructed, pointing to a few rabbits. You can divide these as you wish, spicy, braised, whatever you prefer. He was not a true hunting enthusiast. Rather, during his time in the north with Robb and the others, he had grown fond of the exhilarating sensation of sprinting through the woods. Margaery discreetly observed his demeanor. Very well, Your Majesty, let us return, she replied, her gentle smile brightening her face. Lyon responded with indifference, betraying no emotion. You seem to enjoy hunting more than I do, he remarked. Next time, you could bring your falcon along. If you wish, I can have riding attire tailored for you. Long skirts can be quite cumbersome. Margaery was taken aback, her surprise genuine. What does it matter? The Targaryens have had their fair share of queenly dragon riders, Lyon shrugged, while Ser Bollistan looked on in astonishment. He had anticipated that Lyon might harbor some resentment towards Margaery due to Jon Stark, yet it was evident that even as his nominal wife, Lyon treated her with care and genuine respect. Within the confines of Dragonstone, Stannis had reorganized his forces and, upon receiving a report from the acting lord of the castle regarding recent developments, furrowed his brow. Too many unfamiliar faces had infiltrated his stronghold. Most were commoners, yet some bore the hallmarks of Targaryen loyalists. No wonder Lyon had summoned him back to Dragonstone. Stannis meticulously reviewed the list of suspicious individuals and inquired, who brought these people in? The acting lord, a sworn brother of Robert, possessed unwavering loyalty. Stannis had no doubts about his fidelity, yet the current atmosphere was fraught with tension. After Stannis had thoroughly reassessed the castle, he received another report. My lord, it seems Prince Aegon intends to cross the narrow sea and attack Dragonstone. Stannis' frown deepened at the news. Very well, you may leave. His innocent daughter, Shireen, was oblivious to the reason behind her father's expression and, fearfully, asked, Father, isn't Prince Aegon dead? He lives, Stannis replied, but he is merely a foolish boy, utterly ignorant of the nature of war. When Lord Robert was still alive, he entrusted Dragonstone to him but did not grant him Wind's Rest. Now, Stannis has received Wind's Rest, and that foolish Aegon dares to attempt breaching its defenses. How ludicrous! Stannis did not yield during the siege of Wind's Rest. So what confidence does Prince Aegon possess? My lord, the fishing boats have been set ablaze by Aegon's men, and John Clinton leads the flagship straight towards us. Stannis rose to his feet. Chapter 34, Feigned Attack. Oh, damn it, young John muttered as he kindled the fire. A few gathered around the campfire, each harboring a common answer, yet none dared to voice it. Almost all of the Valyrian steel in the north had been brought forth, yet they could not conceal the dread within their hearts. Undoubtedly, Duke Eddard Stark had not ventured far, but despite their lengthy search, they had found nothing. Even the young nobles who accompanied the Duke and Benjen to the wall had vanished without a trace. Lord Roose Bolton was the first to speak. I fear Lord Eddard has been assimilated into a white. This was an evident truth. How else could a living man simply disappear? Unless Benjen had slain his own brother, which was unthinkable given their deep bond. Lord Catelyn Stark remained silent for a moment. My lords, if that is indeed the case, we must depart swiftly. John Amber exclaimed passionately. Does it matter? We are a dozen strong, armed with Valyrian steel. Let us confront the whites. The Night's Watch's weaponry is hardly superior to ours. Roose Bolton shook his head in disagreement. Too perilous. Ultimately, after much debate and discussion, they returned to the Night's Watch and conveyed the truth to Commander Mormont. Mormont furrowed his brow tightly upon hearing their words. This is utterly wretched, especially at this juncture. Robert has just passed. King Renly is personally overseeing the campaign, and the loss of such a capable lord as Eddard is a blow to us all. He paused, striving to mask his inner despondency. Well, once his heir returns from the south, Winterfell will surely begin to recover. Standing beside Mormont, Janos Slynt suddenly spoke. My lords, have any of you encountered any unusual creatures? Oh no, not at all. John Amber laughed. Perhaps the whites have some sense. We bring with us all the Valyrian steel of the north. Though the Valyrian steel of the north was not abundant, it was certainly better than nothing. Janos nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. News reached Winterfell via the ravens. Lady Catelyn pressed her lips together, feeling as though her strength had been entirely drained. Little Rickon had already thrown a tantrum before receiving the news. He insisted he had dreamt of his father, who was slain by the whites beyond the wall, unable to find peace in death. No amount of coaxing from Maester Luwin could alleviate his distress, and Catelyn found herself equally incapable of soothing Rickon. My dear child, Catelyn endeavored to console him as best as she could, yet tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Your father, along with your uncle, perished beyond the wall. Rhaegar erupted into tears, exclaiming, I knew it all along. Maester Luwin was deceiving us. He was not deceiving, merely attempting to soften the harshness of the truth with lies. Catelyn gently stroked her son's small head, suddenly realizing that, at this very moment, the children were absent. My lady, should we inform Lord Robb of this matter in writing? Catelyn weakly nodded. The image of Robb as the Lord of Winterfell was difficult for her to fathom. By the gods, he is so young. How can he bear the weight of safeguarding the north? And then there was Sansa, her sweet and lovely Sansa, who had been praying to the gods for her father. Yet beyond the wall lay the domain of the old gods. Sansa ought to be praying to the heart tree rather than beseeching the new gods in the September. Stannis was personally overseeing the battle. Contrary to others' expectations, Prince Aegon had not received the support of the Golden Company. A group of foreign sorcerers had gathered around him, murmuring ancient and enigmatic phrases, the efficacy of which remained a mystery to all. If the current state of affairs continued, it seemed inevitable that Prince Aegon would face a catastrophic defeat. In truth, Tywin had long harbored doubts about the source of Aegon's courage. Even if he had somehow procured ships, unless he possessed dragons, he would surely meet with disaster. Tyrion meticulously analyzed the situation and felt a sense of advantage. If magic had yet to reawaken in Westeros, then victory was already ours. Tywin Lannister remained composed, though Tyrion could discern the contempt simmering in his father's eyes. Has Aegon lost his wits? Mercenaries crossing the sea to attack King's Landing. I doubt there are many aboard such a grand fleet. Tyrion was curious about the price Aegon had paid for this endeavor. However, one thing was certain, the Eyrie could not be lost. Uncle, Lancel suddenly burst in, panic etched across his face. Speak slowly, Tywin commanded, his gaze fixed on his nephew. The pressure nearly overwhelming. Yes, it is true, Lancel caught his breath. Prince Aegon is not aboard the flagship attacking the Eyrie. He has gone directly to Dragonstone with the Golden Company. Tywin Lannister did not reveal any signs of alarm, yet Tyrion was rendered speechless. At this very moment, Stannis was engaged in battle at the Eyrie, the defenses of Dragonstone were weak, and the fleet of King's Landing was en route to provide assistance. What purpose did those fleets serve? A ruse conjured by sorcery? Tyrion should have anticipated this. Their underestimation of Prince Aegon had led both Tywin and him to commit the same blunder. Since Stannis was confronting hired pirates, he would surely extricate himself swiftly. Tywin appeared less flustered than Tyrion, yet Tyrion understood that his father's reassurances were mere self-deceptions. Lancel managed a smile more grotesque than tears. Prince Aegon is merely half a day's journey from reaching Dragonstone. Cursed sorcery. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Tywin Lannister's brow. The journey from Whispering Castle to Dragonstone would take no less than 20 days. Who could have anticipated that Prince Aegon summoned the sorcerer not to bolster the fleet's combat capabilities, but rather to orchestrate illusions and conceal his true course? At that moment, Tyrion felt on the verge of hysteria. Cersei laughed to the point of tears, her emotions spiraling out of control. The entirety of King's Landing believed that Prince Aegon had surely coordinated with Jon Connington to devise a contingency plan, preparing themselves for an imminent assault. Little did they know that Aegon himself was not even present aboard the fleet. Who could ascertain the origins of that silver-haired, violet-eyed boy who had previously made an appearance? Hair color can be disguised, but violet eyes cannot. This maneuver was masterfully executed, by sacrificing a substantial portion of his fleet as a feint. Aegon not only scattered the forces of King's Landing and the Riverlands, but also caught them completely off guard. And what of Lysa? Tyrion finally managed to catch his breath, slowly regaining his composure from the earlier turmoil. Thankfully, his nephew possessed a modicum of intellect, having dispatched Ser Loras to guard Dragonstone after escorting Stannis to Whispering Castle. Though the significance of this action was dubious. For reasons unknown, Lysa had deliberately concealed this matter from Marjorie. The king had just become aware of the news. Lancel responded truthfully, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Father, what shall we do now?" Cersei wiped away her tears, gazing expectantly at Tywin, her demeanor fragile and helpless. Chapter 35. The Hidden System. Host, you have awakened the hidden system. The emotionless voice of the system echoed once more, as if announcing that the 15-year novice protection period since his transmigration was drawing to a close, and the true battle was about to commence. In that moment, Lysa felt utterly exhausted, let fate unfold as it may. Aegon's Dragonstone narrative had completely upended Lysa's understanding. As a transmigrator, his advantages had dwindled significantly. The situation in Westeros had become a tangled web, and whether Loras could hold Dragonstone remained a profound enigma. Had he known this would transpire, he would have dispatched more personnel to accompany Loras to Dragonstone. However, the die had been cast. The loyalty display template has been activated for you. Current loyalty in King's Landing, 45. Average loyalty in other regions, 65. You can unlock skills through Benevolent Governance points. Benevolent Governance points can be acquired by improving public sentiment, judicial fairness, and technological advancement. The council convened swiftly. The royal fleet should be dispatched immediately to assist Dragonstone, though it was feared that it would be of little avail. "Sir Kevin," he replied, anxiety evident in his tone, "Aegon's fleets are still blocking Whispering Castle. It will take time to clear the sunken vessels." Loyalty, 99. Stannis had brought heavy warships to Whispering Castle, leaving only light vessels that would struggle against the Golden Company. Ser Loras's contingent was far too small. "Bend the knee," Lysa remarked, her face a mask of fury. Loyalty at 80. Well, it appears I have underestimated the situation and did not anticipate Aegon's sudden assault. Lon, rubbing his temples, felt a surge of headache. "Regardless, we must first detain the nobles who have been causing trouble in King's Landing during this period." Tywin Lannister's emerald eyes flickered with confusion. "Lon, what do you mean?" "Let us maintain a faude for now, to reassure the populace," Lon replied. "At present, the citizens of King's Landing are gripped with fear that they will face starvation if Dragonstone falls, as history has shown. Lord Tyrell, might you temporarily lend a portion of your grain reserves to the royal treasury for emergencies? After all, if the people truly find themselves hungry, my life would be in jeopardy as well. Currently, King's Landing is in a state of apprehension, and it is imperative to plan ahead." Mestal Tyrell readily acquiesced. "That is no trouble at all. However, Your Majesty, it seems you have a means to assist Loras from afar?" "Perhaps I do," Lon mused. "For if word of the grain reserves spreads, the people's morale will rise, and I could acquire the necessary skills. Whether I can indeed aid Loras Tyrell, well, that remains to be seen." Yet he did not articulate this thought aloud. Indeed, Lord Tyrell. Once this matter was set in motion, the eccentric scholar from the Citadel, the current master of Whisperers, Cobain, reported, "Your Majesty, new rumors are circulating in King's Landing." Following Varys's execution, Cobain had swiftly ascended to the position of Chief Information Officer. Since Lon's recruitment of him, Cobain's loyalty appeared unwavering. Lifting his gaze, Lon inquired with mild curiosity, "What rumors?" Cobain glanced at Tywin Lannister before continuing slowly. They claim Aegon is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, while you unjustly imprison your own brother in the dungeons, lacking the demeanor of a monarch. Given the unsavory nature of this claim, Lon ultimately refrained from making it public, despite Mestal Tyrell's vehement objections. Unexpectedly, this became a weapon for others to attack him. Very well, let us do as they wish. In 2 days, we shall release Joffrey and conduct a trial. And the charges? Mestal Tyrell's face flushed with indignation. Involvement in the murder of the late King Robert. The wine consumed by my father before his demise was poured by Joffrey himself. I later had Cobain examine it. And there were traces of chronic poison. Cobain nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. On the same day, Prince Joffrey had servants use sulfur to create a poisonous mist. After inhalation, Sir Bronn's reaction was not as severe. However, the nerve toxin paralyzed his limbs, nearly rendering him immobile. Your Majesty, fortune favors the worthy. He fortuitously was not in his chambers at the time, yet the unfortunate Sir Bronn's condition deteriorated significantly. It is no wonder we have not seen that rotund figure of late. Mestal Tyrell, with his prominent belly, looked on in shock. Tywin, with genuine disdain, remarked, "Is there nothing this Joffrey does besides incite discord? In light of these circumstances, preparations must be made for his ultimate judgment." A subtle expression crossed Jaime's face as he clenched his teeth and addressed his father. "Father, everyone else should leave. Tyrion, Lannister, Cersei, and Jaime. I wish to speak with you privately." Tywin paid no heed to Jaime's words, remaining unperturbed. Once they were alone, Tywin remarked, "The rumors were orchestrated by Loras. Coburn has provided evidence that Loras bribed the clergy in an attempt to incite discord once more. Is he attempting to apply pressure in order to usurp Dragonstone?" Cersei sighed wearily. "I never imagined that Littlefinger would be involved in such matters. The wildfire manufactured in King's Landing was nearly complete. Regrettably, there was no means to transport it to Dragonstone at present. Fortunately, Ser Loras managed to take a portion of it with him when he departed. If only Eddard Stark were still alive, then it would be he, not us, who would be facing this abomination, being the paragon of virtue he was." Jaime pinched the bridge of his nose. The family huddled together, each bearing the weight of immense pressure. Lannister glanced at those whose loyalty was above 90%, for the first time feeling a sense of solidarity rather than isolation. Just then, the system chimed. The people's support in King's Landing has risen to 65. Benevolence points increased by 70. Current total, 80 benevolence points. Unlockable skills, 1. Rapid production. The garrison at Dragonstone receives 300 Dragonbone arrows daily, 30 benevolence points. 2. Morale boost. Enhances the willpower of the Dragonstone garrison by 70, 50 benevolence points. 3. Intelligence advance. Gain the military map of Aegon, 100 benevolence points. Lannister hesitated briefly before selecting the first two options. The evolution of the Game of Thrones to a system-based format signified the conclusion of the novice protection period. For the sake of balance in the earthly realm, each character possesses certain flaws. Lannister's greatest frustration at this moment was his prior lack of engagement with instructional videos on industrial powerhouses. After dismissing the system, Lannister inquired of his grandfather, "Can we provide assistance to Ser Loras?" Tywin shook his head. "It is difficult. The royal fleet has turned back, but we require time. Based on my understanding of Jon Cunnington, he will likely order the execution of all ravens, ensuring our correspondence to Dragonstone cannot be sent. At this point, we can only hope for the fortune of the royal fleet and Ser Loras's resolve." Chapter 36. The She-Wolf Speaks. Flowers bloom in pairs, each revealing its own tale. As previously mentioned by Ser Garland, it is indeed true that Jonha is heading towards Westeros. However, her destination is not Windfall, but Dragonstone. Dragonstone? Dario exclaimed in astonishment. Stannis is indeed preparing at Windfall, yet defenses at Dragonstone are lax. I have heard that Ser Loras has taken several men to Dragonstone, with a small portion of the Highgarden fleet accompanying him. Lavaena stated, clearly more aware of Jonha's intentions. In the depths of Dragonstone Island, hidden dragon eggs lay concealed. Jonah nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I propose to assist Ser Loras in defending Dragonstone. He should not object. As for the dragon eggs, I already possess 2. Carrying them poses no issue, unless Ser Loras is incapable of counting." Ravenna commented, "What does it matter? If necessary, we shall resort to force. For the defenses of Dragonstone are rather lacking." Jonah realized, to her dismay, that she had inadvertently assimilated into the mercenary mindset. This was not a promising sign. She needed to remain rational and composed. Nonetheless, capturing Dragonstone from House Targaryen would undoubtedly be exhilarating for her. Yet, she had resolved to remain loyal to House Stark. Shall we hasten our advance? I hope the supplies on Dragonstone are sufficient. Daario did not oppose her. He smiled in agreement. The ravenous brotherhood drifted near Dragonstone, and a raven returned with news that astonished everyone. Is Aegon truly planning to land on Dragonstone? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Jonah Stark's eyes as she thoughtfully stroked her chin, contemplating, perhaps this is feasible. At this juncture, the ravenous brotherhood's involvement could either significantly enhance Aegon's chances of success or disrupt Sir Loras's defensive position. The royal fleet had proceeded to Driftmark to assist Stannis in defense, effectively deceived by Aegon's strategy. Regardless of the outcome, benefits would undoubtedly accrue. Jonah released a raven, each carrying a pouch of charcoal powder, a source of pride for the Brotherhood. Go now, Jonah instructed, mark John Clinton's flagship, and then eliminate all of Golden Company's birds. What next? What shall we do now? Jonah stretched lazily. Rest. The raven will naturally convey the message to Sir Loras. As for whether he offers a price that aligns with my interests, that is solely Sir Loras's concern. Jonah harbored a personal desire to assist Sir Loras, for she feared that Aegon's rise would bring about further devastation. When Dany learned of Aegon's advance on Dragonstone, she was taken aback. What is happening? After Jonah's departure, the foreign knight, Arthur Dane, had been specifically assigned by Illyrio to ensure her safety, and he could not help but smile. A youthful man from the Vale, strikingly handsome and of noble descent, Arthur mused. Prince Aegon is quite astute. Currently, only Sir Loras defends Dragonstone. If events unfold without incident, Aegon could seize Dragonstone before landing in Qarth. My dear Daenerys, Arthur, also mounted, appeared radiant and dashing, prompting Dany to wonder why he had left his homeland to come to Qarth. Indeed, then, Drogo could aid him in uniting the kingdoms. While Dany anticipated the arrival of that day, she could not shake her concerns regarding Aegon's potential for victory. John Clinton was indeed loyal, yet he suffered from grayscale. Jonah remarked, King Aegon is utterly inept. Lyanna is certainly not the same as Rhaegar. Both are beloved by the people, yet Rhaegar's appeal lies in his appearance, martial prowess, and the melodies of the harp, while Lyanna's strength is derived from provisions, policies, and the rule of law. Upon ascending the throne, nearly all the great lords of the Reach, the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale pledged their loyalty to him, alongside the support from his own house at Casterly Rock. Arthur remarked, it seems he is indeed a wise sovereign. Daenerys, taken aback, pondered why Jon would seek to tarnish his reputation. It is precisely because she loves him, Khaleesi. Arthur replied with a subtle smile. As for your assertion that Drogo will aid him in claiming the Seven Kingdoms, know this. Before you were born upon the finest steed of the world, he would never march to war. Moreover, Khaleesi, I must remind you of a significant distinction in their narratives. Lyanna never contemplated marrying Jon Stark, whereas Rhaegar shed rivers of blood for Lyanna. Daenerys mulled over his words. Though she did not fully comprehend, she sensed an underlying truth. Had she not been wed to Viserys, she likely would have been betrothed to another. The child within her, Rhaego, bestowed upon her immense strength and support. Daenerys thought to herself that she would undoubtedly witness her offspring ascend the Iron Throne and unify the Seven Kingdoms. Although many declare King Lyanna to be an exceptionally rare and good ruler, his position was seized from Rhaegar, who was betrayed by Jaime Lannister, her own kin. As Daenerys contemplated this, the city of Vys Dothrak loomed before her. To her surprise, the holy city lacked walls. Only two bronze horses stood facing one another, forming the entrance, and instead of towering edifices, there lay a vast expanse of desert. Scattered buildings exhibited a variety of architectural styles. Arthur explained. These were constructed by slaves captured from various lands, Khaleesi. Daenerys responded with a note of curiosity, observing the eclectic structures, and suddenly pointed to one, exclaiming, is that of Westerosi design? Arthur Royce paused momentarily before smiling. Indeed. Within the great hall of the Holy City, 3 Khalasars occupied the highest seats. And although Daenerys' position was modest, it still commanded respect. The elderly Dothraki priestess held a ceremony for the child within her, as Daenerys consumed the horse heart. Calling out in Dothraki, the seer, peering through the smoke to glimpse the future, trembled as she gazed at Daenerys, raising her bony hand. I see him riding a magnificent steed. He will unify all Khalasar, and the enemy shall fall like harvested wheat. The wives of the foes will weep bitterly. The wet nurses dwelling in stone tents shall grovel in supplication, riding the finest steed of the world, riding the finest steed of the world. Such voices echoed in Daenerys' ears, and the fervent cries of the Dothraki instilled within her a newfound courage. When the banquet concluded, Daenerys rode alongside Drogo, her heart brimming with joy. The son of my life, she whispered to her little silver horse, urging it forward to match Drogo's stride. Rhaego is destined to unify all of Karassa and become the mightiest warrior. Dany noticed Drogo smiling. She was unsure of the reason, yet soon Drogo echoed her words. Indeed, it shall be. Chapter 37. The Greedy White Wolf Woman Uncle. A letter from Ser Loras has arrived. It was delivered by a raven from the Stormcrow. Bran was elated as he handed the letter to Tywin, a gesture that immediately drew the ire of Meryn. Why was my son's letter not presented to me first? Is Loras in danger? It was evident that Meryn held a particular fondness for her youngest son, Loras, Tywin mused. He swiftly perused the letter. Joanna Stark had led the Stormcrow to land, proposing a plan to assist in the defense of Dragonstone. However, in exchange, the fleet seized from Aegon must be returned to them. Cersei dismissed it lightly. Just a handful of decrepit ships, nothing of consequence. The Mother Wolf will not be so easily swayed, Tyrion interjected. In return, Dragonstone would be garrisoned by troops dispatched by Joanna Stark, who would assist Ser Loras while also assuming the role of governor of Dragonstone, ensuring that such incidents would not recur. The Stormcrow would become a private army recognized by the crown. Additionally, she demanded the rights to extract Dragonstone from Dragonstone to guarantee that the North would possess sufficient weaponry to combat the White Walkers, contingent upon Robb Stark's assurance that these weapons would not be utilized in a civil war. Tywin calmly analyzed the contents of the letter. He could certainly discern that the Mother Wolf was leveraging this opportunity to solidify the Stormcrow's maritime dominance while also securing benefits for the North. Indeed, she possesses a certain cunning, yet in comparison to Tywin, she is decidedly inexperienced. Upon hearing this, Lancel could no longer contain his laughter. What an intriguing character. We must acquiesce to these terms. There is no alternative, he continued. If Dragonstone were to truly fall, Aegon would immediately blockade Blackwater Bay. Not only would supplies struggle to reach King's Landing, but if Aegon were to poison the upstream waters, a devastating plague would surely break out within the city, leading to its inevitable downfall. Joanna Stark was likely well aware of these implications, hence her confidence in the success of her proposal. You remain too naive, Tywin remarked. The Golden Circle cannot restrain the claws of the dire wolf. Were I in your position, I would promptly arrange a marriage alliance for her. Lancel awkwardly replied, Grandfather, that may prove quite challenging. Indeed, Father, consider the public knowledge of Lancel's previous relationship with her, he added. Tyrion, intrigued, posited that at this moment, he was no longer as anxious as he had been initially. Dragonstone was easily defensible, and Aegon would still be engaged in naval warfare, necessitating a swift resolution. The participation of the Stormcrow is indeed fortuitous. However, had Tyrion been Joanna Stark, he would have decisively claimed the island for himself. Under extreme conditions, Joanna Stark might well eliminate Aegon before turning against her allies, yet it was clear she did not intend to pursue such a course. As for the extent of benefits this little she-wolf could secure, Tyrion remained skeptical. Tywin was exceedingly shrewd. Even without using taxation to subdue the Mother Wolf, he would undoubtedly install influence from Casterly Rock to incite division. Alas, poor Jon Stark, the illegitimate child, suffers greatly. At the wall, Ser Jorah Mormont listened intently as Gendry reported. It is difficult to ascertain, but Aegon is making his way directly to Dragonstone. By law, he is likely to head straight for the Iron Throne, yet Rhaegar is a good king, and he does not deserve such a fate. Wait, Lord Stark has appeared at the gift? Mormont suddenly paused, gazing intently at his subordinate for what felt like an eternity. Surely you jest? The gift has been established since the time of Brandon the Builder, and the farmers there are exempt from paying taxes to the Iron Throne. They owe only provisions to the Night's Watch. Originally, the scale of the gift was meant to diminish, yet under Rhaegar's guidance, more and more people flocked to the wall. Meanwhile, a learned bachelor from the Citadel, who had long been cultivating superior strains for House Tyrell, had made his way to the wall, of course, receiving gold dragon subsidies from King Rhaegar. Upon surveying the north, the scholar promptly proclaimed that he had a method to cultivate seeds suitable for the region. Mormont had initially believed that circumstances would improve, yet this situation was profoundly peculiar. Evacuate the farmers from the gift, Mormont ordered through clenched teeth. The rest, arm yourselves with dragonglass and torches. Gendry, you shall lead the way. All present understood the gravity of the situation. This should not have happened. Lord Eddard was a good man, Mormont lamented, unable to conceal his sorrow once everything had concluded. Fortunately, the farmers of the gift remained unscathed. What shall we do? My lord, Gendry, unfamiliar with Eddard Stark and lacking much sorrow, furrowed his brow. Gazing upon the remnants of Eddard Stark's body, Mormont sighed softly. Let us return him to Winterfell. Poor Lady Catelyn, how will she ever come to terms with this truth? Moreover, dispatch a message to the king and the great lords, informing them of Lord Eddard's demise. Although the details of his transformation into a white will not be mentioned, any with a modicum of sense will surmise the dire circumstances. Jon Clinton has sent word for me to assist Aegon. Viserys fumed, hands on his hips. What does he take me for? Initially, he concealed Aegon's survival from me, using me as a shield, and now he expects me to clean up this mess. Anger aside, Viserys begrudgingly acknowledged that his position was far more precarious than Aegon's. In name, he was king, yet he had no support. Jon Clinton, driven by selfish motives regarding Rhaegar, instead backed Aegon for the throne. What sort of treachery is this? He scolded the messenger, who bore a sheepish smile. Forgive me, Prince Viserys. Sir Jon is simply acting out of necessity for discretion. He understands your current state of mind. And what then? At least Rhaegar granted Stannis Storm's End. Yet what of me? Will Aegon offer even a word of gratitude once he has taken Dragonstone? He shall not. Viserys had entirely forgotten that Stannis had rendered significant service during the siege of Storm's End, while he himself had yet to achieve any noteworthy feats. The smile of the newcomer remained unchanged. You could serve as a secret envoy to visit Prince Daeron in Dorne, could you not? Oh, this time. Viserys exhibited a hint of interest. In truth, Prince Daeron had acknowledged that you and Princess Arryn of Dorne were betrothed in the presence of Ser Willem. However, he harbored concerns regarding your capacity to confront King Aegon, thus keeping this matter shrouded in secrecy. Viserys momentarily paused upon hearing this, only to realize its veracity, his face instantly flushing a deep crimson. After years of wandering, even the Dornish did not regard him as capable, and he had managed to keep the betrothal concealed so thoroughly. What should I do? Chapter 38, Judgment, Joffrey. The timeline rewinds. Upon receiving the news, Loras Tyrell promptly devised a series of strategies. First, he commanded his men to sink ships to block the main shipping lane, leaving only one side open to lure the enemy into the Dragon's Tail mine, where he laid more than 80 Dragonstone shard mines. Most crucially, he established a network of sulfur steam pipes on Dragonstone Island. Should the Golden Company attack, the noxious fumes released would surely claim many lives, alleviating the impending crisis. In fact, Loras was planning with a scorched earth philosophy in mind. At merely 17 years of age, he aspired to be a hero, and he was indeed acting upon that ambition. Thanks to the willpower and weapons supplied by Aegon, Loras could also defend himself with a Dragonstone crossbow. Even more to his delight was the assistance from the Stormcrows. After Jon Stark joined their ranks, they quickly initiated tactical planning and soon reached an agreement. Jon Stark arranged for 30 longships coated in obsidian dust to stand by on the eastern side of Dragonstone. The crows circled high above, providing them with intelligence. Loras had prepared the Hellfire Steps, anticipating that when Aegon launched his assault, the molten rock would surely incinerate the Golden Company. Meanwhile, Prince Aegon had also formulated a strategy. While Jon Connington engaged the naval forces, he needed to seize Dragonstone Island swiftly. Observers noted that according to the line of succession, Aegon was not entitled to sit upon the Iron Throne. Yet, his bloodline from Dorne might win him the support of Prince Daeron. While Viserys Dothraki had no immediate plans to advance, would the civil strife of the Blood Dragon once again be ignited? Speculation spread not only throughout Westeros, but also among the trading city-states. In King's Landing, Lyon naturally awaited his desired outcome. His utmost wish was to exploit the rift between Aegon and Viserys to eliminate one of them. Ideally, both would perish. However, at present, he found himself in the role of the accused, listening to Joffrey's accusations against him. You scoundrel! You have never regarded me as a true brother. Joffrey wept and implored Queen Cersei. Mother, do you not remember? He beat me mercilessly when we were children. Joffrey's pallor and swollen visage, coupled with his striking yet sun-deprived features, garnered sympathy from those around him. Cersei remained silent. Repressing his fury, Lyon continued to listen. As he absorbed the unfolding narrative, he found himself unable to summon anger, for among the onlookers, aside from the noble women and the local matrons who dabbed at their tears, the rest were expressions of utter disbelief. Moreover, this man had proven disloyal to Margaery. This statement sent ripples through the crowd. Joffrey pointed an accusing finger at Lyon, proclaiming, long before arriving at Winterfell, that Lady of the White Wolves showed me disrespect, yet instead of punishing that insolent wretch, he returned me to Casterly Rock. The life I led there was most distressing. With tears streaming down his face, Joffrey summoned a mercenary named Boron. The agile and robust mercenary scrutinized Tywin, whose demeanor was stern yet composed, before turning to Lyon and chuckling. I must apologize, Your Majesty. Your brother called me here solely to weave falsehoods. I can attest that Lord Tywin has not been harsh towards him. Although he did not fulfill Prince Joffrey's demands for gold dragons, as you can see, he was not left wanting. The gathered populace erupted into hearty laughter, some even applauding. Regardless of the circumstances, at least the common folk sided with him, which brought Lyon a measure of solace. Next to testify was Ser Loras Tyrell. The nominal Duke of Highgarden had always enjoyed the affection of the populace. He gracefully bowed and sighed. My lords, I must speak the truth. King Lyon has been quite generous and merciful towards Prince Joffrey. A murmur of confusion arose among the crowd, and even Tywin Lannister's expression shifted slightly, yet soon both Lyon and Tywin fell into an extreme silence. However, this matter cannot solely be laid at the feet of King Lyon, nor can it be blamed entirely on Prince Joffrey. Lady Margaery of Highgarden is simply too enchanting. How can one fault Prince Joffrey for his pursuit? Loras continued, smiling. Of course, his methods were inappropriate and frightened Lady Margaery. It is entirely understandable that King Lyon would be angered. However, such punishment was rather excessive. Having said this, Loras blew a kiss to a lady in the crowd, earning him a rousing round of applause to conclude his testimony. Following this, it was Lyon's turn to defend himself. He too called upon witnesses, Coburn, the jailer of Joffrey, and Ser Bolli Stan, who had accompanied him during their time in Winterfell, among others. In response to Joffrey's initial accusation, Lyon replied with an exceptionally calm demeanor, I did indeed strike him. The crowd gasped. Yet this was due to his wanton humiliation of a squire from the Vale. Arthur Royce. We had shared a close bond until Joffrey committed such an act. Subsequently, after traveling with Joffrey, Arthur disappeared. A knight from the Vale confirmed. Such an event indeed transpired. The next matter at hand, Ser Bolli Stan, along with the guards who once attended Prince Joffrey, can attest to this matter. A servant from Casterly Rock reported that it was in a moment of inebriation that I failed to keep a watchful eye on Prince Joffrey. Initially, he behaved with utmost propriety, but eventually, he succumbed to the insidious whispers of the octagonal spider and demanded to return to King's Landing. Upon his return, he marched alongside Lord Lancel, and shortly thereafter, he requested Miss Margaery's company in the name of King Renly. Yes, Sir Ballistan's tone was heavy with sorrow. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that the old man's demeanor was somewhat askew. King Renly did not take offense, despite Joffrey's attempts to tarnish Margaery's reputation. He cherished his brother and pleaded on his behalf before Lord Mace Tyrell. However, after the death of King Robert, Renly discovered that Joffrey had poisoned the wine he served to Robert, a poison of chronic nature. Furthermore, Renly himself narrowly escaped being poisoned by Joffrey. At this juncture, Ser Bolli Stan displayed genuine remorse and self-reproach, his tone growing increasingly sincere. I beg your pardon, Lord Tywin, esteemed lords. I have failed in my duty to protect the king. A disgrace for one in my position as captain of the Kingsguard. The populace rallied to comfort the forlorn elder, some even proclaiming, it is not your fault. It is Joffrey's madness. Cobain's testimony further solidified the public's conviction in the veracity of these claims. Coupled with the prior incident where Renly narrowly escaped assassination in Winterfell, the overwhelming majority believed that Joffrey was indeed the architect of the poison. Tempers flared among the crowd. Suddenly, a voice rang out, no. There is a significant discrepancy between Lord Lancel's testimony and that of the servants. Renly felt an immense gratitude towards the individual who raised this point. As the crowd began to awaken to the implications of this revelation, by the gods, how could Lord Lancel intentionally exonerate such a scoundrel? Garland Tyrell exclaimed. Quickly following up with an apology, forgive me, lords. Renly mused that this was undoubtedly deliberate, yet it played into his hands perfectly. Amidst the cacophony of disapproval directed at Lancel, he managed a painfully awkward smile, his golden stag helmet marred by an egg hurled by an unseen hand, releasing a foul stench. Tywin, remaining composed, ordered the removal of Lancel's helmet and proceeded to deliver his final judgment. Prince Joffrey was to be stripped of his surname and inheritance rights, with Sir Ilan Payne tasked to carry out the execution on the morrow. Long life, King Renly lives. The populace hurled insults at Joffrey while expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Renly for the grain distribution. Once the tumult subsided, only Renly comprehended the magnitude of what he had gained. Congratulations, host has acquired 200 benevolence points. The public sentiment in King's Landing has risen to 70. Chapter 39, Sansa? Sansa. Following the conclusion of the trial, Arya exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm that Prince Joffrey has finally faced the consequences he deserved. Sansa echoed her sentiment. I once thought him handsome, but how can a habitual liar ever compare to King Renly? In her hands, she cradled a bouquet of flowers sent by Dominic, burying her face deeply into the fragrant blossoms. Sansa, at the tender age of 12, did not share her sister Arya's passion for martial training. Instead, she aspired to become a lady, earning the heartfelt affection of the realm's subjects. Of course, Arya exclaimed. By the way, Jon will be returning soon. Together with Ser Loras, they will surely defeat that island. Sansa could not help but smile at her sister's enthusiasm, knowing Arya held Jon in high regard and viewed him as her role model. Then do your best. Is Syrio satisfied with your swordsmanship? This time, Arya's expression fell. He will be, eventually. As the sisters strolled through King's Landing, they felt secure under the protection of Bran and Robb. Robb cast a contemplative glance at the city's newly established layout, noting how much grander it appeared and how the common folk seemed to be living more comfortably. Ever since Lysa initiated the campaign against corrupt nobles, the citizens eagerly reported grievances, leaving the civil officials quite overwhelmed during that period. Indeed, Lysa has grand plans. He wishes to establish schools in every city so that even the children of commoners can learn to read, Bran remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face radiant with joy. I believe this will be a wonderful endeavor, even though Lysa has limited funds. Yes, it's evident that everything requires expenditure. The Stark children fell into a momentary silence. Suddenly, gray wind howled, startling a woman passing by with a water bucket. It was a raven. The raven landed on Robb's arm, and he stared in astonishment at the bird, which had traversed vast distances, its feet stained with blood. Heavens! He exclaimed. Without a second thought, he began to unfold the message it bore, while Arya, who had been enjoying a meat skewer, looked up. She noticed the smile on Robb's face freeze into a mask of horror. What's wrong? A sense of foreboding washed over Arya. The raven was grievously injured. The message must have come from far away. The north? Mother and Rickon? Sansa ventured cautiously. Robb, however, could only shake his head numbly. It is father. They have found his body. The vendor, occupied with grilling meat, fell silent at these words. He seemed to wish to offer some words of comfort, but upon seeing Robb's noble attire, he kept his thoughts to himself. Please pay, he stated stiffly. Sansa quickly urged Jenny to settle the bill. Though the sequence of events felt almost instinctual. Father, is he truly gone? Sansa stood dazed, while Arya bit her lip in anguish. Lord Bolton, Lord Amber, and Lord Karstark, they are all deceivers. With that, Arya flung the meat skewer to a scruffy yellow dog by the roadside and ran off without looking back. Bran and Sansa exchanged glances. So, Robb, you are now the Lord of Winterfell. Bran forced a smile, feeling as though he wore a mask upon his face. Robb replied, somewhat numbly, indeed. Yet, my father did not even have the time to teach me how to be a lord. Sansa hesitated, grasping her brother's hand. Robb, let us return to the Red Keep. I believe Mother will need you by her side, and King Lannister will surely understand the circumstances. Robb seemed to rally a bit. For a fleeting moment, Sansa thought he might weep, but he merely embraced her and Bran in turn, then sighed. Arya is truly headstrong. Subsequently, Robb, in his capacity as the Duke of Winterfell, was summoned to an audience with King Lannister. Though it was termed an audience, it was, in truth, an invitation for lunch with the king and his siblings. The king, appearing somewhat weary after the recent trial, had evidently received news of Eddard Stark's demise. And without allowing Robb to articulate his request, he acquiesced. You may take your people back to the north. I shall grant you the title of Warden of the North, as per tradition. Queen Margaery consoled him, saying, Lord Eddard was the pillar of our realm. His loss is a misfortune for us all. Please accept my condolences, Robb. Myrcella gazed at Robb with wide eyes, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. Robb, now that you are the Duke of Winterfell, it must be quite arduous for you, right? Brother, may I go to the north to see him? The king chuckled heartily at her words, of course. Although Myrcella spoke without malice, the king couldn't help but recall that in the original tale, she was sent to Dorne for a marriage alliance. Thus, it seemed somewhat inappropriate not to send her to the north now, even from a pessimistic perspective. Fearing an attack from Aegon or Jon Connington, the north remained a relatively safe haven. To be honest, Myrcella, you could accompany Robb right now. Really? Myrcella's eyes sparkled with delight. Why are you so happy? The king felt a sudden headache. Myrcella, by all accounts, should not exhibit such infatuation. Margaery stifled a laugh and nudged the king, signaling him to remain silent. All right, your highness, you may go pack your belongings. Yay, Myrcella exclaimed, joyfully tugging at Robb as they dashed away. The king watched his sister's retreating figure with a sense of envy, though it was but a fleeting thought. Margaery leaned against his chest and softly said, Lannister, are you sending Myrcella away out of fear of our failure? Not quite so exaggerated. I merely recalled that those who are betrothed from a young age are often sent to the other party to foster a bond. The king reminisced about his parents, unable to suppress a chuckle. My parents, however, were not quite the same. My father had a particular penchant for venting his frustrations, which often led to clashes with my mother. With Lyanna standing between them, their relationship never truly improved. And what about you? Marjorie suddenly inquired, tilting her head to gaze at him, her eyes as calm as water. Jonah Stark, the girl from the north. I have heard of her. Her eyes are as beautiful as violets. Her martial skills are exceptional, and she is accompanied by a white dire wolf. Indeed, I find myself quite fond of her. Lyon, aware of the futility of concealment, spoke the truth. Why? Marjorie fixed her gaze upon him. Does such a matter require justification? Marjorie remained silent, her eyes still locked on him. If one day, both she and I were engulfed in flames, whom would you save? Lyon, this phrasing seems rather familiar. He quickly replied, of course, I would save you first. The reason? Sir Bollistan quietly bowed his head, wishing fervently to be absent from this scenario. Lyon was compelled to admit, because you are my legally recognized wife. Chapter 40, The Dawn of Dragonstone. As the dawn of the 5th day broke, the Battle of Dragonstone came to a close. Prince Aegon's Golden Company suffered a loss of 95%, while the defending Raven's Company lost 1/10 of their forces. Nonetheless, overall, it proved to be more beneficial than harmful. After tidying up the aftermath, Jonah Stark leisurely remarked to Ser Loras, I have been of great assistance to you. Remember to speak well of me when you arrive in King's Landing. After days of battle, her lovely visage was already coated with dust and sweat. Her hair a tangled mess. Having just regained her composure, her spirits were notably high. Loras Tyrell gazed at the wound on his arm for several seconds before saying, this is not a major issue, merely concerning you and Lyon. He looked at the slender maiden with a hint of conflict, uncertain whether to associate her with the Raven's Company leader, the Winter Rose, and the holder of the dragon egg. Jonah paused for a moment, then realized that this Ser Loras' sister, Marjorie, was indeed Lyon's current queen. He was certainly worried for his sister. After all, Jonah possessed northern blood. Should she bear an illegitimate child with Lyon, it would be a significant source of instability. Yet, this Knight of Flowers was rather naive. She waved her hand dismissively and said, you need not worry about that. I have no intention of usurping Marjorie's position. It would suffice not to be arranged into a marriage. Upon mentioning this topic, Loras furrowed his brow. It is quite a predicament. My grandmother feels the same. She desires a marriage alliance for me. Had I not joined the Kingsguard, you would prefer to be wed to Lyon's uncle, the Honorable Ser Lancel, rather than donning a white cloak. Jonah responded without a moment's hesitation. Loras was taken aback. How did you know? Well, Lyon mentioned it to me. Jonah unhesitatingly shifted the blame to Lyon, her face betraying no embarrassment, exuding an air of nonchalance. She stood at the edge of the island, gazing at the dawn, her long hair dancing in the sea breeze. Are you familiar with Tywin Lannister? She inquired. He is an incredibly capable hand of the king, ruthless in his dealings. Previously, when a vassal betrayed him, he annihilated their entire house. Loras realized his misstep only after he spoke, awkwardly shrugging his shoulders. Is that so? Jonah Stark comprehended. She bit her lower lip, feeling a twinge of regret over her decision. If Tywin truly was the man he appeared to be, then even if Jon was not destined to marry into House Lannister, she would undoubtedly find herself ensnared in his intricate web. Yet, the conditions had already been set forth. Gazing out at the sea, she felt an unsettling realization wash over her, the first time she perceived herself as a complete fool. The Game of Thrones was never a domain in which House Stark excelled. Under the machinations of Lysa, Mira was sent back to the north. This news reached Catelyn's ears. While she was not surprised, a sense of joy eluded her. Eddard, her beloved Eddard. When Eddard met his untimely demise, she had been utterly oblivious. The Raven also bore tidings of Jon Stark. He had fought alongside the Knight of Flowers from Highgarden, delivering a devastating defeat to Prince Aegon. Although John Clinton was facing his own hardships at White Harbor, Aegon's downfall was of greater significance. This was true for Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin, but for Catelyn, nothing could eclipse the loss of her Eddard. My lady, would you like to invite Miss Jon back for a gathering? Maester Luwin inquired, adding cautiously. The people of the north are quite jubilant over her victory. Catelyn retorted sharply, is she my flesh and blood? Sansa and Arya remain in King's Landing. If they return, I desire only their company. This was the demeanor Catelyn adopted upon receiving the news of Eddard's death. As she processed her words, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head in apology. I did not mean it that way. However, the matter of Jon's return to the north can be discussed at a later time. Maester Luwin nodded, refraining from rebuking her, which only served to heighten Catelyn's embarrassment. Before long, Jon Stark returned to King's Landing, accompanied by the Brotherhood without banners and Ser Loras Tyrell, greeted by the jubilant cheers of the populace that nearly shattered the heavens. Long live King Renly! Long live Miss Jon! Long live Ser Loras! The throngs included youthful maidens, who bashfully gazed upon Loras, tossing flowers in his direction, only to blush deeply thereafter. Petals cascaded from the youth's pristine white cloak, prompting Loras to smile and declare, "This is not my honor. It is the result of the efforts of the Brotherhood, especially Miss Jon." It appeared he had indeed fulfilled his promise. Speaking well of Jon in King's Landing, Jon could not help but chuckle. This Knight of Flowers was far more innocent than she had anticipated, despite being the elder of the two. Could it be that males mature later than females? Lost in her thoughts, a small figure suddenly surged through the crowd, making its way to the forefront. It was Arya, dirty and disheveled, yet her face radiated joy. "Jon, I knew you would triumph," Arya exclaimed, leaping into her embrace, nearly causing Jon to burst into laughter. "Very well, Arya, you may return now. I must first confer with the king and the prime minister. Farewell." Arya pouted and reluctantly slipped away, making her way back to the Red Keep. Joanna found the atmosphere quite intriguing. The rumored stench of excrement and sweat did not envelop her, and the ministers in the hall appeared to be reasonable individuals rather than fools or sycophants. The noble women gathered below, most of whom Joanna did not recognize, reminded her of fragile and panicked hens. "Welcome back in triumph, Ser Loras," said Rain, casting a smile at Loras before expressing gratitude for the selfless assistance of the Raven's company. Today, adorned with a crown and resplendent garments, he presented a tall, imposing figure, undeniably handsome and worthy of the title of king. Beneath the throne stood another member of Rain's delegation, standing proud with his chest held high. Mesterel sincerely thanked Joanna. "I cannot express how grateful I am, Miss Stark. Without you, Loras would have had to fight alone." This portly man was in stark contrast to Loras, leaving Joanna momentarily speechless. She could only muster a polite smile. "You flatter me, Lord Tyder." Little did she know the extent of the stir her arrival had caused. Loras observed quietly. Perhaps Joanna Stark had never paid heed to her appearance while with the mercenary band. Yet her violet eyes and resemblance to Lyanna did not escape the notice of even Lord Baelish. Those who had seen Rhaegar and Lyanna in life, such as Tywin and the Queen of Thorns, wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Chapter 41. The beautiful fisherwoman to the astonishment of others. Joanna Stark's formal proposal varied significantly from previous discussions. "So, Miss Stark, you are requesting that Dragonstone provide the North with 40% of the dragon glass annually?" Chancellor Baelish shifted uneasily. "Of course, I would prefer a larger share of the gold from Casterly Rock, but even from across the narrow sea, Lord Tywin's reputation precedes him. So I shall let it be. In my personal opinion, the recent endeavor at Dragonstone should be credited to Ser Loras. The Raven's company requires no more than 80,000 golden dragons for their services. Rest assured, my lords, I have come merely to visit my younger siblings." Though Joanna professed such, she was acutely aware that no one would take her final statement seriously. While Dragonstone could serve as a stronghold for the Raven's company, and the dragon glass mines were of immense value, whether Tywin Lannister would obstruct matters remained uncertain. As a young girl, how could she possibly contend with such a cunning old fox? Thus, Joanna offered a polite smile and added, as a Baatar, "I consider myself fortunate to bear the Stark name and am profoundly grateful for the King Rain's benevolence." Having said this, she took her leave. Accompanied by the esteemed Ser Balistan, Joanna Stark joyfully reunited with her long-lost siblings, receiving delightful gifts from them. Arya was the most exuberant of the trio, while Bran brandished his wooden sword with fervor. As for Sansa, ever the demure lady, Joanna had not anticipated her involvement, yet to her surprise, Sansa had even embroidered a handkerchief for her. Although the long-awaited family reunion was heartwarming, Joanna felt a pang of regret at the absence of Robb. After spending a few hours together, she made her way to the docks, gazing at the ship that had brought her here, instructing the captain to prepare for her imminent return to Dragonstone, where she would reunite with the ravenous crow. The agreements had been duly confirmed, and the matters concerning the North were to be left to Robb. The atmosphere in King's Landing was vibrant with the sounds of laughter and commotion, as the townsfolk engaged in their usual banter. Occasionally, Joanna could hear the joyful laughter of children, but at that moment, it was merely the whisper of autumn winds in her ears. "Please wait, Lady Stark," a disheveled young man called out to her in haste. For a moment, Joanna was taken aback, but the emotions flickering in his emerald eyes soon stirred her recognition. "Are you here to see me off?" It dawned upon Joanna that her visit to King's Landing had been rather rushed, aside from reuniting with her cousins. Nevertheless, She had never deemed a clandestine meeting with Lyon a prudent decision. The Queen of Thorns was no fool. She likely had already discerned Jonah's true lineage. However, Jonah was intrigued as to who between Tywin and the Queen of Thorns would be inclined to reveal her heritage. Lyon was clad in the attire of a blacksmith, dirted and disheveled, with his black hair in disarray. Jonah found herself questioning the origin of his garments. But that was not her immediate concern. You should return now. I appreciate your sentiments, but I cannot linger in Westeros for long. The captain hurriedly gathered his payment and departed to seek his crew. Lyon glanced at the visibly excited captain, tempted to reveal that the brothel was indeed his enterprise. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Lyon finally said, "Safe travels." He then handed Jonah a small package before swiftly retreating to the forge, seemingly immersing himself in the daily life of a blacksmith as if he were a king. Curiosity piqued, Jonah wondered about the contents of the package. Yet reason told her that opening it now would prevent her from leaving. Thus, she cradled the parcel close, and when the crew was assembled, she adeptly boarded the ship. Inside the cabin, an extraordinarily beautiful fisherwoman was gazing at her, with porcelain-like skin and striking golden hair and blue eyes. She was no ordinary woman, but rather a lady of nobility. What is happening? Jonah felt a surge of confusion, setting the package aside as she drew her sword. Who permitted you to board? I am the current Queen Regent, Cersei replied leisurely, a profound glint flickering in her eyes. She poured a glass of wine for Jonah. Taste this, a fine vintage from the arbor. Jonah dared not drink the wine that Cersei poured for her, for their relationship was undeniably delicate. Lyon appeared to be an ordinary man, yet he possessed little cunning. He had confided in her that Cersei had once harbored affections for Rhaegar, while Robert was enamored with Lyanna, resulting in a profoundly strained marriage fraught with arguments. Whenever they quarreled, it was then that Lyon would stealthily slip out of the Red Keep to indulge in his pastime of catching cats. Years of practice had made him quite adept at this pursuit, though the public perception was that Lyon had little interest in martial training. A stereotype he had likely cultivated himself. The arrival of the Queen Mother was indeed an honor, yet, the ship was about to depart. So it would be best for you to leave this morning. Cersei shook her head. I cannot stay for long. Let us be direct, Jonah. When did your relationship with my son begin? Do not feign surprise. I have employed that tactic myself. Though your performance is commendable, it cannot deceive me. Compared to Marjorie, you are indeed more beautiful. Cersei downed a glass of wine in one swift motion, then rested her chin on her hand with a smile. To be honest, I would desire a daughter like you. It is a pity for that Stark fellow. So, dear Queen Mother, what is your true intention for coming here? Jonah sheathed her sword but found herself at a loss. She could not truly confront Cersei, who occupied her cabin with such authority. Cersei smiled, appearing remarkably enchanting, yet bearing no resemblance to her own son, Lyon. I wish to convey something to you, my dear lady. Before Robert's demise, he tasked me with witnessing Lyon fulfill his vow. Lyon must slay the Targaryens, Viserys, Aegon, and Daenerys. Panic surged through Jonah. It seemed Cersei was already aware of her lineage. Tywin, the Queen of Thorns. No, let us be more direct. Anyone who had encountered Rhaegar or Lyanna could surmise this truth. Though I bear no ill will towards breaking oaths, my son is different. If he were merely to share a bed with you, I might feel somewhat reassured. However, with his innocent and naive mind, should he repeat the mistakes of yore, how could the Seven Kingdoms endure such a calamity? A wild fire flickered in Cersei's emerald eyes, and for some inexplicable reason, Jonah suspected she might even welcome such an outcome. I understand, Jonah replied, extending her hand to urge Cersei to disembark. Your Majesty, I appreciate your goodwill. I shall clarify matters with Lyon at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 42. The deceived Viserys. We have arranged a vessel for you. As Viserys recalled this treacherous journey, he could only remember the boy named Corliner. With dark hair and blue eyes, there was a rare maturity in his manner that belied his age. Princess Arryn of Dorne is both beautiful and wise. She eagerly awaits your arrival, Your Highness. To ensure your journey is pleasant, we have also prepared maidservants for your comfort. Under the guise of deception and manipulation, Viserys disregarded Illyrio's objections and boarded the ship bound for Dorne. As he departed, Illyrio cast a long, contemplative gaze at Corlys, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. Your Majesty, I trust you will remember my modest assistance. Inside the cabin, a golden-haired girl, sent from the brothels of King's Landing, lay naked and smiling, warming his bed. Though delicate and frail, her freckled face belied her impressive skills in the art of seduction, her sweet words evoking the glory that Viserys believed was rightfully his. However, to his astonishment, the ship did not halt at King's Landing. What was amiss? After dressing, Viserys, though satisfied, wore a fierce expression as he questioned the youth who identified himself as Corlys. "My apologies for the deception, Your Majesty," Corlys replied with an air of professionalism, instructing the attendants to bring Viserys his favorite delicacies. What? Has the Dornish princess changed her mind? Viserys was unperturbed by this notion. Over the past few days, amidst the tumultuous sea, Corlys and his companions had treated him with the utmost respect. They hardly seemed like potential traitors. He bit into a confection, awaiting Corlys' next words. "In truth, we are not here at the behest of Princess Arryn of Dorne." Suddenly, several robust youths, armed and clad in plain attire, emerged behind Corlys, their sunburned skin revealing their exposure to the elements. Viserys abruptly realized he was unarmed, having left the sword that Illyrio gifted him behind. "Please remain calm, Prince Viserys," Corlys said patiently, patting Viserys' shoulder, who remained motionless, likely due to Corlys' composed demeanor, and perhaps more so because of the dagger pressed against his throat. The cold metal against his neck brought a stark awareness of his precarious situation, entirely at the mercy of this youth. "The true dragon shall never yield to the hand of a servant," a voice roared within his mind. It was his deceased father, Aegon, who had harbored a relentless fear of Rhaegar, remaining equally cold and unyielding towards Viserys himself. "Who are those behind you?" "The son of a usurper, the illegitimate king, Aegon Targaryen." Viserys understood he must maintain his composure. "How could he know of my association with Illyrio? The king certainly has his spies." "And so do we across the narrow sea," Corlys replied, his black hair bearing the sigil of House Baratheon, and his blue eyes cold and merciless. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within Viserys. "You are the bastard of the usurper. Listen to me, why serve that Aegon? Follow the true dragon, and you shall receive your due reward." This phrase had escaped Viserys' lips countless times before. Once, many believed the Targaryen legacy could be reignited, and in taverns, inns, and even brothels, he had passionately delivered his speeches. As the usurper grew increasingly secure upon the throne, no one paid heed to Viserys any longer. Observing the gaunt and fervent Viserys, now resembling yet another mad king, a flicker of sympathy crossed Tyland's eyes. "Lyon is a good man," he confessed, before adding, "My mother is a tavern maid, perpetually inebriated, indulging in the pleasures of life. He provided me with this position, an opportunity to hone my martial skills, and even assisted in securing my mother's well-being. And you, Viserys, residing far across the narrow sea, what have you done for us?" With a soft clink, Viserys realized that the sword resting by his bedside had also been taken by those youths. He gazed incredulously at these impoverished commoners, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. He raised his hand and pointed at one of the boys. "Is this all Lyon has given you? Enough to make you willingly serve him? He is the king. Without a lord's title, without noble status, what are you truly thinking? A lord's title? What is that? Can one eat it?" A boy responded from outside the cabin. His hair, matted with sweat, clung together, and his bare chest was exposed to the sea breeze, exuding an air of indifference. "We care not for nobility, bloodlines, titles, or territories. Common folk have always been just that, common. Whoever feeds us, we shall serve," he continued. "Since Lyon promised to improve our lives, and indeed punish those scoundrels, that is sufficient." Perhaps the weight of these words was too profound, for Viserys stared blankly at the sea for what felt like 3 or 4 minutes before finally managing to speak. "What does Lyon wish for me to do?" "You need not do anything at present, Your Grace," Tyland replied with calm assurance. "King Lyon has pledged to bestow upon you the title of Duke of Dragonstone and to recognize you as the rightful heir of House Targaryen." Tyland articulated this with a composed confidence that Viserys found perplexing. Was it perhaps a confidence bestowed upon him by that very King Lyon? Reflecting on this, Viserys found it rather absurd. The usurper had indulged in revelry for so long. No matter Lyon's capabilities, he had slain Littlefinger, the eunuch, and even his own brother. After dealing with so many corrupt officials, how could he possibly still be alive? Perhaps Viserys' skepticism was too evident, for Tyland calmly reiterated his response. "Lyon is not unskilled in martial arts. In private, he trains harder than any of us. When I once challenged him to a duel, he swiftly bested me while still holding back. Even in the absence of his Kingsguard, he once saved Arthur Dayne of the Vale." Tyland's face bore the unique pride of House Baratheon, yet when speaking of Lyon, he was clearly impressed. Viserys sat there in a daze, entirely forgetting his initial thoughts, as the name Lyon, akin to a terrifying specter, echoed repeatedly in his mind. The Duke of Dragonstone. He had actually promised me Dragonstone. This is the place he was compelled to flee once more, and it is also the birthplace of Daenerys. Chapter 43. The gift of Jonah. Having just donned his own attire, Ryan remained blissfully unaware that he had been demonized in Viserys' mind. He was supervising the members of the special team as they practiced their combat skills in the training yard. The official name had now been changed to the King's Guard, which, in contrast to the King's Guard, was primarily composed of youthful recruits, and there were notably more of them, with chestnut hair and a face adorned with freckles. Sol was engaged in a fierce duel with Isaac Harrow. Both were clad in armor, exerting themselves to their utmost. Lanny, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his brow while shouting, "I wager Isaac will triumph." The clang of metal echoed continuously throughout the yard. Ryan observed the young warrior's progress with satisfaction, accompanied by Sir Bollistan and Sir Loras. Sir Bollistan maintained a look of contentment, while Loras was eager to join in. "Let me have a turn, Your Majesty," he implored, his voice infused with the exuberance and impulsiveness characteristic of youth. Ryan chuckled. "I would also relish the opportunity to join the fray. However, I doubt you lot would be eager to engage with the king or the King's Guard, would you?" Lanny, with a glimmer in his emerald eyes, quickly retorted, "That may not be the case. It all depends on how many gold dragons you are willing to offer." This lad is clearly fixated on wealth, Ryan thought, as Sol, amidst the skirmish, could not resist teasing him, which resulted in Isaac delivering a solid blow to his arm. "Do not lose focus," Sir Bollistan admonished sternly, casting a serious gaze upon the young fighters. "The battlefield is not akin to a mere spar. A moment's distraction could lead to dire consequences. In my youth, I nearly stumbled over the corpse of a fallen soldier, only to have a far more robust man swing his sword at me in that very instance." Sir Loras, astonished, remarked, "I had no idea that you, sir, had such experiences. Indeed, though I hail from the Stormlands, I am not the youthful and accomplished Knight of Flowers." Sir Bollistan replied with a bittersweet sigh as he reminisced about bygone days. "In that ill-fated spring, I too failed to vanquish Rhaegar, resulting in rivers of blood flowing across the Seven Kingdoms, with lingering issues to this day." The three men present were all too aware of what these so-called issues referred to, yet none dared to voice them aloud. Loras turned his face, seemingly recalling something, and inquired of Ryan with curiosity, "Your Majesty, where is Miss Jonah now in King's Landing?" As expected, the Thorn Queen would undoubtedly be eager to arrange Jonah's marriage to Velis. Not to mention, Velis was, by all accounts, a cripple, while Jonah possessed both northern lineage and the endorsement of being Rhaegar's daughter. A prime opportunity to rectify the deficiencies in the Tully bloodline that the old woman would not allow to slip away. "She has departed from King's Landing," Ryan replied with a smile, though a sense of irritation and melancholy stirred within him. He knew well that he could never be with Jonah, yet he found the thought of her marrying a cripple intolerable. "Surely you do not wish to propose a union on behalf of Galen, do you?" For Jonah, marriage is a matter of her own choosing. Even Lady Catelyn would find herself powerless in this regard. The idea of your disabled elder brother marrying Jonah Stark is utterly preposterous. Even in a strategic union, one would expect at least a semblance of normalcy. Who could ascertain whether Velis possesses the requisite abilities in that regard? For the first time, a flicker of anger akin to Cersei's ignited within Lyanne's emerald eyes, surprising the youths nearby. After a brief exchange of whispers, they swiftly reached a conclusion. The rumors were not mere fabrications, but veritable truths, solid as iron. Upon hearing this, Loras furrowed his brow but sighed in relief. "My grandmother has instructed me to invite Lady Joanna to Highgarden. However, since she has departed, it seems futile now." Naturally, he would not divulge the notion of marrying Joanna to Velis. Loras must have been aware that compelling Joanna to submit to matrimony was no simple feat. She could easily summon the support of the Ravenous Claw and bore the bloodline of Lyanna Stark. Meanwhile, Lyanne's mood deteriorated uncontrollably. He grasped his sword and commenced his daily training. "Sir Bollistan, might you engage me in practice?" Since his arrival in this realm, Lyanne had acquired knowledge of numerous martial arts, with the first being Robert's might wielding the warhammer. Inheriting Robert's robust physique, he did not neglect strength training. Alas, during practice, he could not wield the hammer with lethal intent and thus resorted to a sword instead. Sir Bollistan promptly opposed. "That would not be prudent. The King's Guard exists to protect the king." "Ah, I am still young, so I doubt you could slay me," Lyanne replied, flashing a grin, once again showcasing his penchant for delivering unamusing jokes. "After all, I am the king. Even without dragons, I must enhance my martial prowess." Upon broaching this topic, Sir Bollistan hesitated, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and guilt. "My apologies, Your Majesty. It seems I have forgotten this matter." Within the Red Keep, Sandor Clegane was safeguarding a dragon egg bestowed upon him by Lady Joanna upon her departure. The Targaryen bloodline coursing through House Baratheon renders this a remarkably valuable treasure. "Even for you." "What?" Lyanne was utterly taken aback. He had presumed Joanna would retain the dragon egg, awaiting its hatching. Yet she had chosen to leave it in his care, even though the dragon blood within him was notably diluted. One factor perhaps overlooked by all was that he possessed a system. You have been credited with a series of hidden achievements. Currently, your available benevolence points total 342. Lyanne exclaimed, "What? So many?" This is sufficient to acquire several enhancements in agriculture, mining, and magical education. Furthermore, even if the conflict at Dragonstone has concluded, it could not possibly yield such a bounty. To his astonishment and trepidation, Lyanne discovered on the loyalty interface that the youths he had casually recruited displayed loyalty surpassing that of 2 or 3 Kingsguard members. Unsurprisingly, the highest loyalty belonged to Sir Stan, Jaime, Tywin, and Robb, among others. The appearance of Viserys on the list elicited an even greater shock. One would expect a loyalty score of 1, but negative loyalty would indeed be the norm, wouldn't it? Sir Stan coughed gently, rousing Ryan from his contemplative reverie. He swiftly assessed the current situation, stifling his overwhelming excitement. Ryan resolved to prioritize his physical prowess, for it is said that the body is the foundation of revolution. "Sir, let us engage in a contest," he proposed. Once the competition concluded, he would naturally employ Cobain or the system. At worst, he could gather existing Valyrian materials from the library. This dragon egg might very well be a useless relic, yet it could also become the wings of a stag, elevating him to greater heights. Chapter 44. The Lady in Red, Melisandre. On that evening, within the Rose residence in King's Landing, it was evident that Jon Stark could not possibly be Eddard's daughter. The old Rose savored a bite of dessert, seemingly lost in its exquisite flavor. She ran swiftly. However, in my view, Tywin Lannister's handling of the matter was rather indecisive. Marjorie concurred, yet it appeared these two matters were entirely unrelated. Noticing Loras's confusion, the old Rose leisurely remarked, "The rainy season of Castamere. This girl is a Targaryen descendant. Her existence brings nothing but misfortune to the Lannister family. Logically, she should have met an untimely demise in King's Landing by now." Marjorie pondered deeply for a moment before offering her insight. "It is because of Ryan. Indeed, if that girl were to perish, how could Ryan ever let it go? Even if he initially could not ascertain Tywin's involvement, his network of informants would eventually report the truth." Marjorie lifted her teacup, savoring a sip of the fruit tea delivered by her maid. This beverage tasted distinct from her usual choice, yet Marjorie found it delightful. "Marjorie, do you not care about this matter at all?" Loras asked, somewhat taken aback. "As long as she lives, I cannot alter anything. Time will inevitably dull all wounds." Observing his sister's tranquil demeanor as she enjoyed her tea, Loras sighed, feeling a deep-seated indignation for her. "We must consider more than just this." The old Rose elegantly wiped the crumbs from her mouth, murmuring, "The Seven Kingdoms are becoming increasingly stable under Ryan's rule, yet one day, the tensions shall inevitably erupt. After all, for a long time, the minor lords have been denied the territories they desire. The division of interests must eventually be addressed." A new piece of news reached the ears of the three of them. This time, it was Marjorie who was most astonished. Jon Stark had actually bequeathed the dragon egg to Ryan? Clutching her handkerchief, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Jon Stark's return to King's Landing was an exceedingly reckless act, yet upon reflection, it was a significant gift to Ryan. The meaning of a dragon egg for those of the Baratheon bloodline, who bore Targaryen lineage, was well understood by all. Thus, her daring return to King's Landing was driven by her reluctance to entrust such a task to another. Good heavens! Loras sat in a daze, his brown, slightly curled bangs illuminated by the setting sun. Indeed, old Rose nodded, and furthermore, she had taken her sister, Arya Stark, away with her. Their wolves had accompanied them on their flight, but if my intelligence serves me correctly, Lady Thorne paused deliberately, eliciting a playful response from Marjorie. "Do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me." Old Rose revealed a significant smile. "That little wolf girl is likely holding deeper cards close to her chest. After all, it is rumored that beneath Dragonstone lies ancient dragon eggs, buried since time immemorial. In Casterly Rock, the beautiful and headstrong Nymeria was cheerfully demanding her fiancé to host a grand wedding for her. Following the stabilization of King's Landing, Lysa had returned her uncle and future aunt to Casterly Rock. "Father will come to Casterly Rock for the wedding. He surely will. At that time, let us invite Lyn and the others, shall we?" Jaime could only manage a wry smile. Yet another situation devoid of swords. Although they were now betrothed, the age gap made it difficult for Jaime to envision her as his future wife. Nymeria was indeed beautiful, lively, and charming. Yet she did not embody the ideal spouse he envisioned. Even the dazzlingly foolish Cersei, Jaime admitted he could not empathize with himself at present. You indeed still regard me as a child, Nymeria suddenly remarked, then shook off his hand and ran ahead. Jaime, amused by the leisure, did not attempt to stop her. It was also time to clear the bandits and rogues near Casterly Rock. As the heir, he bore the responsibility of maintaining order in the region. While he could not serve as a Kingsguard due to his own selfish desires, perhaps acting with chivalry could redeem him for his years of misdeeds. He mounted his horse, riding out of Casterly Rock with Marblin and others. To his surprise, they encountered no bandits along the way. To ensure safety, he even checked several households, finding inhabitants safe and unharmed. We must venture further, Jaime stated. Could it be that this world no longer requires knights? After traveling several more miles, a woman clad in a red robe appeared silently before him. She possessed a graceful figure and striking beauty, yet the glint in her eyes conveyed a sense of danger to Jaime. Drawing his golden sword, he demanded, "Who are you?" "I am Melisandre from Ashai, a devoted servant of the Lord of Light, a priestess of fire," she replied, rattling off a series of titles, none of which Jaime understood. "The deities of the Shadowlands do not concern me. I only worship the Seven." In truth, Jaime hardly believed in the Seven, but he felt it prudent to acknowledge the authority of the High Septon. "Let us depart," Jaime suggested, sensing that this woman was not quite sane. Indeed, Marblin frowned. "As a devout follower of the Seven, I cannot place my faith in the Lord of Light." "Well said, my lady. May you find success in your preaching." Jaime unveiled a flamboyant smile, waving his hand. Melisandre remained still. "I am not a lady, and you have already shed your white cloak. If I were still a Kingsguard, how could I remain in Casterly Rock?" Melisandre displayed a peculiar expression, as if lost in reminiscence, yet more like peering through veils into the future. "I can prophesy for you, Sir Jaime, your father, your brother, and your past lovers, all that you hold dear, provided you worship the Red God R'hllor. My sorcery shall be at your service." She slightly bowed her head, her pale skin accentuating her fiery red eyes, which glinted like flames, rendering her an ethereal specter traversing the realm of the living. Miranda could no longer endure the exchange. "Jaime, let us depart. This woman is mad. What of future predictions? Better to listen to the High Septon's ramblings." Melisandre gently shook her head. "Your words are misguided. R'hllor has granted me the ability to glimpse the future through flames. Should you embrace the Red God, I could likewise serve you. However, it appears we are not kindred spirits." Melisandre offered a slight courtesy to Jaime, then softly added, "I once witnessed Stannis' destiny, yet it vanished like a fleeting specter. Now, your opportunity lies before you. It merely depends on whether you possess the discerning eye, Sir Jaime." Chapter 45. The reunion of the Bull and the dwarf Tywin Lannister spent a rather peculiar afternoon with his son, Tyrion. "It seems your plan has failed, father," Tyrion chuckled, awkwardly pouring himself a glass of wine. "To be honest, I am not tall, perhaps you have not noticed, but Miss Stark is far taller than I. I truly fear that had your scheme succeeded, she would have unleashed that dire wolf upon me." Tyrion twisted his face, his features somewhat grotesque. Tywin responded calmly, "It is for the best that she has departed. That was indeed my intention. However, considering her ties to Lysa, such an action may be inappropriate." "Ah, father, you are far too kind. If memory serves, you previously did not concern yourself with anyone's feelings, did you?" "Cersei, Jaime, and certainly not mine." Tyrion gulped down his wine, wiping his mouth. "Lysa's wedding, Winterfell. 3 attempts at poisoning, yet you remain reticent. This is quite unusual." "Indeed," Tywin paused, then exhaled deeply, leaning back in his high-backed chair, appearing particularly aged at that moment. "The poisoner is Aegon, or perhaps another. I cannot ascertain, as all clues seem deliberately directed towards one outcome." "What?" Tyrion gazed at his father with keen interest. What kind of affair could provoke the unflappable Tywin to reveal such a demeanor? There is involvement of sorcery and the supernatural in this matter. Once magic and divine forces are entangled, anyone could be the perpetrator. Is that so? This posed a troublesome dilemma, Tyrion mused. Tywin was not the type to easily waver. It appears that the legendary age of magic has once again descended upon us, which may not be entirely a misfortune. Tyrion smirked. Perhaps Cersei could indeed hatch her dragon. When that time comes, the bard shall surely sing praises of this true dragon prince. You do not suppose I summoned you here merely for your jesting, do you? Tywin regarded Tyrion with a frosty glare, the family sigil gleaming upon his chest. Hear my roar. Very well, my lord father, what is your command? Tyrion replied, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The northern noble girl you procured for me showed no interest whatsoever. And as for Sansa Stark, that opportunity has evaporated. You wouldn't intend to assign me to the wall, would you? He allowed himself a smile that he deemed utterly charming. He took another sip of wine. contemplating whether the wall had improved since his last visit. "You are correct," Tywin said, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. "A man of your stature has no need to join the Night's Watch." However, with the resurgence of magic now evident, Tyrion knew his father despised magic. So he waited for Tywin's customary expression of distaste before he continued. "The wall may yet serve as a bastion for the kingdom to come. For now, your role is to ensure that Cersei's efforts are not in vain, and that the Stark family does not line their pockets." Tyrion felt a laugh bubbling within him. He looked at his father. "How rare it is. My lord Tywin, why not simply admit that you have begun to care for the folk of the North?" Tywin stiffened, resembling a statue of plaster. Seizing the moment before Tywin could unleash his wrath, Tyrion merrily slipped away. As he departed, he mused on how contagious Cersei's influence had become, noting that a new cohort of young people had been sent to the Citadel under her auspices. They claimed to be studying public health, likely in preparation for a plague. Wandering through the Red Keep, he inadvertently found himself in the courtyard. The group of youngsters Cersei had gathered were practicing swordplay under the guidance of Ser Balon Swan. Tyrion halted, intrigued by his nephew's entourage. Balon noticed his arrival and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. "My lord Tyrion." Tyrion waved a hand dismissively. A mercenary, who appeared alongside Tyrion, surveyed the youths with keen interest. His name was Boron, a mercenary who had once been bought by Joffrey but had turned against him in court. His martial prowess was undeniable, and he bore a far closer resemblance to a mercenary than Sansa Stark ever could. "He is the most formidable among them," Boron remarked, pointing to a lad named Sol, who was exerting himself in combat. "Though he is rather eclectic in his training, he requires someone to guide him properly. Judging by his progress over the past 2 months, Ser Balistan has been quite diligent." Tyrion concurred, recalling how much more immature the boy had appeared during his last observation. Boron chuckled. "My lord, let us speak plainly. I am willing to follow you and safeguard your well-being." He made his way down a side corridor, while Tyrion struggled to keep pace with him. "All I need to part with is a handful of golden dragons," Tyrion sighed, patting his chest. "As you can see, I am a little man, and being the second son grants me little claim to inheritance. Why not follow my elder brother Jaime?" Podrick shrugged. "This matter is rather amusing. To be honest, once, Prince Joffrey sought someone to testify falsely on his behalf, promising a handsome reward upon success. Who could have known that the well-dressed fiend would turn against him? Fortunately, I discovered it early and avoided being his pawn." Podrick winked shrewdly. "Thus, I plan to find someone relatively weaker, like myself." Tyrion understood precisely what Podrick meant, yet he still doubted that this was truly Podrick's motivation. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have at least one person willing to follow him. Tyrion grasped Podrick's hand and gave it a vigorous shake. Podrick's arm merely swayed lightly, while Tyrion felt as if he might cramp up. "Poor dwarf. From now on, Podrick, you shall be responsible for my protection, and when necessary, you must kill for me. Should anyone attempt to purchase your services to take my life as a diminutive creature." As Tyrion concluded, a wider smile spread across Podrick's face. He couldn't help but internally scold himself, for he had become a quintessential mercenary. Yet this suited Tyrion's taste perfectly. He stated matter-of-factly, "I will pay triple the price. Remember, while I may not possess Casterly Rock, I am a Lannister. My brother Jaime is never stingy with gold." Podrick laughed. "Then it is settled." He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Tyrion. "However, do you know, Tyrion? The reason I sought you out is that I have heard there is someone among the Kingsguard who wishes to take your life." Chapter 46, Blood Magic. Daenerys, my son in life. Daenerys carefully treated Drogo's wounds using the methods Yora had taught her. She used a heated metal instrument to pry open the gash filled with roots and filth, while Eerie brewed various herbs nearby, the heat making it nearly unbearable for the others. Yet Daenerys did not mind at all. "Daenerys," Drogo smiled, and she could sense the pride in his eyes. "You are strong now." With child, Daenerys felt her movements becoming increasingly cumbersome, but her love for Drogo and anticipation for their son's arrival rendered all difficulties trivial. Arthur, who had been her steadfast companion, approached, and from the sound of his footsteps, Daenerys could tell he was troubled. After tending to Drogo's wounds, Daenerys let out a gentle sigh. "What news?" Drogo propped himself up, his bronze face marked by the distinct gravity of a warrior. "Khaleesi, Lannister has deceived Viserys into leaving Pentos. Now, if the news is accurate, Viserys will be sent to Dragonstone, or perhaps to King's Landing." The others from Khalasar roamed the plains, having just emerged from a fierce battle, naturally in need of respite. Some were venting their frustrations upon the captured women, while others returned with cattle and sheep, beginning to feed them. Arthur, clad in the attire of the Dothraki, bore dried blood upon him and showed no interest in hurting. The sword at his waist was far from a mere ornament. Even Drogo held a certain respect for this knight skilled in swordplay, despite Daenerys knowing little of his past. Daenerys sat, momentarily dazed, before she inquired of Arthur in a voice unfamiliar to her. Would he kill Viserys? Based on my understanding of Rhaen, it is highly improbable. Arthur's expression turned peculiar. Do you know him? This revelation struck Daenerys with weight. Both Jon and Arthur seemed acquainted with Rhaen, and neither displayed animosity toward him. We were once the best of friends, but that is a matter best left unspoken. Khaleesi, Viserys will never ascend the Iron Throne again, and you, Arthur hesitated, gazing gently at Daenerys before continuing. Rhaen has many supporters behind him, nobles and common folk alike. If it were Viserys, he could never usurp Rhaen's position. Therefore, Khaleesi, I implore you to let go of past grievances. What folly! Daenerys seethed with anger. He did not understand. He simply did not grasp the truth. You are unaware? Princess Elia and her daughter met gruesome fates at the hands of the Mountain. My father was slain by a sworn brother of the Kingsguard and of House Targaryen. Only I, Viserys, and Aegon escaped. His throne was built upon a mountain of bones. Drogo listened intently to Daenerys recounting her tales, though he understood not a word. He responded in Dothraki. My moon of life. Do not fret about those enemies. My curved blade shall ensure they can never encroach upon the vast Dothraki plains, threatening our lives. Daenerys smiled, replying, of course not. Then, she switched to the common tongue to converse with Arthur, who had knelt but showed no regret for his words. Khaleesi, you truly must forget your hatred soon. Crossing the narrow sea, the Dothraki could never conquer a single castle in Westeros. He maintained this assertion. Are you a spy sent by Rhaen, or do you still owe him your loyalty? Arthur sighed, remaining on his knees, neither rising nor directly addressing the question, yet gazing earnestly at Daenerys. Since Khaleesi does not believe, further words would be futile. As the atmosphere grew tense, Daenerys caught sight of a woman being dragged by her hair by a Dothraki man, her body marked with red welts. Let her go. You cannot do this, Daenerys exclaimed. At Drogo's insistence, the man finally released the tormented woman, though his expression remained one of disbelief. The woman lifted her head, regarding Daenerys with an exceedingly complex gaze. She was the princess of the Seven Kingdoms, Daenerys Stormborn, or Khaleesi, as Mirri Maz-Dur informed her. Your Grace, Daenerys, the sorceress softly repeated. Struggling to rise, she inquired. What use do you have for my life? Khaleesi, you cannot allow her to live, someone cautioned. I require your service, Daenerys declared, subsequently instructing Irri to prepare garments for her and assist in her healing. Yes, Khaleesi, Irri complied. But Mirri merely smiled bitterly in response. I shall tend to my own wounds. I have always done so in my tribe. She evidently restrained her animosity, yet her sorrow was difficult to conceal. Daenerys was unsurprised. She believed that with kindness, Mirri would eventually come to love her, just as Rhaegar had loved his people. After all, she had saved her life. A sorceress could not be devoid of discernment. Mirri limped away, clearly having endured considerable torment, and Daenerys felt profound sympathy for her. Yet, in comparison to others, the sorceress remained fortunate. Once she recovered, she began to treat Drogo's injuries. A peculiar, acrid odor emanated from his wound, and his blood riders, distrustful, threatened her with their lives unless she guaranteed successful healing. I assure you, it is no falsehood, Mirri promised. Yet, how much credence could one place in the words of a sorceress? The Dothraki were well aware of this, save for the Na'vi Daenerys. A day passed, and instead of improving, Drogo's wound exhibited signs of deterioration. When he mounted his horse again, he did not ride with his usual reckless abandon. Grasping the reins, his body swayed slightly. As the horse galloped, Drogo was thrown to the ground. The exposed flesh on his chest glinted painfully in the sunlight, a weakness that was not meant to be his. Arthur quickly helped Drogo to his feet. However, in front of all the Khalasar, Drogo had fallen from his mount. He could no longer be called. Arthur informed Daenerys, preempting others from delivering the news. Mirri, the sorceress, impossible, she had promised. Daenerys felt herself reverting to a powerless girl once more. Arthur was right. Once Khal fell from his horse, he was no longer Khal. And her son Rhaego, he was merely an unformed fetus. Bring her to me, Daenerys commanded. I shall make her pay in blood. Chapter 47. The hatching of the true dragon. The sorceress was bound to a pillar. Thanks to Daenerys' decisiveness, her sorcery had not entirely succeeded. At least Drogo would not perish. She no longer concealed her hatred, laughing with unrestrained joy. Ha! Your call is destined for death. You shall not see a single tear from me. Then let us see if the flames can consume you, Daenerys calmly replied. The sorcery of the witch did not succeed. Perhaps Joanna's earlier warning was merely coincidental. In any case, Daenerys had become more cautious. Why have you betrayed me? I saved your life. Indeed, Amiri readily acknowledged, then pondered. But do you know the inhuman torment I have endured? Since he is the KO of this tribe, he must pay for the misdeeds of his subordinates. Those girls, those elders, I once healed them. Thank your KO. With him around, all my efforts have become futile. Daenerys coldly commanded Arthur, ignite the flames. She placed the dragon egg at the center herself, convinced that this was a task she must undertake despite her condition. With your traitorous life, let the dragon egg be reborn. That is indeed my honor, Amiri replied with a smile, a subtle expression crossing her face. But rest assured, Daenerys, your child shall never ascend the Iron Throne. Unless the winter roses wither in the frost, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Unless your KO can once again ride across the vast Dothraki plains, you shall never live the peaceful life you desire, but be forever accompanied by fear and the shadow of blood. Just then, flames surged from below, the heat enveloping Daenerys. Naturally, for Amiri, the intensity of the fire was even more unbearable. She let out a piercing scream, her features contorting grotesquely, and then Daenerys caught the scent of charred flesh. Witnessing life ebbing away from her, Daenerys stepped into the flames. No, she heard Drogo's protest. The heat of the flames caressed Daenerys. True dragons fear not fire. She embraced the dragon egg, feeling life beginning to blossom within. It seemed as if the child in her womb resonated with the dragon egg. They were true siblings. Daenerys thought. Compared to Viserys, her child would be the true dragon capable of commanding the winds and storms. When Drogo retrieved his beloved wife from the wreckage, Daenerys was cradling the dragon egg. Her beautiful hair had been singed to charcoal, her garments vanished without a trace. Yet, she remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Lyon was also holding a dragon egg, examining it closely. The hatching plan has been automatically matched for the host. Consuming all current benevolence points allows for the risk-free hatching of a small dragon, naturally endowed with affinity, but subsequent consumption of benevolence points will increase by 20. Sir Balistan watched Lyon with concern. Your Majesty, your Targaryen bloodline is not robust. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Thank you, sir. I am well aware. Lyon assured him confidently, noticing Ballistan's lingering unease. He felt compelled to lie. I have the blessings of the Seven. I shall not perish. With that, he communicated with the system telepathically. Can I get a discount? I'll leave you with 10 benevolence points. Is that acceptable? Deal. The black dragon egg left by Joanna began to stir gently, subsequently developing cracks. Cracks gradually spread from the center outward, and as time passed, the faint sounds grew louder, while the ancient and elegant black shell slowly fell away. Ultimately, it crumbled apart. A small black dragon emerged, unfurling its delicate wings for the first time. Lyon cradled it in his hands, realizing that this creature was far more formidable than he had imagined. The newly hatched dragon showed no hint of fear. Confidence and assurance accompanied it. It gazed at Lyon with its eyes wide open, and for some reason, Lyon suspected that its intellect surpassed his own. Perched upon his shoulder, the dragon, with its orange-yellow eyes, surveyed the red keep with a regal gaze. It emitted a soft, youthful roar. For centuries, it appeared to be the first dragon within the red keep. Following the tragedy of the Summer Hall, after the misguided spring, even the usurper Robert Baratheon had met his demise. How about I name you Constantine? Lyon mused, recalling a film he had once seen. The dragon offered no objection. Perhaps it's too difficult to remember. A sound of footsteps approached from afar. The tips of brown hair fluttered in the wind as the young and handsome Ser Loras entered the empty room through the grand door. Your Grace, I have something to report, he began, but as his gaze fell upon Lyon, his brown eyes caught sight of the young dragon on Lyon's shoulder. The words he had intended to speak seemed to vanish, swallowed back into silence. Subtle emotions flickered like shadows, suppressed deep within him by Loras Tyrell's demeanor. He knelt on one knee, proclaiming, I shall forever be loyal to you, your Grace. Was he merely reiterating the words he had spoken upon joining the Kingsguard? No, it was not so simple. Lyon understood this clearly. When Loras rose again, the youthful pride and discontent that had once lingered were entirely replaced by profound respect. What were you about to say, Loras? Lyon inquired gently, assisting him to his feet. It was Lord Renly who raised the objection. Lord Stannis is now effectively the Duke of Storm's End. He will not contest the title with his brother, yet he still demands his own lands. Loras replied, though his tone revealed an evident lack of conviction. Ah, I see. It was my oversight, Lyon reflected, considering the previous incident in which Stannis had perjured himself on Joffrey's behalf. He offered a warm yet somewhat dismissive smile. There seems to be a minor lord loyal to Aegon near Casterly Rock. I shall grant his lands to Uncle Renly. But I need to consult him first, if Renly is willing to live perpetually in the shadow of Casterly Rock. Loras visibly sighed in relief. You are indeed most gracious. Your Grace. Is that so? Lyon thought otherwise. The lands he offered were among the most tumultuous in the Westerlands, infamous for their underhanded dealings. He was well aware of what might transpire when a fallen nobleman arrived there, yet he remained indifferent. Ultimately, the territory would return to Lyon's hands, making little difference in the grand scheme. As Ryan spoke, he pragmatically added, It is time to consider Constance, this little dragon. I cannot ascertain whether it will reject others, but it is imperative to find it a caretaker. Loras, evidently unfamiliar with this peculiar term, seemed to grasp the essence of his words. I shall attend to it immediately, Your Majesty, he replied with a deep bow before taking his leave. Chapter 48. Cersei's Fury Within Half a Day. News of Ryan hatching the dragon spread across the Seven Kingdoms. Shatia smiled warmly at Ryan, offering her congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty. No need for pleasantries. Do you have any new intelligence? She adjusted her gown and gently sat down. Indeed, many courtesans are whispering that beneath Dragonstone lies another dragon egg, taken by Jon Stark. Never mind, on to the next matter. Ryan stroked Constance, who was currently fixated on Shatia with a menacing glare. Had Ryan not been watching, it was likely that Shatia would have been clawed to shreds. Furthermore, the brothels are thriving now, thanks to Your Majesty. However, I have heard that a neighborhood in King's Landing recently suffered a fire. A fire? Ryan furrowed his brow. This was certainly troubling. Do you know who was responsible? Shatia smiled gently. Who can say? Perhaps a certain towering figure. Those girls are merely ordinary, and it is remarkable that they can speak a portion of the truth. At her words, Ryan's expression stiffened slightly, but he managed to say, Thank you, Shatia. She departed with a lightness in her step. Yet Ryan understood that the issues he faced were likely more daunting than he had anticipated. The mountain was akin to a beast. Yet this beast bore the name Lannister etched upon its chains. Please summon my mother and grandfather, Ryan instructed Sandor, who had been attentively listening, seemingly unaware that Shatia referred to his brother. Yes, Your Majesty. Tywin and Cersei arrived shortly thereafter. Today, Cersei appeared particularly radiant, adorned in a wine-colored satin gown, a diadem resting upon her golden locks. Is it because of that debacle involving the mountain? Cersei scoffed lightly. It is nothing of consequence. Merely a few commoners lost their lives. One of the survivors happened to be the widow of a martyr from the Trident. What does that matter? Too many have perished at the Trident. Shall we thank each one individually? Indifferently, Cersei pierced an apple with her dagger. Tywin remained silent. Then may I ask you to communicate with the mountain? Although Ryan was uncertain how Tywin would persuade the hulking giant, Tywin nodded. No problem. Adorning the necklace symbolizing his role as Hand of the King, Tywin seemed, for reasons unknown, to have adopted a more benevolent demeanor in recent days. It must be an illusion, Tywin Lannister, benevolent? Moreover, I have heard that you made a special visit to bid farewell to Jon Stark. Lyon awkwardly picked up the pastry before him, pondering how Tywin seemed to understand his every action so intimately. Indeed, Marjorie was not in high spirits, and the laughter was absent from Cersei's emerald eyes, which burned like wildfire. After all, she was a young woman in the bloom of her youth. No matter how magnanimous she pretended to be, over time, she would inevitably harbor resentment. Although there was a precedent for the conqueror Aegon marrying two wives simultaneously, the Reach would not be pleased. They desired a king of Tyrell blood. Lyon hastily added this remark, but upon seeing Cersei's gaze, he felt compelled to further clarify. I will treat her better in the future. You must, Cersei replied. Do I need to remind you of the nature of my own marriage? Marjorie might even resort to drastic measures, leaving behind a child. Reflecting on this, Lyon felt his future was indeed bright, albeit a future of his own making. Has Myrcella reached the north? Oh, certainly. Cersei frowned slightly, clearly displeased. The north was an exceedingly cold place, unsuitable for long stays. Furthermore, once the White Walkers descended, Winterfell would undoubtedly face peril. Lyon refrained from arguing with Cersei on this matter, as Tywin swiftly redirected the conversation. Cersei, you should consider remarriage. The Hand of the King proclaimed. The Queen Mother's face flushed crimson, as if struck. I am a Queen Mother, not merely a broodmare. Tywin remained unfazed. You are still young and beautiful. There is no need to languish in solitude. Lyon sat in silence, unsure whether to agree or disagree. Watching his own mother contemplate remarriage was, in any case, somewhat peculiar. Grandfather, may I inquire whether mother is to marry Euron Greyjoy or the Reach's Loras? Tywin nodded slightly. That was indeed my intention. Your mother certainly has the right to choose. For the sake of stabilizing the Iron Islands under Balon and fortifying the alliance with the Tyrells, Euron Greyjoy is a fool who spends his days in debauchery, while Loras is but a cripple, Lyon concluded, cringing at the thought of Cersei's likely reaction. Loras of the Reach is gentle and courteous, skilled in animal husbandry, Tywin calmly added for Cersei's benefit. Considering Balon's animosity towards his heir, coupled with the heir's mediocre abilities. If I were you, I would choose Loras of the Reach, Tywin summarized, presenting a facade of great wisdom. And it should be done swiftly. Lyon was beginning to understand Tywin's line of reasoning. Should the Queen of Thorns propose that Jon marry into the Reach, Lady Catelyn would likely not refuse. In that case, the Stark wolves would share a bed with the Roses, and the power of the Reach would burgeon to an unmanageable extent. But, grandfather, if such a marriage were to occur, the lineages would become utterly chaotic. Should I refer to the children of the Reach's heir as nephews or as brothers and sisters? Tywin cast a glance at Lyon. That is not a concern. Indeed, it was not. Lyon patiently endeavored to elucidate to Tywin. Consider the implications. What advantages would Mother-S marriage confer upon Highgarden? Her formidable character would never permit her to coexist amicably with the Queen of Thorns. Jon could offer Dragonstone and the Brotherhood without banners, not to mention her youth and beauty. If my conjectures hold true, the Queen of Thorns would undoubtedly reject this proposal. At this, Cersei scoffed. It sounds quite beneficial for me. For Lyon, who had been perpetually ensnared in the cycles of alliances and assassinations since his arrival. A profound weariness enveloped him at that moment. Tywin remained unperturbed, stating, if she declines, we shall address it then. For now, we still have the option of the twins from House Redwyne. I shall never remarry. Cersei bellowed. Yet, her reaction suggested that her remarriage was, in fact, an inevitability. Were it not for the inopportune nature of jesting at that moment, Lyon might have proposed finding a wife for Tywin. The Queen of Thorns had been a widow for many years, and Tywin was a widower. Who could argue that the Lord of Casterly Rock and the Queen of Thorns were not well matched? Chapter 49. Fallow pastures. After bidding farewell to the irate Cersei, Lyon convened a meeting with Coburn, Maester Bastiel, Mestillier, and Lord Tarly. Gentlemen, I intend to implement agricultural reforms, Lyon stated forthrightly. Coburn expressed keen interest, while Bastiel appeared somewhat hesitant. Lord Tarly cast a sharp glance at Lyon, choosing to remain silent. What precisely will these reforms entail? Should they prove too radical? I fear the church may become an obstacle, Bastiel cautioned. Lyon elaborated, we will pilot a system of fallow crop rotation in the fertile farmlands near the Blackwater River, the lands granted by the North, and the farmlands directly under Winterfell's jurisdiction. This will enhance crop yields, as you all understand. Mestillier stroked his beard thoughtfully. It sounds promising, Your Majesty, yet you merely assert that it will increase crop yields. Indeed, at such a juncture, everyone sought to extract benefits. Lyon, unfazed, patiently explained to Mestillier. The royal treasury will provide certain subsidies. Littlefinger's legacy should suffice to navigate through this brief period of discomfort. Furthermore, Lord Tarly, rest assured that your family, as proprietors of seeds and technology, will undoubtedly enhance its prestige through this reform, garnering greater trust from the vassals of Highgarden. Mestillier appeared swayed. He cleared his throat. Naturally, I support your Majesty's sagacious decisions. Implementing this in prosperous regions such as the Reach, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands should pose significantly less difficulty. Lyon suggested, to be prudent. Let us initially apply it to select farmlands in the Reach. We shall sow rye and wild peas in the spring, followed by rye in the autumn. And during the fallow period, we shall plant nettles. Maester Bastiel, please draft an edict stipulating that tenants must cultivate their plots for at least 3 years, allowing commoners to glean ears of grain and graze livestock during the fallow periods. Bastiel nodded. Is this directive solely for the Reach? The North, the Riverlands, the Stormlands, and Dorne. The North and Dorne may be delayed somewhat. To ensure stability, I believe it is prudent to assign a contingent of guards to conduct regular patrols. The minor nobles who increase their yield shall be granted titles of abundance, while the tenant farmers may retain 40% of their augmented production, with the harvested straw submitted to the royal court for papermaking. At this juncture, Lyon observed that Tywin remained somewhat dissatisfied. Your approach may disturb the interests of the nobility too greatly in the short term. How can we ensure the kingdom's stability? In response, it was proposed to implement the decree extensively, commencing with a land survey and a census. Should any noble attempt to conceal information, their fiefdoms would be revoked, or they would face heavy taxation. In return, we would offer tax reductions to those nobles who adhere strictly to the regulations. Nevertheless, to be prudent, the patrols must consistently traverse the royal territories. For farmers who harbor doubts, we could encourage them to pursue side enterprises. Ultimately, it is essential that they do not face starvation. If necessary, we could provide them with guanine soil, Lyon mused. The academia and the Tully family would undoubtedly offer technological support. Mestel, immediately in agreement, calculated the implications. After all, Mestel was the financial steward, with all incoming gold under his purview. In contrast, what harm could the plummeting grain prices inflict? It is evident that you have been contemplating this matter for some time. Tywin acknowledged. However, he swiftly redirected the conversation, suggesting the establishment of a kingdom department of agricultural development. In my view, it would be fitting for Lord Tully to oversee this department. What say you? Mestel readily acquiesced. This is certainly not a problem. Furthermore, Tywin remarked, my grandson is far too tender-hearted. Given the royal finances are already strained, it would be wise for Castle Casterly to provide low-interest loans, not only to the Tully family, but also to other mid-ranking nobles implementing these policies. Sir Kevan concurred. That sounds quite feasible. Once the fallow rotation system is fully implemented, your granaries will be brimming with grain, Lord Tully. Lastly, I wish to amend the portion concerning the patrols. In my opinion, it is imperative that professionals from the Crown's court participate to ensure the effective execution of policies. Coburn pledged, I will dispatch my most capable personnel to assist your endeavors, Lord Tywin. Your suggestion is indeed timely. Do any of the noble lords have further inquiries? Lyon expressed genuine gratitude towards Tywin. The others indicated their lack of concerns. When only Tywin and Lyon remained, Tywin leisurely added, land should also be designated near White Harbor in the north. I believe Robb Stark would not defy your orders, would he? Poor Robb, Lyon commented, only to receive a sharp reprimand from Tywin. Thus, Lyon retracted his inappropriate jest and diligently penned a letter to Robb to negotiate this matter, diverting the trouble eastward, quite an astute maneuver. Should it succeed, the Northmen shall surely express their gratitude. If it fails, Robb will bear the consequences. Tywin remained unfazed. After all, Lysa has already been dispatched to the north. Is it unreasonable to seek some form of compensation? Your plan is fundamentally sound, yet it would be prudent to seek the support of the archbishops. Without official endorsement, the implementation of these decrees will encounter significant resistance. Ryan, indeed, had not taken this into account, and he nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I have indeed overlooked this. Furthermore, there is one crucial point. Tywin gazed at his grandson, a flicker of pride emanating from his heart. You may consider the welfare of the populace, but never allow weakness to compromise the enforcement of policy. The land is silent, yet the nobility fears the sword, while the peasants yearn for bread. Even if you bestow upon them 100 copper coins now, it pales in comparison to the bread you may provide them in the future. Should a fool obstruct the path of your policies, then remove him, in light of the potential nourishment and the support of the people that lie ahead. What is the worth of a single life? This is the essence of true compassion. Remember it well. Ryan silently committed all of Tywin's teachings to memory. At that moment, he felt for the first time that Tywin was not only the prime minister, but also a responsible grandfather. As the two of them finalized the policy for implementation, Tywin imparted a few final words of counsel to Ryan before meeting with his brother, Sir Kevan. Kevan sincerely remarked, Ryan has indeed matured significantly. Yes, Tywin acknowledged. But this is still insufficient. He granted Stannis the Castle of Storms and without seeking anything in return. Such an arrangement is decidedly uncharacteristic of a prudent politician. Kevan nodded in understanding. I shall journey to Storm's End. Let him implement a system of fallow rotation, recognize his legitimacy as Duke of Storm's End, and promise to arrange a suitable political marriage for Shireen. Tywin remarked that these matters were trivial for him, yet given Ryan's character, he would never demand recompense for such generosity. Unconditional magnanimity is ultimately detrimental. He must learn this lesson sooner or later. As Tywin pondered this, he could not help but worry whether he would be able to impart all this knowledge to Ryan. Chapter 50. Patrolling outside the city the following day, Dominic Bolton met with Ryan as promised. The air of the Dreadfort was as gentle and polite as rumored, showing no trace of the flayer within. Nevertheless, upon learning of Ryan's intentions, Dominic displayed a hint of resignation, utilizing the flayer's legacy to instill fear in the minor nobility. In the short term, there truly was no better alternative. After contemplating for a moment, he acquiesced. I shall assist Lord Tyrell and his entourage. However, Your Majesty, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Are you intrigued by this little dragon? Upon hearing this, Dominic offered a wry smile. You are indeed astute. This is part of my father's commission, but personally, you are no fool. You cannot fail to perceive the current stirrings in the north. With Lord Eddard deceased and young Robb Stark acting impulsively, many will be agitated, especially ambitious and wise lords like my father. Ser Barristan stood nearby, treating the conversation as mere background noise. Indeed, Lyon readily acknowledged this, gesturing towards the mountain of letters piled upon the table. So, Dominic, what do you intend to do? Marry Sansa to claim the inheritance of Winterfell, and then swiftly flay to gain direct access to it? That was indeed Ramsay's approach in the original tale. Clearly, you do not share such intentions. Dominic replied, I aspire to put an end to the Bolton family's tradition of flaying in my generation, thereby assisting House Stark in ruling the North to prevent the invasion of the White Walkers. He presented an ancient tome from the royal archives. After obtaining Lyon's consent, Dominic began to peruse the aged, yellowed parchment, the truths contained within remaining immutable. This is truly remarkable, Lyon remarked as he took the book from Dominic and began to read. However, if you genuinely wish to accomplish these goals, you must first distance yourself from your half-brother. Ramsay. Dominic was taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gentle gaze. Your Majesty, do you mean? Some matters are best left unspoken, Lyon interjected. Choosing not to elaborate further, their ensuing discussion became rather conventional. The Iron Throne must extend certain policy support to the Bolton family, and in return, the Boltons would lend their full backing to the policies Lyon wished to implement, as well as support Robb's leadership in the North. A Lord of Roose Bolton's stature would only support Robb if he was to receive something in return. Ultimately, Dominic conceded that his betrothal to Sansa had indeed been solidified. This is splendid news, Lyon declared, casting aside his quill and stretching languidly. I congratulate you. Surely, the ancestors of House Stark, who suffered at the hands of the Boltons, could not have foreseen a day when the two houses would unite in marriage. Indeed, Dominic replied sincerely. Oh, could it be that this lad has genuinely developed feelings for Sansa? Come, since you are here, let us venture outside the city for a ride, Lyon suggested. I shall mount my swift steed, and you shall ride as well. Let us see whose equestrian skills are superior. I doubt I could surpass your Majesty. Dominic promptly offered the politically correct response, and the two made their way to the stables, chatting amiably as they led their horses away. Sol and Isaac were also summoned by Lyon. Isaac, hailing from the Riverlands, was already familiar with the Bolton family's flaying tradition and turned pale upon seeing the flayed man emblazoned on Dominic's chest. Sol shot him a disdainful glance. What are you afraid of? With His Majesty present, would he dare to flay anyone in public? Dominic remained silent for a moment, observing the evident misunderstanding between the two, but he said nothing and simply mounted his horse. Exiting the gates of King's Landing, the four of them, along with Sandor Clegane, strolled along the banks of the Blackwater River under Lyon's lead. In the fields, farmers were toiling, their mouths full of curses, with some even resorting to insults directed at the entire Lannister family. Upon noticing the approaching group, they promptly fell silent. It was only at this moment that Sol realized Ryan's intentions, unable to suppress his lamentations. We have been summoned to attend to official matters. With the implementation of new policies, one must surely assess the results, right? Ryan replied with a cheerful smile. There are no wars within the realm. It is indeed a time for recuperation and preparation against the others. He had deliberately removed his crown and shed his customary finery. Yet it was unlikely he could deceive these peasants residing at the foot of the royal city. Leading his horse, Ryan approached to inquire what discontent the farmers harbored. This startled the old man considerably. Upon glancing at the flayed man emblazoned on Dominic's chest, his body shook once more. No, there is no discontent. Crop rotation is a long-term benefit. Of course, there is none. The old man nodded and bowed. There is no need for falsehoods. I merely came to see if there was anything troubling you. Please speak candidly. While Ryan uttered these words, he understood they were merely formalities. Every farmer faced difficulties. If he were to subsidize them all, what would become of the treasury? No, Your Majesty, you must be weary. Would you care to visit my humble cottage? My daughter, dear Elaine, is but 16 and quite lovely. The farmer replied eagerly, lowering himself even further, setting aside his tools and rubbing his hands together. That is quite unnecessary. As Ryan surveyed the current state of the fields, he noted that the seedlings had gradually matured, their rows and spacing appearing reasonable. Evidently, the people of Tyrell had not been idle. In terms of fertilization, a small amount of dragon crystal could be beneficial, although careful control of the dosage was essential. It seemed that Westeros had yet to widely adopt pesticides, and the prospect of biological pest control was even more distant. Relying solely on manual labor remained a considerable expenditure. Well, let the Citadel concern itself with these matters. Ryan then took them on a stroll through the nearby marketplace of King's Landing. As the long summer drew to a close, the panic wrought by Aegon's assault had nearly dissipated. The once cramped marketplace had expanded significantly, with a large open space in the center where men and women mingled and chatted, bestowing upon Ryan a fleeting sense of peace and prosperity. Their group, attired elegantly, immediately attracted numerous gazes. "It is King Ryan," exclaimed a girl carrying a basket of wildflowers, her eyes fixed upon him, fearful he might vanish. "How annoying. Is it because I am not as handsome as you?" Sol muttered in frustration, recalling the last encounter he had with someone who persistently sought his assistance in matchmaking. Ryan smiled as he observed the pale and anemic girl, feeling a twinge of concern. "Are you unwell?" Upon hearing this, a flush of crimson graced the girl's cheeks. No, it's just for these past few days. Once Lord grants me my betting fee, all shall be well." Ryan found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his attention to the wares offered by the vendors. Naturally, silks were among the goods, but compared to those from Myr, they lacked luster and felt rather coarse. Regarding the jewels, Ryan merely cast a cursory glance and discerned that most of them were counterfeit. "Take these away, do not deceive any longer." The merchant, trembling with fear, complied, yet Ryan suspected he would likely sell them again in the future. "Why is there such a scant amount of grain? I recall the harvest being quite good." Ryan then approached a grain merchant. Unexpectedly, this merchant hesitated, persistently unwilling to disclose the truth. Chapter 51, It is time to strike. It was Lord Tiller. In an effort to stabilize grain prices, he had procured a substantial quantity of grain. Under Ryan's scrutiny, the merchant ultimately revealed the truth. Clenching the edges of his coarse trousers, sweat rolled down his flushed cheeks. He silently prayed to the seven gods, hoping to align himself with the right side. Choosing the king over Lord Tiller had to be the correct choice, right? Ryan furrowed his brow. "This sounds utterly nonsensical." Isaac promptly replied, "I shall seek out Lord Tiller and persuade him to release the grain. Go quickly." The grain prices, which were not supposed to rise, skyrocketed due to Tiller's actions. The populace was already quite vocal in their discontent regarding the fallow rotation system. Further complications would undoubtedly render its implementation untenable. Ryan certainly did not believe Tiller was merely foolish. His procurement of grain was a calculated move, intending to profit from the citizens at inflated prices before the yield increased. In this way, as the Minister of Finance, he would amass a considerable fortune. Tell them to refrain from excessive sales of grain, retain a sufficient quantity. The reserves in the treasury are ample. Ryan handed the merchant a royal decree, causing the latter to tremble and depart in a state of sheer terror. To prevent Tiller from lining his own pockets, Ryan assigned his own personnel to supervise. The grain situation was undoubtedly secure. Yet this journey unveiled a significant issue. The Tiller family appeared to lack sufficient loyalty. Ryan reviewed his current benevolence points. The policies being implemented included fallow rotation and layout improvement, the latter nearing completion. The newly initiated educational reform had also contributed a certain amount of benevolence points to Ryan. The total of his benevolence points currently stood at 73. The following skills are available for purchase. 1. Peace across the seas. Increases the morale of the entire region by 3 annually. Automatically ceases in the event of war. Price. 20 benevolence points. 2. Cultural heritage. Enhances the success rate of cultural policies and significantly strengthens the abilities of scholars. Price. 28 benevolence points. 3. Strengthening reserves. Boosts the production of dragon crystals and grants the forging method of Valyrian steel. Beginner level, effectiveness halved. Price. 36 benevolence points. Gazing at the exorbitant figures, Ryan felt a pang of sorrow. At present, he had no inclination to meander through the marketplace. After bestowing a few silver deer upon several young subordinates, he stood alone, lost in contemplation. The orange-pink clouds on the horizon were beautiful and dreamlike. It seemed that through them, Ryan could return to the reality that belonged to him. Upon reuniting with his parents, indulging in a bowl of his favorite noodles, and listening to a cherished song, he found himself swept away from the mundane desires of life to a realm where he endeavored to promote a political philosophy centered on the people. However, his reverie was abruptly shattered when a stranger struck him, dispelling the dreamlike state that enveloped him. Turning around, he beheld a figure with silver hair and violet eyes, a gaunt visage adorned with an unfriendly demeanor. If one were to insist on his attractiveness, it could indeed be acknowledged, yet the countenance, marred by a blend of hatred and humility, left him genuinely taken aback. "Prince Viserys, you have arrived," he managed to muster, attempting to present a facade of warmth and magnanimity, smiling as he spoke. "It is indeed a fortuitous occasion. Do you have matters to discuss with me?" Viserys fixed him with a brooding stare, then spoke deliberately. "Your father murdered my brother and betrayed his king. Your claim to the throne is not rooted in righteousness. Do Brandon and Duke Ricard deserve their fates?" While clearly at odds with Viserys' perspective, he found little motivation to engage in a quarrel. Now that you are in King's Landing, I assure you that I will grant you Dragonstone, without hesitation. I have heard that Dragonstone is occupied by Jon Stark, Viserys retorted. With a patient demeanor, he replied, Jonna possesses a dragon egg, and I too have a dragon. I see no issue with her guarding Dragonstone. Moreover, the title of Duke of Dragonstone will remain yours, without question. Dragons? Viserys exclaimed, his gaze fixated on him with a nervous intensity, before bursting into laughter. You possess no dragon. You must be lying. The usurper bears little of the Targaryen bloodline. His laughter was deranged, his silver hair disheveled and hanging loosely over his shoulders. His eyes vacant. He appeared as a deranged specter of Rhaegar Targaryen. Reluctantly, he could not bear to allow this scion of the Targaryen dynasty to remain in such a state of disarray. Come with me, Viserys. I will provide you with all that you desire. After ensuring Viserys' comfort, he promptly informed the nobles to prepare for the investiture ceremony of the Duke of Dragonstone and the Lord of Driftmark, subsequently convening a private audience with Master Tyrell. My Lord Tyrell, he began. Noticing the presence of Margaery, it seemed Tyrell had anticipated the winds of change. If the intention was to soften his resolve through Margaery's presence, Tyrell had indeed miscalculated. Master Tyrell lowered his gaze, adopting a demeanor of contrition. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate that collecting taxes would lead to a sustained increase in grain prices. How absurd, he inwardly scoffed. Even the most naive of individuals could not be oblivious to such basic economic principles. Yet, in the presence of his wife, he could only respond, surely. My Lord Tyrell, the recent events have been overwhelming. I can understand your predicament. Given this, you need not continue in the role of treasurer. Please return to Highgarden and oversee the implementation of the fallow rotation system. Master Tyrell opened his mouth, seemingly intending to interject, but he swiftly added, Rest assured, I comprehend your reluctance to be separated from your daughter. If you truly miss her, why not simply take Margaery with you? Upon hearing this, Mace Tyrell's countenance shifted dramatically. How could this be feasible? The king and queen ought not to dwell apart. Margaery endeavored to soothe her father, then revealed an innocent and radiant smile. Then who would the master of coin appoint? Lannister. In truth, it would be Tywin, thought Lon. Lannister is a bastard of the collateral branch of House Lannister, yet he is astute enough to serve as a most valuable pawn for Tywin. The Tyrells attempted to manipulate grain supplies to choke King's Landing. Thus Lon would expel Mace Tyrell from the small council. This would undoubtedly incite profound discontent from Highgarden. Hence Lon had never intended to display any semblance of cordiality from the outset. Was this perhaps a tad excessive? Mace queried, lacking conviction. My good Lord Tyrell, let us speak plainly. To sever one's means of sustenance is akin to taking a life. While you skillfully inflate grain prices, you remain my father-in-law. What would they think of Margaery, of me? Lon articulated calmly, his tone unraised, yet his words bore significant weight. Reform shall never jeopardize the interests of Highgarden. Should you believe otherwise, it is merely a reflection of your short-sightedness. Once the fallow rotation system is implemented, we shall possess deeper reserves before winter's arrival. Pray tell, prior to the coming of the White Walkers, if we lack sufficient sustenance, does it matter if I am the king upon the Iron Throne, or if your daughter is the queen? Chapter 52, Weep. Who among us does not weep? After addressing Mace Tyrell, Margaery lingered. The couple returned to their chambers. And only then did the facade of harmony they had presented to the world completely dissipate. Father did not intend this, Margaery stated, her demeanor serene. The silver floral ornament in her hair appearing understated yet excessively plain. Indeed, he did not act with intention. Lon nodded dismissively. He had no desire to quarrel with Margaery. It was only natural for her to defend her father. Alas, Mace's actions were remarkably foolish, capitalizing on trust to amass wealth, and doing so brazenly. I speak the truth. He had never harbored such thoughts before. It was your attitude towards Jon Stark and that dragon egg which instilled in him a sense of unease. To date, the Seven Kingdoms have no precedent for divorce. None could overlook Highgarden's significant contributions to the realm. Lon recited phrases he had long memorized, hoping to expedite the conclusion of this discourse. Margaery, however, remained undeterred, continuing her soliloquy. Throughout the kingdom, it is rumored that I am but a facade of a queen, incapable of providing you with any substantial assistance, with whispers that Robb Stark and the Riverlands would support your elevation of a new queen. A complex emotion flickered in Margaery's brown eyes. Garland has joined the patrol, pledging to safeguard the peace of the Riverlands. The King's Guard remains the most esteemed organization within King's Landing. The Night's Watch is profoundly grateful for your actions. Yet, I was born a woman, unable to command armies or lead my dire wolf away to the trading city-states. Lal struggled to think. But all he achieved was a gradual heating of his overloaded mind without any fruitful conclusions. Is this truly Margaery from the realm of Westeros? When did she learn to wield tears as a weapon, much like Cersei? Ah, do not weep. Very well, indulge in your sorrow for a moment. I must instruct Cobain to manage the gossip circulating through King's Landing. If even someone with Margaery's fortitude succumbs to tears, it is evident that the role of queen is indeed a formidable burden. Wait, that cannot be right. This is Margaery, renowned for her ability to effortlessly shift her persona. Lyle gazed at Margaery for a moment, pondering, are you jesting with me? Margaery offered no admission, sobbing softly. She cried like a wilting flower, yet her gown remained pristine. As she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief she had prepared in advance, her brown locks cascaded over her shoulders, and the light of her tears glistened on her delicate, fair cheeks. She sat there, pitifully on the bed, but still mindful of decorum, politely adding, Your Grace, I apologize. It is my emotional state. If you wish to chastise me, please do so. Sir Stan, who had been lurking outside like a mere shadow, felt his face flush crimson. Unluckily for him, like Lyle, he was a man of integrity, utterly defenseless against such manipulations. As for how he came to overhear this, it was not out of curiosity. The Kingsguard ought not to concern themselves with the king's private affairs, yet Margaery wept so vocally that it was impossible not to hear. For the love of all that is sacred, please cease your weeping. If you continue, I shall find myself unable to clear my name even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River. Lyle felt overwhelmed, for he was not adept at comforting women, particularly those who feign such tactics. Upon hearing his words, Margaery's sobs intensified. With no other recourse, Lyle opened the door to his chamber and addressed Sir Stan. I have upset the queen. Kindly summon Ser Loras to console her. I shall take Cons to the outskirts of Dragonstone to practice flying and reflect upon the mischief I have wrought upon dear Margaery. With that, Cons flapped his wings in excitement. During this time, Lyle harbored deep suspicions that the dragon had learned to evoke sympathy from Margaery, though he possessed no evidence. After relaying these instructions and disregarding the curious gazes of the servants, Lyle, wearing an expression of profound guilt and remorse, departed the Red Keep with his little dragon, actually accompanied by Sandor, and secured a vessel to Dragonstone. This news swiftly reached Tywin's ears, and naturally, it also found its way to Mace Tyrell. Mace's reaction remains unknown, but Tywin could not help but chuckle in anger. Was not the Lady of the White Wolf currently at Dragonstone? He publicly professed repentance, yet no one understood his true intentions better than himself. Tyrion stood nearby, struggling to suppress his amusement, yet regrettably, he failed miserably, almost succumbing to a fit of laughter. Ah, that lad Lon. Enough, father. Do not hold him to such lofty expectations. With that, Mace Tyrell's attempt to manipulate public opinion proved futile, and Queen Margaery, alongside her father, endeavored to coerce Lon into submission, a venture that was hardly prudent. Tyrion analyzed the situation with calmness and seriousness, while Tywin dismissed it entirely. Of course, I am aware of the circumstances. However, has this boy forgotten that tomorrow, the Duke of Dragonstone, Viserys, shall be receiving his royal investiture alongside Stannis? Tywin's expression was one of exasperation. Regardless, summon Margaery to me at once. It is utterly absurd. I have never witnessed a queen who would drive her king to seek refuge on Dragonstone for her own benefit. If he were not Lon's father-in-law, he would have long been imprisoned. Yet, merely withholding taxes from his lands seems insufficient for him. Tyrion bowed deeply, at your command. He could not shake the feeling that Lon was being intentionally provocative. According to Tyrion's knowledge, even before leaving the city, he had confessed to each of his Kingsguard comrades. His lamentations merely consisted of, he is also my father. I should not penalize him for raising prices. And I apologize to the queen, and the like. In truth, such sentiments would not convince any rational individual. Yet Lon wept more woefully than Margaery herself. Did Tywin know of these matters? Undoubtedly, but knowing equated to ignorance in this instance. As dawn approached, a group finally caught up with the king midway, where the delicate and beautiful Queen Margaery dried her tears and approached Lon, lifting her skirts, her eyes reddened. All my fault. My love for my father blinded me to the suffering of the common folk. May your majesty forgive me. You are truly blameless. Tyrion quietly tugged at his nephew's sleeve, whispering something, and Lon recognized that returning now would be inappropriate. Initially, he had intended to repay the grievances in kind. Yet to offend Stannis due to marital discord would be unwise for a king of such standing in all of Westeros. Ultimately, the couple returned hand in hand to King's Landing, treating one another with utmost respect and affection. Chapter 53. The Investiture of the Duke of Dragonstone. At the council meeting the following day, Stannis arrived with his daughter and wife, while Viserys appeared alone. Lyon occupied the Iron Throne, surveying the assembly of lords and ladies below. The herald proclaimed, "Welcome the heir of House Targaryen, the future Duke of Dragonstone, Lord Viserys Targaryen." The noble women present erupted into applause, as if choreographed, fervently chanting, "Viserys, Duke of Dragonstone." Viserys, upon hearing this, merely nodded, his gesture awkward and stubborn. He cast a sidelong glance at the members of the king's guard escorting him, the former king's illegitimate son with black hair and blue eyes, whose expression remained impassive. As Lyon pondered the considerable sum of gold dragons Tywin must have bestowed upon these men, he inwardly praised the effectiveness of the atmosphere creators. The young and handsome, yet gaunt Viserys stepped forward and, with a stiff tone, declared, "I, Viserys Targaryen, express my profound gratitude for your majesty's kindness. I willingly accept Dragonstone, renouncing the Iron Throne, to guard the gates of King's Landing on your behalf." The Targaryen family harbored no faith in the Seven or the old gods, and this oath would, of course, be witnessed by the entire assembly of lords and officials. Queen Cersei delicately lifted her skirts and spoke in a worried tone. "My son once pledged an oath to the late king, swearing by the Seven to eliminate the bloodline of House Targaryen." The High Septon replied, "While oaths must not be broken, Lord Duke Viserys has already sworn fealty to the Iron Throne. The slaying of loyal subjects serves no benefit to the realm. I trust that King Robert, from beyond, would understand. There is no need for concern among the lords. The Targaryen family may belong to a fallen dynasty, yet I harbor no intentions of total annihilation. As long as Viserys remains loyal to the Iron Throne, his offspring shall enjoy equal standing with the members of House Baratheon." Next, it was Stannis' turn, who had been granted the title of Duke of Dragonstone. Lyon personally approached to congratulate his uncle, the touching scene of their close bond eliciting admiration from numerous noble women. Sansa sat quietly in the audience, her red hair smooth and lustrous, her blue eyes as charming as a fawn. She had begun to mature and grasp the complexities of the world, yet she understood that decorum was the armor of a noble woman. Thus, even though she comprehended everything in her heart, she remained silent, for after all, it was Renly who had chosen to spare Joffrey. Moreover, Stannis had earned his position through toil and merit. Lyon's actions were entirely justifiable and reasonable. Nevertheless, gazing at the handsome Lyon, Sansa could not help but feel sorrow for her half-sister, Jonah. If she were not a bastard, how wonderful it would be for the two of them to be together. The minstrels would sing praises of this queen, endowed with both beauty and intellect, while Robb could truly become a brother-in-law to Lyon, sharing a future prince with Stark and Baratheon blood. Just imagining it was a tantalizing thought. Although Sansa recognized that Margaery had done no wrong, she could not suppress these musings. Lyon, unaware of Sansa's thoughts, focused instead on the ominous presence of Kongs beside the Iron Throne, a creature capable of unleashing flames that could engulf the entire Red Keep. Fortunately, Kongs remained passive, merely stifling a yawn. Could a dragon yawn? Lyon doubted his observation and chose not to dwell on it. After the coronation ceremony concluded, Lyon announced that a new tournament was about to commence. Sansa, filled with excitement, turned to Ginny and exclaimed, "A tournament. Dominic will surely come out on top." "Not necessarily," came the reply. Tyrion Lannister chuckled, for he had always enjoyed teasing Sansa. "If my nephew Lyon enters the fray, it remains uncertain whose hand will claim victory." "Really?" Sansa could not help but feel anxious. It was evident to all that Lyon towered over Dominic and had diligently honed his martial skills. The others began to make their way to the stands, including the king's illegitimate brother. His prowess was said to be equally formidable, and it seemed likely he would partake in the tournament as well. "Ha ha, uncle, cease your jesting. If the king participates, the entire team competition loses its significance." Lyon, passing by, could not suppress a smile, though he believed he could indeed secure the top prize and was loath to part with those several thousand golden dragons. However, Tywin quickly silenced him. With a dragon in hand, Bravo's Iron Bank would not dare to press for repayment. A little dragon perched lazily upon Lyon's shoulder, fluttering its wings before soaring away. Despite having seen it numerous times, Sansa was still captivated by the little dragon. It was so magnificent. Once it matured into a great dragon, it would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. "You are thinking too much," came the retort. This dragon, reflecting Lyon's temperament, was quite mischievous and rather lackadaisical. Margaery joined Lyon in the audience, donning a rose-hued gown that rendered her strikingly radiant. Her smile was utterly enchanting. Despite Margaery's presence, Lyon remained disinterested, fixating instead on the jousting knights, awaiting the final verdict. Honestly, if I were to compete, I would surely rank among the top 8, Lyon lamented discontentedly. Just moments ago, a young boy from the Stormlands had bravely volunteered to challenge Stan, who, instead of mocking him, had solemnly bested the lad. Out of kindness for the upstart, Lyon offered him a chance to join the Kingsguard, albeit he must demonstrate his improvement. Lyon, Marjorie suddenly leaned closer, her breath distinctly audible. Lyon was startled. What is it, Marjorie? She wore a subtle smile, her expression earnest. I too wish to don the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty. Her gentle words almost swayed him for a fleeting moment. Yet, Lyon quickly recognized the familiarity of the scenario. Was this not the same ploy Cersei had once employed? He promptly waved his hand in refusal. You may allow Ser Loras to compete. I have no objections. However, as king, it would be rather miserly to claim those golden dragons for oneself. I heard that Rhaegar won the tournament, Marjorie replied, her demeanor still brimming with anticipation. You make no mention of the wrong spring. Lyon began to feel irked, but suddenly, he noticed a playful glimmer in Marjorie's eyes. I was merely jesting. Loras will undoubtedly assist me in securing the crown. We had an agreement. Marjorie turned to regard her brother with earnestness, gazing at the slender and handsome Knight of Flowers. Lyon harbored a sense that Marjorie was still upset, though he was entirely oblivious to the reasons behind her ire. Chapter 54. His summer shall not be long. The frigid winds of winter swept through King's Road. Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy rode side by side, their expressions grave and burdened. Sitting in the carriage, Myrcella lifted the curtain only to be met by a biting gust, causing her delicate face to pale. Oh, how cold it is, she exclaimed. A servant promptly drew the curtain back down, granting Myrcella a modicum of warmth. She wrapped herself tightly in the grand coat Lyon had chosen specifically for her, resembling a snow-white sprite. Indeed, the north was undeniably frigid. Upon her last visit, it hadn't felt so cold. Accompanying Myrcella, a maid chuckled softly. Your Highness, perhaps it is your perspective that has shifted. On her previous arrival at Winterfell, Myrcella had merely understood that she was accompanying her father as a guest. This time, however, she came as the future Lady of Winterfell, and naturally, her mindset had evolved. Not at all, Myrcella retorted, firmly convinced that it was the impending Winter-S approach that accounted for the chill. Robb had constantly spoken of Winter-S arrival, and her brother had sent word to the Night-S watch. Both were correct. Winter was indeed drawing near. Myrcella adjusted her attire, placing her hands gracefully upon her knees, embodying the poise of a royal princess. In this world, her utmost trust lay with Lyon and, of course, Robb. During her time in Winterfell, she had been captivated by Robb, and she had never expected her father would truly consent to her marriage there. As they neared the town of White Harbor, Myrcella cautiously lifted the curtain once more. The journey had seen little sign of life along the way, which explained her brother's delay in implementing new laws in the north and Dorne. Even near the town, there were scant few people, and the cold merely tempered its scythe. Upon reaching the gates of Winterfell, Myrcella carefully disembarked from the carriage, determined not to accept Robb's assistance. For she was a princess and must emulate her mother, Cersei, in strength. Lady Catelyn, Robb's mother, awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by a bundled-up Rickon, resembling a small gray ball. The last time Myrcella had seen her, Lady Catelyn had been a vision of grace and beauty. Yet now her eyes were clouded with bewilderment and sorrow. Only upon Robb's arrival did she seem to regain her anchor. Lady Catelyn, I am truly sorry for your loss. Myrcella comforted her, recalling the profound sorrow that both she and Lyon had felt upon learning of Eddard's demise. However, despite the heavy shroud of grief, Myrcella recognized that for Catelyn, Robb was her sole pillar of support. Should anything befall Robb, she feared for Catelyn's sanity. This was not a favorable situation, yet Myrcella had long since learned to remain silent. I bring you gifts. My brother and Marjorie are most concerned for you, she continued. And there is also little Rickon from Winterfell. Moreover, Robb had a message he entrusted to Myrcella. After a moment's hesitation, she conveyed. He insists that you must practice your martial skills diligently, for you are certainly no match for him at present. The next time he visits Winterfell, he intends to challenge you once more. Should you be defeated, you must proclaim Long live King Lon. While running a lap around Winterfell, Robb remarked, I believe he is merely jesting. Mira quickly interjected, her delicate face etched with concern. Humph, how could I possibly lose to him? Robb retorted vehemently. Yet his voice wavered as he inquired of Theon. I should be able to best him, right? Theon wore his customary nonchalant grin, replying, Of course. Even if he is a king, he remains an ordinary man. However, Mira held a differing opinion. The last time he came to Winterfell, he unceremoniously knocked you off your horse. The boastful Theon Greyjoy was a stark contrast to Lon, and Mira could not abide such superficiality. Lon had previously referred to Theon as a pitiful chameleon, perhaps alluding to his indecisiveness between the Greyjoy and Stark families. Mira mused. Theon then abandoned his smile, adopting a demeanor that was both polite yet tinged with mockery. Who would dare to compete with His Majesty the King? After all, he is backed by the gold of House Lannister, while I am merely a sea creature of House Greyjoy. Theon, Robb frowned. You are being unreasonable. It is a fair contest. Lon has not cheated in any manner. Must you malign him simply because Casterly Rock is affluent? Mira added. Do not seek excuses for your inadequacies, Greyjoy. No one here looks down upon you for your heritage. That concern resides solely within you. Theon's smile faltered, and he replied in a stilted tone, It seems my presence is no longer required here. He patted his horse and swiftly vanished from Mira's sight, leaving Robb visibly troubled. Are you particularly concerned about Theon? Mira blinked in surprise, though she was not entirely taken aback, for Robb had always been a man of deep loyalty. Well, how should I put it? We grew up together. I have long regarded him as my own brother. However, Theon is not like Bran or Rickon. Robb swept his bangs aside, appearing lost in thought. Father once told me that Theon is of House Greyjoy, bearing the blood of the Ironborn. Although he may not care now, in due time, the deep-seated enmity could provoke him into reckless actions. Perhaps recalling Eddard's death, Robb's voice trembled, and he fell silent, reaching out to stroke Mira's soft, beautiful golden hair. Forgive me for burdening you with so much about Theon. I believe it is best to afford him a chance. Perhaps he should return to see his father. After all, we require every ounce of strength to combat the White Walkers. In the face of such formidable foes, the North cannot afford internal strife. Mira remembered that Balon Greyjoy had once rebelled, and that both of his sons had been slain by Lord Stark's forces. I do not fully grasp all of this, but I recall that Theon's father once betrayed my late father, and a man like that is hardly worthy of trust. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Lysa replied. Indeed, Robb sighed deeply, appearing particularly troubled. However, this time, he refrained from further conversing with Lysa. He arranged for several daughters of minor nobles to accompany her in embroidery while he stepped into the vast open space, extending his hand to catch a falling snowflake. As the cold snowflake melted in his palm, he recalled his father's words. Winter is coming. The pack survives, but the lone wolf dies. In the face of formidable foes, Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands would likely not engage in infighting. Yet should he indeed launch an assault, Robb must shoulder his responsibilities. He thought of the innocent and lovely Sansa, Bran, who aspired to be a knight and regarded him as a second mother, and his future wife, Lysa. Robb Stark understood that his summer would not last much longer. Chapter 55, Surprise? Meanwhile, in Highgarden, Varys Tyrell received reports indicating that the Iron Islands fleet was trending southward towards Highgarden. He pondered for a moment, instructing his subordinates to prepare accordingly. Before taking up his quill to inform both King Renly and Robb Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, of the matter. Truly, peace could not endure for long before chaos emerged once more. As Varys observed the white-coated dog scampering at his feet, the tranquility and joy in his heart somewhat waned, though only slightly. As the heir to Highgarden, Varys had long since accustomed himself to such scenes. Garland pushed him from behind. His younger brother had now surpassed him in height, which brought Varys a sense of satisfaction. How has Margaery fared in King's Landing? Upon hearing this question, Garland couldn't suppress a chuckle. You should have sent her back to Highgarden sooner. Father's actions upset Renly, and Margaery intentionally provoked him, leading to a scene where both were left in tears, ultimately forced to apologize to one another. Is it truly that simple? Varys was aware that this was merely the surface. The root of their father's offense lay in the increased grain prices, which he sought to exploit for profit. As for Margaery, she clearly intended to shift the focus of the discussion, unaware that Renly would not be easily swayed. Let us hope our father and grandmother return to Highgarden soon. Varys hastily amended his statement. After we ascertained the situation regarding the Iron Islands fleet. Garland nodded, continuing to guide Varys leisurely across the grass. Varys, do you not find it peculiar, that northern girl? From mere rumors, Varys could draw the same conclusions as Garland. Rhaegar and Lyanna, a false spring yields only erroneous shoots. From the information Varys had gathered, the girl was innocent and beautiful, often accompanied by a dire wolf. Wandering through the free cities. Their grandmother had once suggested Varys consider marrying Jon Stark, but he had decisively rejected that notion. He understood well that a forced union would bear no sweetness. Jon would never abandon her dream of the true Dragon King to wed the crippled heir of Highgarden. Moreover, given that Lyanna is still quite young, it is not surprising that he acts impulsively. The improvement of Highgarden's lineage is not an immediate concern. Yet the wrath of a true dragon can be swift and fierce. Galen, intrigued, continued to elaborate. Furthermore, the heir of House Bolton, Dominic, is indeed as gentle and harmless as the rumors suggest. This description elicited a laugh from Velis. It appears Dominic possesses a most amiable temperament. It seems that the future of Westeros may be far more promising than we had anticipated. House Tyrell and Dorne are reconciling. And even the Flayers of Harrenhal seem to have abandoned their traditions, seeking an alliance with Winterfell. One wonders how those ancestors, who once engaged in fierce battles, would react to such developments. Velis, who has always enjoyed gazing at the starry sky, often finds himself pondering what the heavens looked like centuries ago. Was the winter truly as fearsome as the tales suggest? On this day, when Highgarden staunchly supports Winterfell against the White Walkers, Velis is confident that, despite the past fury of the undead, their malevolence will be subdued through collective effort. The perspective shifts back to Lyon. King's Landing is considerably closer to Highgarden, allowing him to receive Velis's letter promptly. In it, Velis reassured him that Highgarden would remain stable, and King Lyon need not worry. The letter was merely a formality. Lyon accepted this assurance with genuine belief. The reasoning is straightforward. Whether it be Maester or even Nymeria of Dorne, none have uttered a negative word regarding Velis Tyrell, at worst. He is described as resilient despite his physical limitations. Unless Velis is an exceptionally skilled actor, it is improbable that he could maintain such a reputation. Lyon relayed the contents of the letter in detail to Margaery, who was enjoying some pastries. With a casual bite of her treat, she replied earnestly, "I trust Velis." Lyon noticed that Margaery had only consumed half of her pastry, and, adhering to his principle of waste not, he reached for a lemon cake. "Delicious," he remarked, chewing thoughtfully. "I recall you have a fondness for this flavor. Is something troubling your mood?" Margaery smiled lightly. "Not at all." Lyon, not delving further, took another piece of pastry to enjoy. Observing Lyon's carefree demeanor, Margaery felt uncertain how to respond. Her appetite had indeed waned recently, likely due to stress, and her cycle had been delayed. Such a minor concern, she decided, was not worth troubling Lyon over. "I am going to bid farewell to my grandmother. Will you accompany me?" Lyon quickly stuffed the pastry into his mouth and, after swallowing, replied, "Of course, I would be delighted." Lyon has always been supportive of Margaery regarding matters of etiquette. Regardless of other considerations, he is always willing to comply with formalities, provided that it does not place an undue financial burden on him. Within the Rose Manor, the Thorn Queen radiated with vitality, warmly inviting the king and queen to take their seats. "Forgive my candor, your majesty, but your handling of matters of the heart leaves much to be desired. My Margaery is sweet, charming, and obedient. What grievances could you possibly harbor against her?" Engaging in a quarrel with an elder is exceedingly inappropriate, so he nodded vigorously, conceding, "It is my fault, indeed." However, while uttering such words, Lyon seized the opportunity to glean intelligence from the Thorn Queen regarding the implementation of fallow rotation grazing. Upon learning that the populace's response had improved, Lyon sincerely remarked, "That is splendid. Although I cannot ascertain when summer shall conclude, having an abundance of grain is always advantageous." He reached out, intending to take another piece of pastry, only to notice a peculiar expression on Margaery's face. She struggled to conceal her discomfort. Yet it was apparent she was unwell. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Surely the Thorn Queen would not poison her own granddaughter, which meant Margaery was genuinely ill. Considering the dire medical conditions of the medieval era, Lyon felt a wave of unease. His benevolent rule had yet to take root, and Margaery could not perish at such a tender age. "Shall I summon the scholar?" "Margaery, my dear, come here," the Thorn Queen interrupted Lyon, beckoning her granddaughter with warmth. Whether it was merely Lyon's illusion, the Thorn Queen's gaze towards him seemed tinged with disdain, amusement, and a hint of helplessness. Margaery approached her grandmother, nestling beside her. The two exchanged words, though Lyon could only discern the significant shifts in Margaery's expressions, culminating in a surprised exclamation from her. Chapter 56. I am the true dragon sovereign. "So Margaery is with child?" Tyrion took a bite of bread, and while he found this revelation unsurprising, his nephew appeared utterly dazed upon receiving the news, prompting Tyrion to wonder if he had been struck senseless. "Why do you wear such a gloomy countenance?" Lyon replied truthfully, "I have yet to decide on a name." "Oh, so he was merely overthinking it." Tyrion continued, "I had intended to take Margaery on a tour across the realm, perhaps to Winterfell to assess the situation at the Wall." Lyon acknowledged the reality. He was quite free at present, with Tywin managing the kingdom's affairs and Robb dealing with the threats from the north. He merely needed to be a compassionate king, leaving the weighty matters to others. Tyrion, clearly understanding this, nodded with a mix of resignation and clarity, You are indeed fortunate. However, regarding Daenerys across the narrow sea, whose dragons were also maturing, Tyrion added, though I do not relish the idea, dear nephew. It is high time you commanded Viserys to write to Daenerys, urging her to come to Westeros and pledge her fealty. Lyon shrugged in exasperation. How simple you make it sound. She possesses dragons, as do I. Daenerys is not Viserys. And I cannot bestow Dragonstone upon her, nor charm her with allure. Allure? This was something Tyrion had yet to learn of. Indeed, Shattaya has specially chosen a beautiful and intelligent young woman for Viserys, and I was surprised at how easily he fell for her. It seems that due to his prolonged state of wandering, Viserys possesses an exceedingly low sense of security, rendering him utterly defenseless against a girl exuding such confidence and joy. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Lyon. The girl, Tyrion pondered, tentatively inquired, can you assure me she poses no issue? She is the sister of Lanny. Although Lanny has immersed himself in the pursuit of wealth, as long as I permit him to engage in side ventures, he will remain steadfast. Lyon replied candidly, then proceeded to escort Tyrion on a brief tour of Lanny's side business. Following the renovation of King's Landing, the roads have become significantly more spacious. And at a prominent location, Lanny has established a clothing store, adorned at the entrance with 2 sets of garments, both in vogue. The uncle and nephew chose a quieter spot to sit and engage in casual conversation. Where did this fellow find so many tailors? Tyrion inquired. Oh, they are not tailors. They are sewing machines, Lyon responded. He exchanged benevolent points for blueprints within the system, and after a series of tribulations, the system has finally been properly launched. Tyrion was taken aback, yet considering the absurd rumors surrounding Lanny, he found this revelation somewhat palatable. However, he never contemplated whether it was linked to Lyon. Now that more individuals are pursuing side careers, not everyone can venture to the wall, leaving many idle. Thus, I commissioned a scholar to improve the fabric of new garments, resulting in a decrease in the price of silk from Myr. In truth, Lyon was still embellishing. The fabric was perfected by the system, yet Tyrion believed him. Indeed, in Westeros, noble women take pride in possessing Myr's silk. Nevertheless, such a trivial matter had been meticulously considered by Lyon, indicating how profoundly bored he had been lately. Uncle, do not dismiss it as trivial, Lyon stated earnestly. I have tested it. The material costs are minimal, yet it is immensely popular among the populace in King's Landing. So with some marketing, I could recoup the funds I previously compensated to the farmers. Excellent, Tyrion casually encouraged, but he could not help but wonder why his nephew, who was undeniably a king, was so fixated on establishing a side business. The crux of the matter lies in the formula. While there are imitators, it is paramount to establish the brand first, Lyon mused. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to sell the blueprints for the sewing machines, aiming to secure a wave of profit. As for subsequent competition with Lyon, that would rest upon the merchants. To be frank, Lyon was indifferent to competition. The system's task was to sell garments made from specific fabrics, but it did not stipulate that Lyon must sell them himself. Once the garments reach a certain quantity sold, Lyon could unlock more advanced formulas, with the ultimate goal being those that could withstand the harshness of winter. Even if he could not procure the high-level formula before winter's arrival, the golden dragons would still flow abundantly. Meanwhile, Viserys was lost in a state of indulgence. The girl gently nudged him, bringing him back to reality, reluctant to part with the moment. Should I not be heading to Dragonstone? He pondered aloud. The girl pulled the blanket around herself and smiled. Indeed, my lord. Lord Stannis has already set forth with King Renly to Storm's End. It would not be wise for you to remain in King's Landing. Renly? What purpose does he have at Storm's End? That is the ancestral castle of House Baratheon. Viserys questioned. The girl replied, and Viserys sensed that she might hold him in contempt for his ignorance, yet he masked his feelings well. Furthermore, he had grown weary of King's Landing. Tywin Lannister regarded him as little more than an insect, while Queen Marjorie treated everyone with kindness but deliberately maintained her distance from him. Even Stannis, known for his stern sense of justice, offered him no warmth. I am the rightful monarch of the Seven Kingdoms, Viserys whispered, glancing around to ensure they were alone. The girl smiled once more. Of course, my lord. You are the true dragon. In time, you shall possess your own dragon. A warm surge filled Viserys' heart. Once, Daenerys had believed in him as this girl did. But ever since Jon Stark had clouded her mind, she no longer saw him as the true dragon. My dear, I long to petition Renly to take you as my wife, he declared. The girl took his words lightly, her laughter light-hearted. My lord, you would not take me as your legitimate wife. I have told you before, I am a bastard of a cadet branch of House Lannister. What of it? Viserys grasped her hand. Come with me to Dragonstone, and I shall provide you with all that you desire. Then, As you wish, my true dragon prince, she replied, turning to gather her belongings. As he beheld her slender figure, Viserys realized he did not even know her name. Chapter 57. Daenerys' Ordeal, the Red Woman. The heat enveloped her as if her entire being was scorched by flames and then sprinkled with a dash of chili powder. Daenerys gazed up at the sky, the blood-red comet guiding her path. She could not wish for a clearer omen. With Khalasar, we depart, Daenerys stated, supporting Drogo. It brought her both joy and sorrow to see that although Drogo had survived, he was evidently unable to fight. I must mount my horse, Drogo insisted. Since yesterday, something in his eyes had extinguished, and Daenerys feared that it would never return. She displayed a sorrowful smile, of course, Drogo. As she mounted her horse, she beheld the son of her life once more. She could clearly see that his hands trembled. Even in survival, he would remain but a shell of his former self. We set forth, heading in the direction of the comet. Daenerys commanded, yet no sooner had she uttered these words than a wave of excruciating pain surged through her body. Carly, Ely, and Kiki cried out, lifting her into the tent. Inside the tent, the flames whispered like demons, and the dark shadows expanded ominously, evoking the terror of how Jaime Lannister had slain Iris. Daenerys gritted her teeth, sweat cascading down her cheeks. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, she found relief. However, to her astonishment, this time, she did not hear the wail of a newborn. At Wind's Rest, Melisandre rose wearily, her pale heart-shaped face dimming as she spoke. My lord, my task is complete. Stannis nodded. You may take your rest. Thanks to Arthur, we learned of Daenerys Targaryen's pregnancy, yet that girl, consumed by hatred, threatens to obliterate her own sanity. She will bring devastation to the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis' words sounded more like a justification for his own infanticide, yet no one dared to reproach him. His icy gaze led Melisandre to a profound realization. This man was devoid of compassion, and regardless of circumstances, he could never be a benevolent ruler. Melisandre lifted her skirts and quietly departed. She resolved to seek out King Lyon, who was visiting Wind's Rest. The dark-haired, green-eyed young king was seated with his queen, their bond unmistakably strong. The beautiful and graceful Margaery listened intently to his words, leaning slightly forward. Lyon himself, as the rumors suggested, possessed a temperament so amiable it bordered on the extraordinary. He revered the Seven, and bore no animosity towards Melisandre. Nor did he exhibit any airs of royalty, greeting her with a smile. Lady Melisandre, good afternoon. Would you care to join me for afternoon tea? Margaery similarly invited her with a sweet tone. Melisandre shook her head, politely declining. I find I have little need for sustenance at this time. Perhaps sensing Melisandre's true intent, Margaery rose with a lightness, and Ser Loras immediately accompanied her for protection. I shall take my leave for a while. You two may converse. Be cautious on your way. Lyon called after Margaery before turning his attention to Melisandre. Do you wish to propagate the faith of the Red God in King's Landing? His tone was exceedingly polite, bordering on excessive. Such restraint in a youth struck Melisandre as rather unsettling. I indeed wish to do so, Melisandre replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. I have seen your future in the flames, your majesty. Is that so? Then perhaps it is best not to disclose it to me. Contemplating one's demise is rather dismal. Not your demise, your majesty. You are cradling your child, beaming with joy. That would indeed be splendid, Lyon commented. The child will have dark hair, I presume? Yes, Melisandre responded, yet a subtle curiosity lingered within her. Did black hair hold any special significance for Rain? She took note of this quietly. It's nothing, thank you, Rain said, contemplating for a moment before handing Melisandre a wooden token. If you ever require assistance, seek out the nearest lord. Any noble will surely recognize this. With that, Rain swiftly departed, and Melisandre observed that he was likely on his way to find Queen Margaery. She could not help but shake her head in resignation. Indeed, the rumors appeared to be true. Rain, despite his age, still behaved like a child. One could only wonder how he managed to maintain his seat upon the Iron Throne. At this thought, Melisandre nearly chuckled at her own folly. The Lannisters, Starks, Tyrells, Arryns, and Baratheons, numerous great houses stood behind him, and being so youthful, Rain would undoubtedly take pleasure in life for a few more years before addressing the weighty matters of the realm. Meanwhile, oblivious to the quiet jesting behind him, Rain was earnestly discussing names with Margaery. Loras, Margaery, and Rain pooled their thoughts, exhausting every name they could conceive. Of course, Margaery remained largely silent, her expression one of exasperation as she observed the two men. There's no need to waste time on such trivialities. Once the child is born, I shall name it myself. The two men eventually settled down, but not for long. as they resumed their clandestine discussions on names. Marjorie was increasingly troubled. She had initially thought Rhaen would be steady and dependable, yet he shared an uncanny rapport with Loras, even considering the name Aegon. Without any regard for its association with House Targaryen, can we not be sensible? As Marjorie neared her breaking point, Rhaen promptly fell silent, exchanging a look of regret with Loras. When it was just the two of them, Rhaen spent considerable time soothing Marjorie, primarily because she could not afford to be angry at this moment, and secondarily, because he genuinely found himself fond of her, regardless of his previous thoughts. Spending time with the young Rose inevitably endeared her to him. Now, Rhaen worried that he might lose his senses should more beautiful women enter his life. He could not be certain he would remain steadfast. "Your Majesty, a letter." Loras suddenly returned, his expression tense and his voice oddly strained. The wax seal bore the sigil of House Stark, the dire wolf. "Is it from Robb? Surely, it cannot be that urgent." Rhaen intended to open the letter in Marjorie's presence, but suddenly reconsidered and sought a secluded corner to sit and read the first letter Jon Stark had sent him. "Rhaen, upon receiving this letter, I feel as though we are face to face. I am grateful for the gift you sent. The dragon shall soon hatch. I have heard of Marjorie's pregnancy. Congratulations. Enclosed is a gift." Chapter 58. The Red Viper. However, there was no gift, for I am at a loss as to what to send you. In any case, I wish you all the best. Jonah concluded her letter with a flourish of calligraphy. Upon finishing the missive, Ryan found himself momentarily bewildered by her intentions, but after a moment's contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. His relationship with Marjorie and Jonah bore a striking resemblance to the tale of Liang Shanbois and Zhu Yingtai, albeit with the genders swapped. The narrative threads were quite similar. "System, what should I do now?" he inquired. "Simply act as you deem fit," the system replied, devoid of sentiment. At this juncture, Ryan yearned for both women. Yet he was acutely aware of his inability to wed them simultaneously. Setting aside the potential uproar in court, even Robb would be a challenge to deceive. Consequently, he crafted a reply, "Wishing you all the best, Jonah. There will always be a place for you by my hearth. Should winter arrive and we fail to vanquish the White Walkers, I shall regretfully retract all my promises. Robb would likely wish for your survival, and I am certain Lady Catelyn would as well. I look forward to witnessing you soar through the skies upon a great dragon." After penning the letter, Ryan secured it to a raven for delivery. The bird having been procured by Khans, Ryan had long harbored suspicions that this raven was no ordinary creature, much like Viserion. It had seemingly gained sentience. Now he possessed evidence, yet regrettably, he found himself unable to confront Khans. No matter how formidable a person might be, fire would claim them. A profound lesson imparted by the venerable Duke Ricard. Marjorie appeared at his side, her expression imbued with significance. "Finished?" she inquired. Ryan, unperturbed, responded, "Yes, I have completed it." He took her hand, and together they attended the feast organized by Stannis. Within the confines of Casterly Rock, Jaime Lannister was taken aback upon hearing that the Red Viper intended to pay him a visit. Although technically it was not he who had slain Princess Elia, but rather the Mountain. In a roundabout way, it could be construed that his family had a hand in the death of the lady's sister. "Do not fret. Father is quite amiable," remarked Nymeria with a mischievous smile. "I presume he has come to demand retribution against the Mountain." Jaime couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. That fellow is not so easily dealt with. When King's Landing fell, the Mountain was merely executing Tywin's orders. Although in hindsight, Jaime considered his methods excessively brutal. The Mountain towered over him, leaving him little hope of besting him in combat. Upon further reflection, Jaime sensed there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, the Red Viper could very well approach King's Landing to demand justice from Prime Minister Tywin, or visit Storm's Inn to seek King Ryan's intervention. If he were Oberyn, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. In the days spent with Nymeria, Jaime had come to appreciate the veracity of the rumors. The women of Dorne were indeed striking. Yet they perpetually instilled in him a sense of impending cuckoldry. Upon her return to Casterly Rock, the Queen Regent Cersei huffed dismissively. "Father would never resort to such measures. The Mountain, after all, is under our command. Last time he committed murder and arson, even at Lonn's insistence. The most he was required to do was to apologize to that family. Despite the fact that my elder sister has always been a brilliant fool, I must concede that this is indeed the truth. However, Princess Elia is unlike Aerys. This kind-hearted yet frail princess has never committed any wrongdoing. If one were to insist, it would be that she should not have wed Rhaegar." Cersei shook her head dismissively. "They are of equal measure. Did not that little princess perish as well? Having seized the throne from the previous dynasty, it is best to eradicate all remnants." Upon hearing Cersei's words, Jaime felt for a fleeting moment that he possessed a touch more foolish kindness than she. After donning his white cloak, he patrolled the surroundings of Casterly Rock for quite some time. The suffering he witnessed among the common folk only deepened his disdain for Aerys. Aerys had been listening quietly by his side, her expression unchanged. After all, no matter what, Aunt Elia cannot be resurrected. "Jaime, will you accompany me for a stroll?" she asked, and before he could respond, she took his hand and led him outside. Upon stepping out, Aerys' demeanor shifted dramatically. It was difficult to discern whether it was sorrow or relief. In any case, it was not unexpected. "You had an affair with Cersei, didn't you?" Jaime hesitated before admitting. "Yes. Does Lord Tywin know?" She pressed. "Does he know that his beloved daughter and esteemed son have been entangled?" He lied, no. In truth, had it not been for Lon, Tywin might have remained blissfully unaware from the beginning. Ah, no wonder. Aerys did not glance back at Jaime and walked away, likely still sulking. Were it any other matter, Jaime would have laughed heartily. "What troubles you, beautiful lady?" Then he would have teased her until she smiled. As he was always adept at jesting, unlike his nephew Lon, who preferred dry humor. But Jaime was acutely aware that he was in the wrong. And for a young girl, this revelation was akin to a thunderbolt. "Wait, Aerys." Jaime hurried after her, coincidentally encountering the Red Viper, who regarded the scene with curious amusement. Jaime awkwardly halted his steps. "Lord Martell, you arrive quite early. Daikon, please inspect the room for the Lord once more. Should you find any dissatisfaction, no rush." "I'm not here merely to feast and drink," Oberyn replied with a smile. "Aerys should not have suffered any indignities here, I trust?" Aerys shot Jaime a glare before answering. "Nothing much. The Queen is exceedingly bothersome, always deliberately making things difficult for me." Oberyn understood. "Ah, Cersei, that fool, pay her no mind. She once desired to marry Rhaegar, and ever since encountering Elia, she has been insufferable." Elia found it quite amusing. Oberyn chose not to elaborate further, and Jaime understood precisely what he meant. "Come with me, Oberyn. If you seek to preside over justice, you may go to Dragonstone or await the king's return to King's Landing." The Red Viper displayed a peculiar expression. "To avenge Elia? No, that is not urgent at this moment." His eyes flickered with an obsession for vengeance, yet his tone remained casual, almost indifferent. "Sir Jaime, at present, I am merely a father wishing to attend his daughter's wedding. The subsequent arrangements for the nuptials should be discussed further. After all, you would not wish for a wedding stained in red, would you?" Chapter 59. Chameleon Theon Greyjoy had never envisioned being sent to the Eyrie in such a manner. Before his departure, he had anticipated Robb would attempt to retain him. However, that was not the case. Robb even intended to send Torrhen Stark and others along. This felt less like protection and more akin to confinement, Theon brooded. "There is no need for this, Robb. I am of House Greyjoy and shall never be your brother." "Then farewell, Greyjoy," Robb replied. "I wish to see you live, for given your current state, your death would only facilitate Asha's control over the Iron Islands." "I am a Ironborn and shall never submit to my sister's designs," Theon retorted angrily, unable to comprehend why Robb deemed Asha more suitable than himself. "Good luck," Robb concluded, his gaze a complex mixture of pity and disappointment. Princess Myrcella also came to bid him farewell, appearing far more at ease than her betrothed. "Theon, do not allow words to cloud your judgment," Master Luwin advised uneasily. "While pillaging is indeed a tradition of the Ironborn, Lord Stark brought you back without any intention to marginalize you, considering the Lord's spirit watches over us. When you see him, you ought to inform your father that winter is upon us and further conflict must cease. Is that so? I hope he truly forgives the one who took his son's life," Theon scoffed as he stepped aboard the ship, determined to sever all ties with House Stark. At least that was what Theon believed. Robb had surrendered him due to the vehement accusations from House Tyrell. What did that signify? He had no authority to restrain Theon, nor had Robb ever done so before. Yet now, Robb had changed. Once Theon vanished, Robb exhaled deeply. Balon Greyjoy truly does not comprehend his own thoughts. Mace Tyrell angrily reproached Robb Stark, asserting that he had failed to manage Theon Greyjoy and his family, suggesting that Theon be dispatched to the Eyrie to be handled by Lord Peter. Had the situation beyond the wall not deteriorated, Robb would never have acquiesced to such a demand. But now, the circumstances were undeniable. Robb could not bind Balon Greyjoy through Theon, nor could Lord Peter. But at least sending Theon away would enable him to focus entirely on preparing for the impending threat of the White Walkers. It was a prudent decision. Lysa Bolton made such a proclamation, yet Robb could not ascertain whether there was a hint of mockery in his words. Ever since Sansa and Dominic had become betrothed, Lysa's demeanor towards Robb had undergone a complete transformation. It appeared that Balon Greyjoy had no intention of designating Theon as his heir. It was Asha who held his favor. The traditions of the Ironborn dictated that even those uncles had more merit than Theon. Robb expressed this sentiment, revealing that these insights were acquired through the deliberate inquiries made by Eddard Stark prior to his disappearance. Initially, Robb was perplexed by the reasoning. Yet now he comprehended his father's intentions. In return, I had sought a discount on provisions from the Reach, as well as the newly developed techniques from the Citadel. The threat posed by the others was truly vexing. Jon Arryn responded cheerily, "It matters not. He is but a chameleon. He is a Greyjoy, not a Stark. How he fares is of no concern to us. The slander against King Lyon was something I could not abide. Which other monarchs truly cared for us Northerners? Moreover, Lyon was so young, with a boundless future ahead of him." This sentiment found unanimous agreement among the other lords of the North. Ever since Lyon had dispatched a considerable number of laborers from the south, every lord had seen an increase in their populace, leading to a sharp rise in demand for food and clothing. Indeed, the North exhibited a rare and thriving upward trend. The transfer of certain mineral resources to King's Landing in exchange for rapid economic growth was evident. Even the fabric for their wives' garments had improved significantly, which was enough to elicit grand boasts from the lords. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister, stationed in King's Landing, faced unprecedented troubles. Mace Tyrell, before returning to the Reach, was relentless in his negotiations. No matter how he pleaded, he insisted on having Jon Stark wed to his precious son, hoping that the Duke of Tywin would mediate with Winterfell. The foolishness of Lord Mace was undeniably evident. Tywin irritably replied, "Currently, Jon Stark is in the Free Cities, and her marriage should be decided by Lady Catelyn, though whether she would agree to wed her daughter to a cripple remains uncertain." A cripple? Varys merely suffered a knee injury. Mace's face flushed as he argued, having spent his days in the mercenary company, which paled in comparison to the comfort of life in the Reach. Even for the sake of that child, he sought merely to enhance the bloodline of House Tyrell. The lineage of the first men and Valyrian blood was undoubtedly a significant asset. Sir Kevin hastily intervened. "Ultimately, this matter should depend on the opinions of Varys and Jon themselves, should it not? There has never been a custom of free love in Westeros." Tywin was acutely aware of this reality, leaving Mace momentarily speechless. "I suggest you send a letter to Jon Stark to clarify the situation," Tywin stated flatly. He particularly enjoyed the unfolding drama, and given the present circumstances, it was evident that Jon Stark was on the verge of hatching dragons. How could she possibly remain at the Reach? She and Daenerys are akin to two manifestations of a dragon. However, Jonah Stark remains unwed, rendering her a highly sought-after prospect in the realm. For a woman of such ambitious stature, she is unlikely to willingly submit to domesticity, especially with the imminent hatching of her colossal dragon. Daenerys is separated by the sea, and with Lannister possessing a dragon as well, Tywin harbors no concerns regarding her. As long as Jonah Stark refrains from participating in Daenerys' conflict, Westeros' chances of victory are nearly assured. Mestral, resembling a deflated balloon, murmured in agreement. "Yet, my Lord Tywin, as long as she remains unmarried, she is a variable of instability. No one understands this better than Tywin himself. Thank you for your concern, Lord Tyrell." Once it was just he and Kevin left, Tywin exhaled deeply. "You see it as well. To please Jonah Stark, mere good looks will not suffice." Kevin nodded with apprehension. "In fact, intelligence suggests she may marry the mercenary Daario." "Absolutely out of the question," Tywin declared emphatically. "The Free Cities would undoubtedly rush to wed her. But marrying a mercenary like Daario would be akin to walking on the edge of a blade." Chapter 60, The Price of Prophecy? Bravos. Jonah Stark seldom feels loneliness. At this moment, she finds herself by the fishing bay, delighting in the tales spun by the locals of Bravos. The inhabitants of this land are predominantly exiled slaves who cherish freedom and despise oppression. "Jonah, would you come to my home for a night of romance?" A bold young man called out, provoking laughter from those nearby. White Wolf, her companion, regarded him with calm indifference while gnawing on the meat Jonah had procured. "Why not?" Jonah replied with a smile, perched upon a stone, resting her chin upon her hand. "But what benefits would this afford me? First and foremost, I am a mercenary captain. Secondly, the Lady of the White Wolf. And lastly, merely a pretty girl. You must offer a higher price, or perhaps charm me a bit more, and I might consider it." She rarely concealed her true feelings, speaking her mind with utter frankness. In truth, marrying Daario would hold little consequence for her. Yet Jonah was acutely aware that Daario craved the thrill of blood and fire, along with the pursuit of power. Were another to possess a soon-to-hatch dragon, alongside the bloodline of the North and Valyria, Daario would nonetheless fervently pursue her. That simply will not do." As anticipated, Daario feigned annoyance amidst the laughter. He was robust and agile, indeed a suitable candidate in the eyes of a mercenary. However, even without comparing him to Lannister. Jonah understood that such a man was utterly unfit to share her bed. Waking in the dead of night, one might discover a dagger pressed against one's throat. That sensation is certainly unwelcome. Well, you could seek out several lovely maidens. Surely someone would be willing. Jonah responded with marked indifference. Her menstruation had long since passed, and Lady Catelyn had even sent her a letter, hoping to find a suitable match among the young heirs of Westeros. Even as a bastard, with her notable achievements in battle and her claim to inheritance, she was indeed a prized catch. Jonah understood Lady Catelyn's good intentions, yet she made it clear that her lineage was likely already exposed. Returning to Westeros now would be utterly inappropriate. Oh, my dear lady, how can you say such a thing? No maiden could rival even a fraction of your beauty, Daario exclaimed, clutching his chest in a manner that suggested profound sorrow. Jonah disregarded him, seeking a tavern where she lay on the bed, lost in thought. When would this aimless life come to an end? Unconsciously, she drifted back into slumber. This time, in her dreams, she beheld the true essence of winter. The silver-haired queen soared over the narrow sea on a mighty dragon, while Westeros was engulfed in the flames of war. The king upon the Iron Throne fought valiantly, yet winter arrived with an unexpected ferocity. When Janna Stark awakened once more, she discovered that a strand of her hair had turned white. White lynx gazed into her eyes, a sorrowful glimmer evident within their depths. Dragonstone. As soon as Viserys set foot on land, he impatiently inquired of Lavenna, "Where is everyone? Is there no welcome for your Duke of Dragonstone? How utterly disgraceful." Lavenna replied nonchalantly, "Everyone comes from a mercenary background. As long as they are willing to work, that suffices. My lord, we are currently studying geothermal energy under King Rhaenyra's orders. If you desire a welcoming ceremony, it can be arranged later." For a moment, Viserys almost thought he had misheard. Mercenaries? Studying geothermal energy? Ah, the scholars from the Citadel, Lavenna corrected. She clearly harbored no fondness for Viserys and left him there. The other mercenaries, while less conspicuous than Lavenna, were hardly more welcoming. What struck Viserys as most absurd was that these individuals were willing to serve Rhaenyra, yet did not spare him a glance. Upon returning to his chamber with the girl, Viserys could no longer contain his fury. Damn it, must I be disdained for lacking a dragon? His sister Daenerys had already hatched a dragon. Yet, Viserys had accepted the appointment of Duke of Dragonstone, and it would be inappropriate to seek out his sister now. If only he had known. Daenerys's dragon had not yet matured. When it grows, then, Viserys murmured to himself, a flicker of obsession in his eyes. By then, even Rhaenyra's dragon would have matured, and the Dothraki cavalry and the great sea dragons would undoubtedly turn Westeros upside down. Years of hatred had completely overwhelmed him. He no longer cared for the Iron Throne. He only sought vengeance. Vengeance against the treacherous old nobility who had forgotten their loyalties and the traitors who had forsaken the true dragons. Every time he thought of someone like Rhaenyra being able to hatch true dragons, Viserys felt a sharp pain in his heart. However, she was merely the great-grandmother of the Targaryen family, and when it comes to the blood of dragons, her lineage is almost negligible. How could he possibly hatch a true dragon? The girl gently embraced Viserys, her face full of sympathy. "My lord, King Aegon has always been favored by fortune." Viserys offered a bitter smile. "Fortune? What fortune?" He lifted the wine sent by Aegon and drank deeply without restraint. The wine from Dragonstone mattered little to him now. A king who ascended the throne through rebellion, unable even to drink as liberally as I do. Viserys, inebriated, felt tears of laughter welling at the corners of his eyes. "I am the Duke of Dragonstone, the ancestral home of House Targaryen, the land of the conqueror Aegon. I shall show them the true power of dragons." He declared that from this day forth, the true dragon banner of House Targaryen must be flown over Dragonstone, despite the absence of any audience. And then there's that little wretch Daenerys. Though she has so quickly forgotten her brother, I shall never forget her. Viserys pushed open the door and, in a slurred voice, called to the scholar outside, "Help me write a letter. I will summon my sister to Westeros to pledge her allegiance. But the price is that he must arrange a wife for me. High Garden, Casterly Rock, wherever it may be, as long as she possesses true dragon blood. She shall be a suitable choice. If he cannot find one, then when Daenerys' dragon children become great beasts, Westeros shall once again be drenched in blood and fire." The expression on the scholar's face filled Viserys with a profound sense of satisfaction. Aegon did not even dare to kill him. As long as he lived, Aegon could never claim the Iron Throne, and this cowardly king feared Aegon, a truth Viserys was well aware of. A melodious voice came from behind him. "You are truly remarkable, my true dragon prince." Chapter 61. Daenerys torn the letter. Meanwhile, Daenerys remained blissfully unaware of her brother's actions. She marched with her Khalasar into the Red Wasteland, following the direction indicated by the comet. In truth, Daenerys had little choice. The loss of her child, taken from her mere moments after birth, was an immense blow. For Drogo, the murder of their son was an unbearable reality. But what could he do now? Daenerys dared not venture north or follow the river southeast, for their small company would be torn to shreds by any Khalasar they encountered. They could only proceed under the comet's guidance. Now, others referred to her as the Unburnt and the Mother of Dragons. Daenerys donned the pelt of a white lion, once claimed by Drogo, to shield her bald head. The lion's skin served as a natural cloak, and the lion's head lent her an air of unintentional authority. Amidst the desolate red expanse, the weak fell one after another. The beautiful blonde girl, Doria, rapidly lost weight. Her hair began to fall out, and her eyes became sunken. A mother mourned the loss of her newborn daughter, a grief that pierced the soul. Even Dany felt as if she was withering away, her skin beginning to wrinkle. Arthur, youthful and vigorous, managed to persist in aiding others, while even the recently thwarted Drogo gritted his teeth to endure. To prevent her dragon from starving, Dany commanded that it be fed horse meat, which seemed to provide Viserion with a semblance of strength. However, the others were not as resilient as the dragon. Along the journey, numerous horses had succumbed to illness, and even Doria, who had always been by Dany's side, fell ill with a high fever. Argo suggested abandoning her, but Dany refused. This girl sent by Viserys had once taught her the art of intimacy, greatly contributing to the harmony of her marriage with Drogo. Although Viserys had surrendered to Rhaene, Dany would never do the same. She was far braver than Viserys. Thus, she offered her own water to Illyria until her breath ceased, and life ebbed away. "Let us go," Dany commanded calmly, though her heart wavered, questioning whether this path was right or wrong. She had but one dragon. If she could survive with Khalasar and then persuade Jon to join. But no, Dany knew Jon too well. If it were another matter, it might be different. But once it involved Rhaene, Jon would never side with her. They continued their advance. Eventually, the Bloodriders reported that they had spotted a city-state. With its white walls and towers, it resembled a beautiful maiden. "Discover the name of this city and what kind of welcome we shall receive," Dany instructed. This time, Ricardo reported, "Blood of my blood, this is an empty city. When the divine departs, demons will feast in the desolate city." Jiki trembled. "We should steer clear of this place. We all know it." "Everyone knows," Illy agreed. "I do not know," Dany replied, gently patting her silver mare and leading the charge toward the city, with Drogo by her side and the Bloodriders trailing behind, while others gradually followed. From a distance, the city appeared beautiful with its white walls and towers, but as they drew near, its desolation and emptiness became painfully evident. They discovered a refreshing spring, and Arthur found sweet peaches for Dany. The young knight could not conceal his delight. "I thought I would perish in the Red Wasteland," he candidly expressed. "Indeed. Thank the miracles." Dany nodded absently, yet she could never forget her innocent child, Rhaego, who had died. Who would harm such a frail child, even before he could grow? Across the narrow sea, King Rhaene and his loyal Stark, Lannister, and Arryn, those who prided themselves on honor could stoop to such vile acts. It was truly ironic. After a brief respite, Dany commanded the Bloodriders to split up and search farther afield for any inhabited city-state. She sat by the well, taking a moment of respite when a crow flapped its wings and landed before her, delivering a letter penned on behalf of Viserys. Upon reading it, Dany felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How dare he demand that I pledge my allegiance to Rhaene, merely to secure for himself a wife of dragon blood? With a fierce motion, she tore the letter to shreds, and inexplicably, she found the situation utterly absurd. It was Viserys who had sold her to Drogo, and now he intended to barter her dragons for his own matrimonial aspirations. Observing her with concern, Drogo listened as Dany recounted the entire sequence of events. Truly insatiable, he remarked with annoyance. He had been attempting to train in combat these past few days, yet his body struggled to recover, causing him to fall into a contemplative silence. Moreover, Dany continued, he even confided that he had secretly contacted Princess Arianne of Dorne, assuring me that if I brought my dragons, Prince Doran would willingly accede to King Rhaene's distress. Arthur furrowed his brow slightly. This Prince Doran certainly had a clever scheme. As long as dragons were involved, the Targaryen majesty would be restored. It seems Viserys would demand that you surrender your dragons, Khaleesi. He dares not, Dany asserted resolutely. If I possess dragons, no one would dare to harm my Rhaego. I shall never allow anyone to steal Viserion from me. Never. Drogo pulled her into his embrace, his rough palm caressing her, providing an uncharacteristic sense of comfort. Dany even wished to linger here, to live as an ordinary couple with Drogo, to bear several children, and to remain in peace forever. Eventually, the long-absent Yura returned. After the guards reported his arrival, Dany promptly ascended the walls. She beheld Yura, but he was not alone. He called out, "Blood of my blood, I have traveled to Qarth. 3 others accompany me. They wish to see you in person." A bald man adorned with jewels declared, "I am Zero, a merchant from Qarth, one of the 13. A man with blue lips introduced himself as the great sorcerer Piet. And there was a woman who claimed to hail from the Shadowlands. "We have come in pursuit of dragons." Dany scrutinized them, attempting to discern their individual motives. The merchant would surely attempt to persuade her to sell her dragons, but the sorcerer and the enigmatic woman remained elusive in intent. Regardless, this presented an opportunity. The sorcerer's magic could be of use to her, and perhaps Dany could uncover the true culprit behind the murder of her child. "Far yet near," Dany replied, as Viserion hissed softly upon her shoulder. Chapter 62. The Reluctant Rhaen Dragonstone. Viserys' letter soon reached Rhaen's hands. Rhaen nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. "Viserys. Has he lost his mind? He wants me to arrange a wife of dragon blood for him? Why not simply marry a daughter of House Velaryon? He wants to wed Aerion of Dorne, as if I would have my Uncle Jaime as a brother-in-law?" He patted his chest, taking a moment to regain his composure. "Invite Uncle Stannis. I wish to hear his thoughts." Stannis was summoned promptly. Despite his baldness, his demeanor remained grave. Lyon recounted the situation to him in broad strokes, and Stannis listened intently. Once Lyon finished, Stannis remarked, "Exploiting one's own sister is far from honorable." Indeed, Lyon agreed wholeheartedly. "If it were up to me, I would arrange a marriage for that Viserys, but I would never permit Daenerys to bring dragons to Westeros." Stannis' words struck Lyon as somewhat self-serving. Given that Rhaego had perished at the hands of the Red Woman, yet the decision seemed prudent. Daenerys would likely harbor a deep-seated desire to consume Lyon whole. Should she arrive in Westeros with dragons, his life would be in grave jeopardy. To arrange for him a bride of dragon blood before he weds Aerion, Lyon mused, feeling a sense of foreboding. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Lannis, that family once had a union with the Targaryens. His sister also possesses the blood of dragons." Stannis expressed his disapproval. "I doubt Viserys would consent to wed a bastard." Then inform him that as long as Princess Aerion of Dorne vows to send all her children to the Red Keep as my wards after marriage, I would have no objections. Marjorie interjected gently, "It remains uncertain whether Viserys believes in the betrothal to Aerion. Furthermore, Prince Doran is prudent and would not engage in such overt actions." Lyon's anger began to dissipate, considering that Viserys had merely dictated a letter through a scribe. Lyon too sought a literate young noble from Storm's End to assist him in composing a missive. Lyon dictated, "Esteemed Duke of Dragonstone, Lord Viserys Targaryen, I have taken note of your reasonable requests. I shall not compel Daenerys to swear fealty. Her arrival upon the continent of Westeros would only herald blood and fire. Concerning your marriage, you may be unaware that the girl named Tyna Hision is of Lannister blood, also bearing Targaryen lineage. I had intended to expedite arrangements for you. Since you insist, I shall announce to the 7 kingdoms on your behalf. The hand of the king, Lord Tywin, will ensure she regains the Lannister name. In any case, when the time comes, should Viserys be criticized for being henpecked, it would only tarnish the Targaryen reputation. Perhaps the wedding could be held after Uncle Jaime marries Nymeria?" The young noble meticulously recorded Lyon's words, while Stannis listened in a state of confusion. Why bestow upon him such honorifics? He is merely a young man driven mad. Moreover, those demands are unreasonable. To show politeness and to placate that madman, lest he explode prematurely, Lyon sighed softly, pondering whether to advise Tyna to secure her progeny. Yet such matters required no prompting from him. She would make the most fitting choice herself. Stannis did not concur. "That is not honest. Uncle, in order to maintain authority, one must often speak eloquently and, at opportune moments, extend forgiveness." Lyon gently yet resignedly explained that this is a necessary tactic for rulers, an amalgamation of sweet promises and stern measures. In certain matters, one must not appear excessively harsh. Stannis frowned once more, remarking that no one had ever shared such insights with him. A person should steadfastly uphold their principles. "My apologies, uncle. Please adhere to your own convictions." Lyon recognized the futility of attempting to change Stannis and shook his head. Cerys joyfully approached. "Lyon, brother." Although one side of her face bore the marks of grayscale, their recent interactions had quickly endeared her to Lyon, who found her innocence and charm delightful. "Is there something you need, Cerys?" Lyon smiled, ruffling her hair. How he wished Cerys could take Joffrey's place. He longed for a clever and affectionate younger brother rather than a tyrannical and capricious ruler. Yet, Lyon also acknowledged that part of Joffrey's erratic behavior was a consequence of his own actions, out of spite. He had elevated Joffrey at times only to later humiliate him without mercy. "Oh, it's nothing. I just want you and Marjorie to accompany me for some fun. The children at Windspire don't really like me, but they are too afraid to show it. It's truly vexing." Cerys whispered her last words, and despite her tender age, she evidently felt the sting of discrimination. Lady Celis approached from a distance, her demeanor haughty. "Cerys, you must not take those people's words to heart." She cast a glance at Lyon. Perhaps due to his nominal allegiance to the Seven, Lady Celis did not extend much warmth toward him. Yet she was by no means distant. "Such matters are beyond our control. The Citadel has stated that grayscale cannot be completely cured. Perhaps it conceals deeper secrets." Lyon responded. Upon hearing this, Cerys's expression fell instantly. "Everyone says the same. It seems there truly is no hope." She likely believed Lyon possessed the power to save her. In response, Lyon could only offer her a few words of empty comfort, knowing their futility. "System, can my current benevolence points cure Cerys's grayscale? Please establish a sorcerer section in the Citadel first." Establishing a sorcerer section in the Citadel is indeed a formidable task, Lyon sighed softly. "Uncle." He called out to Stannis, who was preparing to leave. "A female heir will be coveted by all in the Seven Kingdoms. Cerys is innocent and charming, but without a brother by her side, she may face considerable challenges." Stannis clearly understood the implications of Lyon's words, as did Lady Celis. However, the expressions shared between the couple unmistakably conveyed to Lyon that persuading them to conceive another child would be more difficult than scaling the heavens. "Well, it seems I must resign myself to this," Lyon conceded. "Uncle, Aunt, safe travels." Once they had departed, Marjorie leaned closer to Lyon, her face a portrait of turmoil. "Lyon Velis wrote to inform me that King Balon would soon withdraw his troops. He is fully prepared, and the crown has suffered no losses. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is rather peculiar." Chapter 63. No Freedom. Queen of Thorns resolutely rejected Tywin's matrimonial proposal, much to the fury of the hand of the king. Yet, upon reflection, Tywin came to understand. Though she is his daughter, he pondered deeply whether he could bear the thought of someone like Cersei becoming his granddaughter-in-law. He could annihilate her entire family without a second thought. Alas, Cersei insisted on returning to Casterly Rock. The Master of Whisperers, Qyburn, met with the hand of the king with utmost respect. "My lord, the bounty His Majesty previously issued in the free cities has already been claimed." The so-called bounty, of course, was directed at Aegon. After Lyon ascended, he exhibited remarkable frugality, engaging in numerous side ventures. Thus, the bounty was certainly not an issue. Noticing Tywin's lack of reaction, Qyburn proceeded to the next matter. Citizens were protesting before the Red Keep, claiming the actions of the Red Priestess were a flagrant disregard for the Seven. Even the High Septon expressed his discontent. "Let them take their grievances to Stannis," Tywin replied. "Yes, my lord." Moreover, Qyburn displayed a somewhat nuanced expression as he continued. "According to my intelligence network, the White Wolf's dragon eggs are on the verge of hatching. Should she perish in flames, we ought to dispatch someone to Dragonstone to oversee those mercenaries. Conversely, if she survives, regardless of Lady Catelyn Stark's thoughts, Tywin would never permit this bastard to wed any noble of Westeros. Send a contingent of Lannister guards and Kingsguard to Dragonstone, and remind Viserys that he should not question the king's authority." Ever since Lyon's decision reached Dragonstone, Viserys has been in protest, insisting he deserves a bride of higher lineage. Naturally, such protests are utterly futile. And what if she successfully hatches the dragon? Qyburn cautiously inquired of Tywin. Some matters require the finesse of a quill. Tywin did not respond directly. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, my lord. Lord Shireen of the City Watch has voiced his dissatisfaction regarding Ser Corlin's assumption of his position." "Choose between losing your head or the Night's Watch," Tywin retorted. "Corlin is Lyon's half-brother, and they share a good rapport. Moreover, this youth is far more principled than Shireen and is not the sort to be swayed by greed." Qyburn nodded respectfully once more. "Very well, I have no further matters to discuss, my lord." He turned to leave, leaving the brothers Kevan and Tywin together. Slightly portly Kevan has always supported his brother's decisions, yet this time he appeared somewhat anxious. Jon Stark, with a third dragon? This could prove troublesome. In Westeros, dragons symbolize not only power but also the lineage of House Targaryen. If Jon Snow were to return to Westeros with dragons, no matter whom she married, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for that noble house. Without concern, Tywin calmly stated that to ensure she would not ally with Daenerys, he had dispatched protectors for Sansa Stark and Bran Stark. He had long since written to inform her that, according to the traditions of House Stark, she would not take actions that would endanger her kin. Yet, she carries Targaryen blood, Tywin, and I fear that may not suffice to restrain her. Should she choose not to return to Westeros, these matters would no longer concern us. Pausing, Tywin pressed his lips together. If, as Lysa claimed, the North faced dire straits, and she returned with dragons to provide aid, then a second wedding for Lysa would be in order. This proposal truly startled Kevin, yet he wisely refrained from further comment. Instead, watching as his brother penned a letter to be delivered to Lady Catelyn. Winterfell, Great Hall. Robb Stark spoke earnestly with his mother. Mother, Jon wrote to inform me that she is on the verge of hatching true dragons. Lady Catelyn felt a wave of dizziness. Dragons, in her memory, were ancient creatures. They were powerful, yet destined to bring ruin upon their masters. Why was Jon so insistent on hatching dragons? She couldn't help but think of Jon's father, Rhaegar. Rhaegar, the melancholic prince from Catelyn's memories, who, despite being beloved by the people, met his demise at the Trident after abducting Lyanna. Why did he do such a thing? Catelyn sat there, lost in thought. Little Rickon, sitting beside them in his age of innocence, looked at his mother with confusion. What's wrong with Jon? Does she really have a dragon? I only wish for you all to live ordinary lives, free from peril. Jon should end her adventures and become a simple woman, marry, and bear children, rather than living in constant fear and anxiety. Robb sighed softly. Mother, I have long known Jon's secret. I fear it will no longer be a secret for all of Westeros. Lord Tywin has informed me that he has assigned personnel to protect Sansa and Bran. Robb did not continue, for the implications of Tywin's words were unmistakable. He intended to use Sansa and Bran as pawns to control Winterfell and Jon. Dear Sansa and Bran, Catelyn told her son, Lord Tywin is as hard-hearted as stone. If he truly intends to act, he would not forewarn you. This meant that as long as Winterfell remained loyal to Lysa, Sansa and Bran would remain safe. Robb furrowed his brow, yet he listened. Mother, if that is the case, then your previous plan to marry Jon to Herald of the Vale is no longer feasible. Catelyn had contemplated Prince Quentin of Dorne, as well as Herald of the Vale, and even thought about it if Robert had lived longer. Now that Robb is dead, the true identity of Jonna has become widely known, and it is inconceivable that she would marry a minor noble of low status. Yet, this dragon has shattered all established norms, rendering Catelyn's previous efforts futile. Moreover, Robb's words came with great difficulty, and Mother, have you not realized? Since I possess my own eyes, I have long understood, Catelyn replied. She was no longer the naive girl of Riverrun and comprehended the turmoil Robb was currently experiencing. Brandon had had his own beloved before our marriage. Yet once he accepted the betrothal, he severed ties with his past self. Robb remained silent, methodically cutting a piece of steak and slowly bringing it to his mouth. After finishing his own portion, Robb Stark finally confided in his mother. Lord Tywin had hinted to me through Myrcella that should Jonna ever return to Westeros, she would be granted the most splendid of weddings, one befitting her status. Contemplating the implications of Tywin's words, Catelyn felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 64. Theon at Highgarden. Upon arriving at Pike, Theon Greyjoy was overwhelmed by the relentless roar of the sea, which instilled a profound unease within him. The desolate sea breeze, barren and unyielding land, and the brackish groundwater of Pike, which relied on Highgarden for sustenance, created a dire situation of scarcity. This harsh reality bred their predatory nature. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his uncle's reckless assault would thrust Theon Greyjoy, the rightful heir, into Highgarden. This is unjust. Theon protested, but his sister Asha's smile only fueled his frustration. Did you not have a good rapport with Robb Stark? Did he not plead for you, little wolf? King Balon showed clear favoritism towards his sister Asha. Your sister speaks the truth, little wolf. You may fancy yourself the heir of the Iron Islands, but the Ironborn are not like those from Winterfell. Be grateful for your journey to Highgarden. Perhaps you can learn much from that cripple. Theon sat awkwardly, the food before him far less palatable than that of Winterfell, and his position was inferior to Asha's proximity to their father. This is not right, Theon thought. Asha could never inherit the Iron Islands. She ought to marry instead. Yet, his grievances went unheard. As he was shipped off to Highgarden, Theon felt an odd sensation. He was not being sent as the legitimate heir of the Iron Islands, but rather as a pawn. Balon had not even seen him off. Amidst the howling winds, Asha laughed. Brother, do not take this too seriously. For you, going to Highgarden is the most prudent course. I am the rightful heir, Theon warned her. Oh, do not forget, I resemble an Ironborn far more than you. Asha chuckled, light-heartedly departing, leaving him with one last remark. I preferred you when you were 9, Theon. By the time he reached Highgarden, Theon had expected to receive a letter from Robb, yet none came. During his time in Winterfell, he even suggested marrying Jane Stark, Eddard's illegitimate daughter. To Theon, it seemed a considerable honor for the heir of the Iron Islands to wed a bastard, yet, To his astonishment, Robb vehemently rejected the proposal. "Jane is my sister, and you, Theon, should you hold her in contempt? I shall never permit her to become your wife and endure a life of poverty in the barren Iron Islands." The words and expressions from that moment remain vivid in his memory, although now, as Theon reflects, he finds Robb's excuse rather feeble. After all, Sansa is betrothed to the heir of the Dreadfort. Jane Stark is merely a bastard, and even if their feelings were genuine, sacrificing a bastard to secure the loyalty of the Iron Islands would be entirely fitting. Upon disembarking, he was not surprised to find himself greeted by the twin scions of House Redwyne, along with the valiant Garland Tyrell. Garland Tyrell was the first to speak. "Welcome to Highgarden, Theon." They arranged for Theon to have a reasonably acceptable lodging, treating him with a certain friendliness. Whether Garland or Velas, the two brothers were neither particularly warm nor cold towards Theon. Their demeanor was ambiguous, lacking both intimacy and distance. The following day, Theon lamented the rejection of his prior proposal. Garland, leisurely savoring his pastry, suddenly became agitated, questioning in a most peculiar tone, "You mean you still do not know?" Velas promptly intervened to halt his brother's forthcoming words, and Garland, aware of his faux pas, fell silent. Theon gazed at the two brothers in astonishment. "What on earth is going on?" "Ah, it's nothing. Continue your meal." Garland redirected the conversation. Yet Theon could sense the look in Garland's eyes, as if he were observing a fool oblivious to his own ignorance. The Thorned Queen leisurely indulged in her pastry, seemingly unaware of Theon's presence. This old woman, always adopting an air of superiority, Theon mused, while he savagely bit into his bread, which tasted even better than he had anticipated. The fare at Highgarden was delectable, far surpassing that of the Iron Islands. Why did Theon not mention Winterfell? Ever since Robb had become betrothed to Maya Stone and Marjorie had ascended to the role of queen alongside Renly, the relationship between Highgarden and Winterfell had remarkably improved. Coupled with the implementation of fallow rotation and the cold-resistant seeds developed by the Citadel, the North's lands had undergone a series of enhancements, yielding harvests that satisfied all Northerners immensely. The North never forgets. Thus the lords of the North expressed their profound loyalty to King Renly. No, it was merely a piece of bread. Why was he beginning to feel gratitude towards Renly? Theon jolted, awakening to the realization. He must not forget that it was this Renly Baratheon who had once humiliated him. "Theon, if you are in a foul mood, perhaps you should join Garland for a hunt," Velas Tyrell suggested at that moment, his expression curiously unoffensive to Theon. Perhaps it was due to having been defeated by Lynna in the past, but the same expression appeared on Lynna's face, leaving Theon feeling quite displeased. Very well. Theon descended the steps, donning his customary carefree smile, certain that his steed, the Laughing Star, would soon shine. Indeed, it was a fine horse. Velaris in the wheelchair nodded in agreement. The heir of Highgarden had a profound affection for animals and an equally fervent passion for stargazing. In the realm of Westeros, such a person might seem out of place. However, considering he had lost the ability to engage in mounted combat, none could fault him. Theon sensed that Velaris possessed considerable emotional intelligence, yet he did not dwell on it. During the hunt, both Garland Tyrell and the twins from House Redwyne showcased their prowess. Yet Theon, with bow drawn, rarely missed his mark. "You are truly remarkable," Garland praised sincerely, although a fleeting glimmer of pity in his eyes left Theon bewildered. "This skill was imparted to me by Ser Roderick while I was at Winterfell," Theon replied, recalling the painful memories of his time there. Lord Eddard treated him as a son, yet never grew close to him. The archery skills were acquired from his instructor, and Theon had recently nearly offended the residents of Winterfell. Then he must have been quite an extraordinary knight, Garland concurred. They carried back the hares and other small creatures they had hunted, but Garland specifically instructed that they should roast the animals away from Velaris. Although it was certain that Velaris did not raise them, it would still feel rather peculiar, Garland explained, while Theon could not help but roll his eyes. After all, Velaris Tyrell was hardly averse to meat. Were he a vegetarian and disabled, he would have long been reduced to a pitiful state. Yet, for reasons unknown, Theon gradually found himself growing fond of Highgarden. Chapter 65. The Soaring of Windswept Keep. Meanwhile, in Braavos, Jonna recounted everything she had dreamt to Arya. She did not conceal the fact that her hair had turned silver white, as it was no longer possible to hide. Today, she donned a convenient vest and shorts. The dragon egg still in her possession, though it was evident that it was on the verge of cracking. Arya instinctively averted her gaze, attempting to recall her father's words. However, he had never mentioned how to deal with the others. Ultimately, Arya relinquished her thoughts. "Are we to return to Westeros?" "Yes, we will return, but not just yet," Jonna replied, a veil of faint sorrow and longing shrouding her features. If the dream holds truth, I must return with the dragon before winter descends upon Westeros. It is my responsibility. As she was a daughter of the North, Arya bit her lip. But, if you return in that manner, are you not afraid others will discover you? It is likely already common knowledge. Arya, Jonna smiled lightly. What I wish to convey now is to leave swiftly for Pentos. If Syrio wishes to accompany me, let him join. Though hope is slim. Pentos, Arya exclaimed in surprise. Illyrio knows you. Perhaps, Jonna replied. In Bravos, amidst the Sea Lord, the House of Black and White, the Faceless Men, and the Iron Bank. From the very moment she arrived, Jonna was acutely aware of her desire to master the Valyrian tongue. The dragon egg she bore could not be concealed. It was likely that the Sea Lord had been closely observing her since she set foot on the shore. Fortunately, he had yet to reveal himself, and Jonna's dragon egg remained unscathed. I have nearly perfected my Valyrian, she mused, resting her chin on her hand in a contemplative pose. In truth, she understood the source of her unease. During this period, the agitation of the dragon egg had become increasingly pronounced, and each time she slipped into slumber, she was haunted by dreams of the late Lord Stark and a silvery figure playing the harp. Rhaegar Targaryen turned to face her, not the dashing prince of dragons, but rather a pitiful sight, bloodied and lifeless at the trident. Perhaps you should seek assistance from Syrio, Arya suggested. He is quite adept at controlling his consciousness, not to mention his body. In Westeros, at Storm's End, Lyon carefully descended into the cellar. As he anticipated, the demeanor of the little dragon mirrored his own, languidly sprawled in its confines despite being encased in a box. Yet, as he reached out to unfasten the iron chains, the dragon suddenly unleashed a fierce breath, the scorching air brushing past Lyon and startling him significantly. The small dragon flicked its tail, glaring at him with evident displeasure. The morsels of cooked meat, which had been placed there merely 2 hours prior, had vanished without a trace. You truly have an impressive appetite, Lyon reflected, recalling the original narrative. He realized he had underestimated the dragon's voracity and quickly ordered more cooked meat to be brought. Khans nodded contentedly, whether it intended to or not. Lyon seemed quite pleased with the response. The dragon emitted a peculiar sound before tearing into the meat. Before long, large chunks of flesh were devoured by Khans. Lyon gently stroked its rugged little head and said kindly, "Feast away, my friend. Eat well, for there will be more to come. However, tonight, you must learn to soar amidst the storm." Lyon sensed Khans' head jerk upward suddenly, causing him to withdraw his hand in alarm. The amber eyes fixated intently on him. "Well, I can't be blamed. After all, you have been born for 2 weeks now," Lyon calculated, then reassured, "Fear not, at your age. I had already mastered the art of nursing. You surely do not wish to be knocked down by that dragon when Daenerys arrives with Viserion, do you?" Khans continued to stare at Lyon, and it was difficult to ascertain whether it understood. Yet ultimately, it acquiesced, once it had digested sufficiently. It obediently flapped its little wings and followed Lyon up the stairs. One advantage Lyon had over Daenerys was that he could offer a greater variety of meat. Through prolonged feeding, Lyon quickly memorized Khans' preferences. Whenever Constance exhibited disobedience, he was fed rabbit meat for several consecutive days. After a prolonged period of resistance, Rhaen was gratified to discover that he had reached a semblance of understanding with the creature. "Your Majesty," Rhaen remarked as he emerged from the cellar, only to encounter Stannis. As the Duke of Storm's End and Rhaen's uncle, Stannis was naturally quite concerned. Even within the confines of Storm's End, the tumultuous storm from the outside could still be heard, with winds howling and thunder crashing. "Are you certain you wish to train the dragon at this juncture?" Stannis inquired. "Of course," Rhaen replied with a smile, while Constance reluctantly flapped its wings beside him. Stannis cast a dubious glance at the dragon. "Forgive my candor, but this dragon resembles a human far more than it does a beast. Perhaps it has inherited my temperament? At least it has remained docile thus far, having never devoured a human, only a few rabbits at most." After engaging in casual conversation with Stannis for a while, Rhaen led Constance to the shore of Shipbreaker Bay. The storm ravaged the ocean, casting a pall over the skies, with thunder and lightning clashing violently. In that moment, Rhaen felt immensely grateful for his Baratheon bloodline. For, on such a tempestuous night, he could swiftly find refuge from the rain. Had it been Aegon, he would scarcely have been able to enter Storm's End. Constance struggled against the wind, flapping its delicate wings erratically. After approximately 10 minutes of battling the fierce storm, it finally managed to maintain a hovering posture. Subsequently, Rhaen focused on training the dragon's flight precision and fire breathing. It was only when the first breath of dragon fire ignited upon the rocky shore, illuminating the ink-black night, that Rhaen exhaled in relief. Constance was evidently exhausted, lazily flapping its wings before descending to the ground, savoring the delicacies that Rain had carefully selected for it. Immersed in training, Constance remained oblivious to the noble families of Storm's End and Melisandre, who were intently observing them. Rain, however, had noticed them long ago but was unconcerned. Cheerfully waving to the nobles, "My lords, how do you find the results of my training?" "Excellent," Estes Ismond was the first to declare. He hailed from Greenstone and was related to Rain's grandmother, having previously maintained a favorable relationship with Renly, subtly supporting his endeavors. But it was evident that upon witnessing the dragon, his sentiments had shifted. As anticipated, several other lords subsequently expressed their loyalty and admiration. Several families who had supported the Targaryens were stripped of their titles by Rain during Aegon's recent rebellion. Chapter 66. Tyrion on the brink of death. "Oh, it hurts. It hurts." Tyrion slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of an excruciating pain in his nose. "Damn that Martin," he muttered, exerting considerable effort to sit upright. As he anticipated, his father, Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King, remained as calm as ever. Had it been Jaime, he would never have been bested by a mere brigand in King's Landing. "Perhaps you did not notice, father, he is taller than I am," Tyrion retorted, his words laced with sarcasm. Before leaving King's Landing, Lysa entrusted Tyrion with the responsibility of overseeing the operations of the tailor shop. Given the reasonableness of such a request from his nephew, Tyrion naturally found no grounds for refusal. Lysa even appointed a Kingsguard, Ser Malantrell, specifically for Tyrion's assistance, which he gladly accepted. Thus, accompanied by Malantrell, they arrived at the tailor's shop. Suddenly, a burly figure emerged and launched a brutal assault on Tyrion. Had it not been for Podrick's quick reflexes, Tyrion might have perished at the hands of that man. Tywin disregarded Tyrion's remark about having discovered that the assailant was merely a butcher from Lannisport, visiting King's Landing to see his daughter. "Is that so?" Tyrion mused with a wry smile. "What sort of Kingsguard would stand idly by while I was being beaten? Surely my good nephew can distinguish between the capable and the inept among his retainers." Lockhart was guarding Myrcella and Winterfell, Loras Tyrell protected the king, and Barristan remained in the city to train the Kingsguard reserves, while Ser Rabar Royce had recently joined to replace Varys's little birds. Tywin calmly enumerated, only to suddenly recall, of course, Ser Balon could be an option, although given his current physique, he would need assistance just to walk. Tyrion shuddered at the thought of such a scene. Cersei, it must be Cersei. Regardless of her involvement, this matter would not simply be brushed aside. Tyrion stared incredulously at his father. "Perhaps you fail to realize, father, that my sister attempted to take her own brother's life. Do you intend to simply sweep this under the rug?" Tywin pressed his lips together. The butcher's head now adorns the walls of King's Landing, but beyond that, nothing more. After all, Cersei was Lysa's mother. Locking her in the dungeons would only incite public outrage. "Tyrion, I had thought you would consider this." Indeed. Although she did not manage to become Loras Tyrell's bride, if word of this were to spread, the entire Westeros would mock the Lannisters, and Duke Tywin would certainly not relish such a spectacle. Tyrion took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "So, father, has Cersei offered any form of defense? Perhaps an apology, or the like?" Despite his inquiry, Tyrion was already well aware of the answer. As expected, Tywin replied, "None. I have ordered Jaime to place Cersei under house arrest at Casterly Rock. She shall not return to King's Landing until I find a suitable match for her." The notion that his father still intended to marry Cersei off was simply absurd. Tyrion erupted into laughter, only to wince as the motion tugged at his wounds. Tywin cast a disdainful glance at Tyrion. Once he regained his composure, Tyrion enthusiastically suggested to his father, "Perhaps you might consider relieving Ser Malantrell from the Kingsguard and allowing Podrick to take his place. At the very least, it is evident that Bolton is motivated by gold, while I harbor grave doubts regarding Marental. One wonders how many golden dragons Cersei has bestowed upon him." Tywin remained unmoved. "This matter ends here. In the future, should anyone inquire, simply state that your misfortune stems from dissatisfaction with the king's new agricultural policies." Tyrion was acutely aware that he could not alter his father's resolve. Very well, he resigned himself, recognizing he had no alternative. "As for that mercenary, I have rewarded him with a small sum of golden dragons. In the Game of Thrones, those who aspire to success must always be accompanied by a beast," Tywin declared, as a maid entered to tend to Tyrion and presented him with a fresh set of garments. "Through my negotiations, the Red Viper has consented to hold the wedding in King's Landing rather than Casterly Rock. Tomorrow, you shall attend your brother's wedding. Comport yourself with decorum." "And what of Cersei?" "She will remain in Casterly Rock, for she is a member of House Lannister." Tyrion realized with clarity that his father was indeed quite adept at fabricating excuses. Tywin rose, preparing to depart. Just before he exited, Tyrion felt a stir of emotion and called out to his father. Have there been any recent tidings of Aegon? Tywin did not turn back nor respond. The maid dutifully tended to Tyrion's wounds and provided him with a clean set of tailored attire. Being a Lannister has its advantages. One is never in want of golden dragons. Tyrion twisted his face into a grimace, then approached the mirror to scrutinize the reflection of this grotesque, misshapen dwarf. A long scar traversed his cheek, and the disparity between his green and black eyes rendered him exceedingly unattractive. No matter how fine the clothing, it could not disguise the essence of his deformed nature. Who would be enamored by such a man, save for a harlot? After composing himself, Tyrion exited his chamber and traversed the corridors of the Red Keep. There, he found Sansa Stark and her brother Bran engaged in light-hearted conversation. Her fiery locks remained stunning, and now, with the onset of her womanhood, she bore the marks of femininity. Tyrion bitterly mused that, compared to Dominic Bolton, even a fortune of golden dragons from Casterly Rock would fail to capture Sansa's heart. Yet he suppressed his tumultuous feelings and courteously greeted the siblings. Sansa, Bran, it has been a while. He contemplated wrinkling his nose, but upon observing Bran's expression, he abandoned the thought. Sansa gasped softly, "What has happened?" Bran stared intently at Tyrion. The young boy, having trained in swordsmanship under Ser Balon, momentarily gave Tyrion the impression that he perceived something. However, Bran simply remarked, "You are quite fortunate, my lord, to bear such a wound." Sansa continued to gaze at Tyrion with concern. She seemed on the verge of uttering something, yet the words faltered on her lips. Tyrion offered a self-deprecating smile. After walking a short distance, he gestured for Podrick to lean down. "You are indeed correct, Boron. Therefore, I intend to make Cersei pay the price." Boron blinked, revealing a subtle expression. "What price?" Chapter 67. The Queen's reminiscence. Let the guards around her become my allies, and then keep a close watch on Cersei. Tyrion displayed a cryptic smile. He certainly imagined what his sister might do. Perhaps even her cousin Lancel, who was tasked with guarding her, would suffer as well. However, the Lannister family had a clear understanding of Cersei's character. Lancel, no matter how foolish, would not be unable to discern right from wrong. Boron nodded. That will require a substantial sum of gold dragons. His tone was naturally adept, prompting Tyrion to nearly burst into laughter. A queen? Cersei would likely never fathom that she would descend to such a state. Casterly Rock. Cersei donned a gown of emerald green and gold today. Adorning her hair was a golden crown, making her radiate with brilliance and grandeur. Lancel. Cersei bestowed upon him the smile she typically reserved for Jaime. I wish to attend my brother's wedding. Casterly Rock was not far from King's Landing. She had time to arrive. However, she had not pondered deeply on why Tywin chose to have Jaime wed in King's Landing. No, Cersei, you should remain in your chamber, Lancel replied, subsequently closing the door. The maids within the room remained as silent as ever. Cersei had no choice but to return to her bed, the very same room where she had spent her youth in Casterly Rock. Years later, her return brought forth a sense of revulsion towards the space. Why has my father confined me? Cersei inquired. The maid remained silent, respectfully standing in place, unresponsive to her question. I am a Lannister of Casterly Rock. Once my father comes to his senses, the gold dragons will be in your hands. The silence in the room was as customary as ever. If that were the case, it indicated that her father was truly angry. Cersei began to contemplate what transgression she had committed. Had she taught that twisted dwarf a lesson? Perhaps her father would discover it was her doing, but he would never allow a dwarf to vex his precious daughter. Had her affair with Jaime been uncovered? Impossible. She and Jaime had been entwined since their youth. The hand of the king, Tywin, had never concerned himself with his children's romantic entanglements. Jaime, I wish to attend Jaime's wedding. Cersei pleaded, and after repeating her entreaties multiple times and shedding tears twice, Lancel finally reopened the door. Cersei, do you truly not comprehend? Tyrion nearly perished because of you. Lord Tywin shall never permit you to disrupt Jaime's wedding. As she watched the brown-haired figure disappear from view, Cersei realized what had transpired and despondently sank back onto her bed. No wonder Lancel had been so indifferent when she had attempted to seduce him. In fact, he had been excessively cold. Then, let me confess to the seven. May I be taken to the Godswood? Cersei softened her tone, yet from that moment forward, she received no further response. She gazed out of the window at the verdant fields, filled with men, women, and children, a scene of peace and tranquility. In that moment, as a mother, Cersei could think of nothing else but to place her hopes in her son, believing he would command his father to release her. In her recollections of the past, Cersei attempted to trace the events that irrevocably severed the bond between her two sons. It was a cool morning when Prince Joffrey and his brother, Myrcella, accompanied their father on a hunting expedition. Ah, yes, there was also a little companion by Joffrey's side. Seemingly the heir from House Royce. Cersei could not recall the specifics. Perhaps his name was Arthur. Joffrey was the first to suggest that following their father was rather dull. Why not take bows and arrows and catch a few rabbits instead? After a moment's hesitation, Myrcella acquiesced. However, the three children lacked the strength for such an endeavor. Once they shook off the attendant, Joffrey eagerly began to compete with his brother. Myrcella had never been fond of bloodshed, a fact Cersei understood well. Although Myrcella later claimed to have brought down more game than Arthur, Cersei believed he had likely been too frightened to approach the creatures until he was certain they were dead. As for the young heir, his intellect was clearly lacking. Joffrey relished the act of repeatedly shooting arrows at a single rabbit before skinning it, deriving pleasure from the experience. Consequently, he only managed to kill 3. In contrast, the young heir succeeded in slaying 5, each shot accurate, undoubtedly a humiliation for Joffrey. The ensuing narrative diverged into 2 entirely different accounts. Starting with Joffrey's version, Arthur Royce was deliberately flaunting his achievements, prompting me to challenge him once more. As I rode over on my pony, I certainly did not anticipate the presence of a deep pit. He attempted to push me down but failed. I drew my sword to teach him a lesson, and then he fled. And now for Myrcella's impassioned rendition. Nonsense. He is lying. It was Joffrey who harbored discontent, seeking to take Arthur elsewhere for a competition, forbidding me to join. Joffrey was not wielding a wooden sword. I feared for our safety, yet Joffrey disregarded my concerns entirely. Ser Balon Swan corroborated Myrcella's account, affirming that Myrcella returned to the adults, insisting that Ser Balon accompany him. Shortly thereafter, Myrcella and the prince discovered Joffrey standing alone, his sword stained with blood. It was undoubtedly Joffrey who had sought to strike him down. Myrcella protested, but before he could finish his sentence, Cersei shot him a glare. Enough. There is no reason for hostilities among kin because of outsiders. Myrcella fell silent. Later, Myrcella searched the forest multiple times, and even the bronze heir from House Royce was incensed, yet no one managed to find Arthur Royce. Joffrey vowed that Arthur Royce would pay for his actions. He withdrew his meager supply of gold dragons and declared that from that moment on, whoever discovered Arthur Royce would be handsomely rewarded. Meanwhile, Lysa, equally incensed, engaged in a brawl with Joffrey. The truth of the matter was of little consequence. Henceforth, the Royce family regarded Joffrey as a thorn in their side. Each time Bronze Jon arrived in King's Landing, he wore a grim visage, even towards Cersei, whom he treated with frosty indifference. Lysa felt a pang of guilt over this, secretly using his scant gold dragons to offer partial restitution to the Royce family, and even sought out Jon Arryn in the Vale to intercede. That befuddled old man. How could he dare to blame Joffrey for anything? Regardless of Lysa's fury, Jon Arryn could only escort him to apologize to the Royce family, while the true instigator, Joffrey, suffered no repercussions whatsoever. Consequently, when Robert Arryn was dispatched to Winterfell, the distant retainers of House Royce harbored a particular disdain for Joffrey. Nevertheless, what impact could the support or lack thereof from the noble houses of the Vale have on Joffrey? Cersei understood well that Joffrey's demise was not tied to his past actions, but stemmed solely from Lysa's grudge against him. Chapter 68. The winter rose in the grand city of Quaoares. Arthur Royce encountered numerous merchants from various city-states, yet few hailed from Westeros. Actually, there was one, a young lad with chestnut hair, enthusiastically beckoning customers in the local tongue, his stall adorned with garments previously unseen by Arthur. Would you care to take a look? The lad's accent bore a familiar cadence, reminiscent of the distinctive Westerlands dialect. Coupled with the chestnut hair, Arthur inquired in the tongue of Westeros, "Are you from Lannisport?" "Wow, I never expected to meet a fellow countryman in this foreign land." The youth beamed with warmth, surprisingly endearing to Arthur, who found the encounter rather amusing. "Which house do you hail from?" None at all. I am the second son. Thus I must forge my own path." The two conversed for a while longer, and from the boy, Arthur learned that the situation in Westeros was decidedly favorable. What delighted him most was the news of Joffrey's demise. That tyrant's death meant he could return to Westeros and comfortably assume his role as heir, free from the dread of losing his head. As he pondered, Daenerys approached, accompanied by Illyria and Jiki. Her arms were bare, her skin tanned, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. "Do you desire these garments, noble lady?" The chestnut-haired youth clearly did not recognize Daenerys, but the dragon swirling around her was sufficient to reveal her identity. "Before you stands the Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Mother of Dragons, the Unburnt, and Daenerys Targaryen, born of storms," Illyria informed him. The young man stood in a daze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Are you Princess Daenerys? How unfortunate. I had thought you had already departed for Dragonstone with your brother. Indeed, Viserys had submitted to King Aegon, and Daenerys, with a glint of coldness in her eyes, remarked that he possessed no dragon, while she had her Viserion. As long as a true dragon remained, Westeros would never succumb to the hands of usurpers. Oh, your words contrast sharply with those of His Majesty the King. In my humble opinion, King Aegon is quite a noble man. This statement piqued Daenerys' interest. Noble? What makes you say that? The young man cleared his throat awkwardly before vaguely responding. Compared to the late King Robert, he is far more frugal. Besides, he provided me with my livelihood. It would be ungrateful to speak ill of one who provides for you, wouldn't he it? Although his claim to the throne is unjust, one mustn't he forget to express gratitude. Daenerys nodded in understanding. I see. She pondered for a moment while examining the garments on display, then touched the fabric. This cloth is quite extraordinary. Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. So, would you care to purchase a piece? The young man's smile nearly froze. Yet he endeavored to maintain a courteous demeanor. No, thank you. As this is the property of usurpers, I cannot lend my support. Though she certainly desired a garment made of such exquisite material. Arthur approached Daenerys once more. Sir, do you believe what he said regarding Aegon is accurate? As a ruler, he is not the best kind. Can the common folk truly hold him in affection? Arthur felt compelled to speak the truth. Indeed, the people do hold him in high regard. Daenerys fell silent, reflecting on the father Arthur had described to her. In his youth, Aerys had indeed garnered considerable affection. But since the incident at Summerhall, he had become paranoid and exceedingly suspicious. After Rhaegar and Lyanna eloped, her enraged brother Brandon sought retribution, demanding a duel with Rhaegar. Ultimately, both Brandon and the old Lord Rickard perished, igniting the rebellion of House Stark and House Baratheon. To this day, Daenerys believed those who betrayed the true dragon would ultimately meet a grim fate. However, the troubling thought lingered that perhaps the people had begun to adore Aegon, and she was loath to transform King's Landing into a city of blood and fire. Do you know? I hope that when I conquer King's Landing, the streets will be filled with beautiful women and strong men who genuinely love me, not merely because I am accompanied by dragons. Arthur could only nod in agreement. That is a splendid vision, Daenerys. Yet now, such a scene had already come to fruition. Daenerys felt somewhat disoriented, uncertain of the righteousness of her actions. In truth, signs had emerged from the events surrounding Viserys. The usurper Aegon had granted him titles to placate the remnants of House Targaryen, solidifying his rule. From the correspondence of Viserys, Daenerys surmised that he must be living a life of carefree ease. Otherwise, her brother would not remain so steadfastly in Dragonstone. Do you believe I should return to Westeros? This question posed to Arthur left him hesitant to respond recklessly. Should you return to Westeros, it would undoubtedly herald blood and fire, whether you desire it or not, Daenerys. However, even if you venture elsewhere, the same fate awaits. Daenerys chuckled softly, remarking on his honesty. Arthur felt a wave of despair. Was honesty truly his wish? He resented the thought of encouraging Daenerys to reclaim Westeros when his unfortunate brother had inherited such a dire predicament. There is something you may not fully grasp, Khaleesi. Westeros is divided only into 2 seasons, winter and summer. Although Viserys might insist that the long winter is a relic of the past, in truth, the harsh winter is approaching. Long winter? Daenerys reflected upon the term, questioning whether it signified a frigid season where no crops could flourish. It is more than that, Khaleesi. The hatching of dragons by Rhaegar may well be linked to this. When the long winter arrives and the White Walkers descend, the living will be torn asunder. And at present, the simplest means to combat them is through fire. Blood and fire, Daenerys murmured. She recalled Rhaegar's dragons with 3 heads, and the winter rose upon the wall, alongside that prophecy. Unless the winter rose withers in the winter, you mentioned that prophecy? Arthur too contemplated this possibility, though he wished to avoid envisioning such a grim scenario. With the collapse of Winterfell's greenhouses, how many would remain alive in the north? It could be even worse. If the White Walkers advanced southward, perhaps even the Vale would suffer, along with his family and friends. Yet, it was also plausible that the winter rose referred not to a flower, but to a person. Daenerys, lost in thought, withdrew from her musings. If that is the case, Chapter 69, Brienne of Tarth. Westeros. I shall not return. Daenerys seemed resolute, though her expression betrayed a lingering unease. As the heir of Storm's End, Arthur recognized that the time to return to Westeros had come. The feeble Lord of the Vale needed him, as did his father. With Wyman dead, he had no choice but to fulfill his obligations in Westeros. However, as he began to convey this to Daenerys, he realized he had made a significant misstep. At Storm's End, Rhaenys was also preparing to depart for King's Landing to attend the wedding of the heir of Casterly Rock, Jaime Lannister, and the Dornish woman, Myrcella Martell. Margaery had been pregnant for 4 or 5 months, and Rhaenys, concerned for her well-being, traveled at a leisurely pace. Inside the carriage, the young Rose, Margaery, held her brother Loras's hand. She could feel the child within her stirring, a gentle glow illuminating her face. Have you decided on a name? If it is a boy, I shall name him Theodore. If a girl, I will call her Cassandra. Oh, I had thought you would call him Loras. Loras clutched his chest, wearing an immensely sorrowful expression, yet he soon succumbed to hearty laughter. Truth be told, Margaery, at first I believed you and Lyon would argue incessantly. Is that so? Then you shall owe Lord Renly a considerable sum of gold dragons. Margaery chuckled as well. Her grandmother had previously cautioned her that pregnancy might bring some discomfort. Yet Margaery found solace in the fact that she experienced almost none of the typical symptoms. Not at all. Loras shyly scratched his head, pondering aloud how swiftly time had passed now that he was to become an uncle. The siblings bantered, seemingly transported back to their childhood closeness, until the carriage came to a halt, where Lyon assisted his wife down, resting at the inn at the crossroads. The innkeeper, naturally, dared not be negligent, promptly ensuring the remaining best room was meticulously cleaned. At the long table sat a diverse assembly of black-clad brothers and common folk. Yet among them, a peculiar woman clad in armor stood out most strikingly. Brienne? Lyon exclaimed involuntarily, for his impression of her was indelibly strong, were it not for her gender. She would undoubtedly have been renowned as a knight. Laughter erupted along the table. Your Majesty, you are indeed aware of the maiden Brienne of Tarth, even donning silks. She remains no different from a sow. Despite this, she still aspires to be a knight charging into battle. Enough, let us not mock her. Lyon interjected, his tone gentle. Yet others fell into an unspoken silence. Brienne, what is your hope in coming to King's Landing? I, your Majesty, wish to plead on behalf of Lord Renly. Brienne replied anxiously, standing tall, yet her demeanor only rendered her more comical. You refer to his lands? The Lords of Storms and will bestow lands upon Aegon. No, not that, your Majesty, Brienne replied, increasingly flustered. Lord Renly, he is a good man, and I hope you will retain his position at the council. Margaery softly interjected. Should Lord Renly know someone cares for him so, he would surely be quite pleased. Having said this, she turned to seek her husband's opinion. My dear, why don't we invite Brienne to join the Kingsguard as a commander? Sir Balon is, after all, quite advanced in years. I have heard of Brienne's formidable skills. Margaery lowered her voice further, and she is a loyal individual. Lyon naturally agreed, yet he felt it necessary to consult Brienne first. May I take a moment to consider? Brienne's face flushed, and she expressed her gratitude for the Queen's kindness, but it was difficult for her to envision herself one day becoming a knight commander. Then feel free to contemplate, Lyon remarked casually, intending to devote his attention to his meal. However, he found himself unable to do so, as he was astonished to discover Lord Edmure Tully also seated at the table, quite close to him. Lord Edmure of Riverrun, is it you who is here? Edmund appeared to be in a somber mood. Indeed, your Majesty, my father has suddenly fallen gravely ill. I fear he may not endure much longer. Lord Horst has always been a capable lord, and this is a misfortune for the Riverlands. Nearby, a knight from House Frye remarked that whether this was a heartfelt sentiment remained uncertain. Well, I hope you can grow wiser in this regard. Forgive my candor, Lord Edmund, but you and Lady Catelyn are excessively kind. At times, one must exercise caution towards others. He added, for instance, the young lady you were just slumbering beside. My intentions are not malicious, but might I suggest you check if your coin pouch feels a tad lighter? Edmund's expression shifted dramatically, and after shaking his coin pouch, he rose abruptly. Seeing this, Lyon could only shake his head. Truly, he understood Edmund well enough. After all, they were both men, and considering that Edmund remained unmarried, it was not unreasonable for him to seek out a few warm companions. However, as Lyon was married, he felt a sense of duty towards his little Rose. Lord Edmund is still unmarried? Margaery stated with mild surprise. She was well aware of Edmund's marital status. Yet witnessing such naivete in a man of his age was exceedingly rare for Margaery, who had been raised by the Queen of Thorns. Perhaps it was due to having 2 sisters, Lysa and Catelyn, along with Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark, thus relieving Edmund of any pressure. As Lyon spoke, he suddenly recalled that 3 out of the 4 mentioned had perished, prompting him to chuckle before resuming his meal with a chicken leg. If there was one thing Lyon found unsatisfactory, it was the prolonged absence of Chinese cuisine. Margaery regarded Lyon with a hint of amusement. How much do you truly relish chicken legs? Isn't it quite normal? Lyon defended himself after devouring the chicken leg. A chicken leg is still a chicken leg. Even if it isn't breast meat, wings, or a comb, it remains a chicken leg. Marjorie nodded, committing Lyon's rambling to memory. There was one thing she had never quite grasped. After ascending the throne, Lyon had chosen to rely on the Lannisters rather than the Baratheon bloodline. However, observing Lyon so thoroughly enjoying his meal, Marjorie chose not to inquire further, attributing it to his profound bond with Lord Tywin. As she contemplated her impending motherhood, Marjorie experienced a fleeting wish to be an ordinary mother, watching her child grow up carefree. Chapter 70, Another Bastard? Marjorie warmly invited Brienne to reside in the Red Keep. Though initially reluctant, Brienne was ultimately persuaded by Marjorie's gentle coaxing. Brienne, I truly envy you. You wield your sword with conviction. In my youth, I aspired to join gallant on the battlefield, but fate has dictated that I am better suited to the role of a woman rather than a warrior. Marjorie showcased her slender arms, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I am not as forthright as you, Brienne. You have always been generous and kind. Your Grace, Brienne replied, sitting awkwardly in the carriage. At this moment, the carriage contained only Brienne and Marjorie, along with her brother, Loras Tyrell. The latter regarded Brienne with a subtle gaze, her sword resting nearby. But why do you wish for my presence beside you? Sir Loras is quite sufficient, Brienne remarked. Perhaps it was intuition. The remnants of Targaryen fire had not yet been extinguished, and I found myself in need of the assistance of Lord Tarly, and, of course, your sword as well. Marjorie grasped Brienne's hand, saying, Now that I am with child, should any nefarious individuals consider rebellion, they will surely come for me. Joffrey Baratheon has long since been sentenced to death for his involvement in the murder of King Robert before the public eye. Should Marjorie suffer a miscarriage, the issue of Lyon's heir would become even more dire. If it were another king, perhaps the matter could be resolved through public discourse. But Marjorie does not favor such methods. Are you referring to those who support Aegon? A flicker of confusion crossed Brienne's watery blue eyes, yet soon the young woman displayed a resolute expression. Since you hold me in such esteem, your Grace, I shall do all within my power to ensure your safety. Do you not intend to remain by Renly's side to protect him? Brienne shook her head with a hint of embarrassment. I had indeed considered it. Yet she could sense that Lyon and Marjorie treated her with kindness. There was no mockery, no disdain. Moreover, Renly likely remained unaware of his own feelings. Thus, she should prioritize safeguarding the queen. Loras averted his gaze in mild discontent. Yet to Marjorie's relief, he refrained from uttering any hurtful words towards Brienne. Well, Tarth is part of the Stormlands. Should all proceed smoothly, you might frequently encounter Lord Renly upon your return home, Marjorie reassured her. As for whether Renly would marry a maiden from Tarth, it seemed rather improbable. Men, after all, seldom overlook appearances. If one were to insist, Lyon is not entirely mercenary. Yet should he wed Brienne, he would need to sleep with his sword every night. Renly was indeed a quintessential man swayed by beauty. He favored the slender and fair, and it was said he had an affinity for both men and women. Initially, Loras had intended for Marjorie to marry Renly. Reflecting on the current situation, Marjorie felt profoundly grateful. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and Brienne swiftly drew her sword, positioning herself protectively before Marjorie. Loras disembarked to assess the situation. King's Road was in disarray, with strange merchants from the free cities arguing vehemently with the lesser branches of House Lannister. Additionally, members of the Brax and Blackwood families nearly resorted to violence. Even more troubling, a prostitute clung to Lyon, insisting she bore his child. Which brothel in King's Landing isn't mine? Surely, your lies could be more convincing, Lyon retorted, struggling to free himself from the woman. Yet, adhering to the principles of chivalry, he felt compelled to refrain from any physical confrontation, left instead to listen in bewilderment as she spouted her claims. The boy she clutched was undoubtedly a scion of House Baratheon, with azure eyes and ebony hair, bearing the sigils of House Baratheon upon his cheekbones and ears. Lyon was particularly certain that he could not possibly sire a child of such magnitude. Inside the carriage, Marjorie heard the commotion outside, yet to Brienne's surprise, Marjorie reacted with remarkable indifference to the matter. Your Highness, are you not incensed by this? Incensed about what? For years ago, Lyon was scarcely 13. It is ludicrous to believe he could father such a child. Most likely, this is a bastard of Renly. Sir Loras was well aware of this, and he awkwardly attempted to reason with the harlot, yet she adamantly insisted that this was indeed Lyon's firstborn. Enough, the hound coldly cast a glance at the harlot, causing her to shrink back from the scars adorning his face. You have been to the free cities and received protection there. Surely, there are others who can raise your child? Finally liberated, Lyon assessed the harlot's attire and her remarkably healthy complexion. What is wrong with claiming my child and his rightful heritage? In Westeros, the rights afforded to bastards are exceedingly limited, and I suspect Uncle Renly is on the verge of an alliance with House Tyrell of Highgarden. Thus, this child may well find himself fostered at Storm's End. The harlot seemed intent on denying this, but Lyon was disinclined to entertain her nonsense. He gestured to Isaac, who promptly understood and took the mother away, leaving the anxious child behind. Who are you? Your cousin? That is of little consequence. Before arriving here, did you encounter anyone of significance? The child remained watchful of Lyon, and reluctantly, Lyon offered him several pieces of chocolate, a product of agricultural advances in Westeros. To ease the child's apprehension, Lyon recounted his story once more, emphasizing that Renly was his uncle and that there existed no conflict of interest between them. Can you assure me that I will live in safety henceforth? The child queried, adding, My name is Tom. Fratricide is an abomination in the eyes of the Seven. Lyon promised, hoping the child would not hold him accountable for Joffrey's misdeeds. After a prolonged gaze upon Lyon, the child finally responded, Yes, I have. My mother and I have been across the sea, with a man afflicted by grayscale and a brother with violet eyes. They provided my mother with coin to bring me back, claiming it was to ensure my well-being, but I know she merely sought to exploit my identity for profit. Tom paused cautiously. There are other matters, but if I disclose them, I risk being silenced. Are you referring to Aegon's retinue? The assassination of Robert had indeed left Lyon with significant psychological scars, as he had never anticipated that there would be spies embedded within the Red Keep by Aegon. Henceforth, those who surrounded him were primarily members of his own Kingsguard. The child's apprehensions regarding his safety were indeed justified. Yes, although most of them should have returned. My life is of utmost importance. The child spoke without mercy, causing Ryan to press his forehead in contemplation. What kind of life had he lived before? If you wish, I shall escort you to Aelinor Vale. How about becoming Harold's brother? The child gazed at Ryan for a moment and replied, All right, then I shall tell you. Ryan crouched down, attentively listening to the child's tale. Chapter 71. Set sail, return home. However, to everyone's astonishment, the cook accompanying the child suddenly drew a concealed dagger and lunged at him. Isaac effortlessly snapped the cook's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. He surveyed the others and quickly identified a few more who, like the cook, had been stripped of their weapons and, of course, their possessions. Where did you find such formidable guards? Tom asked, staring at Ryan in disbelief. Well, first reveal your secret to me, and then I shall divulge mine. Tom responded. Aegon has requested that I repay him by delivering intelligence in the future. However, first, I must tamper with Queen Marjorie's garments, and yours as well. Initially, I truly intended to do so, but Viserys has already sworn allegiance to you, and Aegon's actions are tantamount to lawlessness. He spoke with an unsettling calmness beyond his years, then added, Even if Aegon possesses a dragon, yours will undoubtedly be larger. It was evident that Tom made such a decision only after seeing the dragon. As for legality, the child had grown wise and naturally did not prioritize the law. Ryan looked at the fluctuating loyalty percentage above the child's head and, for the first time, felt a headache. The key was that he had already spoken, leaving him no choice but to concede. After some discussion, Ryan decided to send the child to Aelinor Vale instead of to Baelon, as being near him was indeed unsettling. Tom probably understood the nature of his father well enough and raised no objections to this arrangement. The perspective shifted back to Daenerys. I thought you were my sworn knight. Daenerys said calmly, her tone laced with reluctance. I have dragons by my side. Even if we do not return to Westeros, no one within the free cities dares to harm us. It is my responsibility. Wymar is dead, and I must return. Arthur reiterated his words, gazing at the strikingly beautiful Daenerys, acutely aware that she would be bound to the Horse Lord for the rest of her days. Moreover, winter is coming, and Ryan requires my assistance. From the time we were children, he has resolved to be the best king. Daenerys fell silent for a long while before responding, then go. Viserion hissed beside Daenerys. For some unknown reason, Arthur suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He saw the dragon fire igniting upon him. The agony nearly caused Arthur to faint. Yet perhaps it was a stroke of misfortune that Daenerys harbored no intention to utterly annihilate him. She had merely singed his right arm. I shall never consent to guard the realm for a usurper with your sword, he thought. Perhaps she would allow him to join the Citadel, to safeguard Westeros with wisdom. Daenerys remained aloof, her exquisite visage still captivating, yet within her violet eyes flickered a dangerous blend of obsession and unease that unsettled Arthur. He propped himself up, rose to his feet, and departed in silence. Upon locating a maester, Arthur Royce relinquished himself to the care of the healer, who inquired about the origin of his wound with genuine concern. Arthur self-deprecatingly responded, I found myself declaring my intent to return to Westeros in the presence of a Targaryen. No matter how benign Daenerys appeared, she was, after all, a ruler who identified herself as a queen and would never permit him to pledge allegiance to the usurper, Rhaenys. That she had merely burned his arm, Arthur mused, was indeed rather merciful. The maester shook his head in resignation. It is likely that Dragon has bestowed upon her a deluded sense of confidence. It was no wonder, since Viserys' submission, Daenerys had become the banner of House Targaryen. And even Aegon did not possess the extraordinary renown of this dragon queen. Isn't the Citadel traditionally hostile towards dragons and magic? The maester sighed, indeed. We endeavor to construct a flawless system, yet it becomes evident that magic is gradually re-emerging with the birth of 3 dragons. It is but a self-deceptive charade. He regarded Arthur kindly. Young man, do not mourn. The Game of Thrones has always been thus. As a pawn, how can you possess your own will? Arthur could only manage a bitter smile. According to the majority's belief, he ought to remain in Daenerys' proximity, choosing to support Rhaenys amid the conflict. For he could not bear to witness Westeros drenched in blood and fire. However, Daenerys' hatred for House Baratheon ran too deep, blinded by vengeance. She had rendered Arthur subject to his deserved retribution. Thank you, Maester, Arthur said, grateful in this moment that he had never revealed to Daenerys that he was, in fact, left-handed, though he had trained both hands in swordsmanship. In his youth, Rhaenys had once suggested a contest using their right hands, and he had emerged victorious. Who could say now, upon his return to Westeros, who would claim victory? Even aside from Rhaenys, he felt compelled to reunite with his 2 younger brothers. With this thought, Arthur Royce quickened his pace. He planned to traverse through the ceremonial route, making his way from Seagull Town to the Port of Eagle's Nest to reunite with his family. This was indeed Arthur's plan, yet upon inquiring about ships, he discovered that the captains were exorbitantly demanding, with some even suggesting he utilized backdoor dealings to negotiate a lower price. Likely perceiving his injured arm, they regarded him not as a knight, which was a grave miscalculation. After dispatching 3 crew members in quick succession, the captain hastily expressed his respect for him, waiving the fare and even arranging for a laundress to warm his bed. The woman was thrice Arthur's age. Arthur harbored deep suspicions that the captain's actions stemmed from a desire for revenge against him. After tossing his clothes to the laundress for washing, Arthur solemnly declared that she need not attend to his personal service, then stepped out onto the deck to gaze at the sea. He could not help but wonder what the realm of Ed would be like. Surely, it must be a civilization more prosperous than Ayasha and more ancient and flourishing than Valyria. Reflecting on the steadfast Lyon, who still held court in Westeros, Arthur could not suppress a smile. He resolved to thoroughly explore Ed in the future, though at present, his heart yearned to return home to visit his loved ones. The burn on his right arm still throbbed faintly, but with a stroke of luck, he might even retain it without the need for amputation. Lyon had once shared a tale with him about an ancient legend of Ed, concerning a hero named Yonggwa who had lost his right arm, yet became renowned throughout Ed. He fervently hoped he would not become like Yonggwa, at least not falling in love with his aunt. Meanwhile, as Arthur dreamt of the future, Jonna of Bravos wrestled with her nightmares. Chapter 72. The Lion's Claw. Quiet as a shadow, the bald man Syrio ruthlessly instructed Jonna Stark, beads of sweat trickling down her dark hair, while Arya stood nearby, balancing on her toes. I merely wish to rid myself of these nightmares. Why must I learn this? The mind and body are one. If your spirit is weak, it is surely due to your failure to seek balance in your physical form. Jonna knew she could not outmatch him in argument, so she gritted her teeth and practiced as Syrio demanded. In a one-on-one duel, she might not be without her chances, for a mercenary's swordplay relies on brutality and speed. Once the practice session concluded, Jonna took a water skin to drink, cautious not to gulp too quickly, having witnessed too many instances of misfortune in the past. Whiteling had grown considerably, as had Arya's Nymeria. They frolicked in the room, while Syrio paid them no mind. When do you plan to leave Bravos? It was a question of the Sea Lord, or merely her own thoughts, Jonna casually replied. Her silver hair had long been dyed back to black. But the faceless men of Bravos would inevitably notice her flaws. The Sea Lord, a man afflicted by grayscale, advanced in years, with a daughter unable to bear children, was destined for upheaval in the coming years, especially as he sought to balance the Iron Bank and the faceless men. Jonna truly did not understand why he was so concerned about her. Perhaps he had a few years left to live? Did he intend to seize my dragon egg? Let him. I can face the faceless men myself. In truth, Jonna had already secured passage on a ship. She harbored no fears regarding these matters. Even if there were faceless men, she could confront them alongside Whiteling. As for poison, with her dragon dreams, if someone truly wished her dead, Would she not receive some forewarning? No, said Syrio, shaking his head. The thoughts of the Sea King are of no concern to me. Yet I have laid before him all the facts. Braavos maintains a stringent control over magic. He demands that you depart at once or surrender the dragon egg into his possession. In truth, that mercenary is likely to betray you. Syrio referred to Dario. He was always a fickle character, but having acquired gold from King's Landing, the mercenary will likely refrain from direct harm, merely standing by idly. Given this, I appreciate your goodwill. I shall depart from Braavos immediately, without meddling in its internal affairs. At the very least, she had acquired the ancient tomes she needed, including those in Valyrian, and the dragon was sufficient for this journey. As for the mercenary company, upon learning that the dragon egg in her possession was on the verge of hatching, they treated Jonah with utmost respect. There were indeed attempts to steal the dragon egg, but one was met with a vicious bite from the white spirit, severing his wrist. Jonah understood that it was imperative to hatch the dragon as swiftly as possible. If feasible, she also needed to rally as many troops as she could. In the north, Robb was in dire need of her assistance, as were Sansa and Bran. In King's Landing, the wedding preparations for Jaime and Myrcella were underway, yet the issues confronting Lyon were not centered on them. Daenerys' stature continued to rise. Tywin Lannister calmly informed his grandson, "Your previous training at Storm's End may have been sufficient to intimidate the nobility. Yet the common folk have yet to witness the might of the dragons." Observing the dragon, Viserion, soaring joyfully nearby, Lyon felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "Let it unleash destruction. I fear that may prove rather difficult." A dragon reflects its master, Tywin assessed, perhaps to placate Lyon, adding, "And a coward like Aerys is unworthy of such a creature. I am about to arrange for your mother to wed Lyman Hightower, which will serve to dispel the rumors propagated by Aegon and further augment our interests in Old Town and the Citadel," Tywin stated in a businesslike tone, and Lyon realized he had not sought his opinion in this matter. As a long-serving hand of the king, Tywin was accustomed to orchestrating affairs, particularly those involving the marriages of his children. The Hightower family, affiliated with the Reach, was prosperous, and Marjorie's mother hailed from the Hightower lineage. Regardless, the match was suitable, especially with Cersei being a widow. "If I were to voice my dissent, would you reconsider this decision?" Tywin's emerald eyes held no mirth. "You would not dare make such a request." Indeed, this was a reality both of them understood well. For Lyon, it was preferable that his mother remarry than engage in an affair resulting in an illegitimate child, as the legitimacy of the child would ultimately not be his decision. Moreover, after sipping his wine, Tywin continued, "The bounty that Joffrey placed on Arthur Dayne has expired. Fortunately, the letters in which he extorted your mother never reached Cersei. In truth, it was also fortunate that Arthur Dayne had fled across the narrow sea. Arthur Royce, the progeny of the collateral branch of House Arryn, theoretically possesses a claim to the inheritance of the Vale. However, he is obstructed by Robert and Harold. Should such an individual be truly extinguished by Joffrey, the Iron Throne would irrevocably lose the support of House Royce. Lysa's contributions, as explained by Lannister, indicate that he has always yearned to return. Just recently, he sent word that he is currently at sea, gazing towards the horizon." Tywin remained non-committal. Childhood friendships do hold some weight, yet one must ensure his loyalty. Moreover, he has served alongside Daenerys for an extended period. "Are you alluding to your relationship with Aerys?" Tywin scoffed. "Indeed, I diligently managed the kingdom for him, yet Aerys, swayed by rumors, began to regard me with suspicion, preferring to wed Rhaegar to the Dornish princess Elia rather than to the former light of the West, Cersei. You are aware of what transpired thereafter." Lannister found it difficult to comment on this. Had Princess Elia been in good health, she likely would have matched Cersei in her fervor and vivacity. However, history is devoid of what-ifs. He ought to inherit the ancestral seat of House Royce. In my estimation, Robert Arryn is unlikely to reach adulthood, Lannister pondered thoughtfully. Tywin astutely discerned his intentions. Even so, there remains Harold. He cautioned his grandson to be wary of trusting anyone until the matter is conclusively resolved. Even if the news of Daenerys' pregnancy was conveyed by Arthur, Lannister remained silent. Furthermore, Robb Stark of Winterfell has sent word that he has dispatched Yoren to King's Landing with a hand of the dead. At this juncture, Tywin could not conceal his disgust. What a world we live in. Chapter 73. A helpless Catelyn at this moment, in the Riverlands. Lady Catelyn sat despondently by Lord Hoster's bedside. "Father." Lord Hoster slightly opened his eyes, the once vibrant blue now clouded and dull, his voice frail and weak. "Lysa, my poor Lysa, has she not come?" Hoster grasped his daughter's hand tightly. "No, she has not," Catelyn replied, her eyes welling with tears. "She and Peter had conspired to murder Lord Arryn, yet she had brought your grandson, father." Upon learning of her father's illness, Catelyn disregarded Robb's objections and hastened to the Riverlands. She was acutely aware that her son needed her, but how could she abandon her ailing father? Furthermore, Robert is the future protector of the East and cannot remain in the North for long, lest he lose his dominion over his vassals. Peter's name escaped Hoster's lips with gritted teeth, yet his tone was laden with sorrow. It is all his fault, had it not been for him. Lysa would not have met her demise. Her heart had nearly shattered at that moment. Lord Hoster took a breath, and Catelyn was relieved that her father's condition had not worsened. Had Catelyn been aware that this was the medical level 2, previously exchanged by Ryan with his points, she would likely have experienced a complex array of emotions. "Father, please assist me," implored her grandson Robert. "He is far too frail and may not be able to manage the Eastern territories." Lord Horst had always been able to alleviate her concerns, and it was reasonable to believe he could do so again. However, upon hearing this, Horst could only shake his head in resignation. "My dear little Kate, her health is unlikely to improve. I fear the best you can do is ensure he holds the position of guardian over the East." After a few more coughs, he continued, "What troubles me most, however, is not this matter. A few days ago, your uncle Blackfish sent me word that Edmure has been duped by a courtesan. Your sister is foolish, and he is foolish for being deceived by a harlot. Had he exercised a bit more caution before pulling up his trousers, I would not be so anxious about the future of Riverrun." It was rare for their father to express such unfiltered disdain. Catelyn's eyes widened in surprise. "Father?" She and her father were well aware of her brother's penchant for the company of women, and his reaction seemed disproportionately severe. After all, many had fallen victim to the wiles of courtesans. There was even one who had slain a male prostitute, yet no one dared to celebrate that deed. Horst remained silent, inhaling deeply before exhaling, his gaze filled with a despair Catelyn had never witnessed before. "Little Kate, the future of this household now rests upon your shoulders." With those words, her father closed his eyes, sinking into a deep slumber, seemingly reluctant to awaken again. Catelyn pondered the implications of his words, a sense of powerlessness washing over her. What could a woman possibly do to assist her brother? The future of Riverrun appeared bleak. Indeed, it was profoundly dark. After a while, Horst opened his eyes and feebly commanded, "Propose to the Tully family." Catelyn was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, she nodded vigorously. "Yes, father." Once outside, she began to reflect more thoroughly on her father's intentions. After a moment, enlightenment struck her. Edmure was already over 20, and Margery of House Tyrell was wed. The young ladies of the Riverlands were either too young or uninterested. For him, the Tully maiden would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Although Catelyn dared not speculate whether her brother would find the fair Brienne appealing, her character was well regarded. Regardless, Edmure would surely endeavor to treat her with respect. As for whether Lord Tully would consent, Catelyn believed he had no reason to refuse. After sending the missive to Tully Island, she went to inform Edmure of their father's plans. As she lightly tapped on her brother's door, Catelyn anticipated his reaction. Sure enough, after changing his attire, Edmure emerged with an expression of utter astonishment. "Brienne of Tully." He regarded Catelyn with disbelief. "The same Brienne I encountered at the inn? She is taller than I am, clad in armor, and lacks any semblance of femininity. The nobles often use her for amusement. She ought not to be a woman, but should have been reborn as a man." Catelyn conceded that this was indeed the case. However, she remained steadfast and of impeccable character. Edmure shook his head, appearing somewhat lost in thought. "Do you know, Kate? I once sparred with her, and in the first round, she left me looking like a pig's head." "Then you certainly need such a wife," Catelyn replied. "The support from the Isle of Tarth is invaluable. Of course, you could also consider a bride from House Fry, though Lord Walder has always been troubled by matters of marriage." Edmure's complexion turned somewhat green, likely recalling the weasel-like phrase. "Perhaps Brienne, then." He gritted his teeth as he finally uttered the name. The Queen had journeyed to King's Landing with her. Regardless, he seemed to yearn for an escape from this gilded cage. Catelyn genuinely felt compassion for her brother, yet she had to confront the reality. You have no choice. Either seek a bride from Tarth or go to the Twins to meet Lord Fry and select the most agreeable weasel from among them, Catelyn emphasized. "Do not forget, you are already 26 or 27. Prince Doran of Dorne did not consent to your marriage to Alysanne, and now you barely hold any standing in Westeros's matrimonial market." Catelyn recalled that Brandon had been 20 when he wed her, which was considered late in Westeros. For years hence, her son Robb would marry Maya, at nearly the same age. As for her brother Edmure, his complexion oscillated between green and pale, and he finally said slowly, "I understand, Kate." He donned his outer garments, intending to leave the city, but Catelyn knew he was not heading out to propose. Rather, he was likely to visit a brothel before proceeding to Storm's End. Edmure. Catelyn ultimately called after him. Brienne is innocent and charming, merely 16. Regardless of her appearance, you must take responsibility. Edmure offered a peculiar smile and waved goodbye to Catelyn. She understood that this matter could not be rushed. She could only stand atop the walls, watching her brother depart beneath the setting sun. Once, she had done the same for her father, then a young and robust Duke Hoster. But now, as her father's life neared its end, the figure she watched had become her brother. Could such a gentle and weak heir truly shoulder the responsibilities of the Lord of the Riverlands? Catelyn's doubts lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 74. Daenerys's prophecy. Daenerys had lingered too long in the Palace of Dust. She found herself weary of it. The warlock from Qarth had repeatedly insisted she surrender Drogo as an ingredient for his potions, a demand Daenerys resolutely declined. Moreover, the merchant Zero attempted to starve Daenerys into submission, urging her to relinquish Viserion. Absolutely not, Daenerys coldly retorted, as Viserion exhaled a plume of fire, incinerating the silk fabric before her. I will never betray my husband, the one who brought me to the vast Dothraki Sea, the undefeated Khal. Zero sighed and remarked, your loyalty and sense of justice are commendable. However, he discreetly avoided the ashes left by the burning silk and sincerely urged, but you see, the realm of Qarth is no longer under your dominion. You must protect your people. Why cannot you accept my counsel? Drogo, seated nearby, appeared perplexed, and thus Zero spoke with unwarranted confidence in the common tongue. Unbeknownst to Zero, Daenerys had taught Drogo the language. Drogo remained silent, casting a glance at Daenerys. It was at this moment that the warlock proposed, Mother of Dragons, you may journey to the Hall of Immortals to seek an audience with the Immortal Ones, who may provide you with a strategy to restore Qarth. Zero immediately retorted, it is well known that the words of warlocks cannot be trusted. My dear Daenerys, do not heed his insidious suggestions. Is that so? Daenerys pondered. With the birth of her dragons and the rise of the usurper, Viserys, on the Iron Throne of Westeros, magic seemed to be stirring once more. Perhaps this warlock was indeed correct. A part of her heart whispered that if there were a chance to restore Drogo, she would never relinquish it. I shall attempt it, Daenerys declared. Please take me to the Hall of Immortals. Irri and Jiki expressed their vehement opposition, exclaiming, this is far too perilous, Khaleesi. Daenerys paid them no heed. Upon reaching the Hall of Immortals, the warlock finally elucidated the rules. Khaleesi, remember to always push open the rightmost door. He reminded her, when you meet the Immortal Ones, you shall discover the means to restore Qarth's strength. Daenerys held a deep aversion to the warlock with his blue lips, yet she acknowledged the efficacy of sorcery. Oh, and one more thing. The warlock added as if recalling something, your dragons must remain outside the hall. What chains could possibly bind a true dragon? Viserion roared beside Daenerys, and the warlock expressed his displeasure. How dare you offend the Immortal Ones? They are beyond mortality and fear not the flames of dragons. The warlock's deceit was so clumsy that Daenerys effortlessly rendered him speechless with a single remark. She entered the grand hall and proceeded down the corridor, with Viserion by her side, acutely aware that outside the hall, Drogo and his blood riders, Irri and Jiki, awaited her return. As Daenerys approached the first door, she found herself in a frigid expanse where the biting northern winds struck her face. A silver-haired woman lay upon the ground, blood gushing from her chest, a sword embedded therein, her eyes forever closed, her death serene. Daenerys had no intention of lingering, yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity towards the woman. Jon. She could not ascertain the truth, for the door suddenly slammed shut behind her, and she knew she should not tarry here. The second door revealed a scene of her brother, Viserys, embracing a golden-haired woman, a smile gracing his lips. Look, I have become the Duke of Dragonstone. He extended his hand, attempting to pull Daenerys within, but she forcefully kicked him back through the door. The door closed once more. Beyond the third door sat a young man with black hair and green eyes, enthroned upon the Iron Throne, a great dragon circling around him. He too gazed intently at Daenerys. Mother of Dragons, do you dare to challenge me? The tone was as fierce as the blazing sun, accompanied by an air of unparalleled arrogance. Even if she were not present, Daenerys could instantly discern that this was not the true Rhaegar. She pressed onward, advancing through the shadows. Turning down a staircase, she passed through a door. Daenerys felt the echoes of countless cries, traversing the sweltering heat of Dorne, and seemingly arriving in the frozen north. Ultimately, before a grand door, she beheld the immortals, seated around a round table. The young and beautiful woman contrasted with the wise and weathered crone, all adorned in the distinctive garb of Qarth, their lips tinged with blue. Among them, a male sorcerer eagerly called out to her, urging her to approach and partake in this eternal revelry. Mother of Dragons, Daenerys. Their calls resonated with sincerity and allure. As if in the next moment, Daenerys could cross the narrow sea, return to her homeland, and see her lost children reborn, with one destined to claim the Iron Throne as the true Dragon King. Yet, this was but an illusion. The dead cannot rise again. This was not Daenerys' conclusion. Vhagar anxiously clawed at the doorframe, scratching at it with fervor, and Daenerys understood that this was not the correct answer. She pushed the door open once more. This time, the enchanting scene had vanished, and all that remained were desiccated corpses. I am Daenerys Targaryen of House Targaryen, she proclaimed. Tell me how to restore Drogo. The room housed no living soul, yet an echoing, aged voice imparted an answer to Daenerys. Cannot. The Mother of Dragons, destined to bear 3 heads. This place is not your home. Born of ice and fire, from the storm, from great expectations, 3 beings, 3 deaths, 2 rebirths. You have not answered my question. Daenerys glared at them, feeling an unprecedented fury rise within her. Suddenly, the scene transformed. Before her no longer stood the withered corpses, but the jubilant citizens of King's Landing. Healthy men, beautiful and joyous women, and children scampering around her, cheering, "Long live Daenerys! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" They eagerly surrounded her, kissing her, grasping her hands, tugging at her hair. The sunlight cast its warmth upon King's Landing, and Daenerys felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. In that moment, she surrendered herself for the people who revered her. Yet, gentle touches morphed into icy skeletal hands, and warm smiles turned into the triumphant expressions of the sorcerer. Her hair was forcibly yanked, deep gashes carved into her skin. Daenerys struggled fiercely, but her efforts were in vain, and she found herself sinking deeper. Suddenly, Vhagar's flames erupted, rescuing her from despair. As the searing wave of heat swept over her, Daenerys experienced an unparalleled exhilaration. She spread her arms wide, welcoming the inferno. She witnessed the sorcerer's furious curses, while the Hall of Immortals crumbled to ashes, the once immortal corpses consumed by flames. Khaleesi. Both Illyria and Jiki rushed towards her,